Chapter 1. Chu Xinran was awakened by the cacophony of birdsong ringing in her ears. As she groggily opened her eyes, she was startled into full consciousness by the bizarre and unfamiliar surroundings that lay before her. Hastily, she scrambled to her feet, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed upon a scene she had never encountered before. Towering trees reached skyward, surrounded by enormous, unidentified shrubs, while birds whirled and flitted between the branches. Most astonishingly, Chu Xinran had never seen birds of such magnitude. By rough estimation, one of these birds was at least half the size of her own body. Suddenly thrust into this strange locale, a wave of panic washed over Chu Xinran, prompting her to retreat a few steps until her back pressed against the trunk of a massive tree. She recalled that prior to her fainting, she had been seated on a bus, en route to visit the director of the orphanage, whom she affectionately referred to as Mama. As an orphan raised in an orphanage, Chu Xinran had ventured into the world alone upon reaching adulthood. Mama had treated her with utmost kindness, and thus, whenever she had the chance, she would buy numerous gifts to bring back to the orphanage for Mama and the younger children. This journey was no different. She had loaded herself with a plethora of items and boarded the bus destined for the orphanage. While dozing on the bus, an abrupt, thunderous noise jolted her from her slumber, causing the passengers to erupt into screams. Chu Xinran felt the world spin wildly around her, and just before losing consciousness, a vague thought crossed her mind. Had she once again been involved in an accident? Would she be as fortunate as before to survive this ordeal? In her childhood, Chu Xinran had experienced a car accident that claimed the lives of her parents. Though she had survived this second calamity, she found herself in an utterly alien place. Crouching down, she hugged her knees tightly, questioning the very nature of her surroundings. Where is she? Would she ever return home? In truth, there was little left for Chu Xinran to cherish in her modern life. Her sole concern was for Mama and the children at the orphanage. Times had grown increasingly difficult for the orphanage, struggling to sustain itself under Mama's sole care. Thus, Chu Xinran worked tirelessly to earn money, determined to prevent Mama's orphanage from disappearing and leaving her younger siblings homeless. Fortunately, Chu Xinran had previously purchased an accident insurance policy with Mama as the beneficiary. Perhaps this unfortunate incident would yield a substantial insurance payout for her. This thought offered her a glimmer of solace amid her panic and fear. At least her sacrifice would not be entirely devoid of meaning, would it? Moreover, she was still alive, merely transported to an unfamiliar realm. After a period of disorientation, Chu Xinran gradually gathered her wits and began to scrutinize her peculiar surroundings. She appeared to be in a dense forest, though the climate felt markedly different from that of Earth. Even with the thick canopy of trees overhead, she could still feel the sun's rays scorching her skin. Why was the temperature here so unnaturally high? Setting her backpack down, which contained various items intended for the children at the orphanage, she began to rummage through its contents. A quick inventory revealed lighters, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, towels, and a large down jacket meant for Mama. Among the multitude of snacks and toys, she was fortunate enough to discover 2 Swiss Army knives. These knives were intended for 2 boys at the orphanage, specifically chosen for their medium size, and they would now prove invaluable in the wilderness. Covering her exposed skin with her clothing, she secured the cuffs of her sleeves and pants, clutching the knives with caution as she ventured forth. The underbrush was thick, leaving little room for movement. Chu Xinran had to use her army knife to clear a path through the tangles of grass and weeds, forging a route for herself. After what felt like an eternity, she finally stumbled upon a makeshift resting place hollow within an exceptionally stout tree, so wide that 10 people could scarcely encircle its trunk. Upon entering the hollow, she discerned that it had likely been excavated by some enormous creature. The space was vast and empty, yet strewn with fallen leaves and debris, suggesting it had long been abandoned. Deciding to make camp for the time being, Chu Xinran rolled up her sleeves and tidied the area, laying her down jacket in one corner to serve as her bed for the night. Having organized her belongings, she exhaled deeply and settled on her makeshift bedding. Checking her phone for the time, she noted that it was now 5 in the afternoon. 6 or 7 hours had passed since her departure at 10 in the morning. No wonder her legs ached. Observing the bright sky outside, Chu Xinran surmised that the timekeeping in this place differed from that of Earth. Although it was already 5 o'clock, the sun remained glaringly bright, hanging high in the sky. Cautiously, she examined her arms and thighs, which bore the marks of her journey through the underbrush. Despite her efforts to cut a path, she could feel the sharp stings of cuts and scrapes upon inspection. She discovered numerous gashes marring her skin. In her backpack lay a box of Band-Aids, yet the uncertainty of what lay ahead made her reluctant to use them. Although she was unfamiliar with most of the local flora, she had spotted a very familiar plant earlier on, the thistle. Thistle, a wild herb, was often used to feed pigs in the countryside where Mama had taken them during their childhood. While it was technically edible, few dared to consume it due to its serrated edges, which could irritate the throat. Additionally, thistle had medicinal properties for stopping bleeding. Sensing its potential, Chu Xinran gathered a handful to keep on her person. She crushed the thistle leaves vigorously to extract their juice, applying it to her wounds. After a short while, the bleeding subsided. Though the sun still blazed overhead, Chu Xinran's earthly instincts told her that dusk was imminent. Deciding to rest in the hollow for the night, she resolved to seek food the following day. From her backpack, she retrieved a small piece of bread to serve as her dinner. Though the snacks were plentiful, she knew she must ration her food carefully. After all, she had walked for hours without encountering a single soul, and she was still deep within this vast forest. Surviving alone would present significant challenges, particularly regarding sustenance. As she journeyed, she had encountered few animals, and those she did see dashed away too quickly to be caught. Thus, she concluded that capturing such swift creatures would be impossible. Her best course of action would be to seek edible wild plants and fruits the next day. Having traveled under the scorching sun for so long, Chu Xinran's face was now sunburned and red. Gazing at her unfortunate reflection on her phone, she sighed deeply. The sun here was particularly harsh, and her fair skin was prone to burning. With no other option, she applied the only hand cream she had in her bag to her face, hoping it would alleviate the discomfort by morning. Chu Xinran switched off her phone and carefully stowed it away. Although she had lost the ability to communicate, the device still possessed some functionalities that would prove useful, so she aimed to conserve battery life. Using dried grass and stones, she camouflaged the entrance to her hollow and settled down on her jacket, waiting for nightfall. Yet, despite her vigil, the sun showed no sign of setting. It appeared that the daylight hours here were exceptionally long, leaving her uncertain of when darkness would finally descend. After an indeterminate amount of time, her thoughts drifted and she succumbed to sleep, only to be awakened by the chill of the night. Outside, darkness had enveloped the land, and while the temperatures had soared during the day, they plummeted drastically at night. Chu Xinran wrapped her down jacket tightly around herself, but she still felt cold. She had assumed that the heat of the day would carry through the night, but the temperature shift here was stark and unforgiving. As she shivered uncontrollably, she regretted not gathering more firewood to kindle a flame for warmth. In the stillness of the night, hidden within her hollow, Chu Xinran could hear the sounds of various creatures stirring outside. Feeling a twinge of fear, she retreated further into the corner of the hollow. Though she had seen few small animals during the day, many now roamed freely in the darkness. Chu Xinran felt a sense of relief for having barricaded the entrance with stones. Otherwise, she could only imagine the fate that awaited her if a creature were to enter and attack. Given the size of the birds, she could only dread the enormity of other potential predators lurking in the night. Thus, Chu Xinran endured yet another frigid and fear-laden night, scarcely managing to find solace in sleep. At the break of dawn, she set forth with all her possessions upon her back. For her quest, now extended beyond mere sustenance, she also sought a source of water, having not tasted a single drop since yesterday. Not far into her journey, she stumbled upon a wild fruit tree not far from the entrance of her tree hollow. The tree, though modest in stature, bore fruits as large as a football, resplendent in vivid red hues. The ground beneath was marked with the gnawing traces of small creatures, suggesting that these fruits posed no threat. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xinran rose on her toes and plucked a fruit from the tree, using her military knife to peel it before taking a bite. The fruit was delightfully crisp, exceedingly sweet, and remarkably juicy, its flesh a pristine white. Famished and parched, she devoured half of it in an instant and subsequently stowed another in her backpack. The fruit was so substantial that only one could fit, and having marked the location of the tree, she resolved to return later to gather more after depositing her finds in the tree hollow. Post-indulgence, she noticed that beside the wild fruit tree grew long branches akin to those of willow trees. She snapped off a few, crafting a rudimentary crown of twigs to shield her from the searing sun, which threatened to scorch her skin. With her makeshift headpiece in place, she continued her exploration, intent on surveying the vicinity of the tree hollow to ascertain whether it might serve as a temporary refuge, free from danger. After wandering for a while, she was elated to discover various edible wild vegetables. Although these plants towered over those she had previously encountered, their appearance remained familiar. She gathered an abundance of shepherd's purse and malin head, both of which would lend themselves splendidly to a refreshing salad or a simple stir-fry. Grateful for the knowledge imparted by her mentor, the director's mother, who had introduced her to a plethora of wild greens and medicinal herbs, Chu Xinran felt a profound relief. Otherwise, she would have been utterly bewildered, struggling to survive within this vast forest. However, the towering wild vegetables obscured her line of sight, and in her fervor to gather them, she failed to notice a formidable creature drawing near. It was not until the sound of heavy breathing reached her ears that she glanced up, only to be petrified in place by the sight of a massive wild boar mere meters away. Measuring over 2 meters in length and standing more than a meter tall, it drooled as it fixed its gaze upon her. Unlike the plump, docile pigs of the earth, this wild boar boasted 2 pairs of formidable tusks and a long, coarse mane that bristled atop its back, its eyes glimmering with a predatory gleam, remnants of wild vegetables clinging to its jaws. It seemed the boar had been foraging in the very patch of wild vegetables she had been harvesting, and now it was fixated on her, slowly advancing as if preparing to attack. Paralyzed by fear, Chu Xinran understood that any movement on her part would provoke the beast into a relentless charge, its sharp fangs poised to rend her asunder. Gripping her military knife tightly, she cautiously observed the boar's movements, contemplating her next course of action. Her position was dire, surrounded by wild vegetables. There was no cover to seek refuge behind, nor a tree to climb. Despair enveloped her heart as she silently gripped her knife, pondering whether she had escaped death in a car crash only to meet her end at the jaws of this ferocious beast. As she began to retreat slowly, the boar inched closer, seemingly searching for the perfect moment to strike. Chu Xinran's body was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that every passing second worked against her. In a moment of resolve, she pivoted to the left and dashed away. As the boar lunged in that direction, she swiftly altered her path to the right. Though this maneuver granted her a fleeting chance to escape, the boar, despite its bulk, exhibited remarkable agility and pursued her closely. With the sound of its heavy breathing growing ever nearer, panic surged within her. She stumbled through the forest, frantically seeking an escape route, only to be ensnared by a tree root, sending her crashing to the ground. As she lay there, witnessing the wild boar, fangs bared and charging without hesitation, despair washed over her, and she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Yet, in that moment of impending doom, she suddenly heard the boar's anguished cry. Opening her eyes, she beheld a wooden spear thrust deeply into the creature's eye. Quickly scrambling to her feet, she retreated, startled as a stranger wielding a stone knife lunged toward the boar. The unfamiliar man, agile and swift, mounted the beast's back, one hand gripping its tusks while the other plunged the knife toward its head. The wild boar's eyes were brutally blinded, rendering it even more frenzied and wild, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge the man upon its back. Chu Xinran noticed that the man's hand, gripping the tusk, had begun to bleed, and a wave of concern washed over her for his safety. Yet, regardless of the boar's desperate writhing, the man maintained his grip, relentlessly plunging his stone knife downward with unwavering determination. At last, under the man's incessant assault, the wild boar gradually ceased its struggle, its breath extinguished. Once the beast was subdued, the man approached Chu Xinran. It was only then that Chu Xinran noticed that this unfamiliar man possessed a cascade of silver hair that fell to his shoulders. He was strikingly handsome, his features so distinctly chiseled that they seemed to have been sculpted by an artist's hand. Draped only in a skirt made of animal hide, his bronze-toned abs were sharply defined, exuding a raw, untamed beauty. Moreover, he towered above her, and Chu Xinran estimated his height to be at least 2 meters. Chu Xinran gazed at the silver-haired, handsome man standing before her, his bare torso causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. As he approached her, he began to speak, his deep voice delivering a stream of words that left her utterly bewildered. Her mind was filled with question marks, and her eyes reflected a sea of confusion. What language was this silver-haired man speaking? Why could she not comprehend a single word? It was neither Chinese nor English. She had never encountered such a tongue before. What are you saying? Could you please repeat that? Chu Xinran asked, perplexed. After an extensive exchange of unintelligible dialogue, they remained unable to communicate effectively, and the silver-haired man soon realized that she did not understand his language, leaving him equally at a loss. Chu Xinran sighed. Having initially believed she had finally found a fellow human to decipher her surroundings, only to discover that a language barrier rendered communication utterly impossible. Chu Xinran pointed at herself and exclaimed loudly to the silver-haired handsome man, I am Chu Xinran. Chu. Xinran. The silver-haired man opened his mouth to respond, but was unable to articulate those syllables. Observing his struggle, Chu Xinran repeated her name several times, attempting to teach him. After much effort, he could only manage to pronounce Ran correctly. The other 2 characters eluded him entirely. Ran, he pronounced clearly, and with a resigned nod. Chu Xinran decided it would suffice. After all, it was certainly better than being addressed as something ridiculous like Almond Star person. Chu Xinran pointed at the silver-haired handsome man and asked, You. What is your name? Carlo, he replied. This time, Chu Xinran understood the silver-haired man's words. His name was indeed Carlo, a pronunciation reminiscent of English. Carlo gazed at the delicate little female before him, his brow furrowed deeply. During the hot season, prey was scarce, and the warriors of the lion-tiger tribe had returned empty-handed for several days, leaving their kin in dire hunger. Thus, Carlo had ventured into the abyssal forest, hoping to chance upon some game. All beastmen and females in the beastmen continent were acutely aware of the perils lurking within the abyssal forest. Even beastmen dared not traverse it alone, let alone a female. Therefore, Carlo was quite astonished to see a tusked beast pursuing a small female. Yet he still rushed to her aid. He had never encountered such a fair and petite female. Surely, she could not yet be of age. How could an underage female find herself in the abyssal forest? Moreover, her attire was peculiar. He had never seen clothing so soft and lightweight. In their tribe, garments were fashioned solely from animal hides. However, what is that upon your head? Carlo suddenly inquired, pointing to the grass circlet adorning Chu Xinran's head. Chu Xinran comprehended Carlo's intentions and, noticing his curiosity, shyly removed the grass ring she had crafted. In truth, her craftsmanship was rather poor. She remarked, The sun is exceedingly harsh. I fear the scorching rays, so I fashioned it rather haphazardly. Observing Carlo's confusion, she pointed towards the sun and then to her own face, gesturing and explaining for quite some time before Carlo finally grasped her meaning. At this moment, Chu Xinran suddenly noticed that Carlo's hand was still bleeding, and his body bore numerous wounds. She hurriedly approached to inspect him. Carlo was her savior. It was for her sake that he had sustained these injuries. With a tinge of guilt, Chu Xinran urged Carlo to take a seat first. From her backpack, she retrieved the remaining prickly greens from the previous day, kneading them vigorously before applying them to Carlo's bleeding wound. Before long, the bleeding ceased. Carlo, who had been observing Chu Xinran's actions with curiosity, was astonished to witness the rapid cessation of blood flow. What was this remarkable substance that could stop the bleeding so swiftly? In their lion-tiger tribe, the shaman possessed a rare black soil known for its hemostatic properties, but it was a precious and scarce resource, seldom available to the orcs. There had been instances in their tribe where orcs succumbed to excessive bleeding due to the depletion of this black soil. Typically, when faced with minor wounds, they had no choice but to endure the pain. Yet, this small female held a plant that seemed almost magical, capable of halting blood loss in mere moments. However, Carlo wondered if this plant was not equally valuable. You need not use so much on me. This minor injury is nothing. He suddenly gestured with his hand in refusal. Chu Xinran was perplexed by Carlo's sudden struggle, yet with numerous wounds bleeding profusely, she knew she had to prioritize staunching his blood flow. With unwavering determination, She held on to Carlo firmly, preventing his thrashing. She meticulously applied the spurge to the larger wounds and covered the minor ones with adhesive bandages. Once she completed the task, she noticed Carlo gazing longingly at the spurge, which illuminated the reason behind his earlier distress. Chu Xinran pointed to the prickly vegetables, explaining, "There are many, indeed. There are plenty of prickly vegetables." She gestured with a wide circle and then indicated a direction, saying, "There are many over there. That's where I usually gather them." Carlo understood Chu Xinran's implication and, filled with delight, stood up and asked, "Could you take me to gather them?" Chu Xinran was baffled by Carlo's intense focus on the prickly herb, yet she nodded in acquiescence. Before their departure, Carlo ventured to gather a considerable amount of an unidentified grass, which he then spread over the blood of the wild boar. "What is this grass? What purpose does it serve?" Chu Xinran inquired with a hint of curiosity, pointing at the herb. Carlo dipped his fingers into the blood and brought them close to Chu Xinran's nose. The pungent metallic scent of blood wafted towards her. And then Carlo placed the grass atop the blood before offering it for her to smell. The sharp aroma was overwhelming, prompting Chu Xinran to turn her head in distaste. However, the blood scent was entirely masked, and she realized that this herb was meant to conceal the odor of blood. "Odor masking grass," Carlo articulated slowly, instructing Chu Xinran to repeat after him. "Odor masking grass." She echoed his words, and a smile broke across Carlo's face. How delightful he looked when he smiled. Chu Xinran was momentarily taken aback by his grin, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, unaware of her sudden embarrassment. Carlo finished masking the wild boar's blood and effortlessly hoisted the boar onto his shoulder, startling the still-dazed Chu Xinran. Carlo's strength was astonishing. The wild boar appeared to weigh at least 100 pounds, yet he lifted it with such ease as if it were mere feathers. Chu Xinran took Carlo to the place where she had discovered the thistle plants the previous day. Carlo, upon seeing such a vast expanse of thistles, was filled with excitement and hurriedly began to gather a bountiful harvest. With an abundance of these hemostatic plants, the orcs of the lion and tiger tribe would no longer have to helplessly endure their wounds while waiting for the bleeding to cease. Ultimately, it was Chu Xinran who halted Carlo's enthusiastic foraging, as they had gathered an excessive amount, and further collection would render their return impossible. Moreover, besides the thistles, there were numerous other hemostatic plants in the vicinity, all of which Chu Xinran was well acquainted with. Chu Xinran returned to her tree hollow, carrying Carlo, who bore the wild boar. Along the way, Carlo would recite every object he encountered in the local tongue, prompting Chu Xinran to repeat after him. By the time they reached the tree hollow, Chu Xinran had already acquired the ability to articulate simple words such as tree, grass, and sky. Carlo surveyed the hollow and nodded to himself, acknowledging that the little female had indeed chosen a very secure refuge. It was no wonder she had managed to live here alone for such an extended period. Carlo remained under the impression that Chu Xinran had always resided within the abyssal forest, unaware that she had only arrived at this place just the day before. Chu Xinran took out the wild fruits she had foraged from her backpack. Just moments ago, Carlo had informed her that these wild fruits were called red berries, and that the wild boar that had attacked her was referred to here as the tusked beast. Chu Xinran observed that the individuals here bestowed names upon flora and fauna with remarkable vividness, typically deriving them from their physical characteristics. For instance, the wild fruit, being red, is aptly named red fruit, and the wild boar, with its tusks, is referred to as the tusked beast. On their way back, they encountered a wild hare. Before Chu Xinran could discern its identity, Carlo swiftly hurled a spear, striking the hare with precision. Here, the wild hare is known as the long-eared beast. Although Chu Xinran could communicate a few basic phrases with Carlo through gestures and words, deeper conversations eluded her. She resolved to diligently study the local language under Carlo's guidance before seeking clarity about her surroundings. Nevertheless, she had begun to piece together some insights. She surmised that she had arrived in a realm akin to a primitive society on Earth, as evidenced by Carlo's attire made of animal skins and weapons crafted from wood and stone. When it was time to prepare a meal, Chu Xinran produced a lighter to ignite a fire. The astonishment reflected in Carlo's eyes made her realize that fire was likely a rare phenomenon here. Otherwise, his expression would not have been so incredulous. Noticing Carlo's keen interest in the lighter, she offered it to him and demonstrated its use. She observed Carlo's eyes brighten with excitement, full of wonder. Carlo found himself perplexed by this diminutive female. How could she possess so many extraordinary qualities? Their own lion tiger tribe had fire, but it was a precious commodity, solely maintained by a single priest. Yet, this small female could effortlessly conjure flames. Chu Xinran instructed Carlo to venture outside in search of stones. He constructed a rudimentary hearth around the fire. However, although the flames flickered to life, the absence of a pot posed a dilemma for cooking. Chu Xinran found herself in a quandary. Chu Xinran instructed Carlo to retrieve a semicircular stone from outside the tree hollow, and then she handed him a stone knife to commence the excavation. However, despite the knife's sharpness, the evident wear and tear it endured made Chu Xinran feel a pang of sympathy for Carlo. Chu Xinran suddenly recalled her Swiss Army knives, which she had purchased as birthday gifts for the two boys. These knives were quite expensive, crafted with superior quality and an array of functionalities. According to the vendor who sold them to her, these Swiss Army knives could slice through iron as if it were mere clay. Whether they could indeed perform such feats, Chu Xinran was uncertain. She merely hoped to carve away at the stones. Carlo took the knife and tested it against the stone, marveling as it effortlessly cut a gash into it. With a sense of wonder, he carefully followed Chu Xinran's guidance to shape the stone into a pot. Once the stone vessel was completed, Carlo cherished the knife, meticulously cleaning it before solemnly returning it to Chu Xinran. Shaking her head, Chu Xinran insisted, "Carlo, this knife is a gift for you." Understanding her intent, Carlo shook his head in protest, saying, "No, it cannot be. It is far too precious." Chu Xinran, however, was quite resolute. She produced another military knife, gesturing as she explained, "I possess another one, thus I bestow this upon you. Moreover, this blade will wield greater efficacy in your hands." In the end, Carlo accepted the military knife gifted by Chu Xinran. Witnessing her unwavering faith in him, Carlo silently vowed to protect the young female and ensure her safe passage away from the abyssal forest. "However, would you consider accompanying me back to my lion-tiger tribe?" Carlo earnestly posed this question. Unfortunately, Chu Xinran could not comprehend Carlo's words. Observing her bewildered expression, Carlo let out a sigh, deciding it would be best to wait until the young female had acquired more of the language of the beastman continent before continuing their conversation. After handing the Swiss Army knife to Carlo, Chu Xinran took the time to demonstrate its myriad functions, including the large knife, small knife, scissors, wooden ruler, magnifying glass, and more than 30 other features. Carlo, captivated by this extraordinary object he had never encountered before, felt a thrill coursing through him, his hands trembling with excitement. The blade was remarkably sharp, and its numerous functionalities promised to deliver a fatal blow to their quarry during hunts. This was indeed monumental news for their lion and tiger tribe. Perhaps during the snow season, no tribesman would face starvation. However, I need to head to the riverbank to gather the fangs of the beast and the long-eared creatures. Would you like to accompany me? Carlo, unable to part with the knife, repeatedly toyed with it as he inquired of Chu Xinran. Chu Xinran only understood the words tusked beast and long-eared beast. Noticing her confusion, Carlo pointed to the prey and mimicked the action of skinning, followed by a gesture of drinking water. Enlightened, Chu Xinran realized that there was indeed water nearby, a fact she had previously assumed was absent. Overjoyed, she felt as if she could leap with excitement. She had not encountered water from yesterday until today, relying solely on the red fruit to quench her thirst, and had not washed at all. She had planned to search for a water source the following day. Carlo was perplexed by Chu Xinran's exuberance, yet her happiness uplifted his spirits as well. Holding a stone pot, while carrying the tusked beast and long-eared beast, he took her hand and led her toward the riverbank. As he grasped her soft, smooth hand, his heart raced. This was the first time he had held a female's hand. Leaving the tree hollow, he instinctively reached for Chu Xinran's hand, though he reassured himself that it was merely to prevent her from getting lost. Approaching the riverbank, Carlo grew cautious. The most perilous spots in the forest were not the dense thickets, but rather the rivers where all animals came to drink. Numerous predators lay in wait, poised to ensnare unsuspecting prey. When they reached a short distance from the riverbank, Carlo instructed Chu Xinran to remain still while he cautiously surveyed the area for any signs of danger. Once he confirmed it was safe, he guided her to the riverbank. Observing his vigilant actions, Chu Xinran felt immensely grateful to have encountered Carlo. Had she ventured to the river alone, she would have likely rushed without regard for potential hazards. Carlo began to skin the tusked beast and long-eared beast with his military knife, once again marveling at the blade's sharpness. A mere stroke effortlessly sliced through the hide, unlike the laborious effort required with a stone knife. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran washed the mustard greens and wild vegetables she had gathered earlier. After rinsing them, she produced her toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, and towel. She brushed her teeth first, washed her face with soap, and then buried her face in the plush towel, exhaling a contented sigh. She had never realized how delightful it was to freshen up. Noticing Carlo's unwavering gaze upon her, Chu Xinran offered him her spare toothbrush. Carlo, you should try it. It's quite pleasant. Having observed her use of the item, Carlo understood its purpose for dental hygiene. He pointed toward a patch of grass and then to his own teeth. Turning to the indicated grass, Chu Xinran discovered a considerable patch of mint she had overlooked. It appeared that Carlo and his companions utilized this for cleaning their teeth. She plucked a leaf, chewed it, and found its flavor to be both bitter and refreshing. Conveniently, she gathered a handful to take back with her, as her supply of toothpaste was limited and would eventually run out. Besides, mint leaves held numerous medicinal properties, though Carlo insisted it was unnecessary. Chu Xinran nonetheless squeezed a bit of toothpaste onto the toothbrush and handed it to him. She reasoned that these daily necessities could be used sparingly, and she wished for Carlo to experience the comforts of modern living. Carlo, bewildered by the toothbrush, was unsure how to use it. Observing his confusion, Chu Xinran approached him, took the toothbrush, and began brushing his teeth while explaining, "See, just hold it like this and brush up and down. Make sure to cover every corner." As she brushed, Chu Xinran suddenly noticed Carlo's intense gaze fixed upon her face, causing her cheeks to flush. Embarrassed, she hastily thrust the toothbrush into Carlo's hand. "Just brush like that. You can do it yourself. I'll go attend to other matters." With that, she scurried away, unable to bring herself to look at Carlo again. Seeing her retreat, Carlo chuckled softly, feeling a delightful tickle in his heart, as if brushed by a feather. After finishing his dental hygiene and washing his face, Chu Xinran handed him the towel. It was Carlo's first experience with something so soft, and he was curious about the animal hide from which it was made. As Carlo continued to prepare the prey's innards, Chu Xinran, having completed her tasks, began to take in the surroundings by the river. The river stretched endlessly, serving as a vital drinking source for the animals of the forest. Chu Xinran also observed that during their time by the river, several small creatures watched them from a distance, hesitant to approach. Noticing the size of these animals, Chu Xinran astutely recognized that they were likely intimidated by Carlo, which deterred them from coming closer. Chu Xinran tilted her head, gazing curiously at Carlo, intrigued by his origins. Judging by Carlo's brutal handling of the Fang beast moments ago, it was evident that he possessed remarkable strength and an imposing presence, which explained the palpable fear he instilled in the smaller creatures. Yet, one could not help but wonder why he chose to dwell here in solitude. Despite appearing relatively young, he seemed remarkably adept at surviving in this environment, exhibiting a keen awareness of the dangers that surrounded him. How many trials must he have endured to cultivate such a composed and formidable demeanor? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of melancholy washed over Chu Xinran, evoking a sense of empathy for Carlo. It was at that moment she noticed that he was barefoot, which struck her as rather surprising. While she herself wore a pair of athletic shoes and still felt discomfort while walking, Carlo traversed his surroundings unshod. How could he possibly endure such hardship? The notion of crafting a pair of shoes for Carlo sprang to mind, illuminating her thoughts with a sense of purpose. Chu Xinran glanced at the vegetation flourishing by the riverside, searching for quite some time before discovering a suitable type of grass. This particular grass bore a striking resemblance to the ula grass she had encountered before. The leaves of ula grass are slender and supple, with resilient fibers that are not easily broken, making it an ideal material for crafting straw sandals. Chu Xinran cut a large handful of ula grass and then measured Carlo's foot length with the ruler from her Swiss Army knife. Noticing Carlo's curious gaze, she explained, "I am crafting a pair of grass sandals for you, so that your feet will not be pricked." However, Carlo did not comprehend her intentions. He observed her gesturing with the grass, mistakenly believing she was merely amusing herself. "I will finish preparing the innards shortly, just wait a moment," she said, quickening her pace. Thus, the two engaged in a whimsical exchange, neither perceiving any discord in their communication. Chu Xinran was, in truth, uncertain about how to craft straw sandals. After much gesturing and countless failures, she finally grasped a semblance of technique and managed to shape a rudimentary sandal. However, when she reached inside to assess her creation, she found it quite abrasive against her skin. Consequently, she had no choice but to dismantle it and start afresh. Upon finishing with his catch, Carlo approached and noticed numerous cuts adorning Chu Xinran's hands. With a serious demeanor, he grasped her hand firmly, halting her efforts. "What are you doing? Your hands are injured," he remarked. Recalling that Chu Xinran possessed a small adhesive bandage for wounds in her backpack, he gently urged her to return to their hollow in the tree. As Chu Xinran rose from the ground, Propelled by Carlo's assistance, she clutched a substantial handful of ula grass, intent on taking it back for further study. Carlo furrowed his brow at the sight of the plant in her grasp, evidently harboring an aversion to the very flora that had marred her hand. Nevertheless, he accepted it from her, bearing its weight for her. With his quarry slung over his shoulder and a stone pot filled with water in hand, Carlo led Chu Xinran step by step toward the hollow of the tree. Observing Carlo's arduous labor in carrying all their belongings, Chu Xinran contemplated the necessity of devising a basket to alleviate Carlo's burden. Yet, considering her struggles even to craft a simple pair of grass shoes, she pondered how she might accomplish the more intricate task of constructing a basket. With a sigh, Chu Xinran reflected on the arduous journey ahead. Upon returning to the hollow of the tree, she temporarily set aside her thoughts of the straw sandals, choosing instead to prepare a sumptuous lunch for Carlo as a reward for his tireless efforts. Meanwhile, Carlo busied himself with band-aids, intent on applying them to Chu Xinran's hands. In truth, she did not feel her hand was particularly painful. However, witnessing Carlo use all the band-aids on her stirred a pang of sorrow within her heart, as that was the sole box they possessed. Yet, she consoled herself, for it was a testament to Carlo's concern for her well-being. There were countless plants available to staunch bleeding, and she resolved to keep a more plentiful supply in the future. Chu Xinran first instructed Carlo to place the stone pot, filled with water, on the stove. While waiting for the water to boil, Carlo crafted another stone pot and several stone bowls using a military knife. Once the water reached a rolling boil, Chu Xinran poured a bowl of hot water for herself and another for Carlo. Carlo had already diced the meat of the long-eared beast and the tusked beast into suitable sizes and was skewering some of the meat on a branch to roast over the fire, while Chu Xinran selected a few fatty pieces of tusked beast meat to place in the stone pot for rendering oil. As time passed, the fat in the stone pot gradually exuded its rich oils, transforming into a golden brown hue, filling the entire hollow with an appetizing aroma. Carlo, inhaling this unfamiliar scent, found the roasted meat in his hands suddenly lacking in allure. The orcs and females of their lion-tiger tribe were accustomed to roasting meat, sprinkling only a pinch of precious salt upon it, and when the females grew weary of the roasted fare, they would seek out some edible grasses to chew or indulge in a few red berries. Holding a pair of chopsticks fashioned from wood, Chu Xinran delicately picked up a few morsels of meat and offered them to Carlo, who immediately developed a fondness for this delectable and crispy delight. He had never tasted anything so exquisite before. Seeing Carlo's enthusiasm brought a smile to Chu Xinran's face. Although she could not assist him with the physically demanding tasks, she could certainly prepare delicious meals for him. Ever since moving out of the orphanage, she had been cooking for herself, honing her culinary skills remarkably well. She placed all the meat morsels into a bowl and set it beside Carlo, allowing him to savor them at his leisure. Next, she poured a bit of the oil she had rendered into another stone pot. Once the oil heated, she first sauteed the meat of the long-eared beast, followed by the addition of bok choy. Despite the absence of seasonings, garlic, or ginger, she had a few packets of instant noodles in her backpack. Chu Xinran retrieved the seasoning packets from the noodles and added a touch to her stir-fry. After completing this dish, she poured more oil into the pan to stir-fry the meat of the tusked beast. Once it was thoroughly cooked, she added water and waited for it to boil before introducing the noodles and the remaining seasoning packets, finishing with a handful of melon heads. When Chu Xinran had prepared both dishes, Carlo's meat was also perfectly roasted. The two of them sat down to enjoy their meal. Carlo took a bite of the long-eared beast meat sauteed with bok choy, and his eyes instantly lit up. Words failed him as he attempted to describe the flavor he was experiencing. He had never known that long-eared beast meat could be so tender and succulent. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xinran poured a bowl of meat soup for Carlo, brimming with instant noodles and meat. Carlo sampled the noodles, and then voraciously devoured several mouthfuls. He had never encountered such a flavor before. While it did not rival the taste of meat, it provided a certain sense of satiety. Moreover, the warmth of the soup enveloped his belly in a cozy embrace. Were this dish to be enjoyed during the snowy season, the members of the lion and tiger tribe would find themselves warmed, neither succumbing to hunger nor freezing to death. Carlo had always believed that roasted meat was the pinnacle of culinary delight in the Orc continent. Yet upon meeting Chu Xinran, he discovered that food could be prepared in myriad ways, some even surpassing the exquisite flavor of roasted meat. Chu Xinran consumed a bowl of instant noodles, followed by a few pieces of stir-fried meat and wild vegetables, which nearly satiated her hunger. She also sampled the meat roasted by Carlo. However, Despite its tenderness due to the thin slicing, it lacked any discernible flavor, leading her to abandon it after just one bite. Chu Xinran gazed in astonishment as Carlo voraciously consumed meat before her. Considering Carlo's imposing stature, Chu Xinran had intentionally prepared an abundance of instant noodles and meat. However, she had underestimated Carlo's appetite. After ensuring that Chu Xinran was satisfied, Carlo devoured every morsel of the stir-fried meat and the savory broth of the noodles. Even after finishing, he seemed insatiable, polishing off all the grilled meat as well. Chu Xinran gazed in disbelief at the half-eaten tusked beast. Unable to comprehend that she and Carlo had consumed an entire long-eared beast, 5 packets of instant noodles, and half of the tusked beast. It was well known that the long-eared beast weighed at least several dozen pounds, while the tusked beast exceeded 100. Although she was aware of Carlo's large appetite, she had no inkling it reached such extraordinary proportions. Noticing the astonished expression on Chu Xinran's face, Carlo sheepishly wiped his mouth. In truth, he typically did not eat this much. The primary reason for his indulgence was the exquisite taste of Chu Xinran's cooking. Additionally, to accommodate the members of the lion-tiger tribe, he would usually eat only to the point of satiety. After their meal, Carlo instructed Chu Xinran to rest while he used a large stone to block the entrance of the tree hollow. He then hurried to the riverbank with a stone pot and bowl to wash them. Once Carlo departed, Chu Xinran busied herself with tidying up the tree hollow. By the time Carlo returned, the hollow had been transformed, and he brought back a stone pot filled with water. Carlo also returned with the hides of the tusked and long-eared beasts, while Chu Xinran, unfamiliar with the process of tanning hides, could only watch as Carlo diligently worked, redirecting her focus to learning how to weave grass shoes. Throughout the afternoon, each of them was engrossed in their respective tasks, with Carlo occasionally teaching Chu Xinran the local language. As dusk approached, after countless failed attempts, Chu Xinran finally succeeded in crafting a pair of satisfactory grass shoes. Presenting them to Carlo for him to try, she felt a sense of accomplishment wash over her at his delighted reaction, making all her efforts worthwhile. Carlo walked a few paces in the grass shoes, marveling at their softness and comfort. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xinran had been gesturing with the grass with the intention of making him shoes. Observing the new wounds on her hands, Carlo felt a mix of gratitude and concern. He gazed at the petite female before him, unsure of how to express his feelings. This was the first time someone had shown him such care. Since the passing of his mother, no one had cared about whether he had enough to eat, where he was injured, or if he was in pain. He had been too preoccupied with hunting to provide for the tribe to pay attention to such matters. Yet here was this small female, placing him in her thoughts and caring for him deeply. After nightfall, Chu Xinran transformed the leftover meat from the tusked beast into a hearty soup, sauteed some wild greens, and combined it with roasted meat for their dinner. Aware of the cold night ahead, she urged Carlo to maintain a robust fire. She did not wish to be awakened by the chill. Carlo gathered a large quantity of dry grass from outside and laid it on the ground, placing Chu Xinran's down jacket atop it. He marveled at the jacket's softness and thickness, finally feeling reassured. Concerned for her well-being, Carlo had initially worried that the petite female might be cold at night. However, with the down jacket and a warm fire, he believed she would fare much better. He then fashioned a makeshift bed at the entrance of the hollow. As Chu Xinran observed Carlo, who lay bare-chested, her concern grew. The night was frigid, yet Carlo had no covering. The hides he had stripped earlier were still being tanned, and he was sleeping at the entrance where the cold would be most biting. How would he endure such a chilling night? Carlo, however, seemed unfazed by the situation. Seeing Chu Xinran wrap herself in the down jacket and prepare to sleep on the dry grass, he also lay down on the makeshift bed at the entrance. In the hot season of the beastman continent, due to the high daytime temperatures, wild beasts seldom ventured out. Their foraging typically occurred at night and in the early morning, making the depths of the forest more perilous after sundown. Carlo positioned himself at the entrance to guard against any sudden beastly incursions. Chu Xinran lay nestled in her warm down jacket, the crackling sound of burning firewood whispering in her ears. The soft, golden glow cast by the flames illuminated the entire hollow of the tree, wrapping it in a gentle warmth. Yet, as she gazed at Carlo's figure sprawled at the entrance, sleep eluded her. A sense of unease gripped her. She worried that Carlo might not withstand the biting cold. With temperatures plunging so low, the thought of him succumbing to frostbite filled her with dread. If he were to fall ill, there were no antipyretics available to alleviate his suffering. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xinran resolved to act. She softly called out Carlo's name. Upon hearing her, Carlo turned, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Chu Xinran unfolded her down jacket and stammered, "Caro, why don't you come over and sleep here? This jacket is quite spacious. It can accommodate both of us. And you will surely freeze if you stay there." The down jacket that Chu Xinran purchased was indeed quite large, capable of enveloping her from head to toe. Observing her gesture, Caro shook his head and replied, "I am not cold, Ran. You can sleep peacefully. I will keep watch over you here." Chu Xinran could not comprehend Carlo's words. She merely held her down jacket aloft, awaiting his approach. She could not bear to watch Carlo suffer in the cold. Observing this, Carlo sighed, realizing that this little female possessed a rather stubborn yet charming disposition. Noting that Chu Xinran was determined to urge him forward, Carlo hesitated. In truth, he was not afraid of the cold. Was it possible that the little female felt chilly? He possessed another means of warmth, yet could he reveal it to her? In their Orcish realm, such a display was reserved solely for one's mate. However, the little female seemed so fragile. What if she succumbed to the cold? With this thought, Carlo ceased his hesitation and willingly transformed into his beast form. Chu Xinran stood in astonishment as Carlo, a living being before her, transformed into a magnificent lion. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, doubting her own perception, yet no matter how she tried, the figure before her was no longer Carlo, but a robust and formidable lion. Stunned into immobility, her mind blank, she could scarcely believe her own eyes. What kind of insane world was this? How could Carlo possibly become a beast? Yet, inexplicably, within the lion's authoritative and piercing gaze, she discerned a flicker of light that gradually shifted from anticipation to a sense of grievance. Though she ought to have been terrified, the realization that this lion was indeed Carlo softened her heart as she observed the sorrowful expression in his eyes. Despite having known Carlo for merely a day, their mutual reliance had grown within that short span. In this desolate and perilous forest, she had come to trust him deeply, for he had saved her life and was the first person she encountered in this wilderness, evoking a sense of attachment akin to that of fledglings to their guardians. Seeing Chu Xinran's evident fright, Carlo felt a pang of sadness. He had mustered considerable resolve to reveal his beast form in front of her. In their world of beastmen, it was customary for them to assume their beastly forms only during hunting, and otherwise, they were not permitted to do so in the presence of females. A beastman's true form was meant solely for their mate. Did the little female not appreciate his beast form? Carlo's heart was heavy with sorrow at that moment. As Chu Xinran observed the once majestic lion now appearing dejected, even its once proud mane seemed to droop listlessly. She found the scene before her inexplicably amusing. She approached the lion cautiously and, tentatively reaching out to stroke its fur, inquired, "Carlo?" At this gesture, the lion's eyes brightened noticeably, and with excitement, it exclaimed, "Ran." Despite the incredulity that a lion could speak, Chu Xinran felt considerably more composed than before. She gestured, wishing for Carlo to revert to his human form. Eager to clarify the bewildering circumstances surrounding this transformation, Carlo then demonstrated once more, transforming from lion to the silver-haired handsome man he had been earlier. "Carlo, what is happening? Why did you suddenly turn into a lion? Where exactly is this place?" Chu Xinran asked, her words interspersed with the language of the Beastman continent and Chinese. Having spent the day with her, Carlo realized that Chu Xinran appeared unaware of many fundamental aspects of the Beastman continent, incapable of speaking its language or recognizing its various flora and fauna. However, he was unaware that she did not even understand what a beastman was. Carlo felt a sense of frustration as he attempted to explain. After much gesturing, he managed to convey that they were indeed on the Beastman continent, where every male could assume a beast form, while females could not. This revelation was sufficient to leave Chu Xinran astounded. Upon learning that she was referred to as a female here, she silently criticized her situation. Well, if humans could transform into beasts, what else was impossible in this world? Ultimately, Carlo returned to his beast form and lay beside Chu Xinran. By this time, she felt no fear, for she understood that Carlo would not harm her. This lion posed no threat to her whatsoever. Chu Xinran nestled comfortably against Carlo's warm fur and soon drifted into slumber. She had anticipated a restless night. Yet after a day filled with exertion and the enveloping warmth, she quickly succumbed to dreams. At the break of dawn, Chu Xinran rose early, bustling with activity. Uncertain of Carlo's origins or the whereabouts of his home, and hindered by their inability to communicate fluently, they found themselves temporarily residing within this tree hollow. learning the local language from Carlo. Acknowledging their need for a temporary abode, she resolved to tidy the tree hollow, for it had become their home. Carlo, too, recognized this truth. Thus, before the first light of day, he ventured out to hunt. Upon awakening, Chu Xinran discovered that Carlo had already prepared water for her. She used it to freshen up before embarking on the task of cooking. Chu Xinran prepared a pot of wild vegetable soup, awaiting Carlo's return. Given the current high temperatures, meat cannot be stored for long, and considering Carlo's substantial appetite, he must venture out daily to hunt for fresh game. When Carlo returned, he brought back only 3 long-eared beasts. The tusked beasts are typically elusive. Encountering them is rare, and even when met, they are not easily captured. The previous day's successful hunt for a tusked beast was indeed a stroke of luck. Chu Xinran first poured a bowl of wild vegetable soup for Carlo, then took out some bread from her backpack for him to eat. The meat from yesterday had already been consumed, and she felt that having meat so early in the morning was somewhat greasy. Additionally, due to a lack of ingredients, she could only prepare a pot of wild vegetable soup for the time being. Carlo ate 2 pieces of bread but refused to consume more, believing that such delicate food should be reserved for the female. Seeing that she could not persuade Carlo otherwise, Chu Xinran ultimately conceded, realizing that she needed to contemplate a better solution for their dining predicament. Based on Carlo's appetite from the previous day, 3 long-eared beasts would scarcely suffice to satiate him. However, Carlo remained unfazed. His indulgence in the previous day's feast was merely due to a stroke of luck in hunting a formidable tusked beast, and he was aware that such abundant meals would not be commonplace in the future. He had ventured into the abyss forest with the intention of securing prey for his tribe, yet after several days, he had only captured 2 small beasts. It was only on the day he encountered Chu Xinran that he managed to hunt the enormous tusked beast. This morning's catch of 3 tusked beasts was indeed rare. Typically, he would be fortunate to capture even one. This was largely thanks to the sharp military knife gifted to him by Chu Xinran, which proved to be of great assistance. After breakfast, Carlo took Chu Xinran to the riverbank, where he intended to clean the entrails of the long-eared beasts first, followed by the tanning of the 2 hides from the previous day, along with the 3 hides from today. The hides from yesterday had been drying all day, and today they only needed to be soaked in the river. The 3 hides from today required careful washing. With the military knife in hand, Carlo was able to remove the hides intact, ensuring that the tanning process would not compromise their integrity. In contrast, the hides he produced with a stone knife in the past had always been in small, fragmented pieces. Chu Xinran commenced crafting small utensils from timber by the riverbank. Currently, they dined from the stone bowls fashioned by Carlo. However, Chu Xinran found these stone vessels to be rather cumbersome and heavy to handle. Therefore, today she specifically requested Carlo to utilize the saw from his Swiss Army knife to fell a sturdy tree, as she intended to create some wooden bowls. As Chu Xinran skillfully fashioned a bowl using her military knife, she once again felt grateful for her purchase of the 2 exquisite Swiss Army knives. These multifunctional tools had proven to be invaluable to both her and Carlo. Without them, many tasks would have remained unaccomplished. After completing the wooden bowl, she proceeded to create several wooden stools and utensils. Although she harbored the desire to craft a large wooden table, her strength was somewhat insufficient, so she resolved to wait for Carlo to finish his work before enlisting his assistance. Once her tasks were completed, Chu Xinran meandered along the riverbank. Having successfully woven a pair of grass sandals from ula grass yesterday, she felt a budding confidence in her craftsmanship. She aspired to create several woven backpacks and thus needed to locate suitable materials. While ula grass sufficed for sandals, it lacked the durability and length required for backpacks. Eventually, not far from the riverbank, Chu Xinran discovered numerous sturdy vines entwined around a robust tree. Delighted, she examined the vines, which appeared both thick and resilient, ideal for crafting backpacks. After harvesting several lengths of vine, she returned to the riverbank and began contemplating the construction of her backpacks. Chu Xinran decided to start with the base. She meticulously cut the vines into appropriate lengths and wove them into a grid-like foundation before proceeding to create the sides of the backpack. Although the final product was somewhat unsightly, it nonetheless took on the desired shape of a backpack. Chu Xinran gazed at the woven backpack, feeling that it lacked a certain something. After a moment of contemplation, she inserted the ula grass into the gaps between the rattan strips, ensuring that the contents of the backpack would remain secure. Finally, she fashioned 2 rattan strips into shoulder straps, completing the creation of a successful backpack. Chu Xinran hurried to Carlo, carrying a basket on her back, eager to show him her handiwork. Carlo, impressed, gave her a thumbs up, and upon witnessing his clumsy attempt at the gesture, she couldn't help but laugh. This gesture, which she had taught him earlier, was a sign of admiration for his morning's hunt of 3 long-eared beasts. She was pleasantly surprised at how quickly Carlo had learned it. Encouraged by Carlo's praise, Xinran felt invigorated, ignoring the pain in her hands as she hurried to prepare another basket. The one she had crafted was small, intended for her use, but she aimed to make a larger one for Carlo. Time flew, and upon reflection, it had been over half a month since they had taken residence in the Abyss Forest. During this period, Carlo had hunted every morning, while Xinran, in addition to cooking, had discovered numerous edible wild vegetables and fruits in the forest. Most notably, she found a plant reminiscent of scallions, which she added to her dishes. When Carlo tasted the stir-fry with the scallions, he understood her earlier excitement. The addition truly enhanced the flavor. Moreover, as her communication with Carlo progressed, Xinran's linguistic skills flourished, enabling her to engage in daily conversations. It was her first realization of her linguistic talent, likely nurtured by her current environment. Through her interactions with Carlo, she finally comprehended the nature of her surroundings. This land was known as the Orc continent, composed of various Orc tribes. Within these tribes, the Orcs were male shapeshifters, while the females could not transform into beast forms. Typically, Orcs hunted in the wild, while the females managed domestic affairs. Due to the scarcity of females, they were regarded as treasures within the tribes, making it uncommon for a female like Xinran to wander alone. When Carlo inquired about her solitary presence, Xinran fabricated a tale about a natural disaster that had befallen her tribe, leaving her alone. Carlo accepted her story without suspicion. The Orc continent experienced 3 seasons: the scorching hot season, the rainy season, and the snowy season. During the hot season, temperatures soared, and wild beasts rested during the day, emerging only at night and dawn, resulting in a meager catch for the Orcs. The rainy season brought frequent downpours, yet it was also the time when beasts were most abundant, prompting the Orcs to capture large quantities in preparation for the harsh snowy season. The snowy season was the most arduous, with bitter cold that many females could not endure, sometimes leading to their demise. With the landscape blanketed in snow, hunting became nearly impossible, and if stored provisions ran out, many Orcs faced starvation. Carlo belonged to the lion-tiger tribe, comprised of Orcs resembling lions and tigers. As it was currently the hot season and food supplies dwindled, Carlo ventured into the Abyss Forest seeking additional game. Concerned for his tribe's well-being, he hesitated to take Xinran with him, knowing she could not understand his words. After explaining these matters to her, he earnestly asked, "Xinran, do you wish to accompany me to my tribe? My kin are kind-hearted and will welcome you." Without hesitation, Xinran nodded. She could not remain in the Abyss Forest indefinitely. She yearned for human interaction. Trusting Carlo's nature, she believed his tribe would be equally amiable. Their supply of salt, which Carlo had brought, was dwindling, and for the sake of sustenance, they needed to depart. Thus, Xinran willingly agreed to follow Carlo to his tribe. Carlo's excitement was palpable as she consented. His luck had been favorable, yielding a substantial catch, albeit small in size, yet plentiful enough to satiate his tribe. With the decision made, Xinran began to pack their belongings. Although their stay had been brief, she had formed an attachment to the place, as every item was a product of her and Carlo's efforts. Carlo informed her that the journey back to the lion-tiger tribe would take 3 days. Given the distance, Xinran decided to leave behind some items, such as the stone pot, wooden bowls, and stools, which could be replaced upon arrival at the tribe. Ultimately, she donned her backpack, while Carlo carried the game and hides, and they set off with light burdens. Xinran also brought along 2 sharp tusks from a previous hunt, believing they might prove useful in the future. Before departing, Xinran asked Carlo to find a large stone to seal the entrance of their makeshift home, not wanting wild beasts to intrude and disturb what had been her sanctuary. They might one day return. As they set out, Carlo transformed into a lion, allowing Xinran to ride on his back. Initially fascinated by the sensation of the soft lion's mane beneath her fingers, her enjoyment quickly faded as the sun rose higher, its rays scorching her skin. She had woven a grass ring to shield her head, but it proved ineffective against the oppressive heat. Despite her discomfort, Xinran remained silent, not wishing to burden Carlo, who was already straining under her weight. In the Orc continent, it was customary for Orcs to consume only breakfast and dinner. Since meeting Xinran, Carlo had begun to partake in lunch, yet they decided to adhere to the traditional meal schedule to expedite their journey to the lion-tiger tribe. After a day of travel, as dusk approached, Carlo reverted to his human form and set Xinran down. It was then that Carlo noticed her sunburned face, and he awkwardly reached out to touch her reddened skin. "Xinran, why didn't you tell me? Does it hurt?" This was his first encounter with a female whose skin could burn. The females of his tribe, while not as resilient as the orcs, were not so fragile. "I was careless," he lamented. "Perhaps we should travel at night and rest during the day in the future?" Carlo felt regretful, knowing Xinran was more delicate than the average female, but having overlooked this fact throughout the day. Chu Xinran shook her head gently and said, "Carlo, it's all right. You'll gradually acclimate." Chu Xinran cannot possibly remain indoors throughout the sweltering season. Thus, she must acclimate herself to the sunlight here. Moreover, Carlo had informed her that the night is perilous, as all the beasts emerge to roam, making daytime travel the safest option, while nighttime should be reserved for rest. What would happen if she ventured out at night, only to encounter a beastly attack? Chu Xinran applied a touch of hand cream to her flushed cheeks before commencing the preparation of dinner. Since Carlo had endured a long journey that day, leaving him quite fatigued, she resolved to prepare a hearty feast of roasted meat for him. The meat had already been cut into pieces, and Carlo assisted in igniting the fire while Chu Xinran took it upon herself to grill the meat. Carlo, in his grilling, only used a rather bitter salt, whereas Chu Xinran had discovered a tart fruit in the forest that bore a striking resemblance to lemon in taste. Consequently, she would squeeze a bit of this fruit's juice over the meat while grilling, allowing it to release its natural aroma and transforming it into an even more succulent and delectable dish. Chu Xinran felt somewhat unwell and was unable to consume the greasy roasted meat, so she nibbled on a piece of bread. During the night, Carlo instructed Chu Xinran to climb a large tree by standing on his shoulders. Once she settled comfortably, Carlo carried their belongings up the tree and joined her. He allowed Chu Xinran to rest her head on his shoulder as she drifted off to sleep. Initially, she wished to converse with Carlo, but after a day under the sun, her body felt fatigued, and she soon succumbed to slumber. After Chu Xinran fell asleep, Carlo tightened the down jacket around her and vigilantly kept watch throughout the night without a moment's rest. When Chu Xinran awoke the following day, she felt considerably rejuvenated. Their breakfast consisted once again of roasted meat. Lacking a pot, they could only prepare the simplest version. After their meal, they resumed their journey. This time, Chu Xinran ingeniously fashioned large leaves to cover her head, shielding her entire face. This method proved effective, and by nightfall, her complexion had not suffered severely from the sun, which reassured Carlo. Their resting place was beside a river, as they had exhausted their water supply and needed to refill. The cups they used for collecting water were meticulously carved by Carlo himself and were quite functional, holding a substantial volume. Chu Xinran creatively fashioned a lid from animal hide to cover the water cup. Over the past 2 days of travel, they had encountered no significant danger. However, Carlo had taken a bit longer to locate the river. Consequently, they found themselves dining in the darkness. After their evening meal, while Chu Xinran washed up by the riverbank, she was unexpectedly attacked by a wild beast. At that moment, Carlo was nearby, organizing their belongings. Upon witnessing Chu Xinran in peril, he swiftly transformed into a lion and charged toward the threatening creature. This was the first time Chu Xinran witnessed Carlo in such a ferocious state. The beast was comparable to Carlo's own beast form, yet Carlo fiercely clamped his jaws around the creature's neck, refusing to relinquish his grip regardless of the beast's relentless attacks. Gradually, the creature ceased its struggles. As Carlo reverted to his human form, Chu Xinran hurried over, applying the spiny herbs she had prepared in her backpack to his bleeding wounds. She then tore strips from her clothing to bandage his injuries. "Carlo, are you all right?" she inquired anxiously after tending to his wounds. Carlo shook his head, responding, "I'm fine. I often suffer minor injuries while hunting. They heal in a few days. Moreover, today we were fortunate enough to capture a sharp-horned beast." Chu Xinran gazed at the formidable horned beast that had attacked her, observing its resemblance to a cow, albeit a far more ferocious version, with 2 exceptionally sharp horns adorning its head and a colossal physique. It was no wonder that Carlo had sustained injuries from its piercing attack. Dragging his wounded body, Carlo attempted to gather the concealing herbs, but Chu Xinran swiftly intervened, urging him to rest while she ventured forth to collect ample herbs to cover the horned beast. As night enveloped them, the The risk of attracting more ferocious predators due to the scent of blood loomed ominously. Once she had adequately concealed the beast with the herbs, Chu Xinran and Carlo ascended a large tree by the riverbank. Neither of them slept that night. They merely waited for dawn's arrival. When the sun finally emerged, a sigh of relief escaped Chu Xinran's lips, grateful that the perilous night had passed without further danger. However, with Carlo injured, the challenge of transporting the horned beast presented itself. Though Carlo could manage smaller long-eared creatures, the sheer size of the horned beast was a considerable burden for him. Frustration set in as Chu Xinran contemplated the massive creature before her, until an ingenious idea struck her. She retrieved the vines she had previously used to weave a basket and crafted a large, sturdy net. Placing the horned beast within this creation, they could simply pull it along as they journeyed. With Carlo's considerable strength, maneuvering the horned beast would pose no challenge. Together, they set forth, ultimately reaching the lion and tiger tribe before sunset. Chu Xinran initially presumed that the lion-tiger tribe would resemble a quaint village. However, she was taken aback when Carlo led her to the base of a mountain. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the air, a response swiftly echoed back. Moments after Carlo transformed into his human form, a throng of exuberant orcs came rushing toward them. At the forefront was a striking golden-haired orc, who, with a hearty laugh, playfully pounded Carlo's shoulder and exclaimed, "Carlo, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how worried we have been about you? The chieftain was furious upon learning that you ventured alone into the abyss forest. If you hadn't returned soon, Dao and I were preparing to search for you ourselves." The other orcs chimed in with joyous greetings, equally thrilled by Carlo's return. Carlo, smiling at the crowd, reassured them, "Kevin, Dao, I am perfectly fine. I have returned safely. Haven Ti?" It was then that Kevin noticed the bounty Carlo had brought back, exclaiming in delight, "Impressive, Carlo. You managed to hunt so many creatures. And you even caught a spiked horned beast. Carlo, you are truly remarkable." Kevin hurried over to inspect the spiked horned beast, curiously touching the vine net that bound it. "Carlo, what is this? I have never seen anything like it before." At that moment, Chu Xinran was hiding behind Carlo, gazing curiously at the towering orcs. Due to her diminutive stature, the orcs had yet to notice her presence. Carlo turned his head, gently comforting her with a light pat on the shoulder before inquiring, "Where's my father? I have something to tell him." It was then that Kevin spotted Chu Xinran behind Carlo and exclaimed, "Goodness! Carlo, where did you find this little female? You've actually brought back a female. How fortunate you are." Kevin looked at the little female with envy. He had never encountered one so beautiful and with such fair skin. According to the customs of their orc continent, if an orc discovered a female in the wild, the orc was granted the right to pursue her preferentially. Carlo shot Kevin a glare, and then shielded Chu Xinran behind him to obscure her from the gaze of the orcs. He turned to a particularly robust orc beside him and asked, "Dao, where are my father and the elder shaman?" Dao scratched his head and replied in a somewhat simple-minded manner, "The chieftain and the elder shaman are currently in the square." Carlo nodded and, after handing over the prey to Kevin and Dao, carefully guided Chu Xinran toward the square. As they made their way, Chu Xinran noticed many orcs and females gazing at her with curiosity, causing her to shyly retreat further behind Carlo. She did not recognize a single person there, and the rapid exchanges between the orcs and Carlo had left her utterly bewildered. Usually, Carlo spoke at a much slower pace for her comprehension. Upon reaching the center of the square, they found a middle-aged orc and an elderly one waiting for them. As soon as he spotted Carlo, the middle-aged orc erupted with anger, exclaiming, "Carlo, how dare you be so reckless, running off to the abyss forest alone? If something were to happen to you, how could I explain it to your deceased mother? Is this how you honor her memory?" Faced with his father's ire, Carlo felt a pang of guilt and apologized, "Father, I'm sorry. I won't be so reckless again. I was just worried that the elders in our tribe might go hungry, so I thought I'd try my luck in the abyss forest." Chu Xinran was oblivious to their conversation, but upon noticing Carlo's despondent demeanor, she gently tugged at his hand in an attempt to console him. The chieftain, having listened to Carlo's words, let out a helpless sigh, feeling a pang of sorrow. He lamented his own inadequacy as a leader, which had led to the tribe of lions and tigers suffering from hunger, thus forcing Carlo to resort to such desperate measures. Meanwhile, the priest Victor, observing the situation, interjected, "Enough, Reese. The child's safe return is what truly matters. Carlo had only the best intentions." The priest turned to Chu Xinran and, with a tone of warmth, inquired, Child, from whence do you come? With a hint of anxiety, Chu Xinran cast a glance at Carlo, who promptly moderated his speech to reiterate the words of the ritual. It was at this moment that the chieftain noticed the young female companion beside Carlo. Father, grandfather of the ritual, he introduced, this is Ran, whom I encountered in the abyssal forest. Her kin perished in a natural disaster, leaving her as the sole survivor, which is why I brought her back. Ran is not yet familiar with the language of the Orc continent. She is still in the process of learning, so she may find it a bit challenging to understand. Carlo elaborated to the chieftain and the elder of the ritual. Chu Xinran smiled at the chieftain and the shaman, awkwardly speaking in the language of the beastman continent. Father, grandfather shaman, greetings. My name is Chu Xinran, but you may call me Xiao Ran. Upon hearing her address, Carlo was taken aback and looked at her in surprise, as did the chieftain and the shaman. Noticing their astonished expressions, Chu Xinran was puzzled and turned to Carlo, asking, "What's wrong? I called you like you did. Wasn't that correct?" Carlo soon realized that Chu Xinran was uncertain of how to properly address his father and the shaman, rather than the misunderstanding he initially thought. Xiao Ran, this is my father, the chieftain of the Lion-Tiger tribe. You should refer to him as uncle or chieftain. Upon comprehending Carlo's explanation, Chu Xinran's face flushed crimson, wishing she could find a hole to hide in, lamenting her own foolishness. Observing her embarrassment, the shaman burst into hearty laughter, then slowed his speech and kindly said, "Ah, I see now. Xiao Ran, are you willing to join our Lion-Tiger tribe? We warmly welcome every beastman and female who wishes to be part of our community." Chu Xinran nodded, feeling that the elder priest before her exuded a benevolent aura, reminiscent of the nurturing presence of her mother, the dean. The chieftain also bore a familiar countenance. "Little Ran, are you still an underage female?" the chieftain inquired. Upon hearing this question, Chu Xinran hastily shook her head. "Of course not. I am of age. I have been an adult for quite some time." On her way here, she had observed that the females in this place were all nearly 1.8 meters tall, and her own height of just over 1.6 meters did indeed make her appear juvenile in comparison. However, she was already in her 20s and had long since reached adulthood. The chieftain looked at Chu Xinran and asked, "Since you are of age, which beastman's home do you wish to reside in?" Upon hearing the question, Chu Xinran unhesitatingly pointed towards Carlo, who, upon noticing this, appeared noticeably delighted. Prior to arriving at the Lion-Tiger tribe, he had already engaged in discussions with Chu Xinran regarding this matter. In the Orc continent, it is customary for females to reside with their parents. In the case of Chu Xinran, she would need to temporarily select an Orc to cohabit within the tribe, for living alone would pose significant dangers. However, it is important to note that other Orcs also possess the right to pursue this female. Upon hearing Carlo's words, Chu Xinran naturally expressed her desire to reside with him, for they had always lived in such a manner within the abyssal forest. Moreover, she was only acquainted with Carlo in this place, and she had no intention of sharing her abode with a stranger of the beastly kind. The chieftain gathered all members of the Lion-Tiger tribe and proceeded to introduce Chu Xinran to them. Most of the beast folk and females received her with kindness. As soon as the chieftain concluded his introduction, several curious females encircled Chu Xinran, bombarding her with questions. "Little Ran, I am Amy. What kind of beast hide is your clothing made from? It feels so incredibly soft," inquired an adorably charming female as she gently touched Chu Xinran's garment, her curiosity evident. Chu Xinran removed her coat and handed it to Amy, replying, "It is made of cotton and linen." Cotton? Linen? Amy was puzzled by these terms, yet she marveled at how incredibly soft and comfortable the garment felt to her touch. During the warm season, she could only wear animal hides, which were both stifling and uncomfortable. Curiously, Amy reached out to touch Chu Xinran's face and exclaimed, "Xiao Ran, your skin is so soft, smooth to the touch, and so fair." Chu Xinran noticed that the people here spoke quite candidly, with compliments flowing freely from their lips. She smiled bashfully and responded to Amy, "You are quite adorable as well." Several younger females expressed curiosity about Chu Xinran's attire, while a few older mothers, having learned that the binding device for the sharp-horned beast was crafted by her, hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Xiao Ran, is that device you made? Could you teach us how to create one? With such a tool, we need not trouble the beastmen for assistance in the future." Upon hearing their questions, Chu Xinran nodded. "Of course, that device is called a rattan net, made from rattan strips. I can also teach you how to make a basket, which is more convenient for carrying items than rattan. However, it is getting late. I shall instruct you tomorrow. The mothers were delighted, and their impression of Chu Xinran improved significantly. The people here were quite friendly towards her, yet suddenly, Chu Xinran noticed a stunning female in the crowd glaring at her with palpable hostility. Confused, she wondered how she could have offended this female so soon after her arrival. Observing her gaze fixed on Lilith, Amy whispered, "Xiaoran, pay no mind to Lilith. She is undoubtedly envious of you. She has a rather foul temper. Before you arrived, Lilith constantly boasted about being the most beautiful female of the lion-tiger tribe, and now she must feel that you have overshadowed her. Just ignore her." Understanding the source of Lilith's animosity, Chu Xinran found it somewhat amusing. Was she truly being targeted without cause? Amy then pulled forth a quiet female from behind her, introducing, "Xiaoran, this is Nina. Nina, do say a word to Xiaoran." Upon noticing Nina's evident fluster, Chu Xinran observed her struggle to find her voice. Sensing the awkwardness, Chu Xinran took the initiative to greet her, saying, "Hello, Nina, I am Chu Xinran, but you may call me Xiaoran." Blushing, Nina shyly echoed, "Xiaoran," before hastily retreating behind Amy. With a resigned glance at Nina, Amy turned to Chu Xinran and explained, "Xiaoran, please do not take offense. Nina is a bit shy, but like me, she warmly welcomes you to our lion and tiger tribe." Chu Xinran smiled warmly at Nina and nodded, expressing her joy at joining the lion and tiger tribe. At that moment, Carlo approached her after finishing his conversation with the group of orcs. Noticing this, Amy mischievously winked at Chu Xinran before taking Nina away. "So how are you?" Carlo inquired with genuine concern, hoping that Chu Xinran would adapt to the tribe where he had grown up. Although the lion and tiger tribe was impoverished, the majority of its inhabitants possessed kind hearts, and Chu Xinran would surely come to cherish her time among them. Chu Xinran nodded, expressing her contentment. "They have all been very kind to me, and I have also made 2 new friends, Amy and Nina. Tomorrow, I will teach those mothers how to make baskets." Upon hearing this, Carlo felt a weight lift from his heart. Clearly, Chu Xinran's former tribe must have been quite formidable, which explained the plethora of novel items he had never encountered before. Fortunately, Chu Xinran did not look down upon their tribe. However, upon hearing her last remark, he quickly responded, "Ran, I understand that these items belong to your tribe, and they are yours. If you do not wish to share them with others, please do not feel compelled to do so. It is your prerogative." Chu Xinran shook her head, feeling quite indifferent. "Carlo, now that I have joined the lion and tiger tribe, I am a part of it. I am more than willing to impart my knowledge to those mothers." As Chu Xinran and Carlo engaged in conversation, they were suddenly greeted by the sight of an endearing little lion joyfully bounding towards Carlo, frolicking around him with glee. Carlo chuckled softly, affectionately patting the lion's head, and said, "Karen, transform into your human form. I have someone to introduce to you." Upon hearing Carlo's words, the little lion swiftly morphed into an adorable boy of approximately 7 or 8 years old. Witnessing such a remarkable transformation, Chu Xinran found herself considerably more composed. The little boy, brimming with joy at the sight of Carlo, rushed towards him exclaiming, "Brother, you have finally returned. I've missed you so much." Carlo then pointed to the boy, introducing him to Chu Xinran. "Ran, this is my younger brother, Karen." Upon seeing Karen gazing at her with a bewildered expression, Chu Xinran bent down to gently caress Karen's cheek and said, "Hello, Karen, I am Sister Xiaoran." "Hello, Sister Xiaoran," Karen exclaimed joyfully. Chu Xinran retrieved a few pieces of candy from her backpack and handed them to Karen, who received them with curiosity, unaware of what these delights were. Chu Xinran unwrapped one piece and placed it into Karen's mouth, prompting the latter to widen her eyes in astonishment. "It's sweet. How can it be so sweet?" Karen exclaimed, marveling at the candy nestled within her mouth. Seeing Karen's adorable reaction, Chu Xinran couldn't help but smile. To her, children were eternally the most endearing beings. The other little beast folk and females gazed at Karen with envy, their eyes brimming with longing. Observing this, Chu Xinran beckoned them over and distributed candy to each child. Imitating her earlier actions, the children eagerly popped the sweets into their mouths, each one filled with joy at the delightful taste. Some even discreetly shared their treasures with their parents, wishing for them to experience such sweetness. As she noticed the grateful expressions from the children's parents, a pang of sadness struck Chu Xinran. Children ought to be the most carefree beings in the world, yet the little beast folk and females here appeared malnourished and frail. Their joy in receiving a mere piece of candy a poignant reminder of their hardships. Chu Xinran suddenly felt that her inexplicable arrival in this place might indeed be a form of destiny, perhaps to improve the lives of these beastmen. At that moment, Lilith, who had been glaring at Chu Xinran, unexpectedly approached them. With a disdainful glance at Chu Xinran, she haughtily addressed Carlo. Where did you find such an eyesore? What right does she have to join our lion-tiger tribe? Lilith. Amy, unable to tolerate Lilith's words, stepped forward to rebuke her. What does this have to do with you? The chieftain and the high priest have already agreed to allow Sharon to join us, so why are you spouting nonsense? Who knows where she came from? She looks strange and might be here to harm us. Lilith continued her unreasonable tirade. Many of the females around were displeased with Lilith's remarks and spoke up for Chu Xinran. Lilith, stop spreading baseless rumors. Seeing that no one was on her side, Lilith grew anxious. She rushed towards Carlo, trying to grab him, but he evaded her grasp. Carlo, are you not on my side as well? Lilith, Sharon is a wonderful female. You should not spread falsehoods here, Carlo sternly admonished her. Lilith, noticing the gazes of the beastmen and females around her, filled with curiosity and amusement, stomped her foot in frustration and stormed off in anger. Chu Xinran gazed at Lilith, who had inexplicably sought trouble and just as inexplicably departed, leaving her somewhat bewildered. She could hardly comprehend what Lilith had said, as her speech had been exceedingly rapid. However, the surrounding remarks criticizing Lilith were quite clear to her. The commotion surrounding Lilith swiftly subsided, and the orcs and females of the lion-tiger tribe rejoiced upon seeing the bounty of prey brought back by Carlo and Chu Xinran. Their tribe's warriors had been unfortunate in their hunts over the past few days, relying solely on the wild fruits gathered by the females during their foraging to stave off hunger. As Chu Xinran observed the fire igniting in the square, several orcs had already cleared away the remnants of their hunt, and the females began to roast the meat. Being new to the lion and tiger tribe, she refrained from speaking much, quietly watching the females' movements. She noted that their method of roasting the meat was akin to Carlo's previous approach, merely sprinkling coarse salt upon it. Yet, despite the simplicity of the meal, it was evident that every orc and female in the tribe relished their food. The younger orcs exhibited the largest appetites, while the females consumed the least. Chu Xinran even noticed that some of the elder orcs and females merely nibbled on a piece of roasted meat before turning to red fruits, leaving the meat for the younger ones. Witnessing such a scene stirred a profound sadness within her. When she first arrived at the orphanage, she cried daily, lamenting her own misfortune. It was only through the nurturing care of the headmistress that she gradually began to heal. Upon entering society, she often felt anger and sorrow in response to injustices or setbacks at work. However, observing the tribe members of the lion and tiger tribe struggling to secure enough to eat made her realize that her past grievances paled in comparison. At least she had been able to eat her fill each day, free from the cold and the constant threat of danger, whereas such basic comforts were merely a distant dream for the tribe's inhabitants. Carlo, unaware of the sudden shift in Chu Xinran's mood, extended his roasted meat towards her. Chu Xinran, I'm not hungry. You eat, she replied, shaking her head. Seeing her in such a state, Carlo felt a twinge of concern. After dinner, he led her to their living quarters, where Chu Xinran discovered that the tribe members resided in caves at the foot of the mountain. Carlo's cave was spacious yet stark, furnished only with a stone bed covered by a thick hide. Having been absent for several days, dust had settled within the cave. At that moment, Chu Xinran could no longer dwell on her earlier melancholy. She joined Carlo in tidying up the cave. Once they finished cleaning, Chu Xinran faced a dilemma upon seeing the solitary bed. You sleep here. I can lay down on the ground with some straw, Carlo suggested earnestly. Chu Xinran shook her head, declaring that this method was impractical. Carlo, the ground is far too cold. Sleeping on it would not be beneficial for your bones. Although the stone bed was also quite chilly, it was at least separated by a thick layer of animal hide, which offered some slight comfort. Ultimately, with no better options, Chu Xinran resolved to have Carlo transform into his beast form, allowing them to share the stone bed together. Chu Xinran spread her down jacket on the stone bed and nestled into the soft fur of the lion's abdomen. For the past several days, she had been sleeping in this manner with Carlo. Although it was warm, sleep eluded her. Residing in the cave was not a sustainable solution. While the youth could endure it, she had observed many elderly individuals in the lion-tiger tribe, some of whom were disabled. These elders, having lived in the cave for an extended period, were susceptible to the cold, which would exacerbate their frail health. However, as a newcomer to the tribe, the beastmen were not as trusting of her as they were of Carlo. She could not hastily suggest relocation, and if they were to move, where would they go? They would likely need to construct houses, but how? What kind of houses? These were all pressing concerns. Thus, Chu Xinran resolved to take things step by step, first finding food to gain the tribe's trust before delving into these more profound issues. Early the next morning, Carlo led the tribe's warriors on a hunting expedition. When the beastmen observed the military knife in Carlo's hand, they gathered around in astonishment. "Carlo, what is this?" Before Carlo could intervene, Kevin curiously reached out to touch the blade, drawing blood immediately. "What is this made of? Why is it so sharp?" Kevin was taken aback, as were the other beastmen, who were accustomed to using dull stone knives, relying solely on their strength to hunt. Seeing their curiosity, Carlo decided to demonstrate the knife's capabilities. He found a sturdy tree and used the saw feature of the knife to cut it down with ease. The beastmen were left in awe, as they typically struggled with stone axes, taking a considerable amount of time to fell a tree. Abel, observing the crowd around Carlo, scoffed quietly. Kevin whispered to Carlo, "While you were away, the chief had Abel lead us on hunts. Now that you're back, he has appointed you as the hunting team leader again," which has irked Abel. Carlo had little reaction to this. Abel was a stray beastman taken in by his father, resembling a python. For reasons unknown, Abel had always been at odds with Carlo, often challenging him. However, as Abel had not caused any significant trouble, Carlo did not pay him much mind. During the hunting expedition, the beastmen once again witnessed the knife's prowess. While hunting a tusked beast, Carlo delivered a fatal blow to its neck with the knife. Previously, during such hunts, they often sustained minor injuries from the tusked beast's sharp fangs. "Carlo, where on earth did you acquire this? Do you have more?" Kevin asked enviously, gazing at the military knife in Carlo's hand. "It was gifted to me. There are no more," Carlo replied with a boastful tone. Kevin, hearing this, huffed. It was given by a female, and he did not believe Carlo's claim of having none left. He resolved to inquire about it later. Meanwhile, Abel, who overheard their conversation, cast a sharp glance at Carlo's knife. On the other side, Chu Xinran, lying half awake on her bed, suddenly felt as though someone was watching her. Startled, she opened her eyes to find Karen peering over the edge of the bed, his bright eyes fixed on her. Upon noticing Chu Xinran had awakened, Karen cheerfully greeted her. "Good morning, Sister Xinran. The sun is shining. Why are you still in bed?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chu Xinran quickly sat up. She had spent much of the night lost in thought, leading to her late rising. "Good morning, Karen. Have you had breakfast?" she asked, gently patting his head. Karen still lived with the chief, while Carlo had moved out on his own upon reaching adulthood. "I had 2 red fruits," Karen replied. "Did your brother have breakfast? Why did he leave so early?" Chu Xinran's concern grew at the thought of Carlo going hunting on an empty stomach. Such a dangerous endeavor required nourishment for strength. "Brother ate roasted meat," Karen answered. Due to the recent scarcity of game, their father had advised conserving the meat, allowing only the hunting and guard teams to eat roasted meat, while those remaining in the tribe had to settle for red fruits. Relieved by Karen's words, Chu Xinran retrieved a piece of bread from her backpack and handed it to him. "Here, have some of this. It's delicious." Karen hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to temptation, taking a cautious bite and immediately enchanted by the flavor. "Sister Xinran, what is this?" "It's soft and fragrant. This is called bread," Chu Xinran said, pleased to see Karen's delight, and offered him a few more pieces. Karen looked at the bread in his hands and hesitantly asked, "Sister Xinran, can I share this with my friends?" "Of course," she replied, patting his head once more. "It's wonderful that you want to share something delicious with your friends. You're such a good child." Flushed with pride from her praise, Karen happily took the bread to find his companions, while Chu Xinran prepared her toiletries and towel to wash by the river. Not far from the lion-tiger tribe's dwelling was a river. Chu Xinran recalled Carlo mentioning that the area from the river to the foot of the mountain was safe, with guards patrolling to ensure the tribe's security. Chu Xinran emerged from the cave, clutching her belongings. To her surprise, she found that the inhabitants of the tribe were already awake, including the children, all engaged in various tasks. It seemed she was the only one who had lingered in slumber until now. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chu Xinran hastened to the riverbank, where she encountered several females busy tanning animal hides. These women greeted her warmly, their enthusiasm palpable. As Chu Xinran retrieved her toothbrush to brush her teeth and splashed her face with soap, the curious gazes of several females bore down on her, creating an immense pressure. She offered them a fleeting smile before taking a towel to pat her face dry. The toothpaste and soap in her possession were dwindling. These items were consumables that would inevitably be exhausted. The toothpaste was manageable, as peppermint leaves could serve as a substitute. But what of the soap? She understood that the soap was likely derived from the soapberry. Yet where could one possibly find a soapberry tree? After finishing her morning hygiene routine, Chu Xinran gathered several pieces of wood by the riverside and crafted a few wooden bowls, chopsticks, and basins using her military knife. A few curious females who had been observing her actions could no longer contain their intrigue and approached her. "Xiaoran, what are you making?" inquired an elder female. "Mother, these are chopsticks, which can be used instead of hands when eating roasted meat. They are cleaner and won't burn you. This is a wooden bowl for serving food. And this basin can hold water, so we won't have to keep running to the river when we need it. I will also make wooden barrels for storing even more water," Chu Xinran explained incrementally. In truth, she had intentionally set out to create these items today to educate the females about their benefits, hoping to inspire them to adopt these practices and gradually transform their existing way of life. The eyes of the females brightened at Chu Xinran's words. Indeed, having these items would make life much more convenient. "Xiaoran, could you teach us how to make these items?" they asked eagerly. Of course. Chu Xinran nodded and proceeded to make more wooden bowls, chopsticks, a basin, and a barrel with her knife. Admittedly, her craftsmanship was not particularly refined due to her limited strength, resulting in uneven edges on her creations. She lent her knife to the elder female who had initially asked her, with considerable strength. The elder quickly understood Chu Xinran's instructions and produced a beautifully crafted wooden bowl that far surpassed Chu Xinran's efforts. At that moment, a crowd of females had gathered around Chu Xinran. Except for those who were out foraging, nearly all the females of the tribe had come to witness the spectacle. Even the chief and the shaman, upon hearing the commotion, arrived. Seeing the elder excel at the task, Chu Xinran smiled awkwardly and stepped aside, temporarily relinquishing her knife to the elder so she could teach the others. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran took a few other females to the riverside to gather some ula grass and vines, preparing to teach them how to weave carrying baskets. Chu Xinran first crafted a basket woven from ula grass. Upon witnessing her demonstration as she donned the basket, the female members of the tribe were filled with excitement. This innovation would allow them to gather red fruits without relying on cumbersome animal skins, which could scarcely hold more than a few fruits and were inconvenient to carry. The chieftain's eyes sparkled at the sight of the basket. If crafted larger, it could serve the hunting orcs in transporting their game. Moreover, the vine nets they had observed the previous day could also be utilized for this purpose. The process of weaving the basket and the vine net was somewhat intricate, necessitating a longer teaching time from Chu Xinran. However, the females displayed remarkable dexterity, swiftly mastering the techniques. At that moment, the gathering females returned from foraging for red fruits. Amy, noticing their activity, approached curiously. Upon seeing the return of the foraging team, the chieftain placed several red fruits they had collected into a large basket. Encouraging one female to give it a try, she effortlessly shouldered the basket, prompting the rest of the foraging females to rush over. The red fruits were sizable, and each could carry only 3 at most, yet the basket could hold 6 or 7. If they carried such a basket while foraging, they could bring back a greater bounty. Thus, the foraging team joined in the efforts to weave baskets and vine nets. When Carlo and the others returned from their hunt, they found the tribe's females gathered by the river, industriously crafting their creations. Since Chu Xinran had taught them to weave baskets and vine nets, the females had cleverly extrapolated and created various small items, sparking a wave of weaving enthusiasm within the lion and tiger tribe. As Carlo returned, he hurried to Chu Xinran's side, observing her as she diligently instructed the nearby females. He stood silently, waiting for her attention. However, the peculiar item on Carlo's foot caught the interest of Amanda, the leader of the foraging team, who held considerable respect within the tribe, second only to the chieftain and the priest. "What is that on your foot, Carlo?" she inquired. "It is something that Ran made for me," Carlo replied, his tone understated yet tinged with pride. The thought of Chu Xinran's thoughtful creations filled him with uncontainable joy. "Little Ran, could you teach us how to make what Carlo is wearing?" Amanda asked Chu Xinran, having overheard Carlo's words. Chu Xinran nodded, remarking on the grass sandals worn by Mandala's mother and Carlo. These sandals not only provided warmth but also safeguarded the feet from the sharp objects strewn upon the ground. The surrounding females expressed their delight upon hearing her words, for in contrast to the rugged skin of the orcs, the skin of females and children was considerably more delicate. often suffering from cuts and abrasions. The introduction of grass sandals would greatly ameliorate their plight. Observing the excitement radiating from those around her, Chu Xinran continued, "In truth, there exist numerous types of footwear beyond these grass sandals, akin to the pair adorning my feet. However, at present, we can only procure materials for crafting grass sandals. The other resources remain elusive, though I am confident that opportunities will arise in the future." The members of the lion-tiger tribe had long noticed the uniqueness of Chu Xinran's attire and footwear, which were unlike anything they had ever encountered. Now, hearing her words, they brimmed with anticipation, hoping fervently that her vision could indeed become a reality. Chu Xinran gathered some ula grass and demonstrated to Mander and the other females how to weave grass sandals. The females quickly mastered the art of crafting these sandals, with some even producing pairs sturdier than the one Chu Xinran had made for Carlo. Observing this, Chu Xinran resolved to create another pair of sandals for Carlo, as the current pair seemed rather rudimentary compared to those crafted by the females in the tribe. She felt somewhat embarrassed to let Carlo continue to wear them so proudly. Chu Xinran removed her coat and cut a piece of thick fabric from it. She then inserted the fabric snugly into the bottom of the straw sandals she was crafting, ensuring added comfort for wearing. Upon noticing Carlo still standing there, Chu Xinran urged him to assist the hunting team with the orcs in processing their catch, informing him that her task would require a bit more time. After hearing her suggestion, Carlo hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement and turning to leave. Chu Xinran wished to surprise Carlo, thus she devoted considerable effort into crafting a pair of grass shoes, which took her quite some time to complete. The interior of the shoes was warm and comfortable, surely promising a delightful wear. After finishing the grass shoes for Carlo, Chu Xinran gazed at the remnants of fabric on the ground and resolved to create a pair for Karen, as well as for the clan leader and the shaman. She had heard from Amy that the clan leader's female, the mother of Carlo and Karen, had perished during a beast tide, leaving only the three of them behind. Meanwhile, the shaman had remained solitary, lacking a female to tend to him. Now, as the surrounding females completed their own grass shoes, they began to craft pairs for their children and the warriors in their households. It seemed that soon every member of the tribe would possess a pair of grass shoes, and without them, Karen and the others would likely feel a sense of loss. Therefore, Chu Xinran resolved to make a pair for each of them. Chu Xinran glanced at the ever-curious Karen standing beside her, gently ruffled his hair, and then retrieved a pen and several sheets of paper from her backpack, presenting them to Karen. "Karen, would you take on a little task from your sister Sharon?" Of course, of course." Karen eagerly nodded in response. "Take this paper and measure the feet of the chief and Grandpa Shaman. It's quite simple. Just have them place their feet on the paper, and then use this pen to trace the size of their feet." As she spoke, Chu Xinran casually sketched a few lines on the paper. Karen's eyes widened in astonishment at this novel activity, and with a group of little friends following closely behind, he cautiously dashed off with the paper and pen towards his father and Grandpa Shaman. When Karen returned, Chu Xinran took the 2 sheets of paper back, measured Karen's feet as well, and then handed the remaining paper and pen to him and several other children, encouraging them to have fun. Having gained experience in crafting grass shoes for Carlo, Karen quickly fashioned a pair for both the chief and the shaman. Chu Xinran noticed that Amy was intently gazing at the leftover strips of fabric in her hands, yet seemed too shy to speak up. Amused, she playfully stuffed the fabric strips into Amy's hands. "Here, Amy, take these to make your grass shoes." "Really? You're truly giving these to me? Thank you for gifting me such precious items. You are so kind, Shaoran," Amy exclaimed, enveloping Chu Xinran in a warm embrace, leaving her feeling both amused and slightly overwhelmed. In truth, Chu Xinran realized that her own garments could not be relied upon indefinitely, until she could find materials like cotton or flax to create new clothing. She needed to adapt quickly to wearing animal hides, just like the inhabitants here. Thus, exchanging one of her coats for several pairs of sturdy, soft grass shoes seemed a fair trade. Upon receiving the grass shoes that Chu Xinran had gifted them, both the chief and the shaman were taken aback, never expecting that she would make shoes for them as well. After expressing their gratitude, they joyfully donned the shoes. Chu Xinran called back Karen, who was joyfully playing outside, and presented him with a pair of straw sandals, urging him to wear them. Elated, Karen leaped and twirled around, exclaiming his affection for his beloved sister Ran, before dashing off to flaunt his new footwear to his friends. As twilight approached, every member of the lion and tiger tribe donned their straw sandals, Chu Xinran's generous gesture deeply resonated within the hearts of the tribe, fostering an even greater sense of trust towards her. When it came time for dinner, Chu Xinran sought out Carlo. Carlo, could you kindly inquire with the chief and the elder priest if I might prepare tonight's meal? Carlo nodded, fully aware of Chu Xinran's culinary prowess. If she were willing to impart her skills to the tribe, he would certainly support her. Carlo approached the chief and the elder priest, who readily agreed, albeit the chief hesitated momentarily before consenting as well. The task of cooking for the lion and tiger tribe typically fell to Jia, a straightforward female who promptly accepted the chief's request without hesitation. Upon learning that Chu Xinran would be preparing dinner, many females from the tribe gathered to watch, intrigued by her previous teachings. They speculated that her cooking must be exceptional. Yet, they wondered if cooking was merely about grilling meat and adding a pinch of salt. Did Chu Xinran possess a unique approach? Carlo had already helped Chu Xinran prepare several stone pots. She retrieved the horsetail and mustard greens they had foraged on their way back to the tribe, piquing the curiosity of the onlooking females. Chu Xinran first took the fatty meat of the tusked beast and placed it into the stone pot for rendering oil. The enticing aroma of the oil immediately captivated everyone in the lion and tiger tribe, particularly Kaylin and a group of children. Sister Xinran, what are you doing? It smells so good. I have never encountered such a delightful scent. Kaylin inquired with a curious twitch of his nose. This is called rendering oil, made from the fatty meat of the tusked beast. The oil produced can be used to prepare delicious dishes, and the rendered meat scraps are also quite delectable. Chu Xinran explained as she stirred the fatty meat in the stone pot. During the oil rendering process, Chu Xinran took the internal organs of the tusked beast and some wild vegetables to wash by the riverbank. Xinran, can these internal organs be eaten? Jia, who had been standing by for a while, could not help but ask. Yes, they can be stir-fried with the wild vegetables later, and it will taste wonderful. I specifically asked Carlo to save these organs while he was processing the prey, Chu Xinran replied. Upon hearing this, the members of the lion and tiger tribe were elated. For if the internal organs were edible, it meant they had an additional food source. Unfortunately, they had previously been unaware and had wasted so many internal organs. In fact, the blood of beasts is also consumable, but it requires a significant amount of salt, which we currently lack, Chu Xinran noted, aware that the tribe's salt supply was dwindling, making it impractical to prepare such salt-demanding dishes as pig's blood. Really? We only knew that the meat of beasts was edible. We had no idea that the internal organs and blood were also consumable. What a waste. The priest interjected. From now on, all beastmen must remember to save the internal organs when processing prey, understood? The chief instructed the surrounding beastmen. Rest assured, chief, as long as it is edible, we shall never discard it again. The surrounding beastmen replied in unison. Now, observe how I clean these internal organs. This is the method you should follow in the future, Chu Xinran said as she meticulously demonstrated the proper cleaning technique for each organ. Once the internal organs were cleaned, the oil was nearly ready. Chu Xinran placed the meat scraps into a wooden bowl and handed it to Kaylin and the other children. The children eagerly reached out to stuff the meat scraps into their mouths, their eyes widening in disbelief at the deliciousness of the morsels. Witnessing the children's reactions heightened the anticipation of the lion and tiger tribe regarding what Chu Xinran would do next. Although they had yet to taste the so-called meat scraps, observing the children desperately trying to grab more of them made it clear that the delicacy must be truly exquisite. Chu Xinran poured oil into a pristine stone pot, waiting for it to reach the perfect temperature. Once heated, she began by ing scallions, followed by the addition of the liver of the tusked beast. At that moment, an enticing aroma enveloped the entire lion-tiger tribe, captivating the attention of every individual, many of whom found themselves salivating at the sight. She added salt, and finally tossed in wild greens, stirring briefly to create a dish that was a feast for the senses. Stir-fried liver of the tusked beast, resplendent in color, aroma, and flavor. Once completed, Chu Xinran presented the dish to the chieftain and the shaman, after which it was shared among all members of the tribe. Although each person received only a small morsel, the dish was so delectable that they yearned to savor it more, relishing its taste long after. Following this culinary creation, Chu Xinran prepared a hearty pot of wild vegetable meat soup. This time, she made a larger quantity, ensuring that every member of the tribe received a small bowl. As the warm soup filled their bellies, each beastman and female felt as if the fatigue of the day had vanished, leaving them in a state of complete contentment. Chu Xinran finally prepared several dishes of stir-fried wild vegetables with meat and stir-fried offal, all of which were devoured eagerly by the members of the lion-tiger tribe. Although her dishes were simply seasoned with salt and scallions, their flavors were sufficient to astonish the tribe's people. Dia Niang, did you comprehend what I just made? Perhaps you might try your hand at cooking a few dishes yourself? Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, Dia Niang approached without hesitation. She had been observing for quite some time and could no longer resist the urge to give it a try. Dia Niang also called a few females who often cooked alongside her to join in. Chu Xinran stood by, offering guidance as these females gradually prepared several dishes. Despite some struggling with the heat and burning a few, they began to gain proficiency, allowing Chu Xinran to breathe a sigh of relief. With so many beastmen and females in the lion-tiger tribe, it would have been exhausting for her to cook alone. Fortunately, these adept women quickly learned the craft. Thanks to Carlo's military knife, the hunting party's bounty was plentiful that day. In the sweltering heat of the season, preserving meat was challenging. So several mothers collaborated to transform all the hunted meat into stir-fry, soups, and roasted dishes. The atmosphere in the lion-tiger tribe was one of jubilance, with beastmen devouring meat and the females enjoying their beloved wild vegetables. Previously, the tribe subsisted solely on roasted meat. While the beastmen could endure a diet of roasted meat daily, the females and children could not, and with insufficient roasted meat, they often resorted to consuming red berries. Now, with new cooking methods and flavorful wild vegetables, they would no longer be restricted to roasted meat alone. Moreover, the females and children particularly relished the warm meat soup. Although its benefits were less apparent in the warm season, during the snow season, the comforting soup would provide significant warmth. After dinner, the beastmen and females lingered in the square, reluctant to depart. The surprises that Chu Xinran had brought them were abundant. From the delectable food to the newfound possibility of keeping the offal from beasts for consumption, an unimaginable prospect for them before. The square of the lion-tiger tribe was illuminated by a fire, with beastmen and females joyfully conversing by its side, while children frolicked nearby. Bathed in the warm glow of the yellow flames, Chu Xinran felt as though she were enveloped in a joyous bonfire celebration. Carlo, observing the scene before him, felt an even deeper gratitude towards Chu Xinran and quietly grasped her hand. When Chu Xinran turned to look at Carlo, she bestowed upon him a gentle smile, radiant under the firelight, rendering Carlo momentarily spellbound. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the fluttering sensation that surged through him at that instant. Upon observing the children frolicking nearby, engaged merely in playful antics, Chu Xinran was suddenly reminded of the collection of toys nestled within her backpack. Initially intended as gifts for the children at the orphanage, she pondered that since she could no longer deliver them, it would be far more delightful to allow these little beastlings and young maidens to indulge in their merriment with the toys. Chu Xinran and Carlo returned to the cave, unpacking the toys from their backpacks. First, they presented a toy car to Karen and several young orcs, demonstrating how to play with it. The eyes of each little orc sparkled with wonder. They had never encountered such a marvelous object. For the young females, they gifted a selection of exquisitely crafted plush dolls, which were so lifelike that the little females could hardly bear to part with them. The children quickly became enchanted with the plethora of novel toys, while Chu Xinran patiently instructed them on how to engage with their newfound treasures. The other members of the tribe, witnessing this joyful scene, felt a profound sense of happiness and contentment. The children represented the future of the lion-tiger tribe, embodying the hope and legacy that they vowed to protect at all costs. At this moment, Chu Xinran had truly become the beloved leader of the children within the lion-tiger tribe. Both the young orcs and females adored her immensely. Particularly, Karen had heard from the other mothers that Sister Ran might very well become his future sister-in-law. Stealing a glance at the little companions surrounding Chu Xinran, he silently vowed to safeguard his sister-in-law, resolute not to let any of the other children take her away. After a while, the orcs and females of the lion-tiger tribe returned to the cave with their own little ones in tow. Chu Xinran and Carlo returned to their cave. However, the elder priest and Manda also followed them into their dwelling. Elder priest, Manda, what brings you to me? Chu Xinran inquired with a hint of curiosity. Xiaoran, would you be willing to join our foraging team in the lion-tiger tribe? Until today, we were unaware that those two types of wild vegetables were edible. Our foraging team could only gather red fruits in the past. If you accompany us, you will undoubtedly help our lion-tiger tribe discover a greater variety of edible sustenance. Manda gazed at Chu Xinran with heartfelt anticipation, posing her question earnestly. Of course, I would love to. Chu Xinran responded without hesitation. Even if you hadn't approached me, I would have sought out my mother anyway, as I have always intended to join the foraging team. That is splendid news. Let us embark on our journey together tomorrow, Manda exclaimed, her excitement evident as she gently patted Chu Xinran's shoulder, brimming with eagerness. Chu Xinran nodded. The current food supply in the lion-tiger tribe was still insufficient, and subsisting solely on this meager amount of wild vegetables and meat was far from adequate. She needed to venture into the wilderness in search of more sustenance. The shaman, Victor, upon hearing Mandala's account, eagerly lifted the plant known as prickly herb and inquired, Xiao Ran, I heard from Carlo that this plant can staunch bleeding. Is that correct? Indeed, Chu Xinran affirmed. If you crush the prickly herb and apply it to the wound, it can halt the bleeding. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Victor swiftly drew a stone knife across his arm. What are you doing, grandfather shaman? Chu Xinran exclaimed, hastily grinding the prickly herb and applying it to the wound on Victor's arm. The suddenness of his action startled the three witnesses. The dullness of the stone knife must have caused immense pain, Chu Xinran thought, her heart heavy with trepidation. Yet, the shaman seemed unperturbed by his injury. As he observed the blood flowing from his arm, he was filled with elation as the bleeding gradually ceased after applying the herb, his eyes shining with fervor. It truly works. It can really stop the bleeding. This is wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Victor cried out, his voice trembling with excitement. The significance of the prickly herb for the lion-tiger tribe was monumental. He only possessed a scarce supply of black soil for hemostasis, and many warriors had perished due to the inability to stop their bleeding. With the prickly herb, he would no longer have to helplessly watch as his warriors bled out. Grandfather shaman, there are other plants that can also staunch bleeding. Rest assured, I will find them all, Chu Xinran assured him. Moreover, I know of some plants that can cure ailments, and I will present them to you one by one. Observing the shaman's earnest devotion to the tribe, she felt a pang of sorrow. What might be a minor ailment in the modern world was an insurmountable affliction on the beastman continent. The shaman had likely witnessed many beastmen perish helplessly, igniting his fervor to find a remedy. Upon hearing her words, Victor's murky eyes sparkled with gratitude. Xiao Ran, on behalf of all the beastmen and females of the lion-tiger tribe, I thank you. After the shaman and Mandala departed, Carlo retrieved the animal hides they had obtained from the abyss forest. He had already prepared the hides, rendering them incredibly soft to the touch. Carlo crafted another stone bed and positioned it within the cave. Given the advantageous location of the previous stone bed, he suggested that Chu Xinran sleep on it while he would take the newly made one. As Carlo began laying the animal hides on the bed designated for her, she interjected, Carlo, that is enough. If you cover my bed with all the hides, what will you sleep on? Use the remaining hides for your own bed. I have my down jacket, and that suffices. I am tough and do not fear the cold. You should keep them all, Carlo insisted, shaking his head. However, Chu Xinran was more resolute. No, you cannot sleep directly on the stone bed. It is detrimental to your health. Listen to me, and use the hides for your own bed. Ultimately, after her insistence, half of the hides were allocated to Carlo's stone bed. By the way, how does our tribe acquire salt? Why is it so scarce? After preparing the beds, Chu Xinran suddenly recalled this question. Only the sea beast tribe possesses the ability to produce salt, so we typically trade our prey or animal hides with them. It takes 2 tusked beasts or 5 animal hides to exchange for a jar of salt. The cost is exorbitant. Before the onset of the snow season, we send hunters to trade with the sea beast tribe, which is quite distant, resulting in lengthy trips, Carlo explained. The sea beast tribe? Do the beastmen there transform into marine creatures? Chu Xinran inquired, intrigued. Carlo nodded, revealing that the sea beast tribe resided by the sea and had poor hunting skills, necessitating the exchange of salt for prey and hides. It was likely they knew how to extract salt from seawater, thus relying on trade for their sustenance. While Chu Xinran was aware of the basic method of salt extraction from seawater, Carlo's words indicated that the sea was far away, rendering immediate access to salt a pressing concern. As it was still the warm season, the salt in the lion-tiger tribe would likely suffice until the rainy season, compelling Chu Xinran to refrain from using it excessively. However, many dishes could not be prepared without salt, leaving her in a quandary. For the moment, she could only proceed step by step. By the way, Kevin came to find me today, asking how the military knife in your possession was made. Chu Xinran recalled. Remembering Kevin's pitiful expression when he learned there were no extra military knives, she could not help but chuckle. Kevin was truly amusing, and she always found herself laughing during their conversations. Yes, the military knife has proven invaluable. It greatly assisted in today's hunt, Carlos said, his tone tinged with excitement. Realizing that Kevin and Dal wielded weapons made of stone, Chu Xinran understood Kevin's envious tone earlier, uncertain of what other tribes on the beastman continent were like. She noted that the weapons in the lion-tiger tribe were primarily stone-made. Although the beastmen had honed these stone tools to a sharp edge, they still paled in comparison to Carlo's military knife. Moreover, relying solely on their strength to drive these stone tools into beasts during hunts proved challenging. Carlo, the material of your military knife is intricate, and I cannot replicate it. However, relying solely on stone weapons is not sustainable. Could your hunting team delay their departure tomorrow? I will see if I can create better weapons, Chu Xinran proposed after careful consideration. Without hesitation, Carlo nodded, having developed trust in her capabilities. He believed that whatever Chu Xinran suggested would manifest, even if he had never witnessed or contemplated such possibilities before. The following morning, all members of the lion-tiger tribe gathered in the square, eager to witness what sort of weapons Chu Xinran would produce. Chu Xinran first instructed Carlo to chop several pieces of wood, then guided him to shape the wood into the form of spears with a military knife. They also sharpened the previously collected fangs of the tusked beasts and affixed them to the tips of the wooden spears. The orcs and females of the lion-tiger tribe were astonished at the newly crafted spears. Kevin eagerly took a spear from Carlo and thrust it forcefully into a nearby tree, penetrating deeply, even more so than a stone knife. Had it been a beast, it would certainly have resulted in a fatal blow, and it was considerably lighter than a stone knife, making it easier to carry for hunting. Kevin gazed at the spear in his hand, exhilarated, pondering why they had never thought to do this before. Observing the restless orcs around him, Chu Xinran generously lent her military knife to Kevin, allowing him and Carlo to craft more spears together. The process of making the spears was straightforward, and soon they had produced dozens, ensuring that every orc in the tribe had one. Once the spears were distributed, each orc wielded their spear with excitement, brandishing them enthusiastically. After completing the spears, Chu Xinran described the appearance of a bow and arrow to Carlo. Although she herself did not possess the skills to create them, she could only provide a rough outline of their components. Following her guidance, Carlo fashioned a bow shaped from wood and heated it over the fire to prevent it from straightening. The bowstring was made from beast sinew, which was plentiful in the tribe. Chu Xinran soon realized that the tribe's people were quite intelligent. They had long been crafting bone needles and using sinew to stitch together animal hides. Their current primitive lifestyle stemmed from limited thinking, not from a lack of capability. Once their mindset shifted, they quickly adapted, even applying their knowledge to new situations. After binding the sinew to the bow, they fashioned arrows from wood, sharpening them further with the military knife, completing the bow and arrow set. Carlo tested the bow, but the results were disappointing. The arrows veered off course. Observing the less than successful outcome, Chu Xinran felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that merely imitating the design without understanding the principles was insufficient. Had her method been flawed? However, Carlo remained undeterred. He furrowed his brow and studied the bow and arrow further, adjusting the tension of the sinew and altering his stance. Finally, on his next attempt, he accurately struck the tree with a deep shot. The orcs and females of the lion-tiger tribe erupted in cheers at Carlo's success, eagerly rushing forth to test the power of the bow and arrow. Yet, unlike the spears, the bows required more finesse, and many orcs struggled to wield them effectively. Nevertheless, their excitement was palpable. These weapons were vastly superior to their previous tools. In addition to crafting spears and bows, Chu Xinran devised a simple trap for capturing prey. She pierced a stone to create a hole, then threaded a vine through it to bind the stone. One person would hold the other end of the vine and throw the stone at a tree, allowing it to ensnare the trunk. When thrown with sufficient force, if the stone caught a beast's leg, the vine would wrap tightly around it. As she demonstrated her method, however, her lack of strength and accuracy resulted in repeated failures. Noticing this, Carlo stepped forward, took the stone and vine from her, gauged the distance to the tree, and skillfully threw the stone, ensnaring it. Witnessing this, Chu Xinran bit her lip in admiration. This was not her expertise, but Carlo looked impressive. Indeed, he was the mightiest warrior of the lion-tiger tribe. After this, Chu Xinran retrieved a previously made vine net, which could also capture prey. The orcs immediately recognized its potential, prompting Chu Xinran to collaborate with the females in crafting several more nets. The hunting party set out, brimming with enthusiasm as they armed themselves with their new weapons, believing that this time, their hunt would be abundantly fruitful. Prior to their departure, Carlo cautioned Chu Xinran to remain vigilant and within sight of the protective orcs, for it was her first outing together. Though the orcs were accompanying her, Carlo felt a twinge of concern. Chu Xinran nodded obediently, fully aware of the perils that lay in the wilderness of the beastman continent, thus refraining from any reckless actions. While conversing with Carlo, she remained oblivious to the intricate gaze that Abner cast upon her from a distance. Abner had initially assumed that this young female, brought back by Carlo, was akin to the others in the tribe, fragile and ineffectual, reliant on the protection of the beastmen, devoid of self-sufficiency. However, he was taken aback by the plethora of novel ideas that filled Chu Xinran's mind, distinguishing her from all the other females in the vicinity, even surpassing the beastmen themselves. Meanwhile, Lilith, standing at the back of the crowd, seethed with indignation. What was this female, after all? How dare she steal the limelight upon her arrival at the Lion-Tiger tribe? Now, every gaze in the tribe was fixated upon Chu Xinran, and Lilith wished fervently for her to vanish from existence. After the hunting party departed, Chu Xinran joined the gathering team to forage for food in the wild. Prior to their departure, she crafted a hat from ula grass by the riverbank, adorning her head with it. Observing her ingenuity, the other females followed suit, weaving their own grass hats. Xinran, will this shield us from the sun? You are truly clever, Amelia chirped, standing beside Nina. Indeed, it should provide some measure of protection, Chu Xinran replied, glancing at the delighted Amelia, who was adjusting her hat. She then plucked a few red flowers from the riverbank and placed them atop Amelia and Nina's hats. Amelia gazed at her reflection in the water, elated, admiring herself from various angles. When she noticed Chu Xinran adorning her own hat with flowers, Nina was visibly taken aback by the attention. The other females, inspired by the scene, began to embellish their own hats with an array of blossoms. By the time the foraging party set out, all the females left the tribe adorned with grass hats and vibrant floral arrangements. For a long while thereafter, the image of that scene would bring a smile to Chu Xinran's face, yet she understood that the desire for beauty was a universal trait, and these females were no exception. Xinran, you are truly the wisest person I have ever met. How do you know so much? Are these all relics from your previous tribe? Your tribe must have been extraordinarily powerful, Amelia remarked, reflecting on the myriad changes that Chu Xinran had brought to the Lion-Tiger tribe since her arrival. Chu Xinran diverted her gaze, controlling herself not to glance at Amy, for she feared she might burst into laughter. Initially, Chu Xinran had merely adorned Amy's head with a single brilliant red flower, but for reasons unknown, Amy had plucked an array of vibrant blossoms to crown herself, rendering her head a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to wearing a rainbow. These ideas were conceived by many remarkable individuals within our tribe. I merely grasped the general concept. Thus it is not my intelligence, but that of the brilliant minds in our community. Chu Xinran would never presume to claim all the credit for these accomplishments. The knowledge she possessed was a collective achievement of all humanity. In the wilderness, the other females were gathering red fruits as usual. Yet Chu Xinran had imparted her knowledge of identifying wild vegetables such as mustard and wild radish, so a portion of the females began to collect these greens as well. Meanwhile, under the watchful protection of a burly orc, Chu Xinran observed the surrounding flora, hoping to discover additional edible resources. As she surveyed her surroundings, her attention was suddenly drawn to a plump, dark object. As she moved closer, Amy hastily called out to her, "Xinran, don't approach that. It's poisonous. Poisonous." Hearing Amy's words, Chu Xinran halted in her tracks. Indeed, such dark objects often harbored toxicity. In our Orcish continent, black symbolizes misfortune and death. Thus, those dark entities were surely harmful, something we orcs would never dare approach. Upon hearing Amy's explanation, Chu Xinran felt no trepidation. She had assumed that such things had indeed claimed lives in the past. Seeing Chu Xinran continue to advance, Amy grew anxious, while the orc standing nearby appeared ready to intervene. "Xinran, please don't go closer. It is genuinely poisonous." Chu Xinran unsheathed her military knife, shaking her head as she replied, "Amy, rest assured, I won't touch it with my hands. I'll use my knife to cut it open and see what's inside. It might even be edible." Chu Xinran cautiously approached the circular object and, using her military knife, attempted to slice it open. Upon making the incision and glimpsing the flesh within, she instantly recognized what it was. Noticing the excitement that illuminated Chu Xinran's face, Amy couldn't help but draw nearer, intrigued. Amy, this substance is harmless. It is an edible fruit in our homeland. Indeed, this seemingly toxic, dark object, once cut open, revealed a vibrant watermelon flesh. Its red hue appearing exceedingly enticing. Really? Is it truly edible? What is it called? Amy inquired eagerly, pausing to consider the local naming conventions. Chu Xinran hesitated for a moment before responding. It is called black fruit. It is quite sweet and incredibly refreshing, especially in this sweltering heat. Upon hearing this, Amy promptly summoned Amanda and the other females. Chu Xinran repeated her earlier explanation to Amanda, who listened with palpable enthusiasm. Holding the military knife, Chu Xinran first tasted the recently sliced black fruit. Indeed, it bore the flavor of watermelon, exceptionally sweet. She then divided the black fruit among the surrounding females, who, upon tasting it, had their eyes light up with delight. This black fruit boasted even more juiciness than the red fruit, making it a perfect refreshment during the sweltering season, quenching thirst and satiating hunger. Although the Orc continent held a strong aversion to the color black, the struggle for survival took precedence over such superstitions, and thus, no one paid heed to the ominous associations of the color at that moment. Mandala hurriedly organized several females to gather the black fruit, which grew conveniently on the ground. However, Chu Xinran cautioned the females to be careful when placing the fruits, advising them to gently lay them in their baskets after picking. The priest, witnessing the discovery of another edible food source, wore a look of contentment. He had accompanied Chu Xinran with the intent of gathering some blood-stanching thistle, but this unexpected find was a delightful surprise. Yet, while the other females busily collected the black fruit, Chu Xinran took a few steps forward and noticed a small slope behind the red fruit trees, obscured by the abundance of trees. As she traversed through the red fruit trees and ascended the slope, she was greeted by a familiar sight. A vast expanse of pristine white cabbages grew orderly in the soil, marked with numerous nibble marks from small creatures, and a few birds perched atop the cabbages, blissfully pecking at their meal. At this moment, Chu Xinran's excitement surpassed even her previous thrill upon discovering the black fruit. This was cabbage. The mere thought of the sweet and sour cabbage she once relished, along with dumplings stuffed with cabbage, made her mouth water. She hurriedly beckoned Mundar Auntie to come over. Mundar Auntie, this vegetable is called cabbage, and it is incredibly delicious. Moreover, it can be stored in abundance. Upon hearing the news, Mundar Auntie rushed over. Chu Xinran plucked a leaf of cabbage and offered it to Mundar Auntie for a taste. Mundar Auntie took it, placed it in her mouth, and found the cabbage to be fragrant, crisp, and delightful. Is this edible as it is? Mundar Auntie inquired. Chu Xinran nodded, acknowledging that they could eat directly. Yet stir-frying the vegetables would enhance their flavor. Manna's mother summoned several females to assist in harvesting the cabbage, her smile unwavering throughout the day. The bounty gathered today was truly remarkable, as they had discovered an abundance of edible treasures. Before Chu Xinran's arrival, their foraging party could only gather a few red fruits. But today they had significantly diversified their edible finds. Truly, this was a blessing from the beast god. Chu Xinran glanced around meticulously once more, finding no familiar flora. Thus, accompanied by the shaman, she prepared to gather some thistles. The area where the foraging team was located lacked thistles, prompting Chu Xinran, the shaman, and an orc to venture further afield. After a brief journey, they stumbled upon a vast expanse of thistles. Grandfather shaman, this is indeed thistle. It thrives abundantly in the wild, often sprouting in vast clusters, she remarked. The shaman nodded, eagerly advancing towards the thistles. After scrutinizing them for a moment, he began to harvest the thistles, placing them into the woven basket strapped to his back. The basket, which Chu Xinran had taught the females to craft, proved remarkably practical. Earlier, they had collected numerous red fruits, wild greens, blackberries, and cabbages, all of which fit comfortably into the basket. In the past, their foraging excursions yielded far less. But with the basket, their efforts were considerably facilitated. Chu Xinran was accompanying the ritual, picking thistle greens, when Amy came running towards her, holding something in her hand. Xiaoran, take a look at this. Is it edible? In Amy's grasp was a fruit adorned with numerous small red beads clustered together. Aware of Chu Xinran's extensive knowledge of plants, the females often brought edible-looking flora to her for identification. The moment Chu Xinran caught sight of the object in Amy's hand, her expression shifted dramatically, and she urgently inquired, "Where did you find this? Quickly, take me to see it." Amy, Taken aback by Chu Xinran's serious demeanor, hesitantly replied, "What's wrong? Is something amiss? I merely discovered it in the corner of the cabbage patch." Meanwhile, Jai, having overheard the commotion between Chu Xinran and Amy, noticed them rushing in one direction and promptly followed suit. Chu Xinran followed Amy to the place where she had discovered this remarkable entity. With great care, Chu Xinran unearthed the roots of the plant, her excitement palpable as she gently patted Amy on the shoulder. "Amy, you have truly achieved something monumental. While this fruit is inedible, its utility surpasses that of mere consumption." The plant Amy had found was the elusive wild ginseng, known in legend as Yao Sin Chi, which has become increasingly rare in modern times. Who would have thought it could be found here? Chu Xinran presented the mugwort to the elder priest with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Grandfather priest, this mugwort not only has the capacity to heal external wounds, but it can also remedy many internal ailments. If the roots are crushed and applied to the wound, it will heal swiftly. Moreover, it can be ingested to cure various illnesses." Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, the elder priest's wrinkled face lit up with excitement as he trembled in his hands, gently caressing the mugwort while inquiring about its medicinal properties. Chu Xinran meticulously recounted all the benefits of mugwort to him. Although the elder priest was unfamiliar with the concept of internal injuries, he recalled instances in the tribe where warriors appeared unharmed yet gradually succumbed to weakness until death, which he surmised might be the internal injuries Chu Xinran mentioned. Amy, relieved that she had not caused any trouble but rather contributed significantly, shared in their excitement. It was evident that the mugwort held great importance, given the joy it brought to Chu Xinran and the elder priest. Later, as Chu Xinran explored further, she stumbled upon another significant find, ginger. She was astonished to discover such an abundance of plants thriving in the wilds of the beastmen continent. And even more remarkable was the fact that the growth patterns of these plants differed from those of her own era. Upon learning that ginger could be used both in cooking and as a medicinal herb, the elder priest's face beamed with joy. It was also the first time he encountered so many concepts previously unknown to him, such as the reasons behind the fever experienced by the beastmen and females. In the past, the beastmen continent had frequently witnessed situations where both beastmen and females suffered from intense fevers, leaving the elder priest helpless as he watched these fevers claim lives. They believed these fevers were divine punishments from the beast god, enduring them in hopes of recovery. Those who could not endure would perish. However, from Chu Xinran, the elder priest learned that fevers could result from exposure to cold or sometimes injuries, and that ginger could alleviate fevers while also preventing numerous minor ailments. The foraging team had returned with a bountiful harvest, having discovered not only food but also medicinal herbs. As they neared the tribe, each member wore expressions of sheer joy. Yet, just as they approached the vicinity of the settlement, Chu Xinran abruptly signaled for the team to halt. "Xiaoran, what is the matter?" the elder priest inquired with a hint of confusion. "Grandfather priest, it is customary for beastmen to hunt outside the tribe to catch prey. However, I have conceived a method that even females can employ for hunting, and it is quite simple." With these words, Chu Xinran piqued the interest of the elder priest and the females, drawing them closer to hear more. Chu Xinran first instructed the females to assist in digging a large pit. Initially, the orc guardians, who were meant to protect the females, intended to lend a hand, but their offers were politely declined. Chu Xinran explained that this was a method for the females to capture prey independently, and they wished to test their abilities through their own efforts. Once the pit was sufficiently excavated, Chu Xinran and Amy used military knives to cut a slender tree, transforming it into sharp stakes that were densely inserted into the pit. They then collaborated with the other females to conceal the trap with surrounding foliage. "This is called a trap. Once we set it up, we need not worry about it. We shall return tomorrow to see if any animals have fallen in," Chu Xinran clarified. "Xiaoran, you are truly brilliant," Amy exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration, and the other females nodded in agreement. The method was indeed ingenious, requiring no direct confrontation with the prey, merely the establishment of traps in advance. Subsequently, Chu Xinran and several females proceeded to create additional traps. However, after all the traps were prepared, Chu Xinran pondered for a moment and felt a twinge of concern. The location was not far from the tribe, and she wondered what might happen if someone from the tribe inadvertently fell into one of them. Chu Xinran glanced around and found a round stone to place on the trap, then began to arrange several sticks. "Xiaoran, what are you doing?" Amy inquired curiously, while the others wore expressions of confusion. I am creating a marker." Just as she spoke, Chu Xinran completed her marker and pointed at it, asking, "Do you see? Doesn't it resemble a person?" Chu Xinran used a stone as a head and fashioned a figure with a wooden stick for the body and limbs, creating a remarkably lifelike little figure. "It actually resembles one," Amy exclaimed excitedly. "From now on, this symbol will signify that there are traps here. Priest, when you return, please inform the others in the tribe about this mark. They should simply avoid it whenever they see it," Chu Xinran instructed the priest. The priest nodded, unaware that this symbol would later become the emblem of the lion-tiger tribe, aiding them greatly in the future. Upon returning to the tribe, the remaining members rejoiced at the bountiful harvest brought back by the foraging team, while the priest busily sought out the chieftain with mugwort and ginger in hand. Just as the lion-tiger tribe was basking in a joyful atmosphere, the hunting party's orc members rushed back in a state of urgency. Chu Xinran noticed that Carlo was carrying someone on his back, his expression grave. "Chieftain, priest, something terrible has happened. Darl has been wounded by a razor-toothed beast," Kevin shouted as he entered the village. Hearing Kevin's voice, the villagers gathered around. Carlo gently laid Darl on the ground, and the priest hurried over to examine the injury. Darl's abdomen was drenched in blood, with a large wound covered by some thistle leaves. "I've temporarily dressed it with thistle, but the wound is too severe." "The bleeding won't stop," Carlo said solemnly. At this moment, Chu Xinran had already rushed to retrieve the mugwort. After grinding the roots and stems, the shaman hurriedly applied it to the wound, and soon the bleeding ceased. Seeing that the blood had finally stopped, the people of the tribe collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Once the bleeding was under control, Chu Xinran tore a piece of her clothing into strips and proceeded to bandage Dar's injury, while everyone held their breath, watching her every movement. "What shall we do next?" the shaman asked, his voice trembling. The tribe had encountered such incidents before, yet even when the orc's bleeding was halted, he had ultimately succumbed to fever. "Shaman, chief, please do not grieve for Dar. Today's events are entirely my fault. I was blinded by pride at the prowess of the new weapon, disregarding Carlo's warnings. Upon encountering the tusked beast, I recklessly charged in, only to be pierced by its sharp fangs. If I am destined to perish today, it is merely the beast god's retribution for my hubris." Upon hearing Dar's words, many in the tribe began to weep, for they had witnessed such scenes far too often. Watching their fellow orcs depart from this world. "Dar, do not speak such nonsense. I know your intentions were to capture more prey for the tribe. You have sacrificed so much for us." The chief consoled, enduring his sorrow. "Rest assured, you will be fine. The beast god will not hold you accountable. The beast god shall protect you." "It is my fault, my failure as the leader," Carlo remarked, standing silently to the side for a long while before speaking solemnly. Upon observing Dar's current condition, Chu Xinran noted that although his complexion was pallid and his forehead glistened with cold sweat, he steadfastly gritted his teeth and endured. "There is no cause for concern. Dar will be fine, I assure you," she calmly declared. As all eyes turned towards her, she continued with her instructions. "Carlo, please lay him on the bed and wrap him snugly in furs. Remember to spread furs beneath the stone bed as well. Warmth is of utmost importance." Turning to Jia's mother, she added, "I will provide you with a towel shortly. Kindly soak it in hot water, then place it on Dar's forehead. Should the towel cool, reheat it and apply it again. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter." Jia's mother nodded in agreement. Watching Carlo carry Dar into the cave, Chu Xinran hurriedly sought assistance to ignite a fire for boiling water. Once the water was ready, she brought a basin into the cave and began preparing ginger tea from the ginger she had freshly gathered that day, followed by a medicinal brew with mugwort. Only after witnessing Dar consume both the ginger and medicinal concoctions did she finally exhale in relief. She had done all that she could. Now it was up to Dar's resilience. Nevertheless, she felt hopeful, believing that the cessation of his bleeding had been timely, and if he should develop a fever, it could be managed. Jia's mother tended to Dar, while the members of the lion-tiger tribe held their breath in anticipation of news regarding his condition. Observing the solemn atmosphere that enveloped the tribe, Chu Xinran sighed deeply. Here, even a minor fever could claim a life, and each individual persevered through hardship with unwavering tenacity. As predicted, it was not long before Dar succumbed to a high fever. Following Chu Xinran's directions, Jia's mother continuously replaced the towel on his forehead, ensuring he was tightly wrapped in furs, as Dar sweated profusely within the layers. As Chu Xinran observed Carlo standing motionless, fixated on Dar, she quietly approached and gently tapped his hand. It was only then that Carlo seemed to awaken from his trance and turned his gaze toward Chu Xinran. You haven't taken a moment's rest since your return. You should go and rest for a while. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on the situation here. She spoke softly. Carlos silently shook his head. Noticing Carlos' stubborn demeanor, Chu Xinran let out a sigh. Although their time together had been brief, she recognized Carlo as an exceedingly responsible individual. Today, Dar's predicament was linked to him, and he must have taken all the blame upon himself. Furthermore, Dar had grown up alongside him as a brother, which surely deepened his feelings of guilt and self-reproach. Meanwhile, Karen trailed closely beside Carlo, her expression a mix of impending tears and sheer panic. Chu Xinran gently patted Karen's head in a comforting manner, then stepped outside to prepare some meat soup. She served a bowl to Carlo, the priest, the clan leader, and Jia's mother. Fortunately, after a period of fever, Dar's body temperature began to gradually decrease. Chu Xinran approached and gently touched Dar's forehead, her gaze shifting to the wound on his abdomen. With a sigh of relief, she declared, "It's all right now. He will require a period of proper rest and timely dressing changes." The collective anxiety of those present dissipated as Darl, who had previously been delirious from fever, gradually regained consciousness, appearing significantly more vibrant than before. Witnessing Darl's recovery, the tribe members finally believed in his genuine healing, contrasting sharply with their past experiences where those afflicted with fever succumbed into eternal slumber. Cheers erupted from the Lion-Tiger tribe, their astonishment directed towards Chu Xinran. They had not anticipated her extraordinary capability to save even those stricken with fever. Darl's survival was indeed fortuitous. His injuries were not life-threatening, and the duration of his fever had been brief, allowing for timely intervention. Chu Xinran, standing by, clarified her intentions, wishing to dispel any notions of omnipotence among the tribe. Her success this time was merely a stroke of luck, and next time, circumstances might not be as favorable. Upon hearing her words, Carlo turned to the hunters of the hunting team, his voice grave as he admonished, "In future hunts, you must obey orders without deviation. Never act independently, nor confront prey alone. Do you understand?" All the beastmen nodded in agreement. Even Abel, who was typically inclined to oppose Carlo, remained silent this time. As night descended, with Darl now out of danger, the tribe members exhaled in relief and began to prepare dinner. In truth, despite the scarcity of game during the hot season, the hunting team had enjoyed a bountiful catch due to their new weapons. Had it not been for Darl's mishap, the hunters would surely have returned joyously laden with their spoils. Chu Xinran continued to instruct several females in the art of stir-frying, this time preparing stir-fried cabbage with sliced meat. The dish known as vinegar-braised cabbage remains beyond reach for the moment, as Chu Xinran has yet to find a suitable substitute for vinegar. However, the addition of ginger has imparted a more pronounced flavor to today's dish compared to yesterday's. As soon as the freshly prepared plates of stir-fried cabbage and meat were served, they were swiftly devoured. Fortunately, today's hunting yielded a plentiful catch, allowing the females to prepare an abundance of food, ensuring that everyone in the tribe would have their fill. The freshly harvested black fruits were also brought forth and shared among the tribe members. Upon returning to the village today, Chu Xinran instructed several orcs to place some black fruits into the river, resulting in a delightful icy treat when consumed, an experience that was entirely novel for them. The tribe members were equally enchanted by the sweet, refreshing taste of this new fruit. With Darl out of danger and the hunting and gathering teams having achieved great success today, the orcs and females of the tribe appeared particularly jubilant. Seated amidst the throng of exuberant and joyous individuals, Chu Xinran found herself unwittingly swept up in their infectious merriment, a certain inexplicable happiness blossoming within her. Her interactions with the inhabitants of the tribe had been remarkably pleasant. She held a deep fondness for these orcs and their female counterparts. Just moments ago, they had been engulfed in profound sorrow over Daryl's injuries, yet now, with the peril behind him, their hearts brimmed with genuine joy for his recovery. A simple, hearty meal sufficed to satiate their desires. Their pursuits were refreshingly uncomplicated, devoid of any intricacies. Aware that Chu Xinran struggled to comprehend their language, they each took care to speak slowly when addressing her, ensuring she could grasp their words. Carlo had been right. After spending time among these people, she had truly come to cherish this place. However, the atmosphere of delight was abruptly shattered by the distant sounds of children quarreling and crying, escalating into a scuffle. "Colin, what is happening?" Carlo inquired with a furrowed brow as he approached Colin, who was embroiled in a brawl with a few of his companions. "Brother, that's my toy. It's my turn to play with it, but he insists on taking it from me." Colin lamented, pointing accusingly at his closest friend, Kenny. Chu Xinran knew that Kenny was a lively little tiger who had a close relationship with Karen, often playing together. "Brother Carlo, it's my turn to play." "Karen is being unreasonable," Kenny protested, and the other little beastmen echoed that it was their turn to play with the toys. Hearing that the little beastmen were arguing over toys, Carlo's expression darkened further. He took the toys away and sternly addressed the group. "Is it worth fighting over a mere toy? Karen, Kenny, your behavior has been utterly unacceptable these past few days. In truth, the adults in the tribe usually do not intervene in children's quarrels, especially with the little beastmen, as their playful antics are considered normal. However, it was inexcusable for them to quarrel over toys. If you are fighting over a toy now, will you not also fight over prey when you go hunting in the future? What have I told you before? You are the hope of the lion-tiger tribe. The females and elders of the tribe will rely on you to provide for them. Are you really so complacent and disunited?" As Carlo reprimanded them, Karen and the other children felt a twinge of fear, standing there in silence, afraid to retort. "How many times have you quarreled over these toys today? Karen, did you help your little sister Sean at all? Kenny, did you assist your parents in any way? No, you did nothing but play with toys." Carlo's words made the children's faces flush with shame, as they realized they had indeed been blinded by their toys, neglecting their responsibilities to the tribe all day. "Brother, I understand my mistake. I won't be so thoughtless again," Karen cried out, speaking in broken sentences. The other children also sobbed and apologized, truly realizing their errors. In fact, Carlo did not genuinely expect these children to undertake any responsibilities for the tribe, as they were still young. However, they needed to learn the importance of helping others and not take for granted the abundance provided by the efforts of other beastmen. The other beastmen and females watched Carlo reprimanding the children, and no one dared to intervene. Had Carlo not stepped forward to guide them today, their parents would soon have come to discipline them themselves. Seeing that Karen's face was stained with tears, Chu Xinran approached tenderly and comfortingly patted the heads of the children. "Carlo, these toys are gifts for the children. If there is any fault, it lies with me. They have already acknowledged their mistakes. Please do not scold them any further, all right? However, this matter does not concern you, nor the toys. It is their own failure to recognize the responsibilities they ought to bear," Carlo hastily explained, wishing to alleviate Chu Xinran's sense of guilt. Upon hearing Carlo's words, Chu Xinran found herself torn between feeling sorrow for the children and empathy for Carlo. Her sorrow for the children stemmed from the harsh reality of this beastman continent, where childhood is a luxury unknown to them. They are thrust into a world where survival and heavier responsibilities are their only concerns from the moment they are born. Conversely, her compassion for Carlo arose from the understanding that he too must have endured a similar, if not harsher, existence in his own childhood. Thanks to Chu Xinran's plea for leniency, and upon observing that the children genuinely recognized their wrongdoing, Carlo returned the toys to them. "Here, take these to play with. But remember, it is fine to enjoy, yet do not resort to fighting over them. Unity is essential." The children nodded in unison. Chu Xinran believed that the crux of tonight's incident stemmed from the scarcity of toys. Otherwise, the children would not have resorted to fighting over them. The few toys belonging to the little beastmen were all electronic, and inevitably, the batteries would eventually run out. What would the children do then? Contemplating this, Chu Xinran felt it was her duty to craft a few more toys for the children. The children of Chu Xinran's era now engage with toys such as miniature cars, airplanes, and computers. However, during her childhood in the orphanage, Chu Xinran played with toys handcrafted by the matron, who frequently organized games for them to enjoy. Chu Xinran first wove several sturdy vines, then enlisted Carlo's assistance to craft a wooden plank. She drilled 2 holes into the plank, threaded the vines through these openings, and secured them to 2 nearby trees, thus creating a simple yet delightful swing. Chu Xinran first invited a small female child to come and take a seat on the swing. Initially apprehensive, she soon burst into joyful laughter as the swing was pushed. Observing this delightful scene, the other children quickly gathered around, taking turns to play on the swing. After ensuring the swing was ready, Chu Xinran described the appearance of a seesaw to Carlo, who, upon hearing her, enlisted Kevin's help to craft a rudimentary seesaw from wood. Although it appeared quite simplistic, the children derived immense joy from their play. Chu Xinran gathered various lengths of beast tendons and fashioned them into a rubber band. She taught the young females how to play jump rope and also crafted a sandbag from animal hides filled with soil, instructing them on how to toss it. Finding these 2 games quite delightful, Several females of a similar age to Chu Xinran joined in the fun, filling the lion-tiger tribe with laughter and joy. Observing Chu Xinran frolicking with the young beastmen and females brought smiles of contentment to the elders watching, as it had been a long time since their tribe had experienced such vibrancy. Perhaps little Ran truly was sent by the beast god to aid the lion-tiger tribe. The shaman remarked to the chieftain, noting how she had procured so much food for them and healed Dar's wounds. She was indeed the tribe's fortunate star. The chieftain nodded in agreement, acknowledging the shaman's words. Chu Xinran had been of great assistance to them and was a benefactor of the lion-tiger tribe. Hearing the exchange between the chieftain and the shaman, Carlo said nothing but gazed fervently at Chu Xinran. That night, as they returned to the cave, Chu Xinran was discussing the traps they had set with Carlo when he suddenly embraced her. Startled, she stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Carlo held her close and gently stroked her head, saying softly, "Ran, thank you for saving Dar. I am truly grateful. Had anything happened to him, I would never forgive myself." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Xinran's body relaxed, and she reached out to pat Carlo's shoulder. "It was my duty, and honestly, I did not do much. It was merely Dar's luck." She reflected on the many tribe members she had witnessed depart from this world, including her own mother, and how she feared she might lose her dear brother in a similar manner. "But this time, because of you, a miracle occurred." Carlo's voice trembled. Hearing Carlo mention his mother brought a pang of sorrow to Chu Xinran's heart, and she gently patted him, wishing to provide some comfort. "Your mother?" Chu Xinran hesitated, wanting to inquire about Carlo's mother, yet fearing it would unearth old wounds. After a moment of silence, Carlo spoke solemnly. "My mother perished during a beast tide. A wild beast tore her open, and I watched helplessly as she bled to death. That beast tide was the largest and most sudden we had ever faced. My mother died, as did Kevin's parents, and many beastmen from our tribe fell in that calamity." Even without seeing Carlo's expression, Chu Xinran could imagine the pain he felt. Unsure of what to say, she tightened her embrace, wishing to impart strength. They held each other for a long while, and when they finally parted, Chu Xinran felt a twinge of nervousness and averted her gaze from Carlo. "All right, let us rest," she murmured, looking down. Carlo, feeling slightly embarrassed, also avoided meeting her eyes as they quietly prepared their bedding. The next morning, Chu Xinran, accompanied by Amy and Nina, hurried to the traps they had set near the tribe. Upon opening one, they discovered 2 chickens ensnared within. "It's a gugu beast," Amy exclaimed in delight. "So this is what the chickens are called here," Chu Xinran remarked, marveling as she retrieved the 2 gugu beasts from the trap. Perhaps due to the proximity to the tribe, they had only caught 2. Setting the traps further away might yield better results. However, before Carlo left that morning, Chu Xinran had already shared with him how to set the traps, confident he would be able to catch more prey. Meanwhile, Carlo had indeed set several traps in their usual hunting grounds, marking them with the signs Chu Xinran had taught him. Observing Carlo's efforts, the other beastmen were intrigued. Recognizing the efficacy of this method to catch prey effortlessly, Chu Xinran and Imanina returned to the tribe with 2 gugu beasts. Manda's mother was exceedingly delighted upon seeing them, for the trap indeed managed to capture a few small prey. This meant that in the future, they, as females, would also be capable of hunting small game within their means. After placing the gugu beasts back in the tribe, Chu Xinran rejoined the foraging team and ventured into the wilderness once again. Manda's mother first instructed one group to return to the site they had visited yesterday to continue gathering black fruits and cabbages, while she, accompanied by another group and Chu Xinran, proceeded to a different location. Chu Xinran truly believes that the wilderness of the Orc continent resembles a treasure trove, always revealing unexpected treasures. Not long after setting out, she stumbled upon a type of leaf that seemed familiar. Chu Xinran was exceedingly well acquainted with this leaf. It was her favorite delicacy, one she cherished so much that she once cultivated a substantial patch of it in the backyard of the orphanage. Chu Xinran crouched down and began to excavate the soil beneath the leaves. After a short while, she unearthed a plump sweet potato. The sight of the sweet potato filled her with such joy that she felt as though she might leap with excitement. Previously, her favorite delicacy had been roasted sweet potatoes, and she knew that sweet potatoes could be transformed into various staple foods, ground into flour for buns and noodles. Having discovered the sweet potato signified a significant boon for the tribe's food supply. Noticing Chu Xinran's elation, Mandala Anyang could discern without asking that she had once again found a source of edible sustenance. "Xiaoran, what is this?" The first to inquire, as usual, was the ever-curious Amy. This is called sweet potato. It is quite filling, Chu Xinran explained. Moreover, it can be stored for a remarkably long time, lasting all the way until the snowy season. At the mention of its storability, Mandala Ainyan's expression became even more animated. Given the scorching temperatures of the warm season, all food tends to spoil after a brief period, failing to last until winter. However, now that Chu Xinran claimed this food could endure until the snowy season, it was indeed a remarkable revelation. Chu Xinran unearthed several sweet potatoes and discovered that they were large and plump, appearing quite delectable. Standing up to survey the vast expanse of the sweet potato field, which seemed to stretch endlessly, she concluded that since sweet potatoes could be stored for a long time, it would be wise to gather them all. Mander, sweet potatoes are quite resilient. With so many to harvest, we lack sufficient manpower. Shall we summon the others from the tribe? We could also fetch more baskets and vine nets. Upon hearing this, Mander pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Trusting Chu Xinran's assertion about their longevity, she instructed Aimi to return and gather the people. Before long, the chieftain and the priest arrived, accompanied by the elders, children, and remaining beastmen, all armed with baskets and vine nets. The news of the sweet potato storability and their ability to satiate hunger stirred excitement among the tribe, who eagerly prepared to delve into this bountiful harvest. All members of the lion-tiger tribe, including the chieftain and the priest, joined in the vigorous effort of digging up the sweet potatoes. As soon as a basket was filled, the beastmen would carry it back to the tribe, depositing the sweet potatoes before returning for more. The digging continued for an extended period, and as the hunting team returned and learned of the sweet potato endeavor, they rushed to lend their assistance. With the support of the hunting team, the sweet potatoes were finally all harvested and transported back to the tribe. On the return journey, Chu Xinran also stumbled upon spices such as chili and star anise. However, while she was thrilled, the rest of the tribe remained primarily focused on the sweet potatoes, as they appeared far more substantial than the mere spices. Not deterred by their lack of appreciation, Chu Xinran was confident that once she prepared delicious dishes with these spices, they would recognize their value. Surveying the square filled with sweet potatoes, Chu Xinran estimated there to be at least several hundred pounds, and the tribe members felt a deep sense of satisfaction at the sight of such ample food. She had already devised a plan for preserving the sweet potatoes, to excavate a cellar. Though she had never seen one, she understood the basic principle. Callow, could you assist me in digging a hole underground? It needs to be quite spacious, with only a square opening at the top, large enough to accommodate all the sweet potatoes. Upon hearing her request, Callow nodded in agreement. Together with a few other beastmen, they quickly set to work, and before long, a cellar was completed. Chu Xinran descended to inspect the space, which was indeed ample, and she enlisted Callow and the others to help transport the sweet potatoes down. This cellar can store a great deal. We can also keep food here for the snow season, ensuring it remains preserved for an extended period, she explained. The chieftain, who followed down, was equally pleased. If they could store food here, they would not fear beasts or rival tribes during the snow season. If this cellar proved effective, it would be prudent to excavate additional cellars for future needs. Once the cellar was completed, Chu Xinran began to prepare a meal. She washed several sweet potatoes and tossed them into the fire. The others gasped in surprise at her actions. Sharan, didn't you say sweet potatoes are edible? Why are you throwing them into the fire? Isn't that a waste of food? Aimi inquired, puzzled. With a mysterious smile, Chu Xinran reassured everyone, rest assured. The sweet potatoes will soon be roasted to perfection. I guarantee you will all relish this delicacy. She entrusted the hunting team's cache to the other females while preparing to cook the 2 cuckoo beasts captured in the trap earlier that morning. First, she skillfully prepared the cuckoo beasts, grinding star anise into powder and sprinkling it over them. As the chili peppers had yet to dry, she chopped them finely and added them as well, wrapping the seasoned cuckoo beasts in a thick, large leaf. She was about to toss them into the fire when an idea struck her regarding the sweet potatoes. She promptly peeled the sweet potatoes and stuffed them into the cuckoo beasts' bellies, rewrapping everything in leaves and encasing it all in a thick layer of mud before finally placing it in the flames. At that moment, the sweet potatoes were likely ready. So Chu Xinran used a stick to pull them out from the fire. She picked one up, intending to break it open, but the heat was overwhelming, causing her to drop it onto the ground. Observing her predicament, Carlos stepped forward to assist, eager to help her split the roasted sweet potato. Hot. No. Chu Xinran's warning was cut short as Carlo had already opened the sweet potato, revealing a perfectly roasted exterior that was crisp yet tender, with a golden, fluffy interior exuding a delightful aroma that wafted through the square, capturing the attention of all present. Aren't you afraid of the heat? Chu Xinran couldn't help but inquire. Carlo shook his head, and upon noticing the thick calluses on his hands, she realized the futility of her question. Sister Xinran, what is this? Karen approached. Drawn by the enticing fragrance, her eyes gleaming with desire as she gazed at the roasted sweet potato in Carlo's hand. This is called roasted sweet potato. It is warm, soft, sweet, and utterly delicious, Chu Xinran explained, gesturing for Carlo to pass the sweet potato to Karen. She then retrieved the other sweet potatoes from the fire with a stick. Everyone, come and try this. The roasted sweet potatoes are delightful and quite simple to make. If there's not enough, just toss more into the fire as I did. But be careful not to overcook them, she called out to the members of the tribe. Since it was her first attempt at roasting, Chu Xinran had prepared only a modest amount, sufficient for each tribe member to have a taste. Yet, even a single bite of the sweet, fragrant, and tender morsel astonished them. They had never encountered such exquisite flavors before. Sister Xinran, this roasted sweet potato is incredible. I've never tasted anything so wondrous. I think it's even better than meat, exclaimed Karen, along with several children who were utterly captivated by the flavor of the roasted sweet potatoes. Seeing the children's delight, the adults decided to let them keep the roasted sweet potatoes, knowing they could always prepare more later. Upon noticing that Carlo had not taken a single bite, Chu Xinran thoughtfully reserved a piece for him. Carlo, why are you not eating? Please, have a taste. She extended the roasted sweet potato towards him. You barely ate earlier. This piece is for you. Carlo waved his hand in refusal. I have sampled it already, and you have yet to enjoy even a morsel. Besides, there will be plenty more sweet potatoes roasted shortly. Ultimately, Carlo could not resist Chu Xinran's insistence and accepted the sweet potato she had deliberately saved for him. Before long, the second batch of roasted sweet potatoes was successfully prepared, and each member of the tribe received an entire sweet potato. The shaman and the chieftain, indulging in the warmth of this delightful fare, immediately recognized the significance of the sweet potato. Xinran, you are indeed correct. Sweet potatoes do provide a sense of satiety. If we face the snowy season ahead, this abundance will sustain our tribe for quite some time. Moreover, consuming roasted sweet potatoes will keep us warmer during winter. The chieftain remarked, his expression brimming with excitement as he looked at Chu Xinran. As the leader of the lion and tiger tribe, his primary concern lay in sustenance. Could the arrival of sweet potatoes signify that no one would perish from hunger this winter? In addition to roasting, there are numerous culinary methods for preparing sweet potatoes. If we sun-dry them and grind them into flour, they can serve as a staple food. Food is indeed the most vital element for survival, Chu Xinran elucidated. What do you mean by staple food? The shaman inquired curiously from the side. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xinran found herself at a loss for how to respond to this seemingly simple question. It appeared that the Orc continent had always thrived on a diet predominantly composed of meat, with its inhabitants deeming it of utmost importance. However, aside from the Orcs, who seemed to have no significant issues with their carnivorous habits, the continuous consumption of meat by females was not particularly conducive to their health. Grains held immense significance. Our tribe had historically relied on them for sustenance, regarding meat and vegetables merely as supplementary fare. Only grains could truly satiate hunger. Moreover, it is through the harmonious consumption of grains, meats, and vegetables that one's health flourishes, thereby reducing susceptibility to illness. Words left an indelible impact on every member of the lion-tiger tribe, as they had never before encountered such concepts. It was as if she had unveiled a gateway to a new era for them. Dear Sister Xinran, is the grain you speak of delicious? Karen inquired with hopeful anticipation. If roasted sweet potatoes are so delightful, the grain must be even more exquisite. Indeed, it is delicious, Xinran replied. It can be transformed into various delectable dishes. And besides sweet potatoes, there exists a plethora of other grains. Rest assured, dear Karen, I will devise a way to prepare some grain for you to savor in the coming days. The words of Chu Xinran planted a seed in the hearts of the people, igniting their anticipation for the legendary grain. While the tribe was immersed in the delightful aroma of sweet and tender roasted sweet potatoes, Chu Xinran had just finished preparing 2 beggar's chickens made with the gugu beast. Chu Xinran used a wooden stick to retrieve the gugu beast from the fire, gently knocking off the mud that enveloped it. Once she unfolded the leaves, the delightful aroma of the beggar's chicken wafted into the air, capturing the attention of the tribe. What is this enticing fragrance? How delightful! Since there were only 2 gugu beasts, each person received but a small portion of the dish. However, nearly everyone in the tribe instantly fell in love with this tender, succulent, and uniquely flavored delicacy. It seems that in the future, more Goo beasts must be captured. I had thought that the Goo beast would yield such little meat that it would be tasteless, yet it turned out to be extraordinarily delicious. Kevin's hands and mouth were smeared with oil as he relished the meal. The meat was tender, and the sweet potato wrapped within the Goo beast was incredibly soft and sticky. Furthermore, the chili that Chu Xinran mentioned was indeed delectable, making it increasingly addictive with every bite. Previously, Kevin and his companions had always considered the Goo beast too small and meager in meat, which is why they typically sought larger prey. They had no idea that such a small creature could be so delicious. While the females prepared the dishes, Chu Xinran also shared some chili with them and steamed some sweet potatoes. The main course for the Lion-Tiger tribe's dinner that evening consisted of sweet potatoes, stir-fried cabbage with meat slices, and a meat soup, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. The chili flavor was universally adored, with some individuals even returning to request more from Chu Xinran. Moreover, Darl had significantly recovered. He was carried out and placed in the square. Chu Xinran carefully monitored his diet, preventing him from consuming greasy meats or spicy chilies. Watching the others enjoying their chilies with flushed faces, Darl couldn't help but feel envious. Noticing how everyone relished the Goo beast, Chu Xinran brought up a matter she had contemplated earlier to the chief and the shaman. When she found the black fruits and cabbage, it was merely a stroke of luck. Those items were indeed edible and non-toxic. However, after spending some time here, she realized that this place differed from Earth. With many plants exhibiting different characteristics and appearances, there was no guarantee that what was edible on Earth would also be safe on the beastmen continent. Thus, Chu Xinran proposed that the Lion-Tiger tribe develop a habit of farming, starting with Goo beasts. Not only could they be consumed, but when she discovered new edible plants, the Goo beasts could serve as a test to ascertain their safety. Chief, shaman, we could begin by raising some Goo beasts. In times of food scarcity, these creatures could provide sustenance. Moreover, since I do not recognize all plants, when encountering unfamiliar ones, we could allow the Goo beasts to sample them first. Chu Xinran's idea garnered unanimous support from everyone present. They found her concept remarkably ingenious, something they had never contemplated before. The notion of capturing wild beasts to domesticate them was entirely novel to them. Xinran, your idea is truly magnificent, praised the chieftain, adding that besides the Goo beast, small prey such as the long-eared beast could also be raised in captivity. Chu Xinran nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from these minor beasts, the horned beasts and even the tusked creatures could potentially be domesticated in due course. The females shuddered at the thought of Chu Xinran desiring to domesticate the horned and tusked beasts, for they were exceedingly fierce and brutal, capable of piercing through their bellies in an instant. After reaching a consensus on this matter, the following day, Carlo led the hunting team on an expedition, paying particular attention to the Goo beasts and long-eared creatures, hoping to capture a few to bring back for Chu Xinran's care. On that day, Chu Xinran refrained from accompanying the harvesting team, as the previous day's sweet potato yield had been exceptionally bountiful, and she needed to promptly attend to the processing of these sweet potatoes. Chu Xinran enlisted the assistance of several orcs to craft a few stone tools capable of crushing objects. They began by using a military knife to carve a groove into the center of a sizable stone, followed by selecting a suitably elongated stone handle that would fit into the groove, thus completing the tool. Chu Xinran and the females who remained in the tribe meticulously washed the sweet potatoes before placing them into the stone hollows, where they diligently pounded the tubers with stone pestles. This laborious task required considerable strength, and the sheer volume of sweet potatoes made the process all the more arduous. Despite their persistent efforts, Chu Xinran and the females found themselves struggling to complete the task. At that moment, the hunting party returned, and Carlo brought back 3 Goo beasts and 2 long-eared creatures. Overjoyed at the sight of these Goo beasts and long-eared animals, Chu Xinran attempted to rise, but suddenly winced and sat back down. "What's the matter? Are you all right?" Carlo inquired anxiously upon noticing her distress. The expression on Chu Xinran's face contorted with pain. She had been sitting for too long, mashing sweet potatoes, and upon suddenly rising, she realized her back felt as though it might fracture. The discomfort rendered her unsure of what expression to display. Carlo gently assisted Chu Xinran to her feet, massaging her back for a moment, his tone a blend of concern and reproach as he remarked, "Why didn't you take a break? Such strenuous work is not for you. I can handle it when I return. It's merely that I haven't engaged in labor for quite some time." and the abruptness of it all feels a bit overwhelming. Moreover, as a member of the tribe, it is my duty to partake in these tasks, Chu Xinran responded resolutely. How could she possibly refrain from contributing? Not only the females, but also the elders, the chief, and the shamans of the tribe were all lending a hand. She could not simply recline idly. Carlo ushered Chu Xinran aside and took her place, continuing to mash the sweet potatoes in her stead. After a brief respite, Chu Xinran felt her back improve slightly and slowly straightened up. You should remain seated for a while longer. There's no need to rush, Carlo urged, noticing her inability to sit still as she attempted to rise again. Rest assured, I shan't undertake any heavy labor. I merely wish to check on the cuckoo beasts and long-eared creatures. The cuckoo beasts and long-eared creatures Carlo had captured were still alive. Knowing Chu Xinran intended to care for them, he had ensured they were unharmed, using a vine net to catch them without inflicting any injuries. Chu Xinran enlisted the assistance of 2 orcs to construct a modest shelter. She discovered a suitable patch of land not far from the square and instructed the orcs to carve some elongated wooden sticks, thereby enclosing the area with a fence, intending to initially house the Gugu beast and the long-eared beast within it. Once they were settled, Chu Xinran summoned the children, Karen and Kenny. How was the Gugu beast we had yesterday? She inquired with a smile. Karen and Kenny nodded eagerly, exclaiming, it was delicious. Sister Xinran, we have never tasted anything so delightful. Would you like to have it again? Chu Xinran continued, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The children vigorously nodded, their gazes filled with yearning as they looked up at her. Look, your brother Carlo has brought back these Gugu beasts and long-eared beasts. If we raise them, they will eventually produce little Gugu beasts and long-eared beasts, and we shall have even more meat to enjoy. However, the adults in the tribe are busy with their own affairs, so I am entrusting you with the important task of caring for the Gugu and long-eared beasts. What do you think? Chu Xinran coaxed with a warm smile. Upon hearing her question, the children responded with unwavering determination, eager to assist the tribe. Though the adults had previously deemed them too weak to help with the sweet potatoes, they were resolved not to disappoint Chu Xinran's trust in them. Rest assured, Sister Xinran, we will take excellent care of the Gugu and long-eared beasts. We will not let them starve. The children vowed earnestly. Good children, you are wonderful, Chu Xinran praised, gently patting their heads. Just gather some vegetable leaves for the Gugu and long-eared beasts daily, and you may also catch some small insects for the Gugu beasts. This way, they will grow plump and tender. Having assigned this vital task to the children, Chu Xinran returned to observing the others in the tribe as they pounded the sweet potatoes. For Carlo had insisted she refrain from manual labor. Although the females in the tribe were more delicate compared to the orcs, they often undertook laborious tasks, proving far more capable than Chu Xinran. After a while of pounding sweet potatoes, her hands became raw, and her back ached, prompting Carlo to firmly prohibit her from continuing. Lilith, meanwhile, grumbled internally as she pounded her own sweet potatoes, lamenting, it's all Chu Xinran's fault. How could she expect someone so delicate to perform such arduous work? Yet she dared not voice her complaints, knowing that food was of utmost importance to the tribe. While she might get away with frivolities in other matters, any misstep concerning food would lead to universal condemnation from the tribe. Amy observed Lilith's reluctant demeanor with great amusement. Previously, Lilith had always slacked off while working for the tribe. Now, in front of so many, it was delightful to see her unable to escape her duties. Through the concerted efforts of everyone in the Lion Tiger tribe, the sweet potatoes were finally pounded into a pulp just as twilight approached. Though Chu Xinran had reserved a portion of the sweet potatoes, opting not to convert them all into sweet potato flour, Chu Xinran led everyone in separating the crushed sweet potato remnants from the liquid, pouring the latter into the wooden barrels they had prepared earlier, allowing it to settle. Today's labor reached a temporary conclusion. To reward the orcs and females of the tribe for their hard work throughout the day, dinner was sumptuous. In addition to the few live Gugu beasts and long-eared beasts that Carlo had brought back, several traps set by Carlo had also ensnared numerous Gugu beasts and long-eared beasts. Though those had unfortunately perished, Chu Xinran prepared a sumptuous stew using the Gugu beasts and the long-eared creatures, combined with sweet potatoes and chili peppers, and added a sharp horned beast captured that day. Everyone feasted contentedly. Although the day had been exhausting, the knowledge that they were crafting their own sustenance invigorated the tribe's spirit. The prospect of a hearty meal after their labor, once considered an unattainable dream, now filled them with enthusiasm. As the sweet potato juice required a full day to settle, the following day, Chu Xinran joined the foraging team once more. This time, they encountered no new food sources. However, beneath a robust tree, she discovered some mushrooms. They appeared non-toxic, yet she remained uncertain and decided to gather a few to bring back for the Gugu beasts and long-eared creatures to test. Upon returning, she learned from the children that the long-eared creatures would consume anything offered to them, while the Gugu beasts seemed more reluctant, refusing to eat and continuously making their characteristic sounds. Nevertheless, after a full day of hunger, the Gugu beasts began to nibble on some food. Chu Xinran discarded the mushrooms she had gathered, and without hesitation, the long-eared beast rushed over to devour them. Meanwhile, the Gugu beast observed from a distance for a while, ensuring there was no danger, before approaching to peck at the mushrooms. After both the Gugu beast and the long-eared beast finished their meal, Chu Xinran observed them for a period and noticed that nothing seemed amiss, leading her to conclude that the mushrooms were likely non-toxic. However, she refrained from informing the members of the tribe, as she herself was uncertain of the mushroom's safety. She feared that if she alerted the tribe, someone might inadvertently harvest poisonous mushrooms. As dusk approached and the sweet potatoes had settled sufficiently, Chu Xinran gathered the tribe members to drain the water and return the precipitated sweet potatoes to the drying area. Once dried, they would transform into sweet potato flour. Given the high temperatures, it would not take long for them to dry, and soon they would be able to enjoy it. Upon hearing this, the tribe erupted in cheers. Later that evening, after dinner, Carlo was summoned by the chieftain, leaving Chu Xinran alone in the cave. When Carlo returned, she noticed a serious expression etched on his face. "What's wrong? Has something happened? What did the chieftain say to you?" Chu Xinran inquired anxiously. "The tribe's salt supply is running low," Carlo replied. "My father wants me to take a few warriors to the sea beast tribe to trade for salt. Although the lion-tiger tribe has had an abundance of food lately, the corresponding consumption of salt has also increased. The chieftain and the shaman estimated that the remaining salt may not last through the hot season, so Carlo must set out promptly. Will you be gone for a long time?" Chu Xinran asked, her concern evident. Carlo nodded, explaining that the sea beast tribe was quite distant, and the round trip would likely take around 2 months. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinran felt a profound discomfort within her. She found herself at a loss to articulate her current emotions. Since her arrival on the Orc continent, she had continuously shared her life with Carlo. Now, the sudden prospect of his departure for an extended period left her feeling quite unaccustomed. "When will you leave? Are you departing tomorrow?" "I still need to prepare the prey for the exchange with the sea beast tribe, so I may remain in the tribe for a few more days. Once I have gathered sufficient game, I shall set forth. Do not worry. After I leave, Abel will continue to lead the orcs in hunting." Chu Xinran fell into a profound silence, uncertain of what to say. After learning of the situation, she spent the entire night tossing and turning, her heart engulfed in unease. The following day, after hearing Amy and Nina's words, her anxiety deepened. In the past, our tribe would venture to exchange salt during the rainy season. For the abundance of prey made the long journey less perilous. The wild beasts, well fed, were not as aggressive. However, if we were to embark on such a journey now, with Carlo and his considerable bounty, they would surely attract the attention of the ferocious beasts, whose tempers were exacerbated by hunger and heat during the dry season. Noticing the growing distress etched on Chu Xinran's face, Amy sought to console her, saying, "You need not worry excessively. Carlo is remarkably skilled. Our bravest warrior in the lion and tiger tribe. The beast god will surely safeguard his return. Indeed, Xinran, there's no need for such concern. Carlo will be just fine." Nina chimed in, having grown more familiar with Chu Xinran and speaking softly to reassure her. Chu Xinran understood what Amy and Nina were expressing. She was aware of Carlo's prowess. Yet, no matter how formidable he was, moments of carelessness could occur. What if an unforeseen mishap were to befall them along the way? Since learning of this matter, Chu Xinran has been consumed by worry. She approached the priest to examine the remaining supply of salt, which was indeed dwindling. The priest was aware of her concern for Carlo, yet there was little that could be done. The entire tribe depended on salt, leaving no option but to send Carlo out on a perilous venture. The chieftain, too, made this decision with great reluctance, gritting his teeth as he consented to Carlo's departure. Chu Xinran initially conferred with Carlo about accompanying them to the sea beast tribe, which resides by the coast. Having knowledge of the method to extract salt from seawater, she believed it unnecessary to carry an abundance of game on their journey, thereby enhancing their safety. However, Carlo promptly dismissed the idea without a moment's hesitation. "Carlo, why?" she implored. "I truly know how to extract salt from seawater. If you take me along, We won't need to barter with game, thus reducing the perils we might encounter on the way. Please, Carlo, take me with you. I promise to behave and obey your every instruction during the journey. Absolutely not. Carlo's stance was resolute. His gaze locked onto Chu Xinran's eyes as he stated firmly, Ran, I cannot permit you to take such risks. You must remain in the tribe and wait for my return. I assure you, I will come back. Frustrated by Carlo's obstinacy, Chu Xinran found herself at a loss on how to persuade him. Typically, Carlo would indulge her whims, but now that he had made up his mind, she felt powerless to alter his decision. Chu Xinran, feeling frustrated, could only seek alternative methods beyond seawater, which can be used to produce salt. There are indeed salt mines and salt stones. However, Chu Xinran had only seen salt mines on television and was unaware of the geological conditions conducive to the formation of salt mines. Searching for them would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, she would often touch and smell the stones and soil surrounding the tribe, attempting to uncover any traces of salt mines. Yet, even on the eve of Carlo's departure, she had found nothing. However, after I leave, do not venture outside the tribe without the company of a beastman. The tribe is quite safe, yet the outside world is fraught with peril, so you must exercise caution. Carlo cautioned with concern. Chu Xinran nodded gently. For the past few days, Carlo had been reiterating these words. Understanding that Carlo was concerned for her, she felt no annoyance. Thus, she patiently nodded in agreement time and again. If you have any matters to attend to, seek out Dar. Keep your distance from Abel. This time, Carlo intended to take Kevin along, and since Dar had just regained his strength, Carlo decided against having him accompany them on further errands. Upon hearing Carlo's statement, Chu Xinran gazed at him in perplexity, uncertain as to why he would express such sentiments. In truth, her impression of Abel was rather superficial, having exchanged only a few words with him. Yet, what could have prompted Carlo's warning? Did Abel harbor some underlying issues? Why do you say that? Is there something wrong with Abel? Carlo shook his head, asserting, for now, just maintain your distance from him. Do not assume he is oblivious to the way Abel looks at you. Carlo felt a deep-seated dissatisfaction towards Abel, yet had previously restrained his feelings, only to be unable to hold back in expressing them before departing. Chu Xinran nodded in agreement. As Carlo was set to depart the following day, she requested him to relocate the stone bed beside the wall. Alone in the cave without Carlo, Chu Xinran felt a tinge of fear. Thus, she believed that leaning against the wall would provide her with a sense of security. Before Carlo moved the bed, Chu Xinran asked him to create several holes in the wall. She intended to insert wooden sticks into the holes and fasten animal hides to the wall, ensuring that it wouldn't feel too cold upon contact. However, as Carlo was digging the holes with his military knife, Chu Xinran suddenly sensed something amiss with the falling soil. Carlo, wait a moment, she called out, crouching down to touch the powdery substance that had fallen. Why was this soil white? In an instant, an unbelievable thought took root in Chu Xinran's mind. She picked up a small amount of white powder and placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment. What's wrong? Carlo inquired urgently upon witnessing Chu Xinran's reaction. With a slight tremor in her voice, Chu Xinran exclaimed, You want need to fetch salt tomorrow. You want need to fetch salt tomorrow. I have found the salt. Overcome with excitement, Chu Xinran leaped towards Carlo. Carlo caught her, yet remained perplexed by her words. You mean you have discovered salt? Yes. Chu Xinran replied, her exhilaration palpable as she hopped down from Carlo's embrace. She then gathered the powder scattered on the ground and declared, Carlo, if I am not mistaken, this cave is indeed the legendary salt rock. Please, take your knife and carve some more from the wall. Obeying Chu Xinran's instructions, Carlo struck the wall with his knife several times, and to their astonishment, the falling powder revealed flecks of white substance intermingled within. Chu Xinran examined the substance once more, fully convinced that it was indeed salt. She was astonished by their remarkable fortune. The item she had sought for days was unexpectedly so close at hand. The salt rock, formed from the sedimentation of seawater or lake water, suggested that this area might have once been a vast ocean millions of years ago, which ultimately evaporated, leaving behind this expanse of salt. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's assertion that the caves behind them might be filled with salt, Carlo was equally astounded. He hurriedly relayed this news to the chieftain and the shaman, who, upon learning of the salt discovery, hastened to the scene. Xinran, is it truly so? Does the cave truly contain salt? The chieftain inquired, his voice trembling with anticipation. Chu Xinran nodded with excitement, while Carlo went to summon others. She took a knife and dug a bit of soil, revealing large patches of white behind the wall, albeit interspersed with considerable black soil that required refinement. The chieftain and the shaman sampled some of the white powder, finding it to possess a brackish and bitter flavor, unmistakably the taste of salt. The chieftain called for all the fallen orcs and females to gather. Together, Chu Xinran and Carlo ventured into another cave, discovering that the walls there, too, revealed salt rock. It appeared that the grand mountain upon which the lion-tiger tribe resided was entirely composed of salt rock. "How long have you been living here?" Chu Xinran inquired. "For over a decade," Carlo responded. "The great beast tide obliterated our previous tribe, and under my father's guidance, we trekked a long distance to find this place. When we arrived, these caves already existed. My father deemed it suitable for habitation, and thus we settled here." Initially, Chu Xinran found it peculiar that they had not discovered the salt while excavating the caves. However, upon hearing Carlo's explanation, clarity dawned upon her. The age of these caves remained a mystery, as did the knowledge of their excavators regarding the white substance being salt rock. It seemed the lion-tiger tribe had fortuitously settled here, never contemplating what lay beyond the cave walls. Upon hearing the chieftain and shaman's elucidation, the tribe erupted in excitement. In the Orc continent, aside from food, the most vital resource was salt. The sea beast tribe thrived because they had discovered the method of salt production, allowing them to sustain their entire tribe without the need for hunting, merely by trading salt. Conversely, the lion-tiger tribe expended a substantial amount of food each year to acquire salt. The discovery of such abundant salt rock was indeed a blessing from the beast god. Yet, the salt was notably bitter, and the presence of considerable black soil rendered it inferior in quality compared to that of the sea beast tribe. Suddenly, the shaman furrowed his brow and posed a question. Chu Xinran nodded, acknowledging the words of the elder priest. "You are indeed correct. Therefore, this rock salt requires purification. Tomorrow, I shall instruct everyone on the process of salt production." Although the chieftain yearned to learn the method of salt making at the earliest opportunity, he noticed that the sky had darkened and that the members of the tribe were weary from a long day's labor. Thus, he suppressed his excitement and advised the orcs and females of the tribe to return home to rest, postponing the discussion of salt production until the morrow. That night, none in the lion-tiger tribe could find peace in slumber. They quietly awaited the dawn, their eagerness to commence salt production palpable. At the break of day, the chieftain and the elder priest sought out Chu Xinran. Sensing the urgency of her compatriots, she refrained from lengthy explanations and promptly led them into action. Chu Xinran first chose an abandoned cave, instructing the orcs to extract a substantial quantity of rock salt from within. Meanwhile, the females fetched ample water from the river using wooden basins. They then placed the chunks of rock salt into the water, patiently awaiting their dissolution. "Very well. You may all attend to your respective tasks. Simply wait for the salt to dissolve," Chu Xinran declared, brushing the dust off her hands. "Is it truly that simple?" "Yet the salt has not yet been produced," Kevin inquired, bewildered from the side. Chu Xinran smiled and remarked, "This is merely the beginning. The process is not yet complete. However, we must allow time for the salt rocks to melt. In the meantime, I encourage everyone to attend to their own tasks. Once the salt rocks have dissolved, we shall proceed to the next step." Upon hearing her words, the chieftain instructed the hunting team to venture out for their hunt, while the gathering team was dispatched to procure food. The chieftain, feeling somewhat uneasy about leaving the salt rocks unattended, appointed several individuals to stand guard over them. Chu Xinran took a moment to check on the sweet potato flour that had been drying for the past few days. It was not yet ready and required a few more days of exposure to the sun. She then went to observe the creatures nurtured by the children, Gugu beasts and long-eared beasts. Recently, Carlo had captured a few live specimens and placed them into the enclosure. The inhabitants of the enclosure gradually acclimatized to their new environment, perhaps sensing the presence of caregivers who provided sustenance. The Gugu and long-eared beasts settled down and ceased their attempts to escape. After a period of time, once the salt rocks had completely melted, Chu Xinran gathered several females and utilized her garments as a filter to purify the brine repeatedly. The filtered salt water was then left to bask under the sun for further evaporation. After several days of drying, white crystalline formations began to appear on the surface of the wooden basin. The tribe's orc and female members, upon witnessing these crystals, were filled with excitement. Some even shedding tears, astonished that their lion-tiger tribe had managed to produce salt. Once the water had evaporated completely, the basin was filled with large quantities of pristine white salt. As it was her first attempt at salt production, Chu Xinran did not yield an abundant amount, only a basin's worth of salt. However, now that the method was known, future salt production would be significantly more convenient. The chieftain and the shaman sampled the salt and were overjoyed. It was purer than that produced by the sea beast tribe. Having observed the salt produced by the sea beast tribe, Chu Xinran surmised that they were aware of the process of evaporating seawater to obtain salt. Yet they lacked the knowledge of filtration, resulting in a product laden with impurities. In contrast, Chu Xinran's salt was refined and exceptionally pure, having undergone filtration with her delicate fabric. Upon the completion of salt production, the chieftain and shaman summoned all the members of the tribe. To prevent any future betrayals concerning the tribe's salt-making methods, the chieftain compelled all orcs and females to take an oath in the name of the beast god, pledging never to disclose the process of salt production, lest they incur the wrath of the beast god. After spending considerable time here, Chu Xinran understands that the beast god holds a sacred place in the hearts of the beastmen and females of the beastman continent. They revere the beast god with unwavering faith. Thus, invoking the name of the beast god in an oath signifies that the beastman or female will never betray their vow. Chu Xinran understood the chieftain's perspective. Salt held immense significance for every tribe, and any misstep could ignite conflict among them. Thus, exercising caution was always prudent. After successfully producing a basin of salt, the chieftain and the shaman dispatched several orcs specifically tasked with salt production, subsequently storing the harvested salt in the cellar. With the salt dilemma resolved, Carlo no longer needed to venture into perilous territories, allowing Chu Xinran to finally breathe a sigh of relief. With an ample supply of salt, she could now prepare numerous dishes she had long desired but previously dared not attempt. Many wild animal entrails required salt for proper cleansing, and Chu Xinran even utilized salt to create blood, which intrigued the tribe's members as they tasted this peculiar, viscous substance for the first time. In addition to preparing entrails, Chu Xinran also instructed the females on how to make cured meat, which could be preserved for extended periods. By transforming surplus meat into cured delicacies, they could ensure sustenance well into the snowy season. Chu Xinran first guided the females to cut the meat into elongated strips, then punctured the strips and massaged in spices such as star anise and salt. After thoroughly kneading the mixture, she meticulously placed each strip into a wooden barrel, pressing them down with a heavy object atop. She remembered to turn the meat daily, allowing it to marinate for approximately 4 to 5 days. During the process of curing the bacon, Chu Xinran also prepared some jerky. She sliced the meat into strips, placed them into a stone pot, and added seasonings for cooking. Once cooked, she removed the strips and set them out under the sun to dry. Due to the high temperatures, the strips quickly transformed into jerky. This delicacy was highly favored by the tribe's members, and after the chief sampled it, he specifically requested the females to produce more. This jerky could be stored throughout the snowy season without spoiling, enabling the tribe to stockpile a significant quantity. Additionally, the previously dried sweet potato powder was nearly ready, and Chu Xinran planned to experiment the following morning to see if she could steam it into buns. Chu Xinran had only ever steamed buns made from wheat flour. She was uncertain whether sweet potato flour would yield a successful result. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, she felt compelled to attempt it, as her primary concern at present was ensuring Carlo had a nourishing breakfast. Carlo left early each morning and previously had to settle for leftover roasted meat from the day before, which was cold and difficult to digest. Fortunately, things had improved slightly, allowing him to enjoy some roasted sweet potatoes and jerky. However, Chu Xinran believed breakfast could still be better, for Carlo faced the perilous task of hunting wild beasts, and it was essential he had a hearty meal to muster the strength to confront such dangers. At dawn the following day, Chu Xinran rose early. The night before, she had kneaded the sweet potato flour into dough and allowed it to rest overnight for fermentation. After giving the dough another gentle knead, she shaped it into individual buns and placed them in the pot to steam. The steamer was a simple contraption she had crafted herself, woven from ula grass and vine branches to create a makeshift steaming basket. As the buns cooked, Chu Xinran prepared a large pot of steaming noodle soup using the sweet potato flour. When the buns were finally ready, she removed the steamer, and as she lifted the lid, a wave of steam enveloped her. The golden-hued buns stood upright, looking exceedingly tempting. Chu Xinran took a taste and found it quite delightful, soft and sweet. After such a long time, savoring a staple food once again brought her to the brink of tears with excitement. Once the steamed buns were ready, she sought Ed the dried meat and stuffed it into the buns, preparing 5 or 6 meat-filled buns. She then ladled the soup into a wooden container, sealing it tightly with a lid, and placed all the breakfast items into an insulated bag she had meticulously woven. This bag was crafted from several layers of animal hide, lined with soft fur on the inside and outside. While it may not provide perfect insulation, it served its purpose adequately. During the hunting expedition, when Carlo pulled out the breakfast prepared by Chu Xinran, the other beastmen could hardly contain their envy. Why was Carlo so fortunate? How did he encounter such a wonderful little female? While they were stuck gnawing on sweet potatoes and dry jerky, Carlo enjoyed hot soup and those delicious-looking meat-filled buns. Carlo, share some with your brothers. Kevin shamelessly approached Carlo, pleading for a taste. No way, this was specially prepared for me by Ran, Carlo replied without hesitation. This breakfast was made for him by Chu Xinran early that morning, and he was reluctant to part with it, let alone share it with Kevin. Carlo, you are truly lacking in brotherly spirit. What is the harm in sharing a little? Do you really want to see me pitifully gnawing on jerky? Kevin begged for a long time, and eventually, Carlo, unable to withstand Kevin's persistence, reluctantly handed over one meat-filled bun. Kevin snatched it up and devoured it ravenously, disregarding all semblance of decorum as he exclaimed, "What is this? It's so delicious. I've never tasted anything like it. This is made from sweet potato flour." Sweet potato flour? Kevin was incredulous. Wasn't he that just powder? How could it be transformed into something so chewy and delectable? The other beastmen, overhearing the exchange between Carlo and Kevin, were consumed with envy but felt too shy to directly ask Carlo for some. Instead, they gazed longingly at the remaining meat-filled buns in Carlo's possession. Noticing the covetous glances of the other beastmen, Carlo hastily swallowed the remaining buns, fully aware that they might soon attempt to snatch them away. He knew them too well. The other beastmen lamented Carlo's lack of camaraderie, lamenting that he had shared nothing with them. However, since the buns were made from sweet potato flour, they hoped that they too would have the chance to enjoy a similar treat upon returning from the hunt. Chu Xinran handed the remaining steamed buns filled with meat to Karen, the chieftain, and a few others from the priesthood. When she noticed that the other members of the tribe approached, inquiring about the nature of the food, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Uncertain of her ability to successfully make the buns, she had prepared only a small quantity, insufficient for the entire tribe. Fortunately, the dough had risen adequately overnight. These are made from sweet potato flour. I shall teach you how to prepare them shortly. After Chu Xinran returned to the cave and tidied it up, she emerged to instruct the other females on the art of preparing sweet potato flour. Chu Xinran first demonstrated the process of steaming buns, captivating the onlooking females with the transformation of unshaped powder into perfectly round buns. Each bun was distributed among the tribe members, who were all astonished by the delightful taste. They had never experienced such exquisite flavor before. In addition to making buns, one can also prepare noodles. Now, I shall teach you how to ferment sweet potato flour. We will allow it to ferment, and by evening, we will be ready to create our meal. Chu Xinran poured a generous amount of sweet potato flour into the basin, then added a splash of water to begin kneading the dough. The other members of the tribe watched in awe as the flour gradually transformed into a cohesive dough, their astonishment palpable. After Chu Xinran skillfully kneaded a dough, she first invited Dia to try her hand at it, while the other females began to follow suit, kneading their own dough. Once completed, they placed the dough outside to rise. Should anyone unexpectedly enter the lion and tiger tribe, they would surely be taken aback by the sight of neatly arranged bowls of dough in the square. This synchronized scene had persisted in the tribe for some time, beginning with buckets of sweet potato flour laid out to dry, followed by bowls of saltwater sunbathing, and now the curing of preserved meat alongside the rising dough. Once the dough was prepared, Chu Xinran attended to the curing meat, discovering it was nearly ready. She punctured the meat, binding it with vine, and hung it on a framework constructed from tree branches. Due to the intense sunlight and high temperatures, by afternoon, the meat had dried to a semi-cured state. Together with Jia and Amy, she placed the meat into a large pot over a roaring fire. Once the strips transformed into a golden hue and the moisture was smoked away, the cured meat was complete. This preserved meat was remarkably durable. When it came time to eat, it merely required steaming in a pot. The tribe's leader, shaman, and the elders gazed upon the finished jerky and cured meat, their faces adorned with expressions of hope. In previous winters, the elders' faces were often shrouded in gloom, and some even chose to depart the tribe quietly, wishing to leave their food for the younger generations before the harsh season set in. Now, with such abundance to sustain them through winter, It seemed to herald a glimmer of hope for these elders. When the hunting team and foraging females returned, they too wore smiles upon seeing the completed cured meat. As dinner preparations commenced, several females set about making steamed buns, while Chu Xinran instructed others in the art of noodle making. After Chu Xinran skillfully kneaded the dough, she utilized a wooden rolling pin to flatten it, subsequently cutting it into noodle shapes. The other females eagerly followed her lead, replicating each step. Once the boiling water in the pot reached a vigorous boil, Chu Xinran added the noodles, cooking them to perfection before transferring them to a bowl. She then topped the noodles with stir-fried cabbage and slices of cured meat prepared by the others, resulting in a fragrant bowl of noodles. In addition to the dry noodles, Chu Xinran also made several bowls of soup noodles, and at that moment, every member of the tribe devoured their bowls with gusto. The orcs soon realized that these noodles were not only delicious, but also quite filling. Typically, they would need to consume a substantial amount of roasted meat to feel satiated. However, now, 2 or 3 bowls of noodles left them feeling content, a feat that had previously seemed impossible. The females, who generally had smaller appetites, found that a single bowl sufficed. The chieftain shared this revelation with Chu Xinran, who smiled in response, recognizing the advantages of grains. In the past, the orcs had relied heavily on meat, which was quickly consumed, but grains were different. They were sustaining and could be stored. It was only at this moment that the members of the lion-tiger tribe truly comprehended the profound significance of the grains that Chu Xinran spoke of. With grains, their future prospects appeared bright and promising, a stark contrast to their previous existence of relentless hunting, fraught with danger and hardship. Chu Xinran discovered that orcs generally preferred dry noodles, while the females favored hot, soupy noodles. In addition to noodles, many orcs enjoyed steamed buns accompanied by vegetables. From that day forth, the staple food of the tribe's orcs and females gradually shifted to grains, rather than solely relying on roasted meat as they had in the past. The issue of food was progressing smoothly. However, Chu Xinran found herself increasingly troubled as she realized that her daily necessities were nearly depleted. Her towels had been worn thin, with some repurposed for other uses. Fortunately, she could substitute with animal skins, which, due to the ample supply of salt, had become remarkably soft after tanning, sufficient to serve as towels. The toothpaste was also finished, but she could chew on mint grass found by the river, so that was manageable. Yet, the most pressing concern was that her soap had run out, leaving her with nothing to use for washing her hair or bathing. If this continued, she would surely go mad. Originally, the lion-tiger tribe had no designated bathing area, but it was Chu Xinran who suggested constructing a sheltered spot upstream of the river for the females to wash. Now, in the sweltering heat of summer, where even the slightest activity resulted in perspiration, Chu Xinran found herself bathing here almost daily, and Carlo, influenced by her, followed suit. However, bathing without shampoo or soap left Chu Xinran feeling unclean. During this time, she ventured out daily in search of soap pods, but while she found none, she did come across various vegetables and seasonings. One day, Carlo returned from a hunting expedition with promising news for Chu Xinran. "Look, is this the soap pod you were searching for?" he asked, revealing a pod-like plant in his palm. Chu Xinran eagerly took it, inhaling its scent, and exclaimed, "Carlo, you are simply amazing. This is indeed the soap pod. Where did you find it? Is there more?" Carlo, slightly bashful, replied, "I discovered it in the deep forest, from a very large tree, and there are many soap pods still on it." Knowing that Chu Xinran had been troubled by her search for soap pods, Carlo had made a point to venture further during his hunting trips to look for the tree she described, and to his delight, he had succeeded. "Is it far from the tribe? Can you take me there now?" Chu Xinran asked eagerly. "It's a bit distant, and the area is perilous. I'll gather more for you when I go hunting tomorrow," Carlo answered. "Please be careful. If it's too dangerous, then don't risk it," she cautioned. Carlo nodded in agreement. The next day, Carlo returned with several baskets full of soap pods. Chu Xinran used these pods to scrub the soiled animal skins, finding them impeccably clean. As she washed her hair by the river using the soap pods, she attracted the attention of other females. "Sharan, what are you using to wash your hair?" Amy inquired curiously. "Soap pods. They leave my hair smelling delightful. And you can also apply them to your body while bathing. So fragrant. Plus, they clean animal skins very well," Chu Xinran explained. Just then, having finished washing her hair, she invited Amy and the others to come closer and smell it, and they were greeted by a refreshing scent. "How lovely. I want to use it too, Sharan. Where did you get these soap pods?" Amy continued to ask. Chu Xinran mentioned that the soap pods were picked for her by Carlo. The other females, upon returning, either sought out their orc partners or their fathers to help them gather soap pods while hunting. The orcs found this quite perplexing and soon inquired with Carlo about the whereabouts of the soap pod trees. Before long, nearly all the females in the tribe had utilized the soap pods, which quickly gained popularity. Later, Chu Xinran heard from Amy that Lilith had also approached Carlo for soap pods, but Carlo ignored her. In tears, Lilith ran away, ultimately receiving her soap pods from her father. Many years later, an unusual custom emerged in the lion-tiger tribe. When an orc wished to pursue a female, he would gather soap pods to present to her. Life continued peacefully until one day, the hunting party hurriedly carried an orc back to the tribe. What had happened? What was wrong with Abel? The chieftain, upon seeing Abel lying on the ground, urgently inquired. Chieftain, Abel was injured during a battle with a ferocious beast, and it seems his arm is broken, Kevin replied, his voice heavy with concern. Although he did not particularly favor Abel, he could not bear to witness such a fate. In the orc continent, losing an arm rendered an orc nearly helpless. A ferocious beast? How did you encounter one? The chieftain was astounded upon hearing those words and turned sternly to Carlo. Carlo, how can you lead this team? Did I not instruct you to avoid any encounters with ferocious beasts? Look at Abel now, are you satisfied? Carlo bowed his head in silence. Seeing the chieftain's reproach, Kevin quickly intervened. Chieftain, this cannot be blamed on Carlo. When the ferocious beast appeared, Carlo ordered us to retreat immediately, but Abel disregarded his advice and charged forward, resulting in this predicament. Ferocious beasts were known as the most brutal creatures on the orc continent. Even a group of 10 orcs might struggle to defeat one. Thus, orcs typically avoided confrontations with these beasts, opting to flee when encountered. Indeed, it is all my fault, and no one else is to blame. I brought this upon myself. Abel said gloomily, after glancing at his arm and shaking his head, realizing that all hope was lost. Abel, do not speak like that. We will find a way to help you. The chieftain reassured him, turning to the shaman. Shaman, is there any hope for him? The shaman approached and examined Abel's arm, which hung limply, devoid of any strength. He shook his head gravely. His arm is likely broken, and there is little I can do. Upon hearing this, sorrow etched the faces of many present. After watching in silence for quite some time, Chu Xinran finally caught the attention of the clan leader, who hurriedly approached her with earnestness, saying, Xiaoran, do you have any solutions? Last time you healed Dar, this time you surely can save Abel as well. Chu Xinran glanced at the hope reflected in her eyes, lifted her gaze towards Abner, and then looked at the chieftain standing before her. Followed by a glance at the silent Carlo not far away, a sense of unease began to stir within her. After a prolonged silence from Chu Xinran, Carlo finally approached and spoke. Father, please do not put Xinran in a difficult position. She has already mentioned that her ability to save Dar was merely a stroke of luck. Silence. The chieftain retorted sharply. I entrusted the entire hunting team to your care, and you bear the responsibility to safeguard every orc. Now that Abner is in peril, you cannot evade accountability. The chieftain reprimanded Carlo before turning back to Chu Xinran. Little Ran, is there truly no way to assist him? Abner cannot simply lose his arm. How will he manage his life thereafter? Seeing the chieftain indiscriminately chastising Carlo, a wave of discomfort surged within Chu Xinran. She interjected, Uncle Chieftain, Kevin has already stated that this matter does not involve Carlo. He requested a retreat at the very first opportunity, yet Abner refused to follow orders. How can this be blamed on Carlo? Chu Xinran turned her gaze towards Abel and remarked, Abel, I recall mentioning during my last treatment of Dar that he was fortunate then. Yet such luck may not favor him again. Furthermore, Carlo had emphasized the importance of following orders, urging you not to act recklessly, to which you had agreed. Why then? Do you now charge forth so recklessly? Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, Abel let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Why did he rush out? It was, after all, due to Carlo's growing prestige within the tribe that he felt compelled to subdue the perpetrator alone, to prove himself as the mightiest warrior of the lion-tiger tribe. Yet, unexpectedly, he faltered, leading to the current dire circumstances. The assembly fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak for a considerable time. After a while, Chu Xinran sighed and approached Abel. She understood the struggles each individual faced to survive and recognized the sacrifices Carlo had made for the tribe. Thus, witnessing Abel's disregard for his own life ignited a flicker of anger within her. However, she could not bear to watch a life extinguish before her eyes. Chu Xinran approached and gently touched Abel's arm, releasing a sigh of relief. It seemed that nothing was broken, but rather a dislocation of the bone. In truth, Chu Xinran was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters. However, when the director's mother had suffered a fall and fractured her bone, she had perused numerous documents to care for her, gaining a rudimentary understanding in the process. Observing Chu Xinran's demeanor, those present felt a glimmer of hope. While Abel fixed his gaze upon her, awaiting her next move with bated breath, Chu Xinran summoned Carlo to restrain Abel. As she gently caressed Abel's arm, she seized an opportune moment to lift it forcefully, hearing a distinct crack. Only then did she exhale in relief. This was her inaugural attempt at such a daunting task. She could only endeavor to realign the misplaced bone. If she did not take this chance, it seemed likely that Abel's arm would be rendered useless. Thus, she resolved to treat a dead horse as if it were alive, embarking on this desperate gamble. Chu Xinran gently touched Abel's arm again, discovering that this time the bone had returned to its rightful place. She was pleasantly surprised to find that her luck had favored her this time. However, Abel proved to be remarkably resilient. Despite her instructing Carlo to restrain him for fear of him moving in pain, Abel did not even furrow his brow. As he felt the sensation return to his arm, his face radiated with excitement, and he eagerly waved his hand, realizing he could indeed control it. "Hey, don't move around." Chu Xinran quickly admonished him. "Your arm isn't fully healed yet. If you keep this up and it breaks again, I won't be responsible." Upon hearing this, Abel obediently ceased his movements and fixed his gaze upon Chu Xinran. Carlo, observing Abel's demeanor, felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet he refrained from interjecting as Chu Xinran was currently focused on healing Abel. Chu Xinran instructed the other orcs to fetch some cool water from the river, then soak the animal skins in it to apply a cold compress to the swollen area on Abel's shoulder. Afterward, she secured his shoulder and arm with the skins. For the time being, refrain from using your arm. Rest well in bed, or you might risk losing it. Chu Xinran warned with a hint of intimidation, though Abel merely nodded in response, showing little reaction. Witnessing Chu Xinran's successful treatment of Abel, the others regarded her with newfound awe. How could this young female possess such remarkable skills, even able to mend a broken arm? In light of their gazes, Chu Xinran felt compelled to emphasize once more. "This was merely good fortune. I happened upon something I knew. I assure you, if there is a next time, I will be truly powerless." She added, "What Carlo said was for your benefit, so I implore you all to exercise caution in the wild. Rest assured, Xiaoran, we understand Carlo's intentions are for our good." Kevin echoed affirmatively. Hearing Chu Xinran's remarks, the chief's expression grew somewhat awkward, aware that she was displeased with his earlier reprimand of Carlo. Nonetheless, he approached her with a question. "Is Abel's arm all right now? Is there anything we need to be mindful of? Just avoid using the arm for now. Starting tomorrow, soak the animal skins in warm water and apply them to the swollen area daily. Also, prepare plenty of bone broth for him," Chu Xinran replied. As Carlo stood by her side, holding her hand, she comfortingly squeezed Carlo's hand before continuing. As Abel had no family, he was cared for by Dia's mother, to whom Chu Xinran reiterated the precautions and shared the method for making the bone broth. Contemplating Abel's need for recovery while considering the cold and damp environment of the cave, Chu Xinran cautiously broached the subject of building a house. "Uncle Chief, Grandfather Shaman, Carlo, I have long wished to express that residing in the cave indefinitely is unwise. The cave's environment is quite chilly, and prolonged stays can adversely affect one's health. Take the elderly uncles and aunts who have dwelled there. Their bones suffer from the cold, and in severe cases, they may even lose the ability to walk. Furthermore, with Abel injured, recovering in the cave is not ideal. While the warm season is manageable, the snow season will be even more arduous. But if we do not stay in the cave, where shall we reside?" the chief asked, somewhat troubled. "We can inhabit houses. Everyone in our tribe lives in houses. Some are made of wood, others of clay. They provide shelter from wind and rain and offer protection against the cold. If we implement proper insulation, the houses can remain quite warm during the snow season." "Is that true, Sister Xiaoran? Can it really be warm during the snow season?" Carlo inquired with curiosity. As the snow season was always the most challenging time of the year, cold and hungry, he could scarcely imagine warmth in such a season. "Indeed, as long as we can construct the houses. However, building will require considerable manpower, which may halt other tribal activities," Chu Xinran elaborated. The tribe members expressed their enthusiasm for the idea of houses, and after a brief discussion, the chief and the shaman remained undecided about whether to attempt the construction. "What do you think, Carlo?" the shaman asked. Carlo pondered briefly before responding to Chu Xinran. We should build houses, but not at this moment. The temperatures are too high during the warm season. No one can endure staying outside all day. If we are to construct houses, the rainy season would be the best time. Realizing she had been somewhat hasty, Chu Xinran acknowledged Carlo's wisdom. The conditions for building in the warm season were indeed harsh. Currently, the females in the tribe chose to work in the shade, retreating to the cave for relief from the heat. And no one could bear to spend an entire day outside, only venturing out for evening meals after sunset. If they were to build houses, it would require them to remain outdoors all day, which was untenable. Both the chief and the shaman concurred with Carlo's assessment, and the others in the tribe had no objections. Regarding Abel's injury, Chu Xinran could only advise him to bask in the sun during the day and avoid lingering in the cold environment. After discussing the matters at hand, the group dispersed. Abel gazed at Carlo, holding Chu Xinran's hand as they departed, his eyes lingering, lost in thought. Upon returning to the cave, Chu Xinran found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she had not noticed much, but as time passed, she became increasingly aware of the chief's peculiar attitude toward Carlo. Why did he seem so harsh with him? His severity surpassed what one would expect from a father. Moreover, why was Karen still living with the chief while Carlo had chosen to move out? Yet, witnessing Carlo quietly engaged in his tasks, she hesitated to voice her concerns. What if this was a wound in Carlo's heart? If she were to inquire, would it not be cruel to reopen that scar? Perhaps it was best to wait until he was ready to speak of it. Due to the emergence of ferocious beasts in the wild, Carlo granted the hunting team a reprieve the following day, allowing them to rest for a few days before resuming their hunts, as the tribe still had sufficient meat for sustenance. With this rare opportunity for relaxation, Carlo took Chu Xinran and Karen for a stroll not far from the tribe. Along the way, Karen discovered a bird's nest in a tree and implored Carlo to shift back to his original form, so he could hoist him up to the large tree. Karen carefully extracted the eggs from the nest and, once back on the ground, proudly presented the eggs to Chu Xinran. Since her arrival, Chu Xinran had not tasted an egg. She had initially hoped that raising those clucking creatures would yield a few eggs. But those few clucking beasts spent their days consuming food and had yet to show any sign of laying. Just as Chu Xinran pondered how to procure some bird eggs, she suddenly witnessed Karen shatter a bird egg and consume it with relish. "Karen, what on earth are you doing?" Chu Xinran asked in disbelief. "Eating bird eggs," Karen replied, offering her a bird egg. "Sister Xinran, you should try it too. Although the flavor isn't particularly delightful, indulging once in a while is still acceptable." Chu Xinran shook her head. She could not stomach raw chicken eggs, let alone raw bird eggs, as she always found their fishy taste overpowering. "Karen, would you allow Sister Xinran to prepare these bird eggs for you? I assure you, they will be far more delectable than consuming them in this manner." Chu Xinran inquired. Karen nodded eagerly, responding, "Sister Xinran's cooking is always exquisite. Surely, she will make the bird eggs taste delightful." Having resolved to prepare the bird eggs, Chu Xinran, Carlo, and Karen diligently scoured the surrounding area for numerous bird nests, collecting a bounty of eggs. Upon returning to the tribe, Chu Xinran cracked the eggs into bowls, utilizing part of them to create a delicate egg custard and the remainder for a stir-fry. These two dishes sparked a frenzy among the children, who relished the custard and stir-fried eggs. Chu Xinran, however, managed to reserve a few portions to share with the elders of the tribe. Perhaps influenced by the consumption of bird eggs within the tribe, that night, the Gugu beast astonishingly laid eggs. The following morning, upon discovering 5 new chicken eggs within the enclosure, Chu Xinran was overjoyed. From that day forth, the Gugu beast laid eggs daily, and the greatest delight for the children of the tribe became their morning ritual of rushing to the enclosure to see whether the Gugu beast had laid eggs. Chu Xinran prepared the majority of the eggs laid by the Gugu beast for the children and the elderly of the tribe. Xiaoran, these eggs should be distributed among the children and the orcs hunting outside the tribe. "We old folks have aged. Consuming these delicacies would be a waste," remarked the elders of the tribe. "Uncles and aunties, such words should not be uttered. You have sacrificed so much for the tribe in the past. Now that you are advanced in age, you deserve to enjoy the fruits of your labor," Chu Xinran gently urged. Upon hearing her words, the elders felt a wave of emotion wash over them. They had initially resigned themselves to the idea of sacrificing for the tribe as the harsh winter approached. But with Chu Xinran's arrival, they witnessed numerous changes that instilled in them a renewed courage to continue living. Chu Xinran's kindness towards the elders stemmed from the poignant tales shared by Amy and Nina, recounting how some of the tribe's elderly had chosen death to spare their younger counterparts from hunger. We all harbored a deep-seated fear that our beloved uncles and aunts might once again act foolishly, departing this world in silence, leaving us behind. Xinran, how fortunate it is that you have arrived. You have truly transformed our tribe in profound ways. As Amy spoke these words, tears glistened in her eyes. Hearing of these matters, Chu Xinran felt an overwhelming sorrow within her heart. She pondered the sentiments with which these elders departed. For the sake of the tribe's future, and to ensure that more lives could be sustained, they chose to face starvation or the bitter cold in solitude, some even falling prey to wild beasts. What kind of spirit is this? In their youth, they had already devoted so much to the tribe, yet in their later years, they resolutely chose to end their own lives for the tribe's sake. Such a reality is truly heart-wrenching. Upon observing the elders of the lion-tiger tribe, Chu Xinran noted that many had exerted themselves excessively in their youth, resulting in broken limbs and an inability to rise from their beds. As they awaited the inevitable approach of death, after contemplating this, she decided to collaborate with Carlo to craft several wooden crutches, enabling those elders with only minor ailments in their legs to venture out and engage in gentle walks. For the bedridden individuals, Chu Xinran, lacking the means to construct wheelchairs, enlisted the help of Carlo, Kevin, and Dahl to frequently carry the elderly outside to bask in the sunlight, preventing them from languishing in the dim confines of the cave. Additionally, to alleviate any feelings of obsolescence among the elders and to ensure they did not perceive themselves as burdens to the tribe, Chu Xinran sought out simple tasks for them to partake in. After Chu Xinran accomplished these tasks, the elders of the tribe noticeably regained their vitality. Each individual eagerly awaited her to assign them duties, yearning to demonstrate that they were not superfluous, but rather capable of contributing to the tribe. In addition to these endeavors, during this period, Chu Xinran also discovered a crucial food source, radishes. Radishes, along with cabbage, are essential vegetables for winter sustenance, and now she had successfully procured both. The versatility of radish preparation is abundant, and more importantly, consuming radishes offers numerous health benefits. On the day she discovered radishes, Chu Xinran, as was her custom, summoned more individuals from the tribe to assist in transporting them, each basket filled to the brim, and subsequently stored them in the cellar. To celebrate the bountiful harvest of radishes, she decided to prepare a dish she had never made before, dumplings. Chu Xinran first allowed the sweet potato dough to rest before meticulously chopping a substantial amount of fangtooth beast meat along with cabbage and radishes. Ultimately, she enlisted Carlo's assistance to prepare the minced meat, as his strength rendered him far more efficient than she was. While Carlo deftly minced the meat, Chu Xinran busied herself rolling out dumpling wrappers from the sweet potato flour, a task that proved challenging. Nevertheless, she endeavored to shape them appropriately, cautious not to roll them too thin for fear of exposing the filling during cooking. The atmosphere grew lively as they began to assemble the dumplings, with children joining in the excitement, resulting in flour-covered faces and, alas, no successfully formed dumplings. Although Chu Xinran possessed only a limited repertoire of dumpling-making techniques, primarily the simple method of crafting ingot-shaped dumplings, her companions, being novices, fumbled through the process, lacking her finesse. Eventually, she abandoned concerns over their inelegant shapes, focusing instead on ensuring the dumplings were sealed tightly to prevent any filling from spilling out. As the first batch of dumplings boiled, the entire tribe gathered in anticipation, eager to taste the fruits of their collective labor. To Chu Xinran's astonishment, Kevin, the tribe's most voracious eater, devoured nearly 200 dumplings, leaving her utterly speechless at such an insatiable appetite. This feast brought immense joy to all, a stark contrast to their previous struggles for survival through relentless hunting and foraging. They had never envisioned a day when life could be so leisurely and fulfilling. Life in the tribe had improved significantly. Besides meat, they now enjoyed sweet potatoes, an abundance of flour, and a variety of vegetables, culinary delights they had never experienced before. In the past, they subsisted on a single meal a day, with only those who ventured out to hunt or forage allowed to eat twice. Now, every individual could relish warm meals, waking to steamed buns and sweet potatoes, a lifestyle they had never dared to dream of. However, Chu Xinran felt that relying solely on sweet potatoes as their staple was insufficient. The limitations of sweet potato flour in producing diverse foods often led to failures, and she firmly believed that only white flour and rice were truly suitable for staples. Yet, despite her extensive searches around the tribe, she had found no wheat or rice, nor any corn, compelling her to continue her quest for sustenance beyond their immediate surroundings. After the dumpling feast, Chu Xinran took a few children to play with the toys they had crafted earlier. Inspired by a new idea, she requested Carlos help in gathering sturdier timber and fashioned a wooden slide, ensuring its surface was smooth to prevent any injuries to the children. The slide was anchored by a heavy, uneven stone, allowing the children to climb up and slide down joyously. The new toy sent the children of the tribe into a frenzy of delight, yet surprisingly, they formed an orderly queue, taking turns to slide down. Observing their behavior, Chu Xinran appreciated Carlos' effective guidance. These children, in the context of Earth, would already be considered quite mature, yet on the beastmen continent, expectations were far more rigorous. The wilderness held perilous beasts that would not hesitate to prey upon the unprepared, where the strong prevailed and the weak perished. Moreover, these children embodied the future of the lion-tiger tribe, which explains Chu Xinran's understanding of Carlos' strictness. It was all for their benefit, ensuring they could thrive in the challenging environment of the beastmen continent. Just as the lion-tiger tribe basked in its joyous atmosphere, an unexpected visitor arrived. Chief Rice and Priest Victor approached, pleading for assistance for the herbivore tribe, who were on the brink of starvation. Chief Butte, with tears streaming down his face, implored Rice for help. "What has transpired? Please, take a seat and explain," Rice urged, helping Butte to sit while instructing Jia to prepare some food for the herbivore tribe's beastmen. This year's hot season has yielded an alarmingly meager catch. Our tribe's hunters have been unable to secure any prey. Now, the beastmen and females of our tribe are subsisting solely on red fruits, but that is unsustainable. If this continues, we risk losing lives to starvation, Butte lamented. Rice felt a pang of empathy upon hearing Butte's plight. After Chu Xinran's arrival, the lion-tiger tribe had endured similar hardships. Chu Xinran stood quietly, observing the group of orcs before her. It was said that they belonged to a herbivorous tribe, and their beastly forms must resemble that of grazing animals. Their human forms were not tall and appeared quite frail. Butte had brought 3 or 4 of these orcs with him, one of whom had beady eyes that constantly surveyed the possessions of the lion-tiger tribe. Dia soon brought forth steamed sweet potatoes and roasted meat, which the herbivorous orcs devoured ravenously. "Chief Reese, where did you find such delectable food?" The beady-eyed orc, who consumed the most, inquired with his mouth full. "This is my son, Andrew," Butte introduced the orc with a gesture. Andrew nodded haphazardly at Chief Reese and the priest before returning to his meal. After finishing, Andrew continued to cry out that he was still hungry, prompting Dia to fetch more sweet potatoes and roasted meat. Only after this round did the herbivorous tribe finally feel satiated. "Chief Reese, you have always assisted our herbivorous tribe, and we have not forgotten your kindness. However, we find ourselves in distress once again, and I hope you can extend your support once more. I express gratitude on behalf of all the orcs and females of our tribe." After their feast, Butte broached the purpose of his visit once again. "That is certainly no problem," Chief Reese replied with his customary benevolence, having aided the herbivorous tribe many times before. Thus, upon hearing Butte's intention, he readily agreed, without hesitation. Chu Xinran, observing the chief's response, furrowed her brow slightly, but refrained from voicing her concerns. Chief Reese ordered 10 baskets of sweet potatoes and the meat of 2 horned beasts to be brought forth. Butte, seeing the abundance of food, beamed with joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, while Andrew appeared somewhat displeased. "Chief Reese, it seems that your lion-tiger tribe is thriving, each of you looking so robust, while our herbivorous tribe has grown so thin. This amount is hardly enough for us. I kindly ask that you provide us with more food," Andrew remarked with an air of entitlement. Chief Reese hesitated at this. "What? Are you reluctant to part with it, Chief Reese? Our herbivorous tribe cannot compare to yours. Our beast forms are so small we cannot catch prey, yet your lion-tiger tribe is nimble and finds hunting much easier," Andrew continued, unabashedly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinran's expression darkened. Seeing that Chief Reese was genuinely considering a response, she could not help but interject. "Andrew, you cannot speak in such a manner. The prey of the lion-tiger tribe is acquired through the perilous efforts of our orc warriors. They toil daily, facing wild beasts, and barely manage to secure enough to eat," she said coldly. Chief Reese, reflecting on Chu Xinran's words, acknowledged their validity. Capturing prey was indeed a daunting task for their orc population. Were it not for Chu Xinran's assistance in developing new weaponry, they would not have secured as much game. "And who do you think you are?" "I am speaking to your chief," Andrew retorted angrily at the sight of a mere female chastising him. His words caused a shift in the expressions of many from the lion-tiger tribe. Carlo stepped forward, glaring at Andrew, the warning in his eyes unmistakable, causing Andrew to take a few steps back. Chief Reese, too, was incensed. Andrew, Chu Xinran is a female of our tribe. It is not your place to speak to her. He was not foolish and understood the importance of keeping silent about Chu Xinran's contributions to their tribe. Noticing Chief Reese's anger, the priest and Carlo also wore displeased expressions. Butte quickly intervened. Andrew, be quiet. Chief Reese, I asked for your magnanimity and forgiveness for Andrew. He harbors no ill intent. Reluctantly, Andrew fell silent, ceasing further remarks. Chief Reese, the provisions you have provided for our herbivorous tribe are more than sufficient. Do not heed the foolish words of that young rascal, Andrew. I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the herbivorous tribe. We sincerely thank you, Butte continued. Upon hearing Butte's words, Chief Reese's expression softened slightly. This sweet potato, once you return to your tribe, simply roast it over the fire before consuming, he instructed, gesturing towards the tubers. Butte nodded, glancing around at the lion-tiger tribe's current state. He remarked, the lives of the lion-tiger tribe appear to be improving. I see many things here that I have never encountered. I am genuinely pleased for you. It is truly wonderful. Chief Reese nodded. As long as you strive to live well, you too shall prosper in time. Though he agreed to provide additional provisions for the herbivorous tribe, he understood the importance of refraining from discussing certain matters. After the herbivorous tribe accepted the food, Chu Xinran assumed they would depart. However, Butte continued to engage Chief Reese in trivial conversation, failing to mention their departure. Did they seek even more provisions? Indeed, Chu Xinran did not wish to deny the herbivorous tribe food, but Andrew's entitled demeanor incensed her. According to Butte, the lion-tiger tribe had previously aided the herbivorous tribe numerous times, yet Andrew's attitude suggested a lack of gratitude that was quite irksome. Observing the other herbivorous orcs nodding in agreement with Andrew's statements only confirmed her suspicions. It was evident they viewed the lion-tiger tribe as a source of easy gains. Butte, do you have any further matters to discuss? Chief Reese, growing impatient with the incessant trivialities, inquired directly. Butte hesitated before responding. Since you ask, I shall be straightforward. Although you have already generously provided us with food, we feel it would be improper to persist in our demands. However, we find ourselves in a predicament. You are aware of how vital salt is for a tribe. Without it, we cannot survive. Therefore, Chief Reese, I humbly request an additional supply of salt. What about the salt you traded for last year? The priest interjected unexpectedly. It was customary for tribes on the beastmen continent to gather enough salt during the rainy season to last a year, returning for more in the following rainy season. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Butte, caught off guard by the question, stammered, well, we simply did not procure enough salt, which is why we find ourselves in this situation. Chief Reese, I implore you to assist us once more. Hearing Butte's plea, Chief Reese's heart softened. Considering that their tribe could now produce salt, he contemplated lending a small amount. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Xinran interrupted, Butte, to be frank, our lion-tiger tribe is also running low on salt. We have only recently discovered sweet potatoes, but to store them, we require a substantial quantity of salt. Thus, we find ourselves in a similar predicament and are also seeking to borrow some salt. Chu Xinran gazed at Butte and inquired. Upon hearing her utterance, Butte appeared visibly flustered, fearing that the lion and tiger tribe might solicit salt from them. In his haste, he excused himself, clutching his provisions. His initial curiosity about the source of sweet potatoes dissipating upon learning that they required salt for preservation. After the herbivorous tribe departed, the chieftain looked at Chu Xinran with perplexity and asked, Chu Xinran, why did you deceive the herbivorous tribe about our salt shortage? Before Chu Xinran could respond, the priest interjected, Reese, it is not my intention to criticize you, but while you may wish to assist others, it must be within the bounds of your capacity. Furthermore, the members of the herbivorous tribe clearly harbor ulterior motives. Their salt cannot possibly be insufficient. I know Butte well. He would not engage in such an unreliable endeavor without adequate salt in exchange. His request for salt from our tribe is merely an attempt to gauge our resources, especially after observing our sudden abundance of food. By hastily granting him the salt, you unwittingly revealed to Butte that not only do we possess ample food, but also sufficient salt to sustain it. Have you not considered this carefully? The priest, somewhat exasperated, lamented Reese's softness, while he genuinely cared for the tribe. His compassion often led him to sympathize with the weak, to the detriment of his own people. Reese, in our tribe's times of hardship, Whenever the herbivorous tribe came to you in distress, you would unhesitatingly provide them with food. Have you ever considered the well-being of our own people? The priest continued his admonition. The chieftain found himself at a loss for words. You have not considered. You have failed to recognize that the provisions in our tribe were earned at the cost of lives by Carlo and others. As chieftain, do you truly possess the authority to distribute these resources indiscriminately? Reese, I refrained from addressing this sooner, hoping you would eventually come to your senses. Yet, as our tribe gradually improves, you remain unchanged. Do you wish to witness our tribe being undermined by the herbivorous tribe? The priest's words struck the chieftain like a blow, awakening him to the folly of his past actions. How can you question why Xinran deceived Butte? Look at her statement regarding our salt scarcity and Butte's reaction. He turned and left without a word, fearing that we might request salt from him. After all the time you devoted to assisting the herbivorous tribe, this is the outcome. The chieftain stood there, speechless, filled with shame, questioning how he could face the members of the lion and tiger tribe. The priest was right. His compassion had come at the expense of others' suffering. How had he been so oblivious, as if enchanted? Priest, you speak the truth. I have indeed been foolish. I am unworthy to continue as chieftain. Please appoint someone more capable than I to take my place. Overwhelmed with regret, the chieftain felt he no longer deserved his position. In the cave, only Chu Xinran, Carlo, the chieftain, and the priest remained. Upon the chieftain's declaration, silence enveloped the room, leaving Chu Xinran uncertain of what to say. The priest remained quiet for a long while before sighing and continuing. Reese, my intention in saying all this is not to express dissatisfaction with your leadership. Aside from this flaw, you have been a diligent chieftain, exerting great effort to ensure that our people are well fed, often sacrificing your own needs to conserve food for the tribe. Everyone respects you for your dedication. I share this with you to emphasize that while your compassion is commendable, it is essential to discern right from wrong in our tribe's improving circumstances. Some individuals are worthy of assistance, while others are not. How can you be certain that aiding someone like the herbivorous tribe's chieftain, who harbors ill intentions, will not result in betrayal? Our tribe has worked hard to improve, and the lives of our people have begun to flourish. Can you bear the thought of jeopardizing their current way of life due to your misjudgment? The priest's probing question struck a chord within the chieftain, who finally grasped the extent of his previous folly. Carlo assisted the deeply affected chieftain in leaving the cave, leaving the priest and Chu Xinran behind. Chu Xinran approached and gently patted the back of the priest, saying, "Grandfather priest, please do not be upset. Take care of your health." The priest sighed and replied, "Xinran, I recognize your intelligence. You discerned the ill intentions of the herbivorous tribe early on, which is why you express such sentiments. However, do not harbor any negative thoughts towards your uncle, the chieftain. He is merely confused regarding this matter." Chu Xinran shook her head and said, "Grandfather, I harbor no other sentiments towards uncle the chieftain." "Xinran," she continued, "there is a reason behind Reese's actions. When our lion and tiger tribe sought refuge here to escape the beast tide, the herbivorous tribes extended their assistance to us. Reese has held that kindness in his heart, which is why he readily agreed to help when the herbivorous tribe came seeking aid. However, it later seemed to Reese that he had exceeded the bounds of assistance, leading Butte to take it for granted. Moreover, Reese has indeed aided many in need. Consider Abel. As a young orc, he wandered into our tribe alone, and Reese took him in. Now, Abel is an exceptional hunter within our community. Then there is Kevin, whose parents perished in that beast tide. Reese also welcomed him, nurturing him to grow up healthy. Thus, it is evident that Reese has accomplished many commendable deeds." Chu Xinran nodded. "Grandfather, I comprehend your words. Do not worry. After what you have expressed today, I believe Uncle Clan Leader will come to a realization. I understand that Uncle Clan Leader is merely a bit too kind-hearted by nature." Chu Xinran understood the reason why the priest had spoken so extensively with her today. He feared that the events of the day might create a rift between her and the tribal chief. She fully recognized the priest's sincere intentions, yet she harbored no ill feelings towards the chief. Following the incident, the chief fell into a state of despondency for a while. It was only after the priest sought him out for a profound conversation that he finally regained his spirit, becoming more attentive to the tribe's affairs and considering matters more judiciously. Before long, the scorching season of the beastman continent came to an end, ushering in the rain season, abundant with prey, albeit accompanied by heightened dangers. During this season, many wild beasts were particularly vigorous and active, leading to frequent occurrences of beast tides. Nevertheless, the rain season also presented an opportune time for storing provisions. Starting today, the hunting party would extend their time outdoors, remaining longer than they did during the scorching season. Carlo quietly explained the nuances of the rain season to Chu Xinran. You must exercise great caution while hunting. Do not be overly ambitious, and never put yourself in peril for the sake of capturing prey, Chu Xinran advised. Carlo nodded, taking the breakfast she had prepared for him, and departed with the other beastmen of the hunting party. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xinran comprehended why this season was termed the rain season, not long after Carlo's departure. Torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. Does it often rain like this during the rain season? She inquired of Amy, who was nearby. Indeed. That's the nature of the rain season. It can pour incessantly for an entire day, Amy responded, lifting her gaze as she played a game of kicking a sandbag with a young female. Fortunately, they had managed to prepare sweet potato flour, cured meat, jerky, and salt before the onset of the rain season. Had they delayed until now, they likely would have accomplished nothing. Now, Chu Xinran understood why Carlo had urged them to complete their tasks promptly. Yet, as she observed the rain intensifying, her concern for Carlo, who was hunting outside, grew. With such heavy rainfall, what if he fell ill from being soaked? She regretted not having made him a rain cloak or umbrella. What are rain cloaks and umbrellas? Amy always expressed the most curiosity about the new concepts that emerged from Chu Xinran's lips. A rain cloak is an item worn to shield oneself from the rain, while an umbrella is something held above the head for the same purpose. Xinran, I think your tribe is truly clever. They can conceive of anything. However, if Carlo and Dao wore those rain cloaks while hunting, wouldn't it hinder their movements? It might impede their ability to hunt effectively, Amy continued. You have a point, sighed Chu Xinran, unsure whether her melancholy stemmed from the rain or the sudden lull in activity, feeling a sense of boredom envelop her. However, upon hearing Amy mention hunting, an idea suddenly struck Chu Xinran. Amy, you've reminded me. If we could create green rain cloaks, Carlo and the others could use them as camouflage while hunting, making it harder for the prey to detect them, and it would shield them from the rain as well, truly a twofold advantage. Upon hearing this, both Amy and Nina became intrigued, gathering around Chu Xinran to discuss how they might construct such an item. Chu Xinran and her companions first wove a rough outline using rattan, then densely stuffed the gaps with ula grass. Noticing that the ula grass had begun to yellow, they braved the rain to gather an abundance of fresh grass by the riverside, which they then packed atop the raincoat. Chu Xinran concealed herself beneath a green raincoat, allowing Amy and Nina to observe. Indeed, she was completely shrouded, appearing from a distance as a patch of verdant grass. Witnessing Chu Xinran's success ignited the interest of the other females, who subsequently endeavored to replicate the feat, achieving similar triumphs. Chu Xinran crafted a green raincoat for Carlo, followed by a smaller one for Karen, and finally, she fashioned a light and airy raincoat for herself. Meanwhile, Nina, after making one for her father and younger brother, began to measure out another with a willow branch. Nina, who are you making this for? Chu Xinran inquired curiously, as the dimensions clearly did not suggest it was intended for herself or her mother. Amy joined in the excitement, rushing over to examine the raincoat in Nina's hands, exclaiming, I know who she's making it for. I know. It must be for Kevin. Upon hearing Amy's words, Nina's face flushed crimson, and she retorted softly, Amy, don't be ridiculous. I'm just messing around. Despite Nina's denial, the blush on her cheeks spoke volumes. Could it be that Nina harbored feelings for Kevin? Reflecting on Kevin's lively nature and contrasting it with Nina's shy demeanor, Chu Xinran suddenly perceived that they might actually complement each other quite well. One vibrant, the other reserved. One extroverted, the other introverted. With the raincoats completed, venturing out of the cave became considerably more convenient. Chu Xinran handed the finished raincoat to Karen, and together they dashed towards the enclosure. Inside, the number of cooing beasts and long-eared creatures had multiplied significantly. Anticipating the rainy season, Chu Xinran had arranged for someone to construct a shelter for the enclosure to protect the animals from the rain. The earliest batch of cooing beasts and long-eared creatures had already given birth to younglings, and when the little ones first arrived, the entire tribe had closely monitored them, as this was the first time the lion-tiger tribe had successfully raised animals that produced offspring. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of breeding the cooing beasts and long-eared creatures, the chieftain and the shaman agreed to attempt raising larger beasts as well. However, despite Chu Xinran seeking the assistance of the beastmen to repair the shelter, Carlo and the others had yet to capture suitable beasts to bring back. Either they accidentally killed the ones they caught, or the live ones were too ferocious for domestication. Several cellars had now been constructed to store more prey during the rainy season, preparing for the impending snowy season. As dusk approached and the rain ceased, Carlo and the others returned from their hunting expedition. Chu Xinran hurriedly approached them, her heart sinking slightly upon seeing that Carlo's animal hide was thoroughly soaked. Nevertheless, Carlo appeared quite pleased, as their haul had been substantial. At that moment, Chu Xinran spotted a familiar creature behind Carlo and excitedly rushed over. "What is this? Did you catch it too?" "Yes," Carlo replied, stepping closer. "This is a bleeding beast. The meat isn't very palatable, but since we stumbled upon it, I thought we might as well bring it back." Carlo had previously captured many bleeding beasts, but back then, due to the scarcity of food, they had to catch them despite their unappetizing meat. Today, he hesitated, yet ultimately decided to catch it, reasoning that although food was now more plentiful, nothing should go to waste. Hearing Carlo's disdain for the bleeding beast, Chu Xinran couldn't help but think he had no appreciation for its value. The bleeding beast was akin to sheep on earth, which were quite delicious. It was simply that they lacked the knowledge to eliminate the gamey flavor from the meat. The meat of the bleeding beast is indeed delectable. If you don't believe me, I'll prepare some for you today, and you'll be astonished, Chu Xinran asserted with determination. Upon hearing her words, Kevin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If it's something Chu Xinran claims is delicious, it must be. I believe, Xiaoran, we shall await a feast." With Kevin so eager to indulge, Chu Xinran unhesitatingly directed him to the riverbank to clean the bleeding beast's entrails. "Make sure to wash the meat thoroughly," she reminded him. "Rest assured, for the sake of savoring the finest bleeding beast meat, I shall wash it clean," Kevin promised confidently. As Kevin tended to the bleeding beast, Chu Xinran presented the raincoat she had crafted today to Carlo. "Try it on and see if it fits." "What is this?" Carlo asked, eyeing the peculiar garment draped over him. "This is a raincoat, a creation I devised alongside Amy and Nina today. In the future, when you go hunting, wear this. It's lightweight, shields you from rain, and conceals your silhouette, rendering you invisible to your prey." Upon hearing Chu Xinran's explanation, Carlo chuckled and patted the raincoat on his body. "Thank you. This idea is remarkable and quite clever. Even though prey has become more abundant, they have also grown more cautious, so this raincoat will indeed serve its purpose." Flushed with gratitude from Carlo's compliment, Chu Xinran smiled shyly and turned to prepare dinner. Once Kevin had finished cleaning the bleeding beast, Chu Xinran sliced the meat thinly, intending to make hot pot. She had gathered numerous cooking ingredients and ground many spices, creating an array of sauces mixed with garlic and scallions for everyone to enjoy. After heating the bone broth she had previously prepared, she briefly immersed the thin slices of bleeding beast meat before serving them with sauce, a dish of exquisite flavor. Kevin gave Chu Xinran a thumbs up while devouring the hot pot with gusto. Besides the bleeding beast meat, other game meats could also be cooked in the pot, yielding decent flavors, although they paled in comparison to the bleeding beast. Additionally, she added plenty of cabbage, radishes, and sweet potatoes to the pot, which complemented the dipping sauce splendidly. Chu Xinran prepared a dish of stir-fried lamb, which was devoured in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, everyone realized just how delectable the meow meow beast truly was. Kevin, amidst the throng of surrounding beasts, eagerly snatched at the meat while silently vowing that he would capture a substantial number of meow meow beasts the following day. When the hunting team returned the next day, they indeed brought back a considerable haul of meow meow beasts, most of which were still alive. Chu Xinran instructed them to place the living beasts into the pen that had been prepared earlier. This time, the children were not tasked with feeding them, as the horns of the meow meow beasts were rather formidable, and their tempers remained quite volatile upon capture. Therefore, the orcs were to feed them grass for the time being. Additionally, they managed to capture a sharp-horned beast, a species that had not been caught by the hunting team for quite some time. Chu Xinran was elated at the sight of the sharp-horned beast. Previously, when making jerky, they had used the tusked beast, which the children adored. If they could produce authentic beef jerky, the children would undoubtedly relish it even more. When the skies cleared, Chu Xinran prepared a plethora of beef jerky from the meat of the sharp-horned beast, which, as anticipated, was met with great enthusiasm from the children. It soon became their favorite snack, second only to eggs. Perhaps due to the rainy season, wild beasts had begun to roam more freely, and soon after, Carlo and his companions captured several more live sharp-horned beasts, all of which Chu Xinran tended to, anticipating them as provisions for the winter. However, It was a disappointment that neither the meow meow beasts nor the sharp-horned beasts belonged to the dairy-producing breeds, thus yielding little milk. As Chu Xinran was busying herself with cutting grass for the sharp-horned beasts and the bleeding creatures, Amy stormed over, dragging Nina along with her. "I am utterly infuriated," Amy exclaimed, plopping down in frustration, prompting Chu Xinran to cease her task. "What is the matter?" Chu Xinran inquired, perplexed. "It's all because of Lilith," Amy retorted. "She is part of my gathering team, but during this time, Manda has been preoccupied and hasn't accompanied us outside. So, when she ventured into the wild, she did nothing, neither gathering food nor contributing in any way, just loitering about. When I confronted her, she dismissed me with a 'what's it to you?' Everyone in the tribe is laboring diligently, yet she indulges in the bounty without lifting a finger." Amy's voice trembled with indignation. Upon hearing Amy's grievances, Chu Xinran furrowed her brow. Such situations are inevitable in a communal setting. Some individuals, seeking to evade labor, exploit the efforts of others, believing they can still partake in the rewards without contributing. When evening arrived and Carlo returned, Chu Xinran recounted the incident to him. Carlo's expression grew increasingly grave as she listened. If others observe Lilith effortlessly enjoying food without any work, inevitably, some will follow suit. This trajectory is decidedly detrimental, Carlo analyzed, her brow knitted in concern. Chu Xinran nodded and suggested, "Let us seek the counsel of the clan leader and the elder shaman regarding this matter." Upon hearing Chu Xinran's account, the expressions of both the clan leader and the shaman grew grave. "Father, elder shaman, if we do not devise a solution, the number of Liliths will only increase," Carlo stated somberly. The shaman acknowledged, "You speak the truth. Lilith was the first to act in such a manner. As of now, others have not yet entertained the notion of such laziness. Therefore, we must address this issue before it escalates further. Shall I convene a meeting tomorrow to admonish Lilith's conduct?" The clan leader inquired. While reprimanding Lilith may seem trivial, her actions have illuminated a broader issue concerning the equitable distribution of resources within our tribe. Even without Lilith, this tendency will inevitably lead others to adopt similar attitudes. This inherent laziness exists within everyone, regardless of past diligence. Once one perceives that others contribute less yet receive the same rewards, they too may succumb to idleness. But we have always lived this way. If we truly change, will it yield positive results? The clan leader appeared uncertain. Uncle Clan Leader, Chu Xinran explained, "Previously, our hunger compelled everyone to dedicate themselves to the tribe's welfare. However, as living standards rise and desires expand, the overall atmosphere shifts, leading many to adopt Lilith's mindset." Chu Xinran endeavored to elucidate this principle succinctly. "Currently, the tribe's members remain quite innocent. Aside from Lilith, no one harbors thoughts of laziness. Yet, Lilith's emergence is an inevitable consequence of equal resource distribution." Chu Xinran wished to prevent the innocent, kind-hearted individuals within the tribe from becoming complex and loathsome, emphasizing that now is the opportune moment to mitigate losses. The clan leader pondered Chu Xinran's words and recognized their validity. He turned to her and asked, "So, Xiaoran, what do you propose as a solution to this predicament?" "I have a suggestion for your consideration. Let the elders and children remain unchanged, but the young must earn their sustenance through labor. For instance, an orc who hunts today should receive food commensurate with their catch, and a female who gathers should be allocated food based on her harvest. The standards for distribution can be established by the elder shaman, whose esteemed reputation will inspire the tribe's trust in his decrees. Furthermore, it would be prudent for families to prepare their own meals, coming together only for significant events. As for the elderly and children without families, we should assign a few females to prepare their meals, ensuring these women receive fair compensation as well." Chu Xinran tentatively articulated her thoughts, aware that her idea still harbored numerous flaws. Yet, she remained unperturbed, confident that she could gradually refine and adjust it in the future. Upon hearing her words, the clan leader, the priest, and Carlo were taken aback by this method of distribution. They had never contemplated such an approach before. However, upon closer examination, they realized that Chu Xinran's proposal could indeed be regarded as the most equitable solution. "Could you please reiterate that for me?" the priest stammered. Chu Xinran nodded and meticulously explained her plan to Carlo and the others once more. The four of them deliberated throughout the night and finally reached a preliminary consensus on a set of standards and regulations. At dawn, the chieftain summoned everyone for a meeting. He first reprimanded Lilith for her laziness, having confirmed with the other females from the foraging team that she had indeed been slacking off in recent days. Upon hearing the chieftain's accusations, the crowd began to murmur and point at Lilith, who they had previously thought was merely temperamental but now realized was quite selfish. Overwhelmed with shame, Lilith could hardly hold her head high, and her parents felt equally humiliated. I never imagined that our tribe would harbor someone who relishes in idleness, which has brought an exceedingly negative influence upon us. To rectify this atmosphere, I, along with the priest, Carlo, and Chu Xinran, devised a solution. The chieftain elaborated on each point of this plan to the tribe, provoking a significant reaction. "Chieftain, are we not as we were before? We will not be selfish and lazy like Lilith," one orc shouted. The chieftain shook his head and counseled, "This is quite fair. Think about it. Those who work hard will receive more food, while those who do less will receive less. It is only just." After much discussion, the orcs and females agreed that this arrangement seemed reasonable and nodded in approval. Since everyone is in agreement, I will explain each regulation in detail shortly. Remember, since Lilith has erred, she will face punishment, 1 month of labor without reward. In the future, anyone who misbehaves will also be penalized, the chieftain stated sternly. Lilith regretted her earlier laziness, having become a laughingstock within the tribe, ridiculed wherever she went. At that moment, Chu Xinran was unaware of how grateful she would be in the future for eliminating the disruptive elements within the tribe at its inception, ensuring the lion and tiger tribe's continued survival. "Lilith, if you dare slack off again today, just try me. Follow what the other females are doing. If you do nothing, you'll see how I discipline you when you return." Lilith's father warned her angrily as she prepared to join the foraging team. "Father, how can you speak to me like that? I haven't been lazy. It's that Chu Xinran who has wronged me." Lilith shouted in fury upon hearing her father's words. "Stop deceiving me. I asked Amini and the others. You did nothing while out in the wild. Lilith, do you realize you have brought disgrace upon your mother and me? Our tribe has never had anyone who slacks off. How can we hold our heads high among the tribe's members now?" Her father lamented, filled with disappointment. Lilith gritted her teeth, at a loss for words, harboring deep resentment towards Chu Xinran and Imi. Seeing her daughter like this, Lilith's mother felt a pang of sympathy and interjected gently, "Enough. Lilith has acknowledged her mistake. Don't berate her further." Turning to Lilith, she pleaded earnestly, "Listen to your father. We only want what's best for you. If you continue down this path, no orc will wish to be with you in the future. Please, heed our advice." With a grim countenance, Lilith joined the foraging team, having lost the camaraderie of the other females who once spoke to her. After the chieftain's reprimand, no one was willing to associate with her anymore. Imi observed Lilith standing alone and scoffed. "She deserves it." Lilith always used her status as the most beautiful in the lion and tiger tribe to command others, especially bullying Nina and me. Now she is getting her just deserts. "Imi, isn't this a bit harsh?" Nina remarked, feeling a twinge of compassion for Lilith. "Nina, she brought this upon herself. Have you forgotten how she used to torment you? Besides, she has committed a wrong and deserves to be punished." Imi retorted, "But what if she changes? Isn't it unfair to treat her this way?" Nina hesitated, still wrestling with her conscience. "Let us wait and see if she changes." Imi replied, knowing Nina's kind nature, and refrained from further persuasion, as she doubted Lilith would ever reform. For several days, Lilith toiled alongside the foraging team, returning to the tribe each evening while the other females received their deserved rewards, whereas she, due to her punishment, received nothing. Surprisingly, Lilith did not complain. Instead, she diligently fulfilled her responsibilities without slacking off. This change in behavior improved the other females' perceptions of her, and gradually, some began to speak with her again. Chu Xinran, Imi. "See, I told you not everyone is bad. Lilith has changed, has she?" Nina said cheerfully to Chu Xinran and Imi. "I don't believe a person can change their nature so quickly. Just wait and see. Lilith won't last long." Imi remained skeptical. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran kept silent, sharing Imi's sentiment that a person cannot transform so abruptly unless they have ulterior motives. Indeed, Lilith could not change so swiftly. If asked whom she despised most, it would undoubtedly be Chu Xinran. Before her arrival, Lilith was the most revered beauty of the lion and tiger tribe, adored by every orc, while the other females feared to oppose her. However, with Chu Xinran's presence, everything shifted. The orc warrior, Carlo, who she believed would always be by her side, now followed Chu Xinran around, and the other orcs spoke of Chu Xinran with admiration. Imi and Nina, emboldened by Chu Xinran's support, began to stand up to Lilith. All of this was Chu Xinran's fault. Thus, Lilith harbored intense hatred towards her. As the other females began to converse with her again, Lilith seized the opportunity to subtly malign Chu Xinran. Look at how comfortable Chu Xinran's life is now. She doesn't have to do anything. Merely staying in the tribe each day, Lilith quietly complained to the females nearby. The others quickly retorted, Lilith, how can you say that? Isn't Chu Xinran the one who does so much for our tribe? Many of the food we eat now is gathered by Xiaoran. And the things you use are also taught to you by her. Hearing their passionate defense, Lilith awkwardly laughed. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. However, just a few days later, Lilith feigned nonchalance again, lamenting, the atmosphere in our tribe used to be so harmonious. We all hunted and dined together. Now we're separated at meals, and it's no longer as lively as before. Why do you think Chu Xinran has done this? Isn't she harming our tribe? Lilith, have you forgotten why Xiaoran and the chieftain instituted this new arrangement? It's because of your initial laziness. And now you still have the audacity to blame her? Other females expressed their indignation. Lilith was at a loss for words, her sole intention being to tarnish Chu Xinran's reputation, momentarily forgetting that the trouble had originated from her own actions. For Lilith had consistently spoken ill of Chu Xinran. And over time, the other females discerned her true motives. Realizing that Lilith remained unrepentant, they gradually distanced themselves from her. Nina, aware of Lilith's disparaging remarks, felt a deep sense of shame and sought out Chu Xinran to apologize. Xiaoran, Amy spoke the truth. Lilith harbors no intention of reform. I once pitied her and defended her, but I never imagined she would speak of you in such a manner. I nearly made a grave mistake. Nina, this is not your fault. You need not apologize to me. It is Lilith who has betrayed the trust you placed in her. The fault lies with her, not you. Chu Xinran understood that Nina was a kind-hearted person who often took blame upon herself, and she could only gently counsel her, knowing that Nina's nature would lead her to suffer in the future. Observing Lilith incessantly spreading malicious gossip about Chu Xinran throughout the tribe, Abel snorted in disdain, muttering a curse under his breath. With such despicable tactics, Lilith had no hope of toppling Chu Xinran. However, recalling Carlo's rising prominence within the tribe, Abel's expression grew increasingly grave. Abel's parents, both wandering beast folk, had tragically passed away in an accident, and it was Chief Reese who took him in when he drifted to the Lion-Tiger tribe. Abel was grateful to Chief Reese and the Lion-Tiger tribe for their acceptance. Yet he held a deep-seated animosity towards Carlo. Perhaps it was the shadows cast by his childhood of wandering that instilled in Abel an obsession with controlling all aspects of his life. He believed that by holding everything tightly in his grasp, he could avoid eventual loss. In Abel's view, the best way to remain in the Lion-Tiger tribe was to become its chief, ensuring that all members relied on him, thus preventing abandonment. Yet, Carlo stood as his greatest rival within the tribe. Carlo was highly skilled and the chief's son, destined to inherit leadership. Although the chief had stated that he would select a successor based solely on contributions and capabilities, Abel could never bring himself to trust that assertion. Therefore, he had dedicated years to serving the tribe. Initially, he and Carlo were evenly matched, but ever since Carlo had brought Chu Xinran back to the tribe, Carlo's reputation had soared, and if this continued, Abel's chances of attaining the position of chief would diminish significantly. Chu Xinran is no ordinary female. Her mind is brimming with ideas that they have never encountered or even contemplated. Standing by Carlo's side, her numerous contributions to the tribe also bear Carlo's mark. With this thought in mind, Abel's eyes gradually narrowed. If Chu Xinran holds such a pivotal role in the contest for the chieftaincy, he cannot be blamed for taking action. As Chu Xinran was preparing to craft a stool from timber in a corner of the tribe, Abel approached and took the materials from her hands. Allow me, he offered. Chu Xinran was startled by the sudden appearance of Abel, left speechless as she watched him laboriously carve the wood with a stone knife. Let me handle it. It's no trouble for you, she hastily offered. However, Abel merely shook his head, remaining silent as he continued his task with quiet determination. After observing him for a while, Chu Xinran handed her military knife to Abel, saying, You can use this, it's sharper. Abel accepted the knife, marveling at its sharpness, and began to carve the wood with it. I have never seen such a sharp blade, he remarked. Hearing his words, Chu Xinran smiled but refrained from responding. After a moment, Abel asked with a hint of anticipation, Can you create a knife like this? He understood the blade's exceptional sharpness, yet this was his first time handling one personally. No wonder Carlo wielded such a knife so effectively. It seemed to instill a fearless confidence against any prey he encountered. Chu Xinran shook her head, stating, I cannot accomplish this. It requires the expertise of the most capable individuals in our tribe. Upon hearing this, Abel felt no disappointment. He had already surmised that Chu Xinran would be unable to perform the task. Otherwise, she would have instructed the tribe's members long ago, rather than allowing it to linger until now. As Abel inquired curiously about the military knife, Carlos stood at a distance, observing the two engaged in lively conversation, silently clenching his fists and remaining there in quiet contemplation for an extended period. In the ensuing days, Chu Xinran frequently noticed Abel by her side, offering assistance whenever she was engaged in her tasks. Previously, she and Abel were not well acquainted and had exchanged only a few words. However, after several conversations, she discovered that Abel possessed a level of maturity in his thoughts that was uncommon among typical orc perspectives. Are you suggesting that behaviors warranting punishment ought to be predetermined? Chu Xinran reiterated, seeking clarification. Indeed, Abel replied. If we do not establish these parameters in advance, the punishments will lack substantiation, leading to questions among the tribe. Why am I being punished for this behavior, while another is not held accountable for theirs? It is only by clearly outlining these penalties beforehand that those who are punished will find the reasoning justifiable. Chu Xinran found Abel's thoughts quite unexpected, as she had been discussing this issue with Carlo and the clan leader for the past few days without revealing it to anyone. She was surprised that Abel could foresee the matter ahead of time. Carlo silently listened to the dialogue between Chu Xinran and Abel, refraining from expressing any opinion. However, after one hunting expedition, he blocked Abel's path home. Abel, noticing Carlo's dark expression, nonchalantly inquired, "If you have something to say, speak quickly. If not, do not obstruct my way. Step back," Carlo warned in a steady voice. Upon hearing this, Abel sneered and provocatively replied, "What? Is Xiaoran your female? You two are not bonded. Before she decides on a mate, what right do you have to interfere? In the beastmen continent, a true familial bond between a beastman and a female is only established through a bonding ceremony. Refrain from harboring your petty thoughts. If you dare to harm her, I will not spare you," Carlo said coldly, fully aware of Abel's intentions. Since childhood, whatever Carlo possessed, Abel would find ways to seize. Unfazed, Abel regarded Carlo with amusement. "You claim I have ulterior motives? And what of your own? Xiaoran probably remains oblivious to your feelings until she chooses her mate. Everyone has the right to pursue her. Carlo, you have always bested me, but this time, I will not allow you to win." Unable to contain himself any longer, Carlo lunged at Abel, who fearlessly engaged in a scuffle with him. He had long wished to confront Carlo, but previously, no matter how he provoked Carlo, he would remain indifferent. To his surprise, Carlo was now losing his composure. Eventually, Kevin and Dar arrived just in time to separate the two combatants. "Enough, Carlo, Abel. Calm down. No more fighting. The clan leader and the shaman are coming." Kevin and Dar each held one of them apart. The clan leader and the shaman, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, visibly furious. "Carlo, Abel, what is going on? At this moment, our lion-tiger tribe should be united. How can you engage in internal strife? What happened?" The clan leader glared at Carlo and Abel. After being pulled apart, they exchanged furious glares. "Carlo, is this how you conduct yourself as the hunting team leader? You have always been so composed, yet now you behave in such a manner. You have truly disappointed me. What is the explanation?" The clan leader addressed Carlo sternly. Carlo, with a sullen expression, remained silent. At that moment, Chu Xinran and Amy arrived as well. "Abel, what is going on?" Seeing Carlo's silence, the clan leader, exasperated, turned to Abel for answers. "Clan leader, it's nothing serious. We were merely sparring," Abel explained with a smile, wishing to downplay the incident. "You are being utterly reckless." The clan leader, upon hearing Abel's response, angrily waved his hand and departed with the shaman. At this moment, Chu Xinran noticed the injuries adorning Carlo's face and hurriedly approached him, gently touching the blood at the corner of his mouth. With a twinge of concern, she inquired, "Are you all right? Does it hurt? Come, let me take you back to apply some medicine." Carlo shook his head, insisting that he was fine. Despite his words, the sight of Carlo's wounds caused a pang of sorrow in Chu Xinran's heart. She shot a reproachful glare at Abel, questioning, "Were we not supposed to spar? Why did you strike so hard?" Carlo's eyes were already swollen. Abel, perceiving Chu Xinran's accusatory gaze, found himself at a loss for words. Carlo was truly devious. His injuries were evidently more severe than Carlo's. Carlo had targeted the less visible areas of his body, leaving no outward marks, yet the internal damage was substantial. Noticing that Chu Xinran had not spared Abel a single glance, her only concern being to support Carlo back. He felt a surge of anger as Carlo, satisfied by Abel's ire, cast a triumphant look in his direction before departing with Chu Xinran's assistance. Chu Xinran and Carlo returned to the cave together. Chu Xinran prepared a goo beast egg and playfully rolled it around the corner of Carlo's eye, while gently reminding him, "Carlo, you mustn't be so impulsive in the future." Carlo felt a surge of joy at this moment and smiled, nodding in agreement upon hearing Chu Xinran's words. With the onset of the rainy season, the construction of houses in the lion-tiger tribe was officially put on the agenda. After much contemplation, Chu Xinran ultimately resolved to construct a rammed earth house. She reasoned that a wooden dwelling would be rather chilly, while an earthen abode would provide greater warmth. Moreover, she contemplated the possibility of incorporating a heated kong, which would ensure comfort during the frigid winter months. In pursuit of this endeavor, Chu Xinran and Carlo experimented with various types of soil, yet encountered numerous setbacks. The soils proved too loose and soft to coalesce effectively. However, Carlo ingeniously excavated silt from the riverbed, combining it with ordinary soil and dried bulrush to create a mixture that was remarkably suitable for building. Chu Xinran had conveyed all the necessary materials for constructing the house to Carlo. Now that they had located the walls for the house, they needed to fell some trees to serve as beams. "Carlo, in addition to building the house, I wish to attempt creating a heated kong, though I am uncertain of my success," she expressed. "What is a heated kong?" Carlo inquired. "A heated kong is a bed made of earth that we build inside the house, with several channels underneath it. One end of the channel connects to a stove, while the other leads to a flue. When we ignite the fire in the stove, the warm air travels through the channels to the bed, warming it, and ultimately exits through the flue." In truth, Chu Xinran had never slept on a heated kong. Her knowledge stemmed from her readings, and she only grasped the general concept, leaving her uncertain about the execution. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's idea, Carlo was immediately filled with excitement. If they could indeed construct the heated kong successfully, the lion and tiger tribe would surely endure the frigid snow season without any fatalities from the cold. Carlo eagerly shared this notion with the chieftain and the shaman, igniting a spirited discussion among the group on how to perfect the creation of the heated kong. After extensive deliberation, they realized that no concrete conclusions could be reached. It would be best to commence the construction and tackle any issues as they arose. Therefore, Carlo, accompanied by Kevin and several other orcs, began work on their first house. Chu Xinran's inaugural dwelling was designed as a two-room abode, with the outer room designated for cooking and storage, while the inner room served as a sleeping area. The stove for the heated bed was situated in the outer room, allowing it to warm the inner room effortlessly during cooking, thus eliminating the need for additional fuel. Carlo and his companions commenced by constructing a stone foundation, subsequently placing appropriately sized timber atop it and filling the walls with earth, gradually shaping the exterior of the house. As the house took form, the members of the lion-tiger tribe remained vigilant, keenly observing the proceedings, for this was the tribe's very first residence. Upon completion of the external structure, every member of the tribe visited repeatedly, some with excitement, gently caressing the newly erected house. With the exterior finished, Carlo and his team partitioned the interior with mud, preparing to construct the heated bed. The stove and flue for the heated bed were relatively straightforward to install. However, the critical challenge lay in creating the passage beneath the bed. Excavating the passage proved difficult, and even after several attempts to ignite the stove, no warmth emanated from the bed. The construction of the house stalled at this juncture, leading Carlo to experiment with various configurations for the heated bed, all of which resulted in failure. Observing Carlo's frustration, Chu Xinran felt a pang of anxiety herself. After an extended discussion, they resolved to complicate the passage further. This time, Carlo employed a dense network of S-shaped channels for the heated bed, ensuring that every section received heat. He then placed smooth, large stones over the earthen bed, sealing it with mud. When they ignited the stove once more, the bed finally radiated warmth. Overcome with joy, Chu Xinran leapt up and rushed outside to gather the tribe. Upon hearing the delightful news, the tribe hurried over to witness the marvel, and the modest house became a bustling space filled with eager onlookers. "Wow, it's truly warm," Amy exclaimed in disbelief, touching the pleasantly heated bed. It was utterly miraculous. Lying on this bed during the snowy season would surely be a comfort. The chieftain, equally exhilarated, recognized this as an invaluable asset for their tribe to endure the winter. With the heated bed completed, the house was nearly finished. The door, crafted from wood, featured 2 wooden pegs inserted at the joints, allowing for a functional entrance. As for the windows, Chu Xinran temporarily covered them with animal hides, effectively shielding against the wind. Once the house was completed, the entire lion-tiger tribe erupted in celebration, hosting a bonfire feast where everyone joyfully danced and ran, savoring the fruits of their labor while touching the reassuring structure. The smiles on their faces lingered long after. Xinran, you are our tribe's great benefactor, and thus this first house belongs to you. You shall move in tomorrow, the chieftain declared with delight, gazing at Chu Xinran. Chu Xinran shook her head and said, Elder Chief, this first house should rightfully be occupied by you and grandfather the shaman, or perhaps by the elders and children of the tribe first. I am indifferent. It matters not when I move in. Persuaded by Chu Xinran's insistence, the chief and the shaman, accompanied by Karen, took up residence in the house. With the success of their initial endeavor, the subsequent construction of houses proceeded with remarkable ease. Under the leadership of Carlo, the majority of the tribe's orcs engaged in building, while a smaller group, guided by Abel, continued to hunt in the wilderness. For convenience, all the houses in the tribe were interconnected and once completed. The rows of houses presented a magnificent sight. By the time all the tribe members had moved in, the rainy season had already passed by more than half. Thanks to new weapons, even though the hunting team was significantly smaller than before, the catch was much greater, combined with the yield of sweet potatoes, radishes, cabbages, and preserved meats. The food supply of the lion and tiger tribe was several times greater than during the previous snowy season. Consequently, the chief publicly commended Abel in front of the tribe, praising his exceptional leadership of the hunting team and acknowledging his considerable abilities. Chu Xinran and Carlo continued to reside in the same room. After they moved all the items from the cave into the house, Chu Xinran gazed at the empty space and felt that the furniture within the house was exceedingly sparse. Chu Xinran enlisted Carlo's assistance in felling numerous trees, crafting a table, several stools, wooden bowls, spoons, and chopsticks, among other items. Essentially, she explored all conceivable wooden creations, including basins and barrels, observing her industriousness. The other females in the tribe also began to enrich their homes with various furnishings. Once the house was completed, Carlo continued to lead the hunting party, while Chu Xinran devised an array of nourishing meals for him, striving to replenish his energy and alleviate his fatigue. The chief, the shaman, and Karen now joined Chu Xinran and Carlo for meals, with Karen trailing closely behind Chu Xinran each day, eager to assist her in any endeavor. Utterly enamored with her presence, even overshadowing Carlo at times. The tribe's affairs were now meticulously organized, the females engaged in foraging and food preparation, while the males took on roles in hunting, patrolling, and husbandry. The chief and the shaman, witnessing the tribe's flourishing state, felt a profound sense of gratitude for having welcomed Chu Xinran, knowing well that without her, the lion-tiger tribe could never have achieved such a prosperous existence. Sister Xinran, are we having meat soup again today? Karen inquired with a hint of discontent as he observed Chu Xinran's simmering meat in the pot. Upon observing such a demeanor from Karen, Chu Xinran found it somewhat amusing. She playfully pinched his pouting lips and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you not fancy meat broth? Yet, we have been indulging in stir-fried dishes for several consecutive days. You see, Karen, we are currently using meat oil for our stir-frying, but too much of it is not beneficial. Once we procure soybean oil in the future, it will be a healthier alternative to meat oil. Then, Sister Xinran will prepare more stir-fried dishes for you." Sister Xinran, what is soybean oil? Karen asked. Soybean oil is derived from soybeans, along with peanut oil and rapeseed oil, all of which are considerably healthier than meat oil. In truth, even if we were to find soybeans and peanuts, Chu Xinran was uncertain about the process of extracting oil. Thus her words were merely a means to console Karen for the time being. Very well, since Karen does not enjoy meat broth, shall I prepare a steamed egg for you instead? Isn't this your favorite? Chu Xinran coaxed. Sister Xinran, it's not that I dislike meat broth, Karen retorted, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though he was not a good child. He realized how hard Sister Xinran worked, yet he still felt so inconsiderate. With a gentle smile, Chu Xinran playfully pinched Karen's cheek. In truth, the way Karen appeared now was the epitome of a normal child. Previously, he had been overly well-behaved, to the point of evoking sympathy. That evening, while preparing dinner, Chu Xinran made a special custard for Karen, who relished it with unrestrained joy. Observing Karen's happiness, the adults shared knowing smiles. After the chief, the shaman, and Karen departed, Chu Xinran and Carlo busied themselves with their respective tasks. Since it was not yet the snowy season, Chu Xinran had not lit the hearth. Instead, She laid down a thick layer of animal skins on the bed. She and Carlo each took a side, and she fashioned a wooden pillow. Carlo, has your hunting been fruitful these past few days? Any incidents? Chu Xinran inquired as she arranged the bedding. Nothing major, Carlo replied, though a hint of hesitation clouded his expression, revealing a serious demeanor. Noticing his reticence, Chu Xinran paused and turned towards him, her brow furrowed in concern. What is it? Has something happened? I have an unsettling feeling about the beasts on the Orc continent lately, Carlo admitted. Unsettling? Chu Xinran echoed, sitting beside him in confusion. After all, the number of animals he had hunted recently remained consistent. Carlo, is there something amiss? Indeed, during our recent hunts, the creatures we encountered have exhibited unusual aggression. Carlo explained slowly. The bleeding beasts, typically the most docile among them, would charge at us without provocation. Just the other day, while I was at the forefront of our group, a sudden attack from a bleeding beast startled everyone. Had I not reacted swiftly, its sharp horns could have pierced me. Initially, Carlo had brushed off the incident, but a series of similar occurrences compelled him to take heed. If my instincts are correct, we may soon face a beast tide, Carlo said, his brow furrowing with concern. He had spent considerable time observing the wilds and noted that smaller beasts had become scarce, fleeing at the sight of them, leaving only larger, more volatile creatures prowling the forests. A beast tide? Chu Xinran's eyes widened in shock. She had heard tales of the terror a beast tide could unleash. And if it were indeed forthcoming, preparations must be made. Chu Xinran and Carlo sought out the chief and shaman. After hearing their concerns, the chief hesitated, questioning. Is there truly a beast tide on the horizon? It has been many years since we last experienced one, and they typically arrive without warning. Could the recent disturbances be unrelated? The chief's words held merit. Beast tides were infrequent, occurring only every few years and often without forewarning, catching the orcs and females off guard. Father, regardless of the truth, it is always prudent to prepare in advance, Carlo urged. The shaman concurred. Reese, Carlo's words ring true. Better to believe than to dismiss. You understand the horrors a beast tide can bring. If we fail to prepare, it could spell disaster for our lion-tiger tribe. With this consensus, the chief ceased his indecision and called for all tribe members to gather. Upon sharing the alarming news, chaos ensued among the orcs and females. What shall we do, chief? We've just settled into our new homes. What if the beast tide truly arrives? Dia, filled with trepidation, recalled the devastation from years past. Indeed, we have only just begun to enjoy our lives. How can we face a beast tide now? Lamented another orc. Everyone, remain calm. It is not certain that we will face a beast tide, and even if we do, we are already aware of it. As long as we prepare properly, we can navigate through this challenge, the shaman reassured the anxious tribe. Gradually, calm returned as the tribe turned their attention to the chief and the shaman. Clearing his throat, the chief declared, we have deliberated, and given the uncertainty of when the beast tide may strike, we must commence preparations immediately. All food in the square and outside must be moved to the cellar, and we shall take refuge in the caves. The beasts we keep must also be brought inside. With tasks assigned, the lion-tiger tribes sprang into action. The orcs transported heavy items to the cellar and searched for large stones to block the cave entrances, while the females organized their belongings, secured doors, and prepared provisions of steamed buns and noodles using sweet potato flour for their time in hiding. As they tidied up, all tribe members retreated into 3 large caves, with the chief and Abner overseeing the first, the shaman and Darl managing the second, and Carlo and Kevin responsible for the third, each accompanied by females to prepare meals. Once everyone was safely inside, Carlo led a few agile orcs on patrol outside, ensuring they could return swiftly should the beast tide manifest. Inside the cave, despite several torches providing light, darkness lingered. They created ventilation holes in the large stone blocking the entrance. Chu Xinran lay against the stone, peering through the openings, her heart racing with uncertainty about when the beast tide might arrive and how long they would remain in the cave. As night fell, Carlo and his companions returned. Upon entering, Chu Xinran hurriedly offered him some steamed buns and roasted meat. You're hungry, aren't you? Quickly, have something to regain your strength, she urged, feeling a pang of empathy for his weary state after a day of vigilance. Carlo nodded, gratefully accepting the buns, while other females busied themselves serving food to the returning orcs. Once Carlo had finished, Chu Xinran inquired about their patrol. What was the situation outside today? Today, the sharp-horned and tusked beasts charged at us the moment they spotted us, exhibiting greater ferocity than before. We tried to avoid conflict, And it seems the Gugu and long-eared beasts have all but vanished, Carlo replied. Chu Xinran nodded slightly. Today, we encountered no significant issues. However, the beasts bound within the cave were distinctly agitated, their incessant cries reverberating through the air. The creatures previously nurtured within the tribe had now all been relocated to this cavern, yet they appeared increasingly restless, incessantly yearning to break free from their restraints. As darkness descended, the torches within the cave extinguished, and Chu Xinran lay beside Carlo, listening to the rhythmic sounds of the others' breathing, unable to find solace in sleep. It remained uncertain how much longer they would be confined to this cave. All their basic needs were met within its confines. With the makeshift latrine positioned at the farthest recess, a considerable distance from their quarters. Despite this arrangement, an indescribable odor permeated the cave, intensifying Chu Xinran's unease as she surveyed the damp and cramped surroundings. Days passed in this manner, yet the anticipated beast tide failed to materialize. Observing the stillness outside, the tribespeople began to murmur softly among themselves. Could it be that we are overreacting? Perhaps the beast tide will not come after all? A female voice inquired. Chu Xinran glanced outside through the small hole, shook her head, and replied, "Let us wait a little longer and observe for a few more days." The beasts within the cave remained restless and agitated, and an unsettling feeling lingered in Chu Xinran's heart. She sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared, and there must be some underlying issue. As Chu Xinran pondered, she was suddenly startled by the sound of heavy footsteps, resembling the surge of 1,000 troops rushing towards them. Meanwhile, Carlo and the others who had gone on patrol were also hastening towards the cave. Realizing the urgency, Chu Xinran swiftly directed several orcs to move the stone slab aside, allowing Carlo and his companions to enter just in time. "They have come. The beast tide is upon us," Carlo said in a low voice, panting heavily. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. Kevin, you and your companions come here to guard the entrance with me." No sooner had Carlo uttered these words than Chu Xinran and the others were met with the thunderous roars of the beasts outside, a cacophony that seemed capable of toppling their refuge. Many of the children in the cave began to weep, and the females were thrown into a state of panic. Chu Xinran tightly embraced Karen, who had burrowed into her arms, striving to comfort the others in the cave. "Everyone, do not panic. It is all right. We are safe here for the moment." Chu Xinran could not perceive the commotion outside, yet she could hear the thunderous roars of countless beasts echoing as if the earth itself were trembling. It seemed that they were galloping wildly in the square. Within the cave, the captive beasts fell silent, trembling and cowering in a corner. Perhaps they had caught a whiff of the scent wafting from the cave. The frenzied creatures turned their attention towards the entrance, crashing against the stone slab with a series of heavy thuds that reverberated in the hearts of every member of the lion-tiger tribe. Carlo and his fellow orcs summoned all their strength to fend off the beasts outside, while the females and children within the cave stared fearfully at the entrance, hardly daring to breathe. Sensing the escalating force of the assaults, Carlo realized that the situation was becoming untenable. The beasts were growing more powerful in their onslaught. He urgently shouted, "Everyone, transform into your beast forms and use them to shield the entrance." With that, Carlo was the first to shift into his majestic lion form. The other orcs hastily followed suit, transforming into their formidable beast shapes to block the stone slab. After transforming, Carlo let out a resounding roar, prompting the other orc tribes in the cave to do the same. Meanwhile, the frenzied beasts outside, hearing Carlo's roar, became even more agitated. Their eyes glazed with fury as they continued to batter the stone slab, yearning to breach the entrance and devour the delectable scents emanating from within the cave. Nevertheless, the transformation had greatly augmented the strength of Carlo and his companions. No matter how fiercely the outside beasts attacked, the stone slab remained steadfast and unyielding. After a prolonged assault, the frenzied creatures, realizing their futile efforts to break through, gradually dispersed, seeking chaos elsewhere. At last, the inhabitants of the cave breathed a collective sigh of relief. Carlo stood at the entrance for a moment longer, surveying the surroundings before nodding to indicate that the other orcs could temporarily relax. Chu Xinran gently patted Karen's back, urging her to sit down and compose herself. It was only when Carlo approached and tenderly wiped the sweat from Chu Xinran's forehead that she realized she had been drenched in perspiration without even noticing. "Are you all right? The beast should not return to this cave for the time being, so do not be afraid," Carlo reassured, clasping Chu Xinran's icy hand in his own. Chu Xinran nodded. Her heart, which had been adrift moments ago, settled into tranquility. After receiving permission from Carlo, Chu Xinran cautiously leaned over the stone slab at the cave's entrance, peering out into the world beyond. The sight that met her eyes was one she could never forget, a gruesome scene unfolding before her. A horde of ferocious beasts, unlike any she had ever encountered, galloped through the territory of their lion and tiger tribe. Their eyes glowed a menacing red, exuding a savage intensity devoid of reason. Anything in their path fell victim to their sharp teeth, and the toys she had crafted for the children lay trampled and in disarray in the square. Moreover, Chu Xinran witnessed these beasts storming into their homes. Doors were shattered, and many of the creatures surged inside. Wherever the tide of beasts passed, nothing remained unscathed, as they obliterated everything in their frenzied wake. Noticing the shock etched on Chu Xinran's face, Carlo approached her with a gentle urgency, urging her to step back. "Do not look, it is of no consequence. What matters most is our safety," he reassured her. "How long will the beast tide last?" Chu Xinran inquired. Carlo shook his head, uncertainty clouding his expression. "I do not know. The duration varies each time." As night fell, the occupants of the cave found themselves unable to sleep, their eyes wide open, straining to hear the sounds from outside, fearful of another onslaught. Carlo stood sentinel at the cave's entrance, ever vigilant. Chu Xinran, too anxious to rest, eventually succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a fitful sleep amidst the day's harrowing fears. Chu Xinran was abruptly awakened by the resounding sounds of a violent impact. Startled, she hastily rose to her feet, only to discover that the frenzied beasts were once again battering the stone slab at the cave entrance. Carlo and the others were bracing their bodies against the opening, perhaps unwilling to relinquish the delectable prey that was so tantalizingly close. Thus, the beasts persisted in their relentless assaults on the entrance. As on the previous day, after a brief flurry of activity, the beasts eventually dispersed to other locations. At this juncture, the occupants of the cave could no longer concern themselves with preparing meals. They merely gathered some provisions to sustain themselves. Although panic initially gripped everyone when the wave of beasts first commenced, under Carlo's leadership and reassurance, the orcs and females gradually regained their composure. The atmosphere within the cave was not as steeped in despair as Chu Xinran had feared. Rather, each individual endeavored to steady themselves, striving to collaboratively navigate through this dire predicament. Thus, the onslaught of beasts persisted for several days. When at last, a new day dawned without the beasts returning to batter the cave entrance, a sense of joy enveloped everyone. Could it be that the wave of beasts had truly come to an end? Carlo instructed everyone to remain within the cave and exercise caution. He and Kevin ventured outside with utmost care. The tribe lay in ruins, yet the previously rampaging beasts were nowhere to be seen. Carlo remained uneasy, and together with Kevin, they cautiously explored the surrounding area, discovering that the wave of beasts seemed to have genuinely departed from their vicinity. Once assured that the danger had passed, Carlo and Kevin finally permitted Chu Xinran and the other tribespeople to emerge from the cave. They then proceeded to inform the occupants of the other two caves. As the members of the lion-tiger tribe stepped out into the daylight, gazing upon the remnants of their once meticulously adorned tribe, a wave of sorrow washed over them. "These beasts are truly savage. We built all of this piece by piece," Amy exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. Chu Xinran gently patted Amy's hand, offering solace. "It's all right. As long as we are unharmed, we can rebuild what has been destroyed. Fortunately, our food remains intact, truly a blessing from the beast god." The nearby priest, still shaken, offered a few prayers towards the heavens. The devastation within the tribe primarily affected the items in the square, and the doors of the houses had also been ruined. Upon entering a dwelling, Chu Xinran discovered that the furniture had been trampled by the beasts, left in a disordered state. Carlo had taken a group to patrol the outskirts of the tribe, ensuring that the beasts would not launch a surprise attack again. Meanwhile, those who remained began to clean up the remnants of their community, discarding the irreparable items and retrieving necessary belongings from caves and cellars. Under Chu Xinran's guidance, several beastmen ventured out to fell trees, crafting new furniture and restoring the items in the square. "Sister Xiaoran, our slide and swing are gone. Those vile beasts have destroyed them." Karen and little tiger Kenny approached Chu Xinran, their faces etched with sorrow as they lamented their losses. Chu Xinran gently patted the heads of the two children, reassuring them, "It's all right. Sister Xiaoran will make it for you again. There's nothing to worry about." Chu Xinran took the opportunity to summon an orc to construct a slide and swings. Once the children's toys were repaired, The previously frightened children finally wore smiles. And after receiving permission from their parents, they rushed over to play. Hearing the joyful laughter of the children invigorated the orcs and females nearby, who felt a renewed sense of strength. Surviving the recent beast tide was, in itself, a stroke of fortune for them. After a day of diligent labor, the tribe managed to return to a semblance of normalcy. To celebrate, the evening meal was shared in the square, with Chu Xinran personally preparing several dishes. The members of the lion-tiger tribe enjoyed warm meat soup, fragrant stir-fried vegetables, and steamed buns, all feeling content with the simple joy of being alive. Upon returning home, Chu Xinran retrieved the animal skins and laid them back on her bed. Thankfully, she had stored them in the cellar. Had they been torn apart by the wild beasts, it would have broken her heart. These skins were crafted by Carlo from the prey he had hunted, as Chu Xinran lacked the skill to work with animal hides. The thought of damaging them would have distressed her immensely. Fortunately, she had the foresight to preserve them. Hearing her softly mutter, Carlo smiled knowingly, assuring her that he would make her new ones if needed. But it's different. These were a gift from you, and even if remade, they wouldn't hold the same sentiment. They are memories, she lamented. Carlo, however, could not grasp her sentiments, shaking his head in confusion. Oh dear, you wouldn't understand, she exclaimed, shifting the topic. By the way, after this beast tide, it suddenly occurred to me that our tribe's defenses might be a bit lacking. Those beasts came right in. Shouldn't we create some barriers to deter them? Carlo's interest piqued. Our current homes are enclosed spaces. The tribe could be similarly fortified. We could designate a boundary for our tribe and set traps along it to prevent other orcs and beasts from entering. With just one entrance monitored by a few orcs in rotation. Intrigued by her suggestion, Carlo discussed it with her at length, asking numerous questions to clarify the plan. The following morning, he gathered people to implement her ideas. Although the lion-tiger tribe was open in nature, there had always been an implicit boundary that they had never fully considered until now. Carlo and Kevin set about constructing traps along this pre-established boundary. After deliberation with Chu Xinran, they dug a wide, deep circular trench to encircle the tribe, then crafted many long, sharp wooden stakes to insert densely into the trench, leaving only one entrance. With the trench being so broad, ordinary beasts could not leap over it, even if they attempted. They would fall into the trench and become impaled by the stakes. At the entrance, Carlo devised a large wooden door, stationing orcs to guard it daily. The chief and the shaman coordinated the daily watch, and when the tribe saw the traps completed, they gathered to observe. The sharpness of the stakes was intimidating. A careless misstep could be fatal. Nina, witnessing the traps, expressed her unease quietly. However, her words reminded Carlo and Chu Xinran of the dangers, prompting them to take additional precautions. Carlo enlisted more people to gather trees and create wooden barriers around the traps to prevent tribe members, especially mischievous young orcs, from falling in. Remember, you can play within the tribe, but never approach the border, especially at night. If Little Ran finds out, she won't make you any treats. Chu Xinran sternly instructed a group of younglings. We understand. Don't worry, Little Ran. They chimed in eagerly, eager to be obedient. In the days following the beast tide, life in the lion-tiger tribe resumed its tranquil rhythm. Carlo continued leading hunting expeditions, while Chu Xinran accompanied the foraging team to gather more edible resources. However, another unexpected visitor soon arrived at the lion-tiger tribe. Chief Butte, along with Andrew and several orcs, stood at the entrance, astonished by the transformed lion-tiger tribe. What brings you here? The guarding orc inquired dutifully, refraining from allowing them entry. I am Chief Butte of the herbivore tribe, and I seek your chief regarding an urgent matter. May we enter? Butte explained. The orc, after a moment of consideration, replied, I'm afraid I cannot let you in directly. Please wait while I inform our chief. One of the guards hurried inside to report to Chief Reese, who, upon learning the visitors were from the herbivore tribe, waved them in. Chief Reese, our herbivore tribe is on the brink of collapse, Butte exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. His spirit seemingly crushed. Andrew, previously arrogant, stood silently beside him, his expression grim. What is the matter, Chief Butte? Has something happened to the herbivore tribe? Chief Reese asked with concern, his compassionate nature surfacing despite past tensions. You are aware of the beast tide that struck a few days ago. It claimed many lives in our tribe, and the prey we had secured has been devoured by those beasts. We have lost nearly half our population and are struggling to survive. Butte sobbed, the memory of the frenzied beasts still haunting him. Chu Xinran, overhearing Butte's distress, was startled, realizing the severity of the beast tide. The lion-tiger tribe had been fortunate, suffering only material losses, while the herbivore tribe had suffered devastating casualties. "Oh dear! May the beast god protect you," Chief Reese exclaimed, equally shocked by the tragic news. Before Butte could even speak again, Reese commanded several orcs to bring food. Recognizing the dire straits of the herbivore tribe, if he did not extend a helping hand, they might face extinction. "Chief Reese, every member of the herbivore tribe will forever remember the aid of the lion-tiger tribe. One day, if the opportunity arises, we will repay your kindness," Butte vowed. The chieftain of the Butt clan expressed his profound gratitude. At that moment, Andrew, who had remained silent for a considerable time, interjected, "Chieftain Reese, regarding your lion-tiger tribe's current defenses and equipment, did you anticipate the beast tide and prepare in advance?" "Certainly not. These defenses were established only after the beast tide commenced," Reese replied, a hint of dissatisfaction brewing within him at Andrew's insinuation, yet he maintained his composure. "Our herbivorous tribe has suffered greatly due to our weakness, resulting in numerous casualties. I wonder how the lion-tiger tribe fared during this calamity. Surely, your losses must be less severe than ours?" Andrew pressed on, refusing to relent. "Andrew, what is the meaning of your words?" Reese could no longer contain his irritation. "Reese, you appear entirely unscathed, leading me to believe that none of your tribe fell during the beast tide. This is not how it was during the last incident. Speak truthfully. Did you not foresee the beast tide's arrival? If you did, why did you not warn us of the impending danger? How could you act so selfishly?" Andrew continued to interrogate. As he recalled the dire state of the herbivorous tribe and beheld the lion-tiger tribe's apparent immunity to the disaster, Andrew's envy boiled over. Why had not a single member of the lion-tiger tribe perished? It was important to remember that many years prior, the lion-tiger tribe had relied on the assistance of the herbivorous tribe to survive a similar crisis. Without that aid, none would have survived. "Andrew, your words are excessive. How could we possibly predict the beast tide?" Yes, Carlo sensed something amiss, but he could not ascertain if it was indeed a beast tide. However, in case of an emergency, we made preparations. Moreover, any seasoned hunter would recognize such anomalies. We were utterly unaware that your herbivorous tribe had overlooked these signs," the priest proclaimed loudly. Indeed, the priest's assertion held merit. The signs preceding the beast tide had been quite apparent. Other tribes, aside from the lion-tiger and herbivorous tribes, had noticed the disturbances and had unwittingly made preparations, thus mitigating their losses compared to the herbivorous tribe, which had grown complacent in their hunting, relying on the generosity of neighboring tribes without putting forth any effort. "Do you truly expect us to believe your claims? Let us not forget that it was our herbivorous tribe that saved you during the last beast tide. Without our assistance, your lion-tiger tribe would not be enjoying the prosperity you have today. Yet now, you stand by as we suffer, fully aware of the beast tide's approach. And do not even send Carlo to alert us, allowing our tribe to suffer such devastating losses," Andrew exclaimed in anger. He had begun to attribute the responsibility for the deaths of so many to the lion-tiger tribe. Human psychology is indeed curious. When the lion-tiger tribe had first settled here, they had relied on the support of the herbivorous tribe to establish themselves. Now, witnessing the lion-tiger tribe's flourishing state, Andrew felt his discomfort intensifying. "And how would you have us warn you?" Chu Xinran interjected after listening for quite some time. Carlo merely detected an anomaly. He could not confirm that a beast tide would indeed occur. If he were to approach you with such uncertainty, would you have believed him? If it proved false, you would blame him for delivering false information. If it were true, none could predict when the beast tide would strike. What if Carlo encountered the tide while hastening to your herbivorous tribe? Andrew epitomized the most self-serving of beings. And what was more alarming was that most of the herbivorous tribe shared his sentiments. Despite Chu Xinran's admonishments, Andrew remained resolute in his stance. "Your arguments are mere excuses. The fact remains that our herbivorous tribe has suffered countless fatalities while your lion-tiger tribe has endured no losses whatsoever. What do you wish to achieve?" sighed Reese, utterly exasperated. Andrew scrutinized the houses and surroundings of the lion-tiger tribe, asserting, "Look at the comfort of your lives. The defenses outside your tribe are formidable, and you reside in such splendid accommodations, the likes of which we have never seen. Chieftain Reese, given that we have always aided one another, should you not now share the secrets of your prosperity with us?" Ultimately, Andrew's motivation stemmed from his realization of the lion-tiger tribe's enviable quality of life since his arrival, prompting his desire for the lion-tiger tribe to impart their knowledge to the herbivorous tribe. "Chieftain Butt, do you share this sentiment?" Reese turned to Butt. during Andrew's previous visit, but had reprimanded him for his excessive remarks. Yet this time he stood silently by, uttering not a word. When Rhys inquired, but cast a glance at Andrew but remained silent, seemingly in agreement with Andrew's assessment. Rhys, feeling disheartened, closed his eyes briefly. How had but changed so drastically? He was not always like this. Had Andrew refrained from speaking so provocatively today, Rhys might have persuaded Chu Xinran and Carlo to share their knowledge with the herbivorous tribe, given their dire circumstances. However, Andrew's words were simply too outrageous, showing contempt for Carlo's safety. Chu Xinran was correct. What if Carlo encountered the beast tied on his way to the herbivorous tribe? Furthermore, Andrew's greed was insatiable. They were not merely seeking sustenance, but desired everything the lion-tiger tribe possessed. If this continued, the lion-tiger tribe would surely be dragged down by their insatiable demands. Chieftain, but I appreciate the assistance your herbivorous tribe provided to us in the past, which is why we supply you with food each year. Whenever you have requests, I strive to accommodate them. Yet look at your current state. The prosperity of the lion-tiger tribe is the result of every member's hard work, not something you can acquire through mere words. Rhys admonished, gazing earnestly at Butt. Upon hearing Rhys's words, Butt felt a twinge of panic. Deep down, he recognized that the assistance he had offered to the lion-tiger tribe long ago had been repaid long since, yet he still clung to the past, hoping to extract more from the lion-tiger tribe. Now, hearing Rhys's declaration, Butt feared that Rhys would cease to assist the herbivorous tribe altogether. He hastily apologized. Chieftain Rhys, please do not say such things. I was momentarily confused. The loss of so many tribesmen has left me sorrowful and unable to think clearly. You must understand, I have always been grateful for your tribe's aid, and I shall never forget it. But continued to recite the same tired phrases, prompting Rhys to dismiss him with a wave of his hand, refusing to engage further. Are your lion-tiger tribe truly destined to become ingrates? See, I was correct. You are utterly selfish and indifferent to our plight. If word spreads, who would dare to engage with your lion-tiger tribe? Andrew remained skeptical that the lion-tiger tribe truly intended to abandon the herbivore tribe, yet he persisted in his defiance, declaring, if your herbivore tribe continues to be insatiably greedy, it will not be long before no other tribe wishes to associate with you. Unyielding, Chu Xinran retorted. Ultimately, Rhys lost all desire to engage in conversation with the members of the herbivore tribe. He instructed the other orcs to escort them out of the lion-tiger tribe, and the provisions they had brought were to be taken back as well. This would be his final act of assistance towards them. Chu Xinran, Carlo, I did provide them with some food. You won't hold that against me, will you? The chieftain inquired anxiously once the herbivore tribe had departed. Chu Xinran and Carlo both shook their heads. Chu Xinran consoled, so many lives have been lost in their tribe. If I were in their position, I would also provide them with food. Chief, you have not erred in your judgment this time. Meanwhile, the members of the herbivorous tribe stood incredulously at the entrance, unable to believe they had truly been expelled. Andrew, this is the foolish idea you proposed. You suggested using provocation to make them teach us everything. Now look what you've done. You've angered them. How will we approach them for supplies in the future? Butte turned angrily to Andrew, reprimanding him. Father, how can you blame me now? You clearly agreed to my proposal before we came here. Besides, I don't believe that Rhys and the others will truly ignore us in the future. Didn't we manage to obtain food this time? Andrew defended himself. Hearing Andrew's words, Butte's anger subsided somewhat. Indeed, Andrew had a point. He understood Rhys's character well. Rhys was easily softened, and so he always feigned a pitiful demeanor whenever he visited the lion-tiger tribe. Even though times were tough for the lion-tiger tribe, Rhys would ultimately extend a helping hand. Moreover, now that the lion-tiger tribe's situation had improved, Rhys would be even more inclined to assist the herbivorous tribe. Once his anger dissipated, as long as Butte put on a more pitiful act next time, Rhys would undoubtedly respond. After Butte and Andrew returned to the herbivorous tribe, they described the prosperous life of the lion-tiger tribe to their fellow tribesmen. Upon learning that the lion-tiger tribe was unwilling to impart their knowledge, many in the herbivorous tribe felt a sense of indignation, displeased with the selfishness of the lion-tiger tribe. Ever since Nina's rain cloak for Kevin was discovered by Amy, Amy had taken to teasing Nina frequently, causing Nina's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, while Chu Xinran watched with amusement. Amy, if you keep talking, I truly want to speak to you, Nina exclaimed, her face reddening. All right, I shall cease. If I continue, it seems someone might become furious out of embarrassment. Amy jested with a smile. However, Chu Xinran was still curious about one matter, and she asked Nina, Nina, have you sent out that rain cloak you made last time? I've noticed Kevin hasn't used yours recently. Nina usually embroidered a unique flower onto her creations. Yet Chu Xinran observed that the rain cloak Kevin had been using bore no such mark. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's question, Nina's expression dimmed, and she shook her head. I haven't sent it. What? Why not? I thought you had already given it to him. Amy inquired, taken aback. Nina remained silent for a moment before shaking her head again, speaking with a hint of disappointment. Even if I had sent it, he might not accept it. It's better to let it be. How can that be? You haven't even tried, so how can you know he wouldn't accept it? Amy urged hastily. Chu Xinran chimed in. Indeed, Nina, since you've painstakingly crafted it, you must present it. Otherwise, wouldn't your efforts be in vain? Moreover, Kevin is a person of amiable disposition, always warm towards those around him. How could he possibly be so cold towards you, Nina? Despite hearing Amy and Chu Xinran's encouragement, Nina remained hesitant. She had devoted considerable time and effort to creating the raincoat, yet the thought of actually giving it away filled her with trepidation. Amy, if you are unwilling to deliver it, I will take it on your behalf, Amy suggested, noticing Nina's reluctance. No, you mustn't, Nina urgently interjected. Then will you go yourself? Amy inquired. Ultimately, Nina reluctantly nodded, resolving to personally bestow the raincoat upon Kevin. Come, Nina, we shall accompany you to find Kevin. We will cheer you on from a distance, Amy exclaimed, pulling Nina and Chu Xinran along as they prepared to seek out Kevin. In truth, the females of the beastmen continent are generally straightforward and seldom exhibit the shyness that Nina displayed. Thus, Amy had been persistently encouraging Nina to approach Kevin directly, while Chu Xinran believed that if Nina harbored feelings for Kevin, she should strive to express them, at the very least to make Kevin aware of her affections. However, when the trio finally located Kevin, they were met with the sight of a stunning female named Yuli, who was engaged in conversation with him. Kevin, this is the raincoat I made for you, Yuli said, her cheeks flushed as she offered him the item in her hands. Kevin accepted the raincoat with a smile. Ah, thank you, Yuli. Just when my raincoat made by Jia's mother was ruined. If Jia's mother finds out, I would surely be scolded. Yuli beamed with joy upon seeing Kevin accept her gift, but Chu Xinran and Amy noticed that Nina trembled, her heart heavy as she witnessed the scene unfold before her. Kevin, where are you headed now? Yuli inquired, her voice tinged with delight. I'm off to gather red fruits. It has been quite a while since I last enjoyed them. With the rain holding off, I plan to collect a good amount. Would you like some? Should I pick extra for you? Kevin replied, his spirits lifted at the thought of avoiding a reprimand from Jia's mother. Yuli's face brightened at Kevin's offer, and she shyly glanced at him before responding, That would be wonderful. I shall await your red fruits. With that, she bashfully dashed away. At that moment, Kevin turned and finally spotted Chu Xinran, Amy, and Nina. He approached them with a cheerful demeanor, but Nina could no longer contain her sorrow. Overwhelmed with despair, she covered her face and fled. Nina, Nina, Amy called out, hastily pursuing her. Kevin watched in confusion as Nina and Amy ran off, bewildered by the sudden departure. What just happened? Why are they leaving? He pondered aloud, perplexed by their abrupt exit. Chu Xinran gazed at the oblivious Kevin with a hint of exasperation. What is the matter? Is it really just because of you? Struggling to comprehend the situation, Kevin decided to set the matter aside. He turned to Chu Xinran and inquired, Sharon, do you want to have some red fruits? I am about to go pick some. If you would like, I can bring a few back for you. How many people are you planning to gather red fruits for? Didn't you just mention that you were going to pick some for Yuli? The sheer insensitivity of Kevin astounded Chu Xinran, leaving her in awe of his obliviousness. Indeed, besides Yuli, there are also Karen and Kenny, as well as Jia and Manda. I have already asked them, and they all requested that I bring back red fruits. Kevin replied with a broad grin. Forget it. I do not wish to have any red fruits. You may gather them for them. Chu Xinran shook her head. Very well, Kevin said, suddenly recalling the raincoat in his hand. He produced it and exclaimed, By the way, look at my new raincoat. My previous one was ruined. And Jia said if I damaged another one, she would no longer make one for me. I had even considered asking you to secretly make me one. But Yuli happened to gift me this one. It's simply wonderful. Chu Xinran was utterly at a loss for words. She believed that Kevin was likely oblivious to the reason why Yuli had bestowed gifts upon him, so naively accepting them without a hint of understanding. With a sense of helplessness, Chu Xinran shook her head and departed in search of Nina. Upon finding Nina, she discovered her sitting there with her knees drawn up, her head bowed low, while Amy sat beside her, offering comfort. Nina, Kevin merely accepted Yuli's gift. it does not signify that they are together. You still have a chance." Amy reassured. Nina remained silent, keeping her head down as she softly wept. Upon noticing Chu Xinran, Amy's face lit up as if she had found a savior. "Xiaoran, please come over and speak to Nina. I have said so much, yet no matter what I say, Nina remains unresponsive." Chu Xinran approached and gently took Nina's hand, softly saying, "Nina, you are mistaken. Kevin knows nothing. He is utterly oblivious to why Yuli gifts him anything. He does not solely gather red fruits for Yuli. He gathers them for Karen and others as well. Just earlier, he even asked if I wanted any. Had you and Amy not left, he would have inquired if you both wished for him to gather red fruits. His act of picking for Yuli holds no particular significance. Nina, did you hear what Sharon said? What you witnessed was merely a misunderstanding." Amy, having listened to Chu Xinran's words, hurriedly added her encouragement. At that moment, Nina finally reacted. She lifted her head, revealing her swollen, tear-stained eyes, and, in a choked voice, said, "Even if it is a misunderstanding, what difference does it make? Kevin is highly esteemed in the tribe. Aside from Yuli, many admirable females are fond of him. I am the most inconspicuous of them all. He will not like me. Nor will he choose me. I possess no talents. My personality is introverted, and I am timid. No one could ever find me appealing. Nina, how could you think this way?" Chu Xinran initially believed Nina was merely shy, but it became evident that Nina's demeanor had escalated to a level of profound insecurity. "In comparison to others, you possess countless admirable qualities. You are kind, industrious, and resourceful, always considering others' feelings. Both Amy and I take pride in having you as a friend. How can you belittle yourself so?" Chu Xinran urgently reassured her, unaware of the depth of Nina's self-perception. "Indeed, Xiaoran is correct. Even if Kevin does not hold affection for you, there are surely other exceptional beastmen who will appreciate you. Nina, please do not resign yourself to despair. You are truly remarkable, and you will undoubtedly find a wonderful mate in the future." Nina, having listened to the words of Chu Xinran and Amy, cast a grateful glance towards them. Yet, she understood that their intentions were merely to console her. She felt utterly unloved and unwanted within the tribe. She wished to be alone for a while, and although Chu Xinran and Amy were deeply concerned for her, they ultimately had to leave. "Amy, has Nina always been like this?" Chu Xinran inquired as they walked along the path. Amy nodded. Nina was quite introverted in the tribe, reluctant to engage with others. Consequently, the villagers tended to keep their distance to avoid making her uncomfortable. Lilith particularly loathed her for being so different and consistently sought ways to bully her. Over time, Nina's shyness only deepened, making her even less inclined to socialize. I eventually realized that this could not continue, so I persistently pursued her friendship. Gradually, she accepted me. Since your arrival, Lilith has ceased her bullying, and Nina has significantly improved. Aside from interacting with you and me, she has begun to engage with others in the tribe as well. I never expected she harbored such thoughts about herself." Chu Xinran's expression was somewhat grave. "Has Nina always been this introverted since childhood?" Amy shook her head. It wasn't entirely the case. I recall her being quite lively when she was younger. I believe her current demeanor is likely related to her parents. What happened to her parents? Chu Xinran inquired with a hint of confusion. She had met Nina's parents, and they seemed quite pleasant. She had never heard Nina mention any issues at home. Before Nina's younger brother was born, she was rather happy, but ever since his arrival, her parents devoted all their attention to him. At that time, Nina did confide in me about it, yet she didn't seem to dwell on the matter. However, an incident occurred later on. Do you remember when I told you about the beast tide that happened years ago? Chu Xinran nodded. The beast tide had inflicted immense damage upon the lion and tiger tribe, resulting in the loss of many lives. In an effort to escape the onslaught, the tribe relocated to this place. The suddenness of the beast tide had caught everyone unprepared. At that time, Nina's parents were solely focused on fleeing with her younger brother, neglecting to take Nina along. Fortunately, Nina managed to find a hiding spot on her own. Otherwise, her fate would have been dire. The tribal elder was furious upon realizing that Nina had been left behind and was determined to find her, ultimately rescuing her. Since that incident, Nina's demeanor transformed completely, and she became increasingly reticent. Chu Xinran listened in astonishment to Amy's recounting. It became evident that Nina was indeed pitiable, left to confront the ferocious beast tide all alone. One could only imagine the terror she must have felt. Chu Xinran had not anticipated that upon arriving at the Orc continent, she would encounter such a profound disregard for female beings by their parents, who instead prioritized the orcs. Yet, remarkably, Nina bore no resentment towards her parents. Had it not been for Amy's revelations, Chu Xinran would have remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation that had transpired between Nina and her parents. When Chu Xinran saw Nina again the following day, she had reverted to her usual demeanor, as if nothing had occurred. Both Chu Xinran and Amy dared not mention Kevin in Nina's presence any longer. Regret gnawed at Chu Xinran for her earlier teasing regarding Nina and Kevin, which had backfired spectacularly, leading to the current predicament. Kevin's disposition was perplexingly nonchalant. Chu Xinran struggled to discern his true feelings. She had no desire to inquire about this matter with Carlo, for even though Carlo and Kevin shared a close bond, it was unlikely they would discuss such personal affairs. Furthermore, this was Nina's private matter, and it seemed inappropriate to divulge it carelessly. Thus, until she could ascertain Kevin's sentiments, Chu Xinran resolved to refrain from any impetuous actions, fearing she might inadvertently hurt Nina again. However, a recent development could be deemed fortunate for Nina. Yuli had observed Kevin's initiative in offering to pick red fruits for her, perhaps leading her to believe that Kevin harbored feelings for her as well. Consequently, one day, she confronted Kevin to confess her feelings. It was only after Yuli took the initiative to express herself that Kevin realized her interest, prompting him to hastily clarify his position and return the rain cloak she had gifted him. Yuli, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retaliated with a punch, thereby concluding the encounter. Nevertheless, Kevin would henceforth be more cautious in accepting gifts from others. After receiving Nina's permission, Chu Xinran ultimately decided to present the raincoat crafted by Nina to Kevin, mistakenly believing it to be a creation of Chu Xinran herself. Kevin joyfully accepted the gift and eagerly boasted about it to Carlo. Carlo, upon noticing the emblem adorning the raincoat, cast a bemused glance at Kevin. It was evident that the emblem was a signature of Nina's work. Many in the tribe were well aware of this fact, yet Kevin continued to revel in his ignorance. Moreover, it was abundantly clear that Chu Xinran would never create anything for any orc other than him, aside from his father, the elder priest, and Karen. What reason did Kevin have to be so boastful? On that day, as Chu Xinran was preparing a meal in her home, she was suddenly alerted by the sound of Karen's cries mingled with laughter from outside. Hastily setting aside her tasks, she rushed out, only to be greeted by the sight of Karen in tears, his head adorned with a sharp object. Sister Xinran, look at Karen's head. Kenny, one of Karen's friends, pointed at him, laughing maliciously. Chu Xinran hurriedly approached, carefully removing the sharp object from Karen's head. She gently stroked Karen's hair, reassuring her, "No blood, you're fine." Sister Xinran, "Brother Kevin is resting today, so he took us to play outside the tribe. Suddenly, this inexplicable thing fell on my head. It hurts so much. But Brother Kevin and Kenny kept laughing at me, and no one helped me get it off," Karen complained, a hint of grievance in her tone. Hearing Karen's words, Chu Xinran could not help but chuckle. Karen's earlier appearance was indeed particularly amusing, and it was no wonder that Kevin and Kenny were in fits of laughter. However, as Chu Xinran glanced at the irregular, spiky object she had thrown to the ground, a sense of curiosity arose within her. "Kevin, could you fetch a stone to smash this thing open?" Chu Xinran instructed Kevin, who was watching the commotion nearby. Kevin found a stone and struck the object. However, it was harder than he had anticipated and did not break. With renewed determination, he struck it with greater force. This time, it shattered, rolling out a multitude of round objects. As Chu Xinran gazed upon these items, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Chestnuts. These are indeed chestnuts." Observing her enthusiasm, everyone else surmised that this must be yet another edible delight, for Chu Xinran would not be so exhilarated otherwise. "Xinran, can these chestnuts be eaten? Are they delicious?" Kevin inquired eagerly. "Absolutely, chestnuts are quite delectable," Chu Xinran affirmed. "Karen, where did you discover these? Are there more?" she asked anxiously. Before Karen could respond, Kevin interjected. I know. There are plenty more over there. Come, I will lead you all." Chu Xinran once again gathered Amy, Nina, and several other females, venturing outside the tribe under the protection of Kevin and a few orcs. Upon reaching the location Kevin had mentioned, Chu Xinran discovered a vast expanse of chestnut trees, now in the season of ripeness. The trees were laden with spiky chestnuts, appearing to be abundant with fruit, yet the sharp thorns presented a rather intimidating sight. Chu Xinran instructed everyone to disperse and avoid standing beneath the chestnut tree. "Kevin, please ascend the tree and shake it vigorously to dislodge the chestnuts. The rest of you, kindly stand aside and be cautious not to be struck on the head by falling chestnuts. It can be quite painful." Once Kevin has successfully shaken all the chestnuts down, we shall gather them from the ground. As Kevin climbed the tree and began to shake it furiously, the other children watched in delight as the chestnuts tumbled down, landing heavily on the ground. Their laughter filled the air, creating an atmosphere of joy. Sister Xinran, I was the first to discover the chestnuts. Am I not impressive? Karen exclaimed eagerly, proud to learn that chestnuts were indeed edible. Chu Xinran gently patted Karen's head, acknowledging her remarkable abilities. Indeed, it was thanks to Karen that they were able to locate the chestnuts. Soon, Sister Xinran would prepare delectable treats with the chestnuts for her. Upon hearing the news, Carlo and Dar rushed over after their hunt. Chu Xinran encouraged Carlo and Dar to join her in shaking the trees, and before long, nearly all the chestnuts from the grove had fallen to the ground. Chu Xinran, accompanied by Amy and several children, embarked on a quest to gather chestnuts. Eventually, Mandai's mother and her foraging team joined their efforts. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, they successfully transported all the chestnuts back to the tribe. Upon their return, Chu Xinran set about cracking open a portion of the chestnuts, skillfully breaking through their tough spines to reveal the plump, round treasures within. She began by steaming dozens of chestnuts in a pot, and subsequently prepared a stew of gugu beast with chestnuts. The steamed chestnuts were the first to be ready. Chu Xinran shared the tender morsels with the tribe's orcs and females. Upon tasting, they discovered an exquisite flavor previously unknown to them, sweet and delightfully soft. The children were particularly fond of these chestnuts, and the pot of steamed delicacies was swiftly devoured. Chu Xinran once again crushed some chestnuts and placed them into the pot for steaming. These chestnuts could be enjoyed either steamed or roasted over an open flame. When the craving struck, one could simply crush a few, leaving the rest intact for a longer preservation. As the stew of the gugu beast and chestnuts simmered, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, capturing the attention of all the tribe's people. After serving a bowl to Karen, Chu Xinran encouraged the others to share in the feast. Karen, this is the delicious treat I promised to make for you. Today, we owe our good fortune in finding such a delightful food to you. She handed Karen a generously filled bowl of gugu beast stew with chestnuts. Hearing her words, the others showered Karen with compliments, causing his cheeks to blush as he shyly hid behind the bowl, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The gugu beast stew with chestnuts received unanimous acclaim from the tribe, prompting many females to approach Chu Xinran to learn the recipe, eager to try their hand at it. After providing them with a brief overview, she allowed them to experiment freely. Several females in the tribe rapidly improved their culinary skills, and Chu Xinran even found that some of their dishes surpassed her own in flavor. The discovery of chestnuts brought another bountiful harvest to the lion-tiger tribe. Gazing at the storerooms brimming with chestnuts, every member of the tribe wore an uncontainable smile, no longer fearing starvation during the harsh snow season. They now had warm homes to inhabit, a luxury they had never dared to dream of before. Since the discovery of chestnuts, Karen's enthusiasm for exploring beyond the tribe had grown significantly. He frequently urged other beasts to accompany him on excursions outside the tribe, eagerly returning with any suspicious or unfamiliar items to show Chu Xinran, hoping to identify edible food. However, as Karen's adventures increased, Chu Xinran began to worry about his safety outside the tribe. Ultimately, it was Carlo who firmly reprimanded Karen, ensuring he settled down and ceased his incessant requests to leave the tribe. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the annual exchange festival on the Beastmen continent was approaching. What is the purpose of the exchange festival? Are there any rules? One night, curious about the event, Chu Xinran asked Carlo as she lay in bed. Carlo motioned for her to lie comfortably, tucking her in as he explained, there aren't any strict rules. The exchange festival is typically held before the onset of the snow season. If a tribe lacks essential supplies for surviving the winter, they can trade at the festival. The specifics of what and how much to exchange are decided by the tribes themselves. There are no regulations. Will our lion-tiger tribe attend this time? Chu Xinran inquired, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Yes, Carlo affirmed with a nod. We have always attended each year, and it would seem peculiar if we did not go this time. Other tribes might speculate. Furthermore, we need to see what items we might acquire that we currently lack. Can I go too? Chu Xinran asked, her excitement palpable. In the past, Carlo had always prohibited her from participating in any potentially dangerous endeavors. But this exchange festival seemed intriguing and devoid of peril, making her eager to join. Observing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, Carlo hesitated momentarily before conceding, you may attend. But you must heed my instructions diligently and refrain from acting impulsively. Rest assured, I will behave. With Carlo's approval, Chu Xinran's face lit up with joy, feeling willing to comply with any request he might make. Ultimately, the tribe convened and decided that the delegation to the exchange festival would include Carlo, Kevin, Abel, and 7 other beasts, along with the 2 females, Chu Xinran and Amy. Although Nina wished to join, her parents firmly opposed it. Seeing their disapproval, Nina silently relinquished her desire to attend. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Xinran intended to dissuade Nina's parents. However, she was promptly halted by Nina. "It's all right. I shall not go. You and Amy must remain vigilant outside. I shall await your return in the tribe." Seeing Nina in such a state, Chu Xinran felt compelled to remain silent. The chieftain and the shaman were required to stay behind to safeguard the tribe, while Dao was entrusted with the significant responsibility of leading the hunting party. Consequently, only 10 orcs and 2 females would accompany them. In truth, the exchange event was relatively secure. Otherwise, Carlo would not have consented to take Chu Xinran along. Essentially, all tribes had reached a consensus to refrain from causing disturbances during the exchange. Any breach of this agreement could render one a target for collective ire. Carlo and Chu Xinran tidied their belongings and prepared for departure. This time, they packed lightly, wary of drawing undue attention at the exchange, as their primary objective was merely to assess the situation. After spending quite some time in the Orc continent, Chu Xinran still struggled to discern directions. However, Carlo exhibited remarkable skills. He gazed around the forest, inhaled the scents, and confidently determined their path. Upon witnessing Chu Xinran's admiring gaze fixed upon Carlo, Abel let out a disdainful snort, dismissing it as mere triviality. Such tricks were hardly impressive, and yet Carlo pretended to be grandiose. Ignoring Abel's remarks, Carlo approached and gently took hold of Chu Xinran's hand, speaking in a serious tone, "Stay close to me." Chu Xinran nodded, tightly grasping Carlo's hand and obediently following him. Witnessing this glaring scene, Abel clenched his fists. It was the same as always. No matter what he said in front of Chu Xinran, as long as Carlo was present, her gaze would never waver towards him. "Why? Do you fancy Sharon? Give up. She will never like you." Amy, who had lagged behind, observed this scene and approached Abel, saying, "What's it to you?" Abel replied impatiently as he looked at Amy, who stood before him. "Why are you being so fierce? I'm merely stating the truth. Everyone in the tribe knows they will end up together." Amy continued fearlessly. Abel shot a cold glance at Amy, choosing silence as he trudged ahead. "Hey, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. You still need to protect me," Amy called out as she hurried to catch up with Abel. Abel was indeed a curious individual. She had always assumed he was the type to conceal his emotions, yet today he exhibited such pronounced emotional fluctuations. Moreover, his rudeness towards females was utterly impolite. However, the more Abel acted this way, the more intrigued Amy became. She clung to him throughout their journey, to the point of irritating him immensely. "What on earth are you following me for? Go find someone else to protect you." Abel finally could no longer suppress his frustration and turned to hiss softly. Amy playfully smiled and replied, "Carlo is protecting Shaoran, and I can't let Kevin protect me. I'm not familiar with the others, so I can only seek you. I'm not well acquainted with you either, and why can't Kevin protect you?" Abel furrowed his brow. "We've grown up together. How can we not be familiar? As for why Kevin can't protect me, that's something I can't disclose. Kevin is the one Nina likes, so I won't bother him, and the rest are merely excuses." Amy had always been a lively female, capable of befriending everyone around her, except for 2, Nina and Abel. After much effort, Nina had finally opened her heart and become a good friend. However, from the moment Amy first laid eyes on Abel, he had appeared indifferent. No matter how much she tried to engage him, he remained unresponsive. Today, it was Nina who first noticed Abel's display of anger, and she would not miss this opportunity. Having been curious about him for quite some time, Abel glanced at the mischievous Amy, feeling speechless and unwilling to say more. Let her be, whatever she wished. "Hey, you and Abel, come here quickly. Be careful not to get lost." Chu Xinran, noticing that Amy had not caught up, turned around and urged them. "Oh, we're coming. We're coming. We'll catch up in a moment." Amy replied cheerfully, then grinned while pulling Abel forward. The journey to the exchange gathering would take approximately 5 days. The following day, Carlo and Chu Xinran passed by a small pond. "Let's rest here tonight," Carlo suggested. Having assessed the surroundings and finding no immediate danger as the day was drawing to a close. Upon hearing everyone agree to his proposal, Carlo instructed Chu Xinran to stay put and not move, then asked Kevin to remain with her for protection while he and Abel took a few others to hunt for their meal. Abel's expression darkened when he heard Carlo's instruction to join the hunt, but he said nothing and stood up. He initially intended to cultivate his relationship with Chu Xinran during their journey, but Carlo had been overly vigilant, offering him no opportunity to engage with her. Moreover, Amy had inexplicably been clinging to him lately, leaving him no time to speak with Chu Xinran. Although he was reluctant to join the hunt, he ultimately chose to go, thinking it would provide a temporary escape from Amy. The pond was adorned with withered flowers scattered across its surface. Alas, we arrived too late. These flowers have wilted. I've never seen flowers growing in water before. They must be stunning, Amy lamented as she gazed at the decayed blooms and leaves. Upon hearing her, Chu Xinran lifted her head to observe the pond. Oh, isn't that a lotus flower? So it exists here too. I've seen this flower before. It is indeed beautiful, each bloom quite large. But since we know about this place now, we can return when they bloom again. As she spoke, Chu Xinran suddenly recalled the lotus roots she used to eat and wondered if there were any beneath the pond. Unable to contain herself, she abruptly stood up, startling Amy. Sharon, what's wrong? Amy, you reminded me. The roots beneath these flowers are edible. With that, Chu Xinran rolled up her pants, preparing to enter the pond. Kevin quickly intervened. You absolutely cannot go in. If you do, Carlo will surely flay me alive. Stay here. What does it look like? I'll go find it. It's the root part of the flower. The pond should be muddy. Just reach down and feel for the roots to pull them out. After hearing Chu Xinran's explanation, Kevin stepped into the pond, which was not very deep, reaching about his waist. He searched the pond for a while and indeed found a long, round object. Is this it? Kevin lifted the item in his hand to show Chu Xinran, inquiring. Chu Xinran nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, that's it. Please gather a few more. Finally, after Kevin had collected 7 or 8 lotus roots, Chu Xinran instructed him to cease. Sharon, why didn't you allow Kevin to harvest more lotus roots? Amy inquired, puzzled. As Chu Xinran washed the mud off the lotus roots, she replied, there are only 12 of us, so we cannot consume much. Moreover, excessive consumption of such delicacies is not advisable, and they do not have a long shelf life. If we do not eat them promptly, they will change color. Besides, you will still want to come and admire the lotus flowers, right? If we harvest everything, there might be none left to bloom. Amy nodded in agreement. When she saw Chu Xinran preparing to peel the lotus roots, she extended her hand to assist, only to be hastily stopped by Chu Xinran. Oh no, please do not move. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's exclamation, Amy froze, uncertain of what she had done wrong. Observing Amy's tense demeanor, Chu Xinran could not help but chuckle. Do not be so anxious. If you peel the lotus roots directly with your hands, they will itch, which is why I asked you not to interfere. I can manage this myself. At that moment, Carlo, who had just returned from hunting, overheard Chu Xinran's words. He approached and took the lotus roots from her hands, asserting, I will handle this. Do not touch them. It is fine. I can wrap them in animal skin and manage, she insisted. However, Carlo remained resolute. Ultimately, Chu Xinran had no choice but to let Carlo take care of all the lotus roots, which he then sliced into thin pieces. Chu Xinran placed the sliced lotus root into boiling water for a brief blanching, followed by a plunge into cold water, and finally drained it. She then added various seasonings, creating a delightful dish of cold tossed lotus root. As she departed, she had brought an abundance of condiments, which now proved to be quite beneficial. The refreshing taste of the cold lotus root captivated everyone, especially after several indulgent meals of greasy barbecue. Xiaoran, this is delicious. It's a pity we don't have ponds in our tribe. We cannot cultivate such delights, Kevin lamented as he savored the dish. This place is not far from our tribe. We can return whenever we desire, Chu Xinran reassured him. She sampled the cold lotus root herself, realizing that the flavor was not entirely authentic due to a lack of several essential ingredients. Once she gathered all the necessary seasonings, she promised to prepare it for them again, ensuring it would be even more delectable. After their dinner, everyone settled down to rest. Chu Xinran and Amy, 2 females, were resting together while the other beastmen stood guard nearby. After a long day of travel, Chu Xinran felt the fatigue in her legs and the soreness in her feet. It had been ages since she had walked such a distance. Although Carlo had transformed into his beast form to carry her for a while, she was still utterly exhausted by the day's end. Amy, what is going on between you and Abel? Chu Xinran inquired, curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to Amy. What do you mean? Amy feigned ignorance. Don't play coy. You've been glued to Abel all day. I noticed it. I've never seen you interact with him like this before. Chu Xinran pressed quietly. Oh, it's nothing special. Abel, Kevin, Darl, and I all grew up together. So it's natural for us to talk, Amy replied softly, unwilling to divulge the truth as she glanced at Abel in the distance. Upon hearing Amy mention Darl, concern crept into Chu Xinran's heart. If she wasn't mistaken, Darl seemed to harbor feelings for Amy, and now that she and Abel were so close, Darl would surely be heartbroken if he found out. With a sigh, Chu Xinran expressed her sympathy. Why the sigh? Amy asked, puzzled. I just feel for a foolish young man, Chu Xinran replied, noticing Amy's confusion. With another long sigh, she could only wish Darl the best. After several more days of travel, Carlo and the group finally arrived just before the commencement of the exchange conference. Prior to this, Chu Xinran had only encountered the orcs of the herbivore tribe, and her impression of them was far from favorable. Consequently, she harbored both anticipation and trepidation regarding individuals from other tribes. Upon reaching the vicinity of the exchange conference, Carlo sought a suitable location to establish their encampment. Typically, each arriving tribe would delineate their own territory, ensuring that the various tribes refrained from intruding upon one another. Uncertain of the identities of the tribes residing nearby, Carlo and his companions opted against venturing out to engage with others. It was only when the exchange conference officially commenced that Carlo, along with Chu Xinran and a few others, made their way to the venue of the event. As Chu Xinran approached, she was greeted by a bustling scene of orcs and females setting up stalls, with animal skins spread across the ground, showcasing a myriad of items, stone tools, game, and various trinkets. Look over there. That is the orc tribe of the sea beasts. Carlo pointed to the area where the crowd was densest. Salt held great significance for the orc tribes, hence the sea beast tribe was teeming with orcs and females. Was it not 5 skins for a jar of salt previously? Why has it now escalated to 7 skins? One orc, hearing the sea beast tribe's pricing, exclaimed in displeasure. The sea beast orc, upon hearing this complaint, cast a disdainful glance and haughtily retorted, if you think it's too expensive, then don't trade. There are plenty of orcs willing to exchange. The disgruntled orc was infuriated by the sea beast orc's words, yet the reality was that without trading for salt from the sea beast tribe, their tribe would not survive the impending snow season. Reluctantly, he ultimately produced 14 skins to exchange for 2 jars of salt. Was that so hard? What were you stalling for? The sea beast orc mocked as the defeated orc left with his precious salt. Because only the sea beast tribe possessed the knowledge of salt production, all tribes depended on trading for salt to survive, which fostered the sea beast orc's arrogance, leaving other tribes too intimidated to challenge them. Observing Chu Xinran's astonishment, Kevin elaborated, indeed, they have always treated us with disdain when we exchanged salt. Amy chimed in indignantly. They have done the same to our lion-tiger tribe in the past. At that moment, the sea beast orc who had spoken earlier noticed Carlo and his companions, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he approached. Well, who do we have here? The illustrious lion-tiger tribe. Carlo, Abel, Kevin, long time no see. Have you brought enough game to trade for salt this year? I hope you won't find yourselves unable to afford even a jar, as you did last year. Confronted with this provocation, Carlo remained impassive, while Abel glared fiercely. Kevin, unable to contain himself, interjected, Joseph, last year you deliberately targeted us. Other tribes traded with 5 skins. Yet you insisted we pay 10. How dare you say anything? Joseph erupted into laughter, prideful as he declared, and what if I did it on purpose? Who said this salt belongs to you? Let me make it clear, this year you'll need at least 15 skins to trade for salt. Or you won't get a single grain. Carlo, you better hurry and hunt. Otherwise, you'll leave empty-handed. Disgusted by Joseph's vile demeanor, Chu Xinran turned her face away, unwilling to witness such loathsome behavior. It was then that Joseph noticed her behind Carlo and, with feigned interest, remarked, Oh, where did this little female come from? I haven't seen you before. Little female, how did you end up in the poverty-stricken lion-tiger tribe? Would you care to join us in the sea beast tribe? I assure you, Carlo, what are you doing? Let me go? As Joseph continued to babble in front of Chu Xinran, Carlo suddenly seized his hand and slammed him down, forcing his face into the ground. Let go of me. Do you hear? Joseph struggled furiously, shouting. Other orcs from the sea beast tribe rushed over, but Abel and Kevin stood in front, blocking their path. Carlo, release me. Do you still want to trade for salt? Joseph threatened. If you dare speak out of turn in her presence again, do not blame me for being rude, Carlo warned calmly before finally releasing Joseph. Gasping for breath, Joseph scurried back to the sea beast orcs, pointing at Carlo, speechless with rage. You, Carlo? Have you lost your mind? How dare you treat me this way? The lion-tiger tribe will never receive salt again. Joseph, you defeated fool, stop spewing nonsense. Kevin retorted with satisfaction. Do you not recall how Carlo once vanquished you? What if we never trade for salt with your sea beast tribe? We will manage. Just wait. Joseph barked as he noticed the growing crowd of onlookers. Covering his face, he left with the assistance of other orcs. The orc continent relied solely on the sea beast tribe for salt, and he was eager to see how long the lion-tiger tribe could endure without it. Many orcs were fed up with Joseph, witnessing someone teach him a lesson. They applauded quietly. Joseph, emboldened by his status as the chief son of the sea beast tribe, had offended countless orcs with his arrogance. Carlo, did you have past grievances with Joseph? Chu Xinran inquired as the crowd dispersed. Carlo nodded, while Kevin eagerly elaborated. You have no idea how detestable Joseph is. Our lion-tiger tribe was once renowned and thrived, but as you may know, that beast tide severely weakened us, and we have struggled to recover since. Each time we sought to trade for salt, Joseph would taunt us about our current misfortunes. Initially, we tried to ignore him, but he grew bolder, even challenging Carlo to a duel to determine who was stronger. If Carlo refused, he'd deny us salt. Eventually, Carlo had no choice but to fight and soundly defeated him, which only fueled his resentment, resulting in even more obstacles during our salt exchanges. Carlo, tell me the truth. The last time you wouldn't let me accompany you to trade for salt, was it merely for safety, or was it also because of Joseph? Chu Xinran asked earnestly. Meeting Carlo's gaze, Carlo fell silent, contemplating her words. Sighing at his reticence, Chu Xinran lamented that Carlo preferred to shoulder everything alone. It was fortunate they had discovered the method for salt production, otherwise. She shuddered to think of the torment Carlo would have faced if he had gone to trade for salt again. After the incident with Joseph, the members of the lion-tiger tribe continued to browse at the exchange fair. However, due to the earlier commotion, the attention of other tribes was now fixated on them, casting furtive glances in their direction. After some time, the group began to disperse. Amy remained with Abel, while Chu Xinran stayed with Carlo. Suddenly, Chu Xinran spotted a stall selling silk garments, her astonishment leading her to approach it. Silk clothing on the Orc continent? The stall was rather desolate, with hardly any visitors. The two females tending the stall sprang to their feet in excitement upon noticing her. Is this garment made from silk? Chu Xinran gently stroked the silk garment, its texture smooth to the touch. Although it appeared somewhat coarser compared to the silken fabrics she had encountered before, it was indeed a rarity on the beastman continent. An elder female nodded and explained, Sister, we hail from the insect tribe. This garment is woven from the silk produced by our tribe's beastmen when they transform into their beast forms. Look how smooth it is. Upon hearing that they originated from the insect tribe, Chu Xinran found it hard to believe. Did such a tribe truly exist? Did the beastmen of the insect tribe not all transform into insects? The realization that this garment was indeed spun from the silk of silkworms in their beast forms left her astonished. How much silk must be produced to create a single garment? She had initially assumed it was made from silk harvested from cultivated silkworms. Noticing Chu Xinran's keen interest in the garment, Carlo interjected, What would you like in exchange? Upon learning that the beastmen had genuine intentions of trade, the two females exchanged excited glances. The elder female cautiously raised a finger and stated, 5 fong beasts. Very well, let us meet here at this time tomorrow. Carlo replied succinctly. The two females, thrilled by Carlo's prompt agreement, were at a loss for words. Overwhelmed with gratitude as they expressed their heartfelt thanks to Carlo and Chu Xinran. Upon witnessing the fervent excitement of the two females, Chu Xinran felt a sense of hesitation in expressing her intention to decline. She could only cast a discreet glare at Carlo. Once they had departed from that location, Chu Xinran confronted Carlo, questioning, Why did you agree so readily just now? 5 tusked beasts are hardly a fair trade. That garment holds little significance for me. Having made such a commitment to her, you will soon have to venture out to hunt. How arduous that will be. Chu Xinran and her companions arrived with no intention of exchanging many items, hence they brought minimal prey. Carlo had now promised to barter with the insect tribe, which implied he would likely spend the night hunting. On the Orc continent, the most precious commodity for trade was salt. A jar of salt could be exchanged for merely 2 boar tusks. Meanwhile, a small and thin garment demanded 5 boar tusks, leaving Chu Xinran feeling that the deal was rather unwise. Nonetheless, this silk garment requires considerable effort to create, and 5 boar tusks are justifiable. Moreover, your previous clothing is no longer wearable. This silk attire suits you well, Carlo reassured her. The garments Chu Xinran had previously brought were either tattered beyond recognition or repurposed for other uses, leading her to don animal hides instead. Carlo had already resolved to offer her a new outfit before attending the exchange fair. Upon hearing Carlo's words, Chu Xinran felt a mix of gratitude and bittersweet emotion. Why was Carlo so kind to her, always considering her well-being? You are right. Crafting this silk garment is indeed a laborious task. Besides, those two ladies appeared quite pleased earlier. Very well, let it be 5 boar tusks, she decided. The orc inhabitants of the continent, both male and female, prioritized food above all else, rarely even glancing at luxurious items like silk garments. The orc members of the insect tribe lacked significant offensive power in their beast forms, resulting in poor hunting abilities. They could only create small items such as silk garments to barter for food. The two females had been peddling their wares for quite some time without attracting any attention, believing their goods would go unsold. To their surprise, a willing trader appeared, agreeing to their steep price. After a day of browsing, Chu Xinran and Carlo did not engage in further exchanges. After dinner, Carlo armed himself with a military knife, preparing to venture out for hunting. Please ensure your safety. If you cannot catch 5 boar tusks, it's all right. We can always trade something else tomorrow. Don't be reckless, understood? Chu Xinran urged before Carlo departed. He nodded and left solo, determined to accomplish this task for her without assistance from other orcs. Once Carlo was gone, Chu Xinran and Amy began crafting grass shoes from ula grass. During their time at the exchange fair, many orcs and females had inquired about their footwear, prompting Chu Xinran to decide to make several pairs to trade the following day. Kevin, Albert, and a few other orcs offered to help, but seeing their clumsy efforts, Chu Xinran sent them away, focusing on producing a dozen pairs alongside Amy. As night deepened, Chu Xinran allowed Amy to retire early, with Carlo still absent. Her concern prevented her from sleeping, so she sat by the grass shoes, awaiting his return. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, Carlo returned, and Chu Xinran gasped in shock at the sight of the 5 bloodied boar tusks he brought back. She had not anticipated he would succeed so swiftly. The next day, Carlo and Chu Xinran made their way towards the insect tribe's stall, passing by the sea beast tribe's area along the way. Joseph, noticing them approach with the boar tusks, raised his head with a smug expression and taunted, "What is this? Did you not claim you would not come to trade salt with us? Yet here you are, shamelessly approaching. Carlo, I'll consider giving you a jar of salt if you kneel and apologize." Joseph eagerly awaited Carlo's submission, but to his surprise, Carlo simply held Chu Xinran's hand and walked past him without a word. The orcs following Carlo also ignored Joseph, with Albert scoffing as he passed, "Self-important fool." The surrounding orcs erupted in laughter, leaving Joseph blushing in embarrassment. Angered, he shouted at Albert, "You wildling! Who are you referring to?" Albert despised being called a wildling. Upon hearing Joseph's insult, he turned without hesitation and attempted to confront him, but others quickly intervened to prevent a brawl. Joseph had always enjoyed provoking the lion-tiger tribe, and while Carlo typically ignored him, yesterday was the first time he had been angered. Kevin, on the other hand, relished exchanging barbs with Joseph, always ready to retort. Albert was the most volatile. Any mention of wildling would provoke him into action. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Carlo led Chu Xinran to the insect tribe's stall, where the 2 females from the previous day stood with a group of orcs. Upon spotting Carlo and Chu Xinran, they hurried over, exclaiming, "You truly came. This is wonderful. Allow me to introduce you to our tribe leader." The older female gestured to a somewhat shorter orc standing behind her. "Thank you for your willingness to trade 5 boar tusks with us. May the beast god bless you," the leader expressed gratefully. Chu Xinran observed that the orcs of the insect tribe appeared somewhat shorter compared to those of other tribes, with the tallest among them being their chieftain. Carlo handed over 5 tusked beasts to the insect tribe, and after an elderly female presented a silken garment to Chu Xinran, the group hurriedly transported the tusked beasts away. Where could they be rushing off to in such haste? Curious about their seemingly desperate retreat, Chu Xinran inquired of Carlo. They fear that other orcs might covet their catch and seize it from them, hence their urgency to return to their own tribe with their spoils. Carlo quietly explained as he glanced around at the surrounding orcs. "Is that so? But I thought it was said that conflicts between tribes were forbidden during the exchange fair?" Chu Xinran asked in astonishment. "Not during the fair, but certain tribes do lie in ambush along the routes of others returning home, ready to snatch away their possessions," Carlo replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinran immediately grew concerned for the recently departed insect tribe. Would they be safe? Carrying 5 tusked beasts certainly made them conspicuous, didn't it? Based on her observations, during the exchange fair, orcs typically preferred to trade in hides rather than actual prey, as the latter was of utmost importance to them. Consequently, the insect tribe's burden of 5 tusked beasts stood out alarmingly. They should be fine. Theft usually occurs after the exchange fair concludes, and they are quite clever. Having secured their catch, they left promptly, leaving little time for other tribes to set up ambushes, Carlo reassured her. With Carlo's explanation, Chu Xinran finally felt at ease. She certainly did not wish to endanger the insect tribe merely by engaging in an exchange with them. Chu Xinran caressed her silk garments. And although the cool weather prevented her from wearing them now, the mere thought that Carlo had exchanged numerous hunted treasures for them filled her heart with immense joy. After donning her attire, Chu Xinran and Amy set up a stall, displaying their handmade grass sandals. Many females were intrigued by the sandals, gathering around, but hesitated upon learning that salt was required for the exchange. This method was devised by Chu Xinran and Carlo after a discussion the previous night. They were certainly unwilling to barter with Joseph for salt, yet if they ultimately failed to acquire any, it would arouse suspicion. The news of their lion-tiger tribe's salt production could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Chu Xinran and Amy intended to trade the grass sandals for a trivial amount of salt, merely to maintain appearances. In reality, a single pair of sandals required only a small handful of salt for exchange. However, salt was of paramount importance to all beastman tribes, and acquiring it from the sea beast tribe proved to be quite challenging. Consequently, most females, after a cursory glance, opted to forego the trade. Nevertheless, some tribes with substantial resources found a handful of salt to be a negligible expense. Thus, by the end of the day, Chu Xinran and Amy managed to trade several pairs of sandals. Upon learning of this, Joseph was infuriated, shattering several items in his rage. Unable to confront Carlo and his companions directly, he resorted to leveraging the salt exchange against them. Yet little did he know that they were no longer susceptible to such coercion. As night fell, Chu Xinran and Amy wove several more baskets, which they intended to take out for trade the following day. The baskets proved to be somewhat more popular than straw sandals, given their practicality. Indeed, there were orcs willing to exchange a handful of salt for a single basket. However, Chu Xinran was indifferent, as her primary purpose was merely to create an illusion for the orcs of the sea beast tribe, rendering the quantity exchanged inconsequential. Joseph, observing that Chu Xinran had successfully traded for some salt, was consumed by anger, which he vented on other orcs seeking to barter for salt, deepening the resentment other tribes harbored towards the sea beast tribe. On the third day of the trading event, an unexpected group arrived. A young orc, both fierce in appearance and strikingly handsome, approached Joseph accompanied by a band of orcs. Upon seeing this orc, Joseph immediately donned a beaming smile, bowing and exclaiming, "Chief Jonathan, what a pleasure to see you." Jonathan glanced at Joseph and broke into a hearty laugh. "It has been a while, Joseph. How have you been? I trust you have prepared the salt our tribe requires?" At the mention of salt, Joseph's expression momentarily faltered, yet he maintained his genial facade, replying, "Of course. It is all ready. My father specifically instructed me to ensure it is delivered directly into your hands, so rest assured." Chu Xinran gazed at the scene before her. Curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Who is that? Why does Joseph appear so subservient to him?" Furthermore, since the arrival of this orc, she noticed that Carlo's demeanor had also grown notably serious. "That is Jonathan, the chieftain of the avian tribe, a faction of considerable strength on the orc continent. However, the reputation of the avian tribe is far from admirable, as they are notorious for their penchant for pillaging the provisions of other tribes. While clans like ours strive to accumulate food before the onset of the snow season, the avian tribe neglects such preparations entirely. When winter arrives and they find themselves devoid of sustenance, they resort to stealing from neighboring tribes, leading to the demise of many clans at their hands." Amy clenched her teeth in frustration, whispering her indignation. Upon hearing of the avian tribe's brutal exploits, Chu Xinran was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is there truly no one capable of restraining them? Must they be allowed to bully the weak?" Amy shook her head. "The avian tribe is exceedingly powerful. Their beast forms can soar through the skies, and their sheer size makes them formidable opponents. It is nearly impossible for ordinary orcs to confront them. Have you not noticed that no orc around dares to provoke them? The sea beast tribe's backing comes from their alliance with the avian tribe, but this partnership demands a hefty price, providing the avian tribe with copious amounts of salt." Judging by Joseph's earlier expression of distress, It seems the quantity of salt requested by the avian tribe this time is quite substantial. Chu Xinran was engaged in conversation with Amy when she suddenly noticed Joseph pointing in their direction at Jonathan. Swiftly, Chu Xinran pulled Amy's head down. If the avian tribe was indeed as formidable as Amy claimed, it was certain that their lion-tiger tribe would stand no chance against them. Thus, Chu Xinran was reluctant to offend the avian tribe for the time being. She hoped that Joseph, the coward, would refrain from seeking Jonathan to lodge a complaint. Fortunately, due to her timely action in bowing her head, Jonathan did not see Chu Xinran. He merely caught sight of Carlo standing there. When he glanced over, Carlo did not flinch from his gaze, staring back without a hint of fear in his eyes. "Is that the orc who bullies you?" Jonathan inquired of Joseph. Joseph nodded vigorously, his indignation palpable. "That's him. His name is Carlo, an orc from the lion-tiger tribe, a most disagreeable fellow. Just look at him. It's clear he holds you in contempt." Jonathan regarded Carlo's fearless demeanor, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Intriguing. It had been many years since he encountered someone bold enough to meet his gaze so directly. Upon their return to the encampment, Chu Xinran and Carlo conferred about their forthcoming strategies. "Carlo, I find Jonathan to be rather sinister. He exudes an aura that suggests he is not to be trifled with. Engaging with him now would likely lead to our disadvantage, so it would be prudent for us to maintain a low profile in the coming days," Chu Xinran articulated. Amy concurred with Chu Xinran's sentiment, and Kevin remained silent. Yet Abel suddenly scoffed. "What is there to fear? It merely amounts to a brawl." "Abel, one cannot speak so lightly. Jonathan's formidable reputation precedes him, and he is not easily subdued. Moreover, our primary purpose here is to investigate the circumstances. So it is best to avoid provoking trouble," Chu Xinran gently admonished, observing Abel's obstinate demeanor with a hint of exasperation. "Indeed, Abel, Xinran is correct. Furthermore, our numbers do not match theirs, and we would undoubtedly suffer in a confrontation," Amy chimed in supportively. Seeing that both Chu Xinran and Amy opposed his approach, Abel crossed his arms and fell silent, resolute in his lack of fear towards this so-called Jonathan. Carlo offered no further comment, and Chu Xinran took this as tacit agreement. In the ensuing days, both Chu Xinran and Amy refrained from aimless wandering, having already explored the vicinity to no avail in their search for the items they needed. After exchanging that silk garment, Chu Xinran was inspired to craft her own clothing, for relying solely on animal hides was not a sustainable solution. However, she was certain that she could not produce silk, as she had no knowledge of spinning it, let alone fashioning garments from it. Chu Xinran was keen to seek out cotton, yet after several days of searching, she found nothing. The items exchanged at the gathering were predominantly mundane, with few peculiar treasures presented, as participants were reluctant to part with their belongings, fearing the unfamiliarity of others. Thus, aside from that silk piece, Chu Xinran failed to uncover anything of greater value. Upon the conclusion of the exchange, Carlo and his companions prepared to return to the lion-tiger tribe. However, on their journey home, Carlo altered their route, opting for a longer path instead of the familiar one. "Carlo, are we not taking the usual road?" Kevin inquired, puzzled. It was only upon Kevin's mention that Chu Xinran realized the deviation. She was utterly lost in this unfamiliar territory and would not have noticed had Kevin not pointed it out. "That road is no longer safe. It is prudent to change our course," Carlo stated without further elaboration, silently urging the group onward. Meanwhile, in the adjacent forest, a group of orcs from the bird tribe lay in ambush, awaiting the arrival of the lion-tiger tribe members. "When will those individuals arrive? Why is it taking so long?" One orc grumbled quietly. "Since the chief has commanded us to wait here, we shall do so patiently. Once they appear, we shall pounce and tear those hunters apart. I hear there are 2 females among them," another responded. At the mention of females, the other orcs grew animated, fixating their gaze on the path, ready to spring into action at the first sight of the lion-tiger tribe members, unaware that their quarry would never arrive. After Joseph had lodged his complaint with Jonathan, the latter agreed to assist him in dealing with Carlo and his companions, leaving Joseph in high spirits. "Carlo, Abel, Kevin, you have sealed your fate by opposing me, Joseph." Carlo and Chu Xinran's party hastened their pace, for it had been nearly 20 days since their departure from the lion-tiger tribe, and each member yearned to return swiftly to their homeland. Due to the extended detour, it took them nearly 10 days to finally arrive back at the lion-tiger tribe. Before their return, Chu Xinran made a special trip past the pond where they had previously encountered, gathering numerous lotus roots to bring back for the tribe to enjoy. Upon sighting the gates of the lion-tiger tribe, Chu Xinran exhaled a sigh of relief. She had come to regard the tribe as her home. After such an extended absence, seeing the gates once more provided her with a profound sense of comfort. There was no place like home. Upon learning of Carlo and Chu Xinran's return, the entire tribe rushed out to greet them. "Sister Xiaoran, I missed you so much," Karen exclaimed, joyfully bounding towards Chu Xinran, followed closely by a throng of other children, all eager to embrace her, clinging tightly and reluctant to let go. Dao was equally jubilant to see Amy return, hastily inquiring, "Amy, did you fare well outside? Did you encounter any dangers?" Amy nodded, preparing to respond when she suddenly noticed Abel silently preparing to depart. Ignoring Dao, she hurried after Abel. "Abel, why are you in such a rush? I have something to discuss with you." Watching Amy chase after someone, Dao felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, though he could not articulate the source of his unease. Meanwhile, Nina, relieved to see Kevin return safely, hesitated as she observed the crowd surrounding him, content simply to know that he was unharmed. After Chu Xinran finally managed to extricate herself from the group of children, she was about to engage in conversation with the clan leader when her attention was suddenly drawn to an unfamiliar orc and a female standing behind him. "Clan leader, who are these three?" she inquired with curiosity. The clan leader slapped his forehead and hurriedly replied, "Oh, my memory. I almost forgot to introduce them. This is Luke and Lacey." Luke was previously a wandering orc. They have both been wandering the orc continent. One day, while passing through our tribe, Lacey fainted from hunger, and Luke had no choice but to carry her here in search of assistance. Thus, I allowed them to stay in our tribe. "Hello, you must be Xiaoran. I am Lacey. The others in the tribe often speak of you, and I have long admired you from afar." "I never expected to meet you so soon," Lacey said, looking quite frail, indeed embodying the characteristic of someone who might faint from hunger, as the clan leader had mentioned. Chu Xinran smiled at Lacey and greeted her warmly. Once back in her abode, after placing her belongings down, Chu Xinran began discussing the two newcomers with Carlo. "Carlo, do you think Luke and Lacey can be trusted? Did they truly wander here?" At present, there seem to be no flaws in their story, but further observation is necessary. Their timing of arrival is rather convenient. Carlo pondered before responding. Chu Xinran nodded vigorously, affirming her thoughts. Indeed, it struck her as peculiar that the two of them appeared just as they were about to leave. Had Chu Xinran been in the tribe at that moment, she would not have so readily allowed these two individuals to remain, unless she could completely verify their identities first. However, I had just inquired with the tribal elder, who informed me that they had only recently arrived, and thus, he had not yet assigned them any tasks. I advised the elder to refrain from involving them in tribal matters until their identities were thoroughly established. Chu Xinran continued. After such a long journey, fatigue had set in, and Carlo suggested that Chu Xinran should rest well and defer these matters until the following day. Carlo was indeed correct. Having finally returned home, it was best to set aside such concerns for the moment. Stretching her limbs, Chu Xinran nestled into her blankets and swiftly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Chu Xinran discovered that Carlo had already departed, presumably to hunt at dawn. Reflecting on her own laziness, she finally mustered the energy to rise from her bed. Just as she was in the midst of her morning routine, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Xiaoran, have you just awakened?" Lacey entered Chu Xinran's dwelling, noticing her at the wash basin, and inquired warmly. Chu Xinran invited Lacey to take a seat before hastily wiping her face and settling down herself. "Lacey, what brings you here?" "It is this." Lacey spoke gently, quite unlike the females commonly found in the lion-tiger tribe. "My orc, Luke, and I are deeply grateful for the chief's kindness in allowing us to remain within the tribe. However, we have been here for several days now without contributing in any way, merely enjoying the support of others. It has become increasingly difficult for us to remain without offering something in return. Both Luke and I wish to assist the tribe in any way we can. But that matter does not lie within my jurisdiction," Chu Xinran replied, feeling somewhat troubled. "The allocation of tasks is determined by the elder priest, and I possess no authority to intervene." Seeing Chu Xinran's refusal, Lacey appeared quite disheartened. "Xiaoran, we genuinely wish to contribute to the tribe. The elder priest insists we familiarize ourselves with our surroundings first, yet witnessing others laboring for the tribe while we remain idle fills us with shame." "Lacey, the elder priest is correct. You and Luke have only recently arrived, and your health is not yet fully restored. Your primary concern should be to recuperate and rest. Once you are well, you may assist the tribe." Upon hearing Chu Xinran's steadfast refusal, Lacey could only sigh in resignation. Very well. I shall heed your advice and focus on my recovery. After Lacey's departure, Chu Xinran's suspicions regarding their identities deepened. The more they sought to engage with the tribe's affairs, the more it suggested they harbored ulterior motives. Chu Xinran conveyed her suspicions regarding Lacey and Luke to the chieftain and the shaman. While the shaman harbored his own doubts about the two, the chieftain remained unwaveringly confident in them. Sharan, are you perhaps overthinking this? I believe they pose no threat. Their desire to assist the tribe only demonstrates their diligence. I have previously taken in many wandering beastmen, who ultimately became integral members of our community. Therefore, I trust that Luke and Lacey will similarly integrate into our tribe. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Chu Xinran refrained from arguing, yet remained resolute in her decision to observe the two for a while longer, until their assessment was satisfactorily completed. The methods of salt production and other food preparations would remain confidential from them. Ultimately, the chieftain had no choice but to acquiesce. In truth, Chu Xinran longed to express to the chieftain that previously, the lion-tiger tribe's circumstances were dire, and thus the newly arrived beastmen posed no threat. However, now that the tribe's fortunes were on the rise, it was imperative to conduct thorough investigations on those wishing to join, to prevent any ill intentions from lurking. Nevertheless, considering the chieftain's status as an elder, she swallowed her words and chose not to elaborate further. Lacey, Luke's female counterpart, had recently caught Chu Xinran's attention as she persistently flattered the other beastmen of the lion-tiger tribe, mingling with them, while Luke appeared indifferent and uninvolved. Kevin, could you do me a favor? My strength is insufficient to split this firewood. Could you assist me? On this day, as Kevin conversed with Chu Xinran and Carlo, Lacey sought Kevin's help once more. Why not ask Luke for assistance? Even Kevin, typically oblivious, began to sense Lacey's peculiar behavior. She consistently approached him for trivial tasks. Initially, he would lend a hand, but now he found himself resolutely declining without a second thought. I hardly ever see Luke. I don't know what he is busy with. Kevin, could you please help me this once? Lacey continued in a soft, feeble tone. Chu Xinran listened to the conversation between Lacey and Kevin, silently criticizing them in her heart. Yet her face betrayed no emotion as she stood there impassively. Not far away, Nina also bore a displeased expression. Amy was on the verge of rushing over to say something, but Nina stopped her. I'm sorry, but you should seek out someone else. I have some matters to attend to with Carlo. Kevin, however, shook his head in refusal. Witnessing this, Lacey let out a sorrowful sigh and turned to leave. Once Lacey had departed, Amy, unable to contain herself any longer, rushed over and remarked with exasperation, "What is Lacey up to? She clearly has her own orc. Yet when speaking with other orcs, her demeanor is so ambiguous. She often pretends to be delicate and helpless, seeking assistance from others for this and that." Chu Xinran never anticipated Lacey would possess such a temperament. She felt compelled to engage in conversation with every orc in the lion and tiger tribe. Perhaps it was due to Carlo's stern demeanor that Lacey refrained from approaching him, while Abraham's even harsher attitude deterred her from provoking him. Nonetheless, she frequently sought out other young orcs in the tribe for conversation. At this juncture, Luke had already begun accompanying the hunting party, leaving one to ponder whether he was aware of his female's conduct within the tribe. Meanwhile, Dia's mother and Manda's mother approached the chief to voice their concerns. Chief, are you going to address that female's behavior? Are you aware of the turmoil she has sown within the tribe? Numerous females have approached us with grievances. Lacey is causing chaos. The chief, already beleaguered by the situation regarding Lacey, found Dia's and Manda's complaints only intensified his headache. I cannot directly accuse a female, he lamented. I have spoken to Luke about this, but he insists that Lacey means no harm. She merely enjoys making friends. Chief, I cannot overlook this. You permitted that female to remain, and now she has thrown the tribe into disarray. You must resolve this matter. Dia, significantly older than the chief and a figure he deeply respected, compelled him to confront Lacey. When the chief approached Lacey, she was instructing an orc in the tribe to assist her with some trivial tasks. Wow, you're quite skilled. Thank you for crafting this basket for me. I cannot manage it myself, and none of the other females in the tribe are willing to teach me, she expressed, a hint of grievance in her tone. The orc, evidently enchanted by her playful demeanor, scratched his head and replied, "It's no trouble. I can teach you how to make it in the future." At that moment, the orc noticed the chief, whose expression was darkened by displeasure, standing nearby. He hastily handed the basket to Lacey and departed in a flustered manner. Chief, what brings you here? Lacey inquired with a smile. The chief cleared his throat and replied cautiously, Lacey, you have recently joined the tribe, and it is unnecessary for you to engage in so many activities. Your primary focus should be on resting and recuperating. All matters can be addressed once you have regained your strength. However, Lacey feigned ignorance, responding, Chief, I have been resting for several days now. I feel perfectly fine. Moreover, I find the tribe's members to be quite amiable, and I am eager to interact with them. It is only right that I contribute more. The chief, unsure of how to proceed, continued, Actually, many females have approached me recently with concerns. There are tasks that you can allow Luke to handle for you. If he is unavailable, it would be prudent to wait for his return. He emphasized that those who were already paired with their mates had their own responsibilities and could not revolve their lives around her. Do you understand my meaning? As the chief concluded his statement, tears streamed down Lacey's face. Chief, Luke has been out hunting for quite some time, and I hardly ever see him. There are tasks that I, as a fragile female, cannot manage alone. Who else can I turn to for assistance? She cried. I do not expect them to cater to me daily. I simply seek their help. Witnessing her distress, the chief found himself in a difficult position. He regretted having allowed Lacey and Luke to remain so easily. Now, he pondered how to navigate this predicament. Later that night, upon returning home, Chu Xinran broached the subject of Lacey with Carlo. Carlo, what do you think Lacey's true intentions are? I find myself utterly bewildered. Chu Xinran initially suspected that Lacey and Luke were insidious spies sent by a rival tribe. However, observing Lacey's recent behavior, she found herself perplexed. Could it be that Lacey simply relished engaging with the orcs? Did she derive enjoyment from the attention and pursuit of those orcish suitors? Regardless of her intentions, it was clear that she could no longer remain within the tribe. Carlo, recalling the recent turmoil within the tribe, furrowed his brow and remarked, You are right. Several orcs have become completely enamored with Lacey. If she were still unpaired, it might be overlooked. After all, pursuing a female is the prerogative of every orc. Yet the crux of the matter is that Lacey is already bonded with Luke. If this continues, it is bound to stir up trouble. Chu Xinran concurred with Carlo's assessment. They needed to devise a plan to extricate Lacey from the situation. However, one aspect remained rather peculiar. As Chu Xinran was preparing to retire for the night, Carlo's remark invigorated her curiosity. Why was Luke absent from the entire affair? He was an orc of Lacey, yet seldom was he mentioned. Carlo thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Upon reflecting on Carlo's observation, Chu Xinran realized it was indeed peculiar. Luke had not expressed any opinion regarding Lacey's matters. Each day, he accompanied the hunting party, rarely interacting with others, and when discussions about Lacey arose, it was easy to overlook his presence. Are you always together when you go hunting? Is it possible that Luke could vanish for a while without you noticing? Chu Xinran inquired anxiously. It is plausible, Carlo nodded. When there are no significant dangers during our hunts, we can spread out and hunt individually. Luke is typically quiet, yet he exerts considerable effort during hunts, earning him a favorable reputation among the orcs in the tribe. Tomorrow, when you go hunting again, please pay close attention to Luke's actions. Observe if he exhibits any strange behavior, Chu Xinran advised after a moment's contemplation. Although Lacey had caused considerable turmoil within the tribe, truth be told, she had not committed any heinous acts. Luke, appearing relatively honest, had ultimately gained the priest's consent to join the hunting party. Once part of the team, he worked diligently and formed amicable relationships with many of the other orcs. To expel them hastily would likely spark dissent among the tribe, as a considerable number of its members were once wandering orcs themselves, harboring sympathy and tolerance towards Lacey and Luke. Therefore, it was imperative to gather evidence before broaching the subject. The following day, while hunting, Carlo made a concerted effort to observe Luke. After several days of scrutiny, Carlo indeed uncovered the significant secret that Luke had been concealing. As Chu Xinran and Amy were arranging food in the square, they suddenly noticed the hunting party returning to the tribe in a commotion. Other tribe members, alerted by the noise, rushed out to see what was happening. Carlo dragged Luke and unceremoniously tossed him into the center of the square. Lacey hurriedly rushed towards Luke, exclaiming, What are you doing? What has Luke done to deserve this? Are you bullying us just because we are new members? She gazed at the bruises on Luke's face, her heart breaking in despair. Carlo, what is going on? The chief and the shaman, having heard the commotion, rushed out, and upon seeing Luke's condition, the chief's face darkened as he inquired. Chief, this Luke is a spy. Kevin shouted, simultaneously throwing a bound orc from behind him into the square. The orc was battered and bruised, tied up tightly. Lacey, who had been crying out just moments before, fell silent upon seeing the orc, her face paling. Today, while hunting, I noticed Luke sneaking deeper into the forest. So I followed him and discovered him secretly meeting with this orc, Carlo stated slowly. Upon realizing this, Carlo immediately captured both orcs. And Kevin and his companions arrived just in time to subdue Luke and the orc. Some of the more hot-headed orcs, upon hearing that Luke was a spy, rushed forward to beat him. At Carlo's revelation, the members of the lion-tiger tribe erupted in shock, and the chief's face turned ashen. These two had been permitted to stay by him, yet he had unwittingly allowed two spies into their midst. Luke, Lacey, confess. Who are you really? Who is this orc you were meeting? What is your purpose in infiltrating our lion-tiger tribe? If you do not speak, do not blame us for being unkind. The shaman, seeing the chief so distressed, stepped forward to interrogate. By this time, Lacey had collapsed to the ground, speechless, while Luke bowed his head in silence. The orc who had been meeting with Luke could no longer withstand the pressure and began to weep. I'll tell you, please don't kill me. The punishment for spies among the orc tribes is severe. If discovered, many tribes execute them without hesitation, he pleaded, fearing for his life. We are from the herbivore tribe, sent here by Chief Butte and Andrew, the orc revealed. Upon hearing this, many orcs and females from the lion-tiger tribe began to murmur among themselves. They had aided the herbivore tribe greatly, yet the herbivore tribe repaid their kindness with betrayal. Last time our chief visited you for food, he described the prosperous life of your lion-tiger tribe, which ignited envy among many of our tribe members. Consequently, the chief sent Luke and Lacey, disguised as wandering orcs in a pair, to gain your trust and steal your tribe's crafting methods. How much have you stolen? Carlos suddenly inquired. The orc shook his head. Not much. At first, you did not allow Luke and Lacey to access anything within the tribe, so they learned nothing. Later, Lacey devised a plan to befriend many orcs in the tribe, hoping to learn from them and distract you. While no one noticed, Luke would secretly pass the information to me, but all he provided were trivial tidbits. He truly learned nothing. Lacey, incredulous, retorted, "That's not true. Luke, I clearly gave you several crafting methods. How could you have learned nothing?" She glared at the silent Luke, her voice rising in frustration. "Luke, is this intentional? Why are you doing this?" After a long silence, Luke finally spoke. "I have always said this method is wrong. We should not steal from others." Luke did not wish to partake in this act, but Butte and Andrew had coerced him into it, even threatening him with his mother, leaving him no choice but to comply. However, Luke had not divulged any information. "Ah, so you are the spy? No wonder you have no shame." Jia, who had long disdained Lacey, could not contain herself and scolded her. "What chaos have you brought to the tribe?" Lacey, ashamed and furious, could not show her anger, knowing their lives were still in the hands of these individuals. "I was momentarily confused. Please spare me. I was forced by our chief to do this. As a weak female, I could not oppose the chief's orders. Please forgive me. I will never do this again," Lacey pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she recognized the gravity of the situation. "To this day, you still put on such a facade? Are you trying to impress those orcs you once captivated?" Jia's words carried a deeper meaning, making several orcs who had been close to Lacey feel ashamed, prompting them to step forward and apologize to the tribe. "We are truly sorry. We almost caused a great disaster. We promise to learn from this mistake and hope everyone can forgive us." These orcs had merely been momentarily enchanted by the young, beautiful female, so the rest of the tribe chose not to hold it against them, hoping they would remember this lesson and not repeat their folly. Since Lacey had not acquired any significant knowledge, only having learned how to make some grass shoes and baskets, Carlo, Chu Xinran, and the tribe members ultimately decided to expel the three from the lion-tiger tribe, as they could not bring themselves to commit any cruel acts. "Return to your chief and inform him that our lion-tiger tribe will no longer have any dealings with the herbivore tribe. However, should you dare to transgress again, we will not be merciful," Carlo stated, his voice steady as he regarded Luke. Luke nodded, softly uttering an apology, before turning to leave with Lacey and the orc. In truth, Chu Xinran had a favorable impression of Luke. He was a principled orc. Alas, as a member of the herbivore tribe, he was destined not to remain in the lion-tiger tribe. She wondered what punishment awaited him upon his return at the hands of Butte and Andrew. "Luke, just wait. I will certainly tell the chief and Andrew everything," Lacey warned fiercely. Her plans had been progressing smoothly, and with time, she would have learned even more. But now everything was ruined. Lacey even suspected that Luke had intentionally allowed Carlo to discover their secret. "Lacey, what good are your words now? You should consider how to explain this to the chief and Andrew upon your return. Do not forget that you guaranteed them this would go smoothly. Another orc cautioned her. This failure has nothing to do with me. Blame only your incompetence and Lacey's. You were easily caught. She snapped back. The chief and Andrew will not hold me accountable. Lacey mustered the courage to respond, though a tinge of trepidation lingered in her heart. Knowing that Andrew was destined to be the next chieftain of the herbivore tribe, she had long harbored a desire to pair with him. However, Andrew appeared indifferent to her, prompting Lacey to step forward and self-recommend when the chieftain broached the subject, hoping to leave a favorable impression on him. Yet, given the current predicament, Andrew would undoubtedly be furious, and the prospect of him considering her as a partner seemed utterly remote. Following the incident, Chieftain Reese delivered a sincere apology before all members of the Lion-Tiger tribe. As a chieftain, my failure to discern has allowed a spy from the herbivore tribe to infiltrate our ranks. This is a grave dereliction of duty on my part. Moreover, despite my previous efforts to assist the herbivore tribe, I find myself confronted with this unfortunate outcome, which reflects poorly on my leadership. Each of you has contributed to the Lion-Tiger tribe's current standing, and yet I, as your chieftain, have hindered your progress. I must extend my heartfelt apologies for my rashness in allowing 2 spies to remain among us. Upon hearing their chieftain's unexpected apology, many of the beastmen and females were taken aback. Chieftain, please do not speak like this. You have done so much for us. Several beastmen urged. Even Abel, who seldom engaged in such matters, spoke up. Uncle, this is not your fault. If you had not taken me in, I might not have survived to this day. I recognize your good intentions in not wanting those wandering beastmen to perish from hunger. The true fault lies with those who harbor ill intentions. They exploited your kindness. And you have done nothing wrong. Moved by Abel's words, the chieftain felt a wave of emotion wash over him, moistening his eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran was astonished that Abel could articulate such sentiments. She had assumed he was indifferent to these affairs. Abel had long cherished gratitude towards his chieftain for his earlier benevolence, silently holding on to it over the years. Observing Chu Xinran's astonishment, Amy whispered in her ear. Although the chieftain apologized, many in the tribe bore no resentment towards him, especially those who had once been wandering beastmen. Without the chieftain's kindness, they would never have been accepted into the Lion-Tiger tribe, nor would they be enjoying their current lives. Apart from the incident with the herbivore tribe, the chieftain had always devoted himself to the tribe's well-being, and thus, they could hardly place blame on him. Despite the assurances from the tribe, the chieftain felt an immense sense of guilt. He believed he was growing old, his management ideas lagging behind, and it was time to seek out new candidates for leadership. The chieftain and the shaman had discussed this matter, and the majority of the tribe's discussions regarding the next chieftain centered on Carlo and Abel. Carlo, without question, was the most formidable warrior in the Lion-Tiger tribe, possessing a calm demeanor and strong sense of responsibility. If he were to assume the role of chieftain, he would undoubtedly excel. Yet, Abel's capabilities were not to be underestimated. Although he did not frequently engage in tribal affairs, he had made significant contributions. The chieftain grappled with this dilemma for an extended period, yet no definitive conclusion emerged. Therefore, he resolved to observe the situation a while longer before allowing the entire tribe to make a collective decision. As Chu Xinran's outer garments had become severely worn, she now donned animal hides, with only her undergarments remaining from her previous attire. However, with time, even her undergarments began to show signs of wear, prompting her to contemplate how to create new clothing. While animal hides served well for outerwear, they were not particularly comfortable for undergarments. The silk garment she had acquired at the exchange fair was too precious for her to wear regularly, let alone repurpose for undergarments. Thus, she desperately needed to find a method for making clothing. Unfortunately, during the exchange fair, she had not encountered cotton, and although she had a general understanding of how it was transformed into fabric, she doubted her ability to create it herself. Nonetheless, having cotton would greatly aid her in enduring the harshness of the snowy season. Chu Xinran had already described the general appearance of the cotton to Carlo, urging him to pay close attention while hunting in the wild, in hopes of discovering this particular variety of cotton. However, many days have passed, and no favorable news has reached her from Carlo. Regrettably, I did not find it. Today, I took a longer route, yet still could not locate the white flowers you mentioned, Carlo said, shaking his head upon his return from the hunt. Chu Xinran felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that there was truly no cotton on the Orc continent? Or perhaps the region where the lion-human tribe resided lacked it, while it might exist further afield? Caro, Just how vast is the Orc continent? She inquired with sudden curiosity. I don't know, Caro replied, equally perplexed. No one possessed knowledge of the continent's true size. No Orc had ever discovered its boundaries, and in fact, there were numerous tribes on the Orc continent that remained unknown to them. Given the continent's enormity, it was likely teeming with diverse and peculiar species. Might the cotton found here differ from that on her home planet? Caro, would you allow me to accompany you on your hunting expeditions in the coming days? I have thoroughly explored the areas surrounding the tribe and have found no more edible provisions. Perhaps venturing further afield might yield new discoveries. Caro nodded in agreement without hesitation. The following morning, Chu Xinran rose early to prepare breakfast. She retrieved the dough she had kneaded the day before and fashioned dozens of buns, placing them in the steamer. Once cooked, she carefully packed them away. After Caro, along with Chu Xinran and the hunting team of orcs, reached the wilderness, she distributed the buns to Kevin and Abel. You all go hunt. I will take Ran over there. After distributing the buns, Caro coolly addressed the other orcs, then took Chu Xinran's hand and led her in another direction. Hey, slow down. Chu Xinran stumbled, struggling to keep pace with Caro's swift strides, and called out urgently. Caro slowed his pace slightly, still holding her hand, but he walked ahead without turning back, remaining silent. At that moment, Chu Xinran noticed that Carlo seemed to be upset. Why was that? She felt a bit puzzled, as everything had seemed fine when she had left the house just moments ago. Carlo, Carlo, Chu Xinran called out several times. Yet Carlo did not turn around. Observing this, Chu Xinran halted her steps and grasped Carlo's hand, refusing to proceed any further. Finally, Carlo turned to face her, his expression quite sour. Carlo, what is the matter? Chu Xinran patiently inquired once more. It's nothing. Let's go, Carlo replied, shaking his head, unwilling to share any further. As Chu Xinran reflected on the moment when Carlo had begun to exhibit signs of anger, an incredulous thought struck her. She looked at Carlo, her eyes wide with astonishment, and inquired, Carlo, you weren't upset just now because I separated the buns from Kevin and Abel, were you? Carlo's expression stiffened slightly, yet he steadfastly refused to acknowledge it. How could that be? I am not angry. Let us proceed. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Chu Xinran grasped Carlo's hand once more and inquired playfully, So, you believe that I did not save any buns for you and divided them all among others? Is that why you are upset? Although Carlo still refrained from admitting it, his awkward demeanor had already revealed the answer to Chu Xinran. Chu Xinran truly did not expect Carlo to possess such a facet, to be concerned about such trivial matters. Despite Carlo's tall and robust stature, this side of him surprisingly made Chu Xinran find him somewhat endearing. Chu Xinran took a package from the basket behind her and pressed it into Carlo's hands. Here, this is your bazi. How could I possibly not save some for you? This was specially made for you. The ones for Kevin and Abel were merely an afterthought. Feeling pleased now, you miser? Upon hearing Chu Xinran's playful teasing, Carlo felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose. He accepted the bazi, pulling Chu Xinran along as they continued walking. Attempting to appear nonchalant, he replied, I'm not angry. Let's keep moving. Chu Xinran found great amusement in the incident involving Carlo, and the mere recollection of it would bring a smile to her face for an extended period. In the heart of the dense forest, Chu Xinran wandered alongside Carlo, finding no familiar plants. Was it truly impossible to locate cotton? Just as she was about to concede and return to the tribe, her gaze fell upon a peculiar tree she had never encountered before, towering in height. Its leaves were broad and fan-like, and it bore large, round, yellow fruits resembling balls. What could this be? She had never seen anything like it. Carlo, what is that? Chu Xinran inquired, pointing at the tree. Carlo shook his head, uncertain. I haven't seen anyone pick this, nor have I observed anyone consuming it. Chu Xinran instructed Carlo to climb a tree and retrieve a spherical fruit. Observing the plump fruit, she knocked on it, feeling its solid interior. She attempted to smash it against the ground, hoping to break it open, but the fruit proved remarkably resilient, sustaining no damage upon impact. Carlo took the spherical fruit, exerted some effort, and with his military knife, struck down upon it, finally creating a small opening. As he reached inside and pulled apart the fruit, Chu Xinran could finally discern its contents. Inside, she discovered a dense mass of fluffy, white cotton. Tentatively, she touched it, confirming its cotton-like texture. Carlo, this truly seems to be cotton, Chu Xinran exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that cotton existed on the beastmen continent, and it appeared so different from that on Earth. Upon this discovery, Chu Xinran summoned the tribe's beastmen to collect the cotton balls, and they proceeded to smash them open in the square. Several young beastmen and females, enchanted by the cotton they had never encountered before, were captivated by its extraordinary softness. Little Ran, this cotton feels so warm. If we wear it during the snow season, we surely won't feel cold. Diani exclaimed joyfully as she touched the cotton. Indeed, Diani, this cotton can be fashioned into warm clothing or blankets. With it, the snow season will be far more bearable, Chu Xinran replied. After extracting all the cotton from the balls, she spread it out in the square to dry. The air in the lion-tiger tribe was filled with floating white fluff before they gathered the cotton back just before the impending rain. Once the cotton was thoroughly dried, Chu Xinran collaborated with the tribe's females to craft cotton clothing and blankets. The blankets were relatively simple to make, 2 pieces of animal skin sewn together and stuffed with cotton. After completing a thick blanket, many approached to feel its substantial warmth, confident that it would provide comfort during the snow season, especially with the addition of their heated beds. However, creating the cotton clothing proved more challenging. Lacking advanced equipment, they relied solely on the skillful hands of the females. Despite her persistent efforts, Chu Xinran struggled to produce a suitable garment. Among the tribe, aside from the mothers, Nina was the most adept. Each time Chu Xinran taught them a new skill, Nina was always the quickest to learn and often surpassed expectations with her refined craftsmanship. Ultimately, it was Nina who successfully fashioned a complete set of cotton clothing. She ingeniously prepped the animal skin to create the garment's shape, meticulously inserting the cotton as she sewed, resulting in a beautifully warm and comfortable outfit. Following Nina's success, the other females emulated her, swiftly producing numerous sets of cotton clothing. As the tribe operated on a labor distribution system, each household was responsible for making their own garments, meaning that Carlo and Chu Xinran had to create their cotton clothing themselves. Chu Xinran's hands were not particularly adept. Often, she approached tasks with a sense of trepidation. Previously, she managed to craft straw shoes and woven baskets with relative ease, yet clothing proved to be a formidable challenge. Ultimately, under Nina's guidance, Chu Xinran toiled until her hands were nearly raw, but she persevered and successfully fashioned Carlo's garments. Reluctantly, she decided against making her own attire, as she still possessed a down jacket that would suffice for the time being. When Carlo received the outfit, his joy was palpable, evident to all who beheld his radiant expression. Witnessing Carlo's elation, Chu Xinran mused that her arduous efforts were worthwhile. She discreetly concealed her injured fingers behind her back, wishing to spare Carlo the sight of her wounds. However, come nightfall, Carlo discerned her injuries and, with a hint of regret, he expressed his concern, saying, "If it requires such hardship, then do not continue. I would rather go without new clothes than witness you suffer." Chu Xinran withdrew her hand and cheerfully remarked, "It's nothing. Making just this one isn't particularly exhausting, and I must learn these skills sooner or later." Carlo suddenly noticed that Chu Xinran had not acquired a new cotton coat. "I won't need another," she replied. "I still have a down jacket, so there's no need to create an additional cotton coat." Chu Xinran was resolute in her decision not to craft a second one. Her hands still tinged with lingering pain, she was determined to avoid such suffering again. Carlo, upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, fell into contemplation, yet chose to remain silent, carefully applying medicine to her hand. Chu Xinran initially believed that the matter had come to a close, but to her surprise, a few days later, Carlo presented her with a newly crafted cotton coat. "Where did you acquire this? Did Dia's mother make it for you?" Chu Xinran exclaimed with a hint of delight. Carlo remained silent, merely extending the coat towards her. Observing Carlo's demeanor, Chu Xinran tilted her head, her expression tinged with skepticism as she inquired, "Carlo, you didn't make this yourself, did you?" Chu Xinran gently grasped Carlo's hand, revealing numerous wounds of varying sizes. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She tenderly touched Carlo's swollen fingers and, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "Why are you so foolish? Even if my hands are clumsy, they are still somewhat more skilled than yours. If I find it difficult to create a piece of clothing, how much more challenging must it be for you?" Unbeknownst to Chu Xinran, she had no idea how long Carlo had been secretly toiling away behind her back. Yet Carlo seemed unfazed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Chu Xinran. "Do you like it, this garment?" Chu Xinran unfolded the garment and donned it, finding it to fit perfectly and provide warmth. Although the stitching was somewhat crooked, it was tightly sewn and sturdy. Her affection for it was immense. She cherished it deeply. "Carlo, Thank you so very much. Carefully, she folded the garment. Having previously treasured her silk attire, but now, this handmade creation by Carlo held her heart. In the end, the garments for Karen, the chieftain, and the priest were crafted with the assistance of Jia and Manda. Later, when Nina encountered Chu Xinran, she inquired about it specifically. Xinran, Carlo gifted you that garment. Didn't he? You wouldn't believe it. He startled me when he came to ask for my help in making clothes. Nina, naturally shy, found Carlo's serious demeanor intimidating. Thus she had never dared to approach him. Carlo, too, was not one to initiate conversation with Nina, so his sudden visit took her by surprise. However, upon learning the reason for his visit, she felt a twinge of envy for Chu Xinran. Carlo was genuinely attentive to her, even going so far as to create clothing for her by hand. Appreciating Carlo's heartfelt intention, Nina earnestly imparted all the necessary details regarding clothing construction to him. He even sought your counsel on how to make clothes. This was the first time Chu Xinran learned of this, and the revelation brought her joy. Observing Chu Xinran's beaming smile, Amy and Nina teased her incessantly, and the three erupted into laughter. Once the cotton garments were completed, life in the lion-tiger tribe resumed its bustling pace as preparations continued for the impending snow season. During this time, a piece of delightful news circulated within the tribe. Blake's female, Linda, was finally expecting offspring, a joyous announcement for all. Since the tribe's relocation, perhaps due to inadequate nutrition, the females had struggled to sustain themselves, resulting in a lack of new life. However, as conditions gradually improved, the health of the females was restored, leading to the long-awaited news of new life. Previously, in the former lion-tiger tribe, Linda's timing for pregnancy might not have been ideal, as the harsh snow season posed a significant threat to the survival of younglings. Yet now, with ample food supplies and all necessary precautions in place, the newborn was sure to arrive safely. Upon hearing of Linda's pregnancy, Chu Xinran, along with Amy and Nina, made a special visit to see her. Blake, bubbling with excitement, stood nearby, while Linda wore a radiant smile filled with happiness. Witnessing this scene filled Chu Xinran's heart with joy as well. However, just a few days later, while Chu Xinran and several females were working in the square, an unexpected incident befell Linda. She had been crouched down organizing dried sweet potato flour, but when she stood, she suddenly fainted. Chu Xinran and Amy were startled and rushed to support Linda. Linda, what's wrong? Wake up, Chu Xinran exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she attempted to stimulate Linda's senses. Xinran, look. Amy's voice trembled, panic evident as she pointed at Linda's lower body. Xinran, there's blood. A glaring pool of bright red blood was spreading down Linda's thigh, a distressing sight that sent a wave of fear through them. Chu Xinran and several females hurriedly lifted Linda and brought her back into the house. Amy, quickly light the fire at the stove to warm the Kong, and also boil some hot water. At that moment, Dia's mother and Manda's mother rushed over upon hearing the news. They glanced at the situation beneath Linda, and their expressions turned grave. What should we do? Dia's mother, Manda's mother. The blood keeps flowing and won't stop. Chu Xinran looked at Linda, pale and lying on the bed, unsure of what to do. She was completely ignorant of these matters and felt utterly helpless. Dia's mother and the others were somewhat flustered as well. Although they had assisted in the births of many young in the tribe, it was usually the females who relied on their own efforts to deliver. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, they would be at a loss, simply leaving it to fate. Fortunately, Linda's bleeding ceased after a while, but she remained unconscious on the bed. At this moment, Blake was also called back. He rushed into the house, and upon seeing Linda in a coma, he nearly broke down. Kneeling before Jia's mother and the others, he cried out, "Mother, please save my female. I beg you. We have just begun to live a good life. Nothing must happen to Linda." Witnessing Blake's distress, many of the females present quietly wiped away their tears. In the beastmen continent, giving birth was a perilous endeavor, and they could only pray to the beast god, hoping for protection during the delivery. At that time, the Kong had warmed up, and Linda lay on the cozy bed. Her pale complexion improved significantly. Chu Xinran continuously pressed on her philtrum, and soon, Linda regained consciousness. What happened to me? Is my child all right? Linda weakly opened her eyes, the first thought being her unborn child. Seeing Linda awaken, Blake hurriedly rushed to her side. Linda, you're finally awake. Are you all right? How do you feel? Is my child safe? Linda stubbornly looked at Dia's mother and the others, demanding answers. When no one responded, her agitation grew. Where's my child? Is my child safe? Why is no one speaking? Linda, don't get agitated. Chu Xinran quickly intervened to comfort her. But Linda was beyond listening at that moment. Just then, the shaman also arrived. Upon entering, he promptly checked Linda's wrist and then her abdomen. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb the shaman's examination. After a long while, the shaman finally nodded, affirming that the child was safe and had not been lost. Hearing this, all present breathed a sigh of relief, while Linda lay silently on the bed, tears streaming down her face. Blake, seeing this, rushed to embrace Linda, whispering words of comfort. The shaman could discern whether a female was pregnant, but he did not possess the knowledge to ensure the safety of the pregnancy in the beastmen continent. The fate of giving birth rested entirely on destiny. However, since the shaman confirmed that the child had not been lost, it seemed that there was no major issue. Chu Xinran advised Linda to rest well in bed, focusing on recuperation, and that everything could be addressed once she was better. Before leaving, Chu Xinran turned back to ask, "Linda, what work have you been doing these past few days?" She recalled that Linda had always been in good health, and it was unusual for her to suddenly become weak after becoming pregnant. "I've been busy with tanning hides and taking on any tasks around the tribe that I noticed." After Linda recounted her activities, Chu Xinran realized where the problem lay. "Linda, you are pregnant. You must avoid cold water and cannot overexert yourself. You can no longer work like you did before." Chu Xinran was shocked to learn that Linda had been engaging in strenuous tasks, just as she always had. "But we have always done this." Linda was somewhat confused. It was customary for pregnant females in the beastman continent to continue their chores. Surely, one could not simply stop everything upon becoming pregnant? It was at this moment that Chu Xinran realized that they were entirely unaware of these matters. After some contemplation, she resolved to enlighten them. "Linda, Jia's mother. In my previous tribe, there were numerous precautions to take when a female was pregnant. Neglecting these could result in the loss of the child. For instance, one must never come into contact with cold water, nor should one overexert themselves, as these actions can lead to miscarriage. This also applies during the female's menstrual periods. Cold water should be avoided, and one should consume warm water instead." Upon hearing that such negligence could result in miscarriage, the females present felt a chill of trepidation. They had previously been oblivious to these facts. It was no wonder that the females in their tribe often lost their young so easily. They had simply failed to recognize the importance of these precautions. Subsequently, Chu Xinran elaborated on various considerations during pregnancy and menstruation. Dia's mother even insisted that all the females in the tribe gather to listen and engrave this knowledge in their hearts, ensuring that incidents like Linda's would not recur. While Linda rested in bed, Chu Xinran brought her several servings of the blood pudding from the tusked beast, hoping to replenish her vitality. Once Linda regained her strength, Blake made a special visit to express his gratitude to Chu Xinran. Following the incident with Linda, the approach of the snow season became increasingly palpable. Although the granary was already stocked with ample food, the members of the lion-tiger tribe continued to diligently store provisions as a precaution. Despite the availability of sweet potato flour, Chu Xinran's heart longed for wheat flour, for the distinction in flavor between dishes made from wheat flour and those made from sweet potato flour was stark. Chu Xinran had informed Carlo of the appearance of wheat long ago, yet after such a long time, there was still no sign of it. Even on their way to the exchange fair, they had not encountered any, leading Chu Xinran to nearly abandon hope. However, on this particular day, Carlo unexpectedly rushed into the house, visibly excited, holding something in his hands. "Look, what do you think this is?" Upon discerning the object in Carlo's hand, Chu Xinran was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost leaping in joy. She dashed to Carlo's side and seized the golden, familiar item from his grasp. "Where did you find the wheat?" she inquired. As Chu Xinran confirmed that it was indeed wheat, Carlo too became exhilarated. "While hunting, I observed a stag with sharp antlers chewing on several strands of this very substance, which bore a striking resemblance to the wheat you described. Following the direction from which the stag had come, I wandered for a while and stumbled upon a vast expanse of this wheat." Hearing that there was an even larger field of wheat, Chu Xinran was so elated that she felt disoriented. The thought of all the delightful delicacies that could be made from flour made her mouth water. It had been ages since she had savored white flour. Chu Xinran and Carlo sought out various orcs and females, carrying items towards the vast expanse of wheat fields. Upon their arrival, Chu Xinran was struck with awe by the sight before her. A sweeping vista of golden wheat swaying gracefully in the breeze, each stalk bursting with grain. The orcs of the lion-tiger tribe typically do not venture in this direction, which is why this wheat field had remained undiscovered for so long. Moreover, the distance from the tribe to this field was considerable. Had Carlo not fortuitously encountered that sharp-horned beast, they might have never stumbled upon this bountiful wheat field. Chu Xinran demonstrated a method for harvesting wheat to others, and the members of the lion and tiger tribe eagerly engaged in the bountiful task. Given the distance from the tribe, Chu Xinran resolved to harvest all the wheat and return it to the tribe. Due to the substantial quantity of wheat, Carlo arranged for a portion of the individuals to transport the harvested grain back in baskets, while the remainder stayed behind to continue the harvest. Once all the wheat was successfully transported back to the tribe, night had already fallen. The orcs and females of the lion and tiger tribe gazed in excitement at the mounds of wheat filling the square, for it represented their sustenance. They lingered there, reluctant to depart. Let us all go have our meal first. After dining, please rest well. The day has grown late, and we shall resume our work with the wheat tomorrow, as many tasks await us. Thus, let us ensure a good rest tonight. Chu Xinran spoke to calm the crowd. Otherwise, given their current enthusiasm, they might have truly prepared to work through the night. Although a hint of reluctance remained, the tribe members heeded Chu Xinran's words and gradually dispersed to attend to their own affairs. The following day, Chu Xinran instructed the orcs to knead the wheat by hand, separating the chaff from the grains. Meanwhile, she collaborated with several females to weave a few winnowing baskets from ula grass, shaking the kneaded grains within to eliminate the chaff. Given the vast quantity of wheat, this proved to be a monumental task. Even with the entire tribe's assistance, it took a full 3 days to process the grains adequately. Once they acquired the plump grains, Chu Xinran led a cleanup of a spacious area and spread the wheat out to dry on the ground. If it doesn't rain, 3 days of drying will suffice, she announced. After 3 days of strenuous labor, the entire lion and tiger tribe finally had a moment to rest. However, Carlo assigned several orcs to guard the drying wheat in the ensuing days, both to deter any birds from stealing and to ensure that any signs of rain would prompt an immediate retrieval of the wheat. While the wheat dried, Chu Xinran and Carlo prepared to craft a few stone mills. Chu Xinran had encountered the method of constructing stone mills in her readings, though she could only recall a general outline of the process. Chu Xinran first instructed Carlo to find a large, thick stone slab. Then, using a military knife, she carved a groove into the slab, ensuring to leave an outlet for the ground material. The center of the slab was to maintain a circular disc, which would later be matched by another disc of identical size. The junction between the two discs required a harmonious texture, and Carlo and Chu Xinran spent considerable time crafting this, utilizing countless circular discs until they finally succeeded in creating a perfect pair. Additionally, a circular hole needed to be drilled into the upper disc, through which the wheat would be introduced. One side of this disc was to be affixed with a sturdy wooden rod. Once the upper disc was aligned with the texture of the lower disc, Carlo gave the wooden rod a gentle push, and remarkably, the stone mill began to rotate. "Carlo, you are truly amazing," exclaimed Chu Xinran, elated by the success of the stone mill as she leaped into Carlo's arms. He caught her and chuckled, shaking his head. "No, it is your brilliance that deserves recognition." At that moment, Kevin approached with a handful of wheat, eager to test the mill. After placing the wheat through the circular hole and pushing the wooden rod, the ground flour gradually emerged from the groove. "This is incredible. Xinran, how did you conceive of this? You are extraordinarily clever," Kevin exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. The other members of the tribe gathered around, equally amazed, as they witnessed the once round wheat grains being transformed into flour right before them. Chu Xinran stuck out her tongue and hurriedly remarked, "This is not of my own invention. It originates from the wisdom of my former tribe. I merely adopted their methods." Each time she expressed this, the orcs and females of the lion-tiger tribe would marvel at the formidable nature of Chu Xinran's previous tribe, pondering how their minds could conceive such brilliance and devise so many useful innovations. Once the first stone mill was successfully constructed, the subsequent mills were crafted with greater ease, culminating in Carlo and his companions producing a total of 5 stone mills. After the wheat was sun-dried, Chu Xinran meticulously selected a portion of the plump grains to reserve for planting the following year. "These are the seeds for next year," she explained. "If we succeed in cultivating wheat, we will have an abundance of food, enabling us to plant and harvest each year." "Is that truly the case? Will we never face starvation again if we continue to sow?" the chieftain exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, as long as we persist in planting, we shall reap greater harvests. It is not only wheat, We can also cultivate sweet potatoes, cabbages, and radishes. Mastering the art of agriculture ensures that we will not go hungry. Furthermore, with the wild beasts we are raising, as long as they produce offspring, we can nurture the young until they mature, allowing the cycle to continue and providing us with an endless supply of meat. With these resources at hand, we will no longer rely solely on hunting for sustenance, which is fraught with peril and often yields little, especially during the hot season when prey is scarce. Conversely, agriculture and animal husbandry are less susceptible to various external factors, ensuring a sustainable means of living. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, the entire lion-tiger tribe was filled with hope and anticipation for the future, yearning for their lives to transform in the manner she had envisioned. After Chu Xinran had preserved the seeds, she divided the wheat into 2 portions. She first sent 1 portion to the stone mill to be ground into flour, while the remainder was stored in the cellar, to be milled again once the flour was consumed. Once the flour was ready, Chu Xinran utilized it to craft steamed buns, dumplings, and other flour-based delicacies. Although she had previously experimented with sweet potato flour, the taste had lacked authenticity. The dishes made from wheat flour boasted a delightful chewiness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The other females had already mastered the art of preparing these flour-based dishes, so they skillfully utilized the flour, quickly filling the lion-tiger tribe with the enticing aroma of baked goods, which garnered enthusiastic praise from the orcs during mealtime. With the flour at her disposal, Chu Xinran contemplated creating a dish she had never attempted before. After meticulously kneading the flour, Chu Xinran skillfully rolled it into a large round flatbread. She then spread a layer of oil over its surface and sprinkled it with freshly harvested scallions. Having previously foraged for wild scallions in the wilderness, she had transplanted them into the tribe, ensuring a ready supply for her culinary endeavors. Once the scallions were generously scattered, she added a pinch of salt, rolled the flatbread into a log, and cut it into small rounds. These pieces were then flattened again into the shape of discs, before being placed onto a hot pan for a brief cooking, resulting in the delightful aroma of scallion oil pancakes wafting through the air. The enticing fragrance captivated the attention of many, particularly the ever-hungry Karen and Kevin, who eagerly positioned themselves beside Chu Xinran, anticipating the delectable treat. Both clamored for the first serving of the scallion pancake, yet amidst their playful bickering, it was ultimately Carlo who received the first bite. Watching Carlo relish the pancake, Karen and Kevin could only seethe silently, longing for Chu Xinran to hasten the preparation of another batch. Chu Xinran subsequently prepared numerous scallion pancakes, allowing Karen and Kevin to indulge to their heart's content. In addition to the scallion pancakes, she adorned the round pastries with some vegetables, creating vegetable pancakes. And when sprinkled with meat, they transformed into meat pancakes. The other females followed Chu Xinran's lead in mastering the art of pancake making, and soon, every member of the tribe savored these delightful treats, extolling their virtues and feeling utterly satisfied. The preparation of scallion pancakes was remarkably simple, enabling the hunting party's orcs to carry them along on their morning excursions. As Chu Xinran cooked, she engaged the other females in conversation. Gradually, during mealtime, the orcs of the lion-tiger tribe began to regard flour as a staple, realizing that the consumption of flour-based foods provided a sense of fullness that surpassed that of meat. The females, in particular, relished the combination of pasta and vegetables. The stone mill gained immense popularity within the tribe, as it was capable of grinding not only wheat into flour, but also a variety of other ingredients. Many females found joy in grinding food at the stone mill, relishing the distinct flavors produced. Shortly after discovering wheat, Chu Xinran joyfully stumbled upon something she had previously overlooked. While passing through the square, she inadvertently noticed Karen and Kenny playing with long sticks clamped between their teeth. "What on earth are you two chewing on?" Chu Xinran inquired with curiosity. "We have no idea what it is, but it tastes sweet, so we often bite into it for fun," Karen replied, removing the stick from her mouth to show Chu Xinran. Upon glancing at it, Chu Xinran recognized it as a sweet cane. During her time at the orphanage, she had also enjoyed finding such sweet canes to chew on. "Where did you find this?" she inquired. "There are plenty not far from the tribe. These were all brought back for us by Brother Dar," Karen replied obediently. Chu Xinran nodded and prepared to seek out Darl. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her to hesitate momentarily before returning to find Amy. "Amy, I intend to venture outside the tribe to gather some things. Would you care to join me?" Chu Xinran inquired. Amy eagerly nodded, "Sure. I was just feeling quite bored with nothing to occupy my time." Chu Xinran accompanied Amy to seek out Dar. Upon seeing Amy, Dar appeared somewhat flustered. He scratched his head and said with a naive charm, "Amy, Xiaoran, what brings you to me?" "Dar, I heard from Karen that you gathered a great many of those long, slender grass stalks. Could you take us to that place?" inquired Chu Xinran. Dar glanced at Amy, his face lighting up with delight as he readily agreed. Chu Xinran and Amy followed Dar out of the tribe and discovered a place abundant with sweet stalks. "Please gather some for me. I shall prepare a delightful dish for you," she urged. Both Amy and Dar assisted Chu Xinran in harvesting the sweet stalks. Dar, glancing at Amy before him, felt a strong urge to engage her in conversation several times, yet each time he faltered, ultimately resigning himself to silence. Chu Xinran gazed at Dar, who appeared utterly oblivious and could only let out a resigned sigh, lamenting the squandered opportunity she had crafted for him. After harvesting numerous sweet canes, she returned home and, using a small stone, crushed them into a pulp, extracting their juice. Dipping her fingers into the sweet liquid, she tasted it and found it delightful, sweet enough to serve as a substitute for sugar. Chu Xinran's desire this time is to create a cake. She recalls that during her childhood, her favorite treat was the sweet and fragrant cake. Chu Xinran believes that Karen's little ones will undoubtedly delight in the cake. Chu Xinran ventured into the lair of the Gugu beast and brought back a dozen eggs. Since she intended to bake a cake, she decided to make several, allowing the members of the tribe to savor the delightful treat. Chu Xinran first separated the egg whites from the yolks, pouring the latter into a syrup made from sweet stalks. As Carlo was still out hunting, she entrusted the task of whipping the egg whites to Darl, while she herself focused on mixing the flour into the egg yolks. Ideally, she would have added some milk as well, but unable to find any. She decided to proceed with the experiment to see if it would yield a successful outcome. Although Darl appeared somewhat simple-minded, he possessed remarkable strength and soon whipped the egg whites to perfection. Chu Xinran combined the whipped egg whites with the egg yolks, stirred the mixture gently, and then poured it into the steamer she had prepared earlier. While the cake was steaming, she meticulously controlled the flame, knowing that it was all too easy for the cake to burn. Therefore, she opted for a low heat, extinguishing the flame once the steaming was nearly complete. Chu Xinran cautiously lifted the lid of the steamer, and an enchanting aroma of cake wafted towards her. The delightful fragrance quickly permeated the neighboring houses, drawing the attention of children playing in the square. "Sister Xiaoran, what is that delightful scent? It smells so wonderful," Karen exclaimed, inhaling deeply the captivating aroma. The other children, their eyes wide with curiosity, fixated on the stove, eager to uncover the source of such an enticing fragrance. Chu Xinran carefully lifted the steamer from the stove and placed it on the table. A group of eager children quickly gathered around, their eyes fixated on the fragrant cake. "This is cake, specially prepared for you by Sister Xiaoran. Do not fret, I shall divide it for you, ensuring that each of you receives a portion." Chu Xinran utilized an impressively large steamer, resulting in an exceptionally grand cake. With a military knife, she deftly sliced generous portions for each child, and in an instant, half of the cake vanished. As Karen and her companions took their first bites, they were momentarily stunned by the cake's delightful sweetness and remarkable softness. Once they regained their composure, they swiftly devoured the remaining cake with astonishing speed. Even after finishing, the children gazed longingly at Chu Xinran, still yearning for more. Chu Xinran was taken aback by the speed of these children, as well as their capacity for food. She had generously sliced the cake into substantial portions, yet they appeared to be far from satisfied. Reluctantly, Chu Xinran distributed the remaining cake among the children, and thus, a colossal cake vanished entirely. Chu Xinran had initially believed that the half cake could be saved for Carlo and the others upon their return. However, she was taken aback when it was devoured in such haste. Amy and Nina, who had been waiting patiently, felt too shy to snatch it from the children and decided to wait until they finished, but now they were left utterly astonished. At that moment, the orcs who had gone hunting returned. "What is that delightful aroma? What delicacies have you been indulging in behind my back?" Kevin exclaimed, his voice tinged with indignation as he approached, drawn by the sweet scent. "Brother Kevin, Sister Xiaoran made us a cake, and it is truly delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite." Karen licked his lips, savoring the memory. Upon hearing this, Kevin grew even more anxious, casting longing glances at Chu Xinran. "Xiaoran, could you possibly make another one? I haven't had a chance to taste it yet. It would be utterly cruel if you deny me." Carlo shot a glare at Kevin and then turned to Chu Xinran, inquiring, "Are you tired? If you are, you needn't bother. Just ignore that rascal Kevin. Chu Xinran smiled lightly and said, "It's nothing. How could I possibly be tired just staying in the tribe? It is you hunters out there who must be weary. Just wait a moment. I will prepare another cake for you to taste later. It is quite delicious." Seeing Chu Xinran's insistence, Carlo could only nod in agreement. During this occasion, Chu Xinran invited several females to learn alongside her. Once she completed her endeavor, she encouraged these females to attempt the task themselves. However, due to difficulties in controlling the cooking time, several of them ended up with burnt results. Chu Xinran reassured them not to be disheartened and suggested they try making a few more. With practice, they would surely find their rhythm. As for the cake made by Chu Xinran, it was quickly snatched up by eager hands. In a hurry, she managed to reserve a piece for Carlo before Kevin devoured the rest. "How is it? Tasty?" she inquired cautiously as she handed the cake to Carlo. "Delicious. You should try some too," Carlo replied, offering a bite of cake back to Chu Xinran. Ironically, despite having crafted the cake herself, she had yet to taste it. In her childhood, Chu Xinran indeed had a fondness for cake. However, as she matured, her enthusiasm waned. She found the texture overly rich and lacked a discernible sweetness. Yet, when Carlo offered her a slice of cake, she unexpectedly experienced a long-forgotten sweetness. Cake quickly became a beloved delicacy within the tribe, particularly among the children, who were once mischievous and playful. Now, whenever adults mentioned cake as a reward, the children would obediently comply, displaying remarkable decorum. The elders of the tribe also developed a taste for cake, as its soft texture was well suited for those with aging teeth. Upon realizing this, Chu Xinran specifically instructed the female bakers in the tribe to reduce the sugar content in cakes meant for the elderly, understanding that excessive sugar would not be beneficial for them. Admittedly, due to the absence of milk, the cakes fell short of their full potential. Observing the tribe's fondness for cake, Chu Xinran resolved to create an authentic version once milk became available. The snow season was undoubtedly approaching. Chu Xinran could feel the temperature dropping significantly. The homes within the tribe were already warmed by fires, creating a cozy atmosphere, yet stepping outside revealed a biting chill. Recently, Carlo and his companions had been spending increasingly long hours hunting, often departing at dawn and returning only when twilight fell. Despite the ample food reserves they had, Chu Xinran pondered whether Carlo truly needed to exert himself so tirelessly. Seated on the warm calm, Chu Xinran conversed with Amy and Nina. Upon hearing her concerns, Amy and Nina shook their heads. Amy remarked, "Ran, we have all experienced the terror of hunger and understand its dreadful nature. Therefore, no matter how much food we store, we will never cease our preparations, for we remain unaware of what may transpire during the snow season. It is prudent to amass as much food as possible." Listening to Amy, Chu Xinran began to comprehend the sentiments of the beastmen and females of the lion-tiger tribe. They were haunted by the fear of hunger and the memories of past snow seasons, which had ingrained in them the necessity of food storage. However, witnessing Carlo's relentless toil tugged at her heartstrings. She gently caressed the fresh scars on Carlo's hands, the result of his hunting efforts, and chided, "How careless. Just look at how many times you have been injured. You must prioritize your safety, even while hunting." To Carlo, these minor injuries mattered little. He had endured far worse in his past hunting endeavors. Now, equipped with a sharp military knife and new weaponry, hunting had become significantly easier. Yet he refrained from sharing his past hardships with Chu Xinran, not wishing to cause her distress. "Carlo, is the snow season truly imminent?" Chu Xinran inquired. "The hunting parties have been out for extended periods, and some beastmen are busy gathering firewood for the approaching snow season, while the females are incessantly occupied." "It won't be long now," Carlo replied. "The wild beasts have become increasingly scarce. It takes us much longer to encounter even a single one. Once the snow season arrives, we may not see any beasts at all." Despite these words, Chu Xinran felt that the tribe's beastmen and females were overexerting themselves, their minds taut with tension. Unable to relax, she worried that if this continued, it would inevitably lead to problems. "Carlo, I believe preparing for the snow season is important, but the excessive labor is concerning. If this persists, someone is bound to fall ill when the snow season arrives. I think we should grant the tribe a day of rest to recuperate." After contemplating Chu Xinran's suggestion, Carlo nodded in agreement. "I have no objections, but I must discuss it with Father and the elder shaman." Chu Xinran then sought out the clan leader and the priest, expressing her concerns to them. After deliberation, both the leader and the priest concurred with her suggestion. Chu Xinran was indeed correct. If someone were to fall ill due to this matter, It would be a case of incurring more losses than gains. The entire lion-tiger tribe rested for a day. And upon noticing that Carlo was unusually staying indoors during the day, Chu Xinran felt a surge of joy. She encouraged Carlo to take a good rest and resolved to prepare a nourishing meal for him. Subsequently, Kevin, Abel, and Dar also arrived, remaining indoors to discuss matters with Carlo, while Amy and Nina came to assist Chu Xinran with the cooking. To her surprise, Chu Xinran noticed that Abel had also joined them. It was quite unusual, as Abel typically preferred solitude and rarely visited this place. I practically dragged him here, Amy remarked, glancing at Abel with a pout. I don't know what he's thinking, always isolating himself and never mingling with others. Once I learned that Kevin and Dar were coming, I went to invite him, but he was reluctant. It took considerable effort to bring him along. Recently, it had become apparent to many in the tribe that Amy had been spending a lot of time with Abel. Amy, what is going on between you and Abel? Nina inquired with curiosity. Oh, there's nothing between us, Amy replied, feigning nonchalance. We're from the same tribe, and since no one else plays with him, I thought I'd lend him a hand. Her demeanor suggested a hint of guilt. Is that so? Chu Xinran seemed skeptical. She recalled the last exchange meeting when she had noticed something amiss. Who was it that made clothes for Abel? And who brought him meals? Upon hearing Chu Xinran's teasing, Amy playfully swatted her and replied with feigned irritation. Oh, come on, Xiaoran. What are you saying? I just felt sorry for him since no one else was looking out for him, so I made him some clothes. Chu Xinran and Nina exchanged glances, both incredulous at the excuse Amy had concocted. The solitary orcs in the tribe had their garments provided by Dia's and Manda's mothers, who organized the females to create clothing for these orcs, rendering Amy's justification utterly baseless. However, as Nina observed Amy in her current state, perhaps reflecting on her own situation, she sighed wistfully. Amy, I truly envy you. You possess the audacity to express your feelings openly, whereas I find myself unable to do so. Upon hearing Nina's words, both Chu Xinran and Amy ceased their playful banter and turned their attention to her. Nina, do you genuinely intend to continue like this without revealing anything to Kevin? Chu Xinran inquired. Nina had silently crafted numerous items for Kevin, all of which Chu Xinran had been tasked to deliver, without disclosing to Kevin that they were from her. Nina shook her head, contemplating. Perhaps it's for the best. If he were to find out, it might create an awkward situation between us. For now, maintaining our friendship like this feels quite satisfactory. Chu Xinran believed that Kevin was still oblivious to everything even now. He greeted everyone around him with a cheerful laugh, treating Nina no differently than he did others, completely unaware of any subtle changes in Nina's demeanor. Chu Xinran was at a loss as to how to counsel Nina. Having never experienced love herself, she was uncertain of what to say or do. Chu Xinran, along with Amy and Nina, prepared an extravagant feast, setting a grand table filled with an array of delectable dishes. A group of individuals, rarely afforded such leisure, joyously gathered to share a meal. The orcs and females of the tribe also enjoyed a well-deserved rest throughout the day, rejuvenating themselves to resume their labors the following day. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, it suddenly dawned on Chu Xinran that she had neglected to prepare several essential items, which were crucial for the winter season. Chu Xinran, along with Amy and Nina, sought out Dia's mother and shared with her the methods for crafting hats and gloves. With the addition of these warm accessories, they should find themselves better shielded from the cold. In her previous life on Earth, during the winter months, Chu Xinran would bundle herself up so thoroughly that only her eyes would be visible. Recently, while venturing outdoors, she felt the biting chill of the wind against her hands and head, prompting her to realize that she had forgotten to make a hat and gloves. The process of creating a hat is relatively simple. However, crafting gloves is somewhat more intricate. It is preferable for the gloves to conform closely to the fingers, allowing for dexterous movement while working. Although it is possible to make mittens that simply slip over the hands, such designs would prove cumbersome for their tasks. Thus, Chu Xinran is inclined to create fingered gloves that would afford both warmth and functionality. Chu Xinran first returned to measure the size of Carlo's hands, and the other females also went back to take measurements. Then, the group gathered once more to commence the crafting of gloves. Chu Xinran first crafted a simple pair of gloves for herself, after which she could only watch as Nina skillfully created a more intricate pair. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's description of the gloves, Nina swiftly produced a pair that perfectly matched Chu Xinran's imagination. Nina, you are truly remarkable. If it were me, I could never achieve such a feat. Your hands are so deft. Chu Xinran exclaimed in admiration as she gazed at the finished gloves. Nina smiled shyly and replied, "It's not that impressive. Why don't you try them on and see if they fit?" The gloves Nina fashioned were tailored to Chu Xinran's measurements. When she slipped them on, she found that the exterior was made of animal hide while the interior was filled with cotton, making them wonderfully warm and comfortable. As the other females observed Nina's success, they flocked around her, showering her with compliments and seeking her guidance on how to create such gloves. Watching Nina joyfully surrounded by a crowd of admirers, Chu Xinran felt a sense of relief. She had previously worried about Nina's sensitive and self-doubting nature, but her talent for sewing had granted her a sense of belonging within the tribe. Many females were eager to consult with Nina and engage in conversation with her. Perhaps this newfound recognition was the reason Nina appeared more confident and cheerful than before. Ultimately, with Nina's assistance, Chu Xinran also managed to make a hat and a pair of gloves for Carlo. Not long after completing the hat and gloves, the snow season truly arrived on the Orc continent. Chu Xinran was well aware of the frigidness that accompanied the snow season, yet she never anticipated it would be this severe. She found herself unable to step outside, even clad in a thick coat and equipped with a hat and gloves. The biting cold was relentless. It seemed as though the icy winds penetrated her very bones, chilling her heart to the core. In stark contrast, those from the lion and tiger tribe appeared remarkably composed. Their current abode was pleasantly warm, with cozy beds for sleeping at night, rendering the entire house a haven of comfort, a far cry from their previous hardships. The most arduous aspect of the snow season was the night, where temperatures plunged even lower than during the day. In prior years, they had huddled together in caves, trembling in anticipation for the season to pass, fervently hoping that no one would succumb to the frost. Upon noticing Chu Xinran's evident dread of the cold, Carlo resolutely insisted she remain indoors, offering to handle any errands for her. Unfazed by the chill, Carlo refrained from donning the warm coat she had crafted for him, opting instead for his scant animal skin attire. This infuriated Chu Xinran, who firmly insisted he wear the coat, along with a hat and gloves, before allowing him to venture outside. "I must adapt," she resolved, though she considered remaining indoors throughout the snow season. The sight of Amy and Nina casually traversing outside inspired her to embrace the cold. After all, she pondered, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, she needed to be prepared. Orcs, in truth, were not particularly averse to the cold. Their bodies radiated ample warmth. It was the females and the elderly who bore the brunt of the harshness. Yet they did not exhibit the same trepidation as Chu Xinran, who had never before encountered such extreme temperatures, beyond anything she had ever imagined. Once the snow season commenced, the tribe found themselves with ample leisure, their sole amusement being visits to one another's homes for conversation, an unimaginable scenario in the past. They had never expected to reside in warm dwellings during the snow season, nor to savor hot meals. Everyone in the lion and tiger tribe felt a deep sense of contentment with their current circumstances. When Amy and Nina visited Chu Xinran, she was hesitating at the threshold, contemplating whether to brave the outdoors. "Aren't you afraid of the cold?" she asked, observing how effortlessly Amy and Nina moved outside, a tinge of envy coloring her voice. "It's not so bad. We've grown accustomed to it. In the days before we had warm coats, we had to forage for food outside, so perhaps we've simply acclimatized. Walking outside in these coats is far more comfortable than before," Amy replied. Upon hearing Amy's words, Chu Xinran sighed and glanced out the window, noticing that little Karun and Kinney were frolicking in the square. Realizing that even the children were less perturbed by the cold than she, Chu Xinran gritted her teeth, donned her full ensemble, and stepped outside alongside Amy and Nina. As she crossed the threshold, the frigid wind assaulted her, but Chu Xinran persevered, determined to adapt to the chill that enveloped her. Chu Xinran, along with Amy and Nina, ventured to the rear of the house to gather some firewood. Upon returning to the warmth of the cozy interior, Chu Xinran finally felt her hands and feet regain their senses. Just moments ago, she had been so cold outside that she could not feel her limbs at all, utterly devoid of sensation. In order to acclimate herself to the frigid temperatures of the snowy season, Chu Xinran would often venture outside throughout the day to fetch firewood or retrieve provisions from the cellar. After enduring 2 or 3 days of turmoil, Chu Xinran ultimately succumbed to illness, unable to adapt to the frigid weather. One morning, Carlo awoke to find that Chu Xinran had not yet risen. Concerned for her well-being, he decided to let her sleep a little longer and went to the outer room to prepare breakfast. However, upon completing the meal, he found that she still had not emerged, which struck him as peculiar. "Ran, wake up, it's time for breakfast," Carlo called gently from beside the bed. Yet there was no response. He approached and lifted the covers, revealing Chu Xinran's flushed face, damp with sweat. "Ran, are you all right?" Carlo said in rising panic, nudging her lightly, but still received no answer. As he placed his hand on her forehead and felt an alarming warmth, a wave of dread washed over him. He dashed out in haste, urgently summoning the healer. Upon hearing of Chu Xinran's ailment, the healer hurried to her side. After checking her temperature, he grew anxious, noting that she was running a high fever. Carlo was at a loss for words, his heart aching as he gazed at Chu Xinran lying there. It felt as if a knife had pierced his heart. He struggled to breathe, his mind clouded with fear. Many in the tribe had succumbed to fever, and the thought of losing Chu Xinran was unbearable. He fought to regain his composure, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. "Let us try the method that Xiao once taught us." The healer suddenly recalled the technique Chu Xinran had used to treat Darles fever. He instructed Dia to quickly fetch some water to boil. Carlo, beginning to regain his composure, retrieved the blankets and wrapped them tightly around Chu Xinran. When the hot water was ready, he soaked a cloth in it and placed it on her forehead. Carlo remained vigilantly by her side, replacing the cloth with a fresh one as it cooled. During this time, Amy entered several times to bring Carlo food, but he had no appetite. "Carlo, you must eat something. If you don't, Xiaoran will be very upset when she wakes," Amy said, aware of how much Chu Xinran valued Carlo's well-being. "Just leave it here. I'll eat later," Carlo replied in a hoarse voice, his gaze fixed solely on Chu Xinran, sighing in resignation at his obstinacy. Amy set the food down and exited. From the moment he learned of Chu Xinran's fever, Carlo remained steadfastly by her side, his heart heavy as he silently prayed to the beast god, pleading for her recovery, willing to pay any price for her health. Chu Xinran remained in a state of slumber, occasionally stirring as if sensing the warmth, attempting to push away the quilt in a dazed manner. Yet each time she was gently restrained by Carlo, who ensured the blanket enveloped her securely. In the outer room, Karen stood vigilantly, peering anxiously into the inner chamber, his voice trembling as he inquired, "What is wrong with Sister Xiaoran? Is she unwell? Will she leave me like Mother did?" Karen, still too young to comprehend the true essence of death, only recalled how his mother had departed in a similar fashion long ago. Upon hearing Karen mention his mother, the chieftain's face clouded with sorrow. He lifted Karen into his arms and reassured him, "Do not worry, with the blessing of the beast god. Your sister Xiaoran will surely be all right." The fever that plagued Chu Xinran persisted throughout the entire day, and the members of the lion and tiger tribe offered silent prayers for her well-being. Grateful from the depths of their hearts for all that she had done for the tribe, they fervently hoped that she would safely navigate through this trying ordeal. As night fell, Chu Xinran finally regained consciousness, her eyelids fluttering open to reveal a throbbing pain at her temples. "You're awake? How do you feel? Is there anywhere else that aches?" Carlo inquired urgently, his voice a hoarse whisper as he noticed her stirring. "What has happened to me? And why does your voice sound like that?" Chu Xinran was startled by Carlo's raspy tone. Turning her gaze towards him, she observed that he appeared significantly haggard, with reddened eyes that betrayed his distress. "You had a fever that lasted the entire day. If you had not awakened soon, I truly would have been at my wit's end," Carlo said, gingerly placing her hand against his face, his expression brimming with earnest affection. Upon hearing Carlo's words and observing his current state of exhaustion, Chu Xinran managed a faint smile, offering him solace in her weakened voice. "But now that I am awake, everything will be all right. Please, do not worry so much." Chu Xinran's head still throbbed painfully. Carlo advised her to refrain from speaking and to rest adequately. He then brought over the ginger soup he had prepared earlier, encouraging her to sip it gradually. "Does your head still ache?" he inquired, taking a seat beside her and gently holding her hand after she had consumed the ginger soup. With her eyes closed, Chu Xinran nodded gently, feeling a pulsating ache at her temples that made her wish for a hammer to strike them. At that moment, she suddenly sensed two hands pressing against the sides of her head. "Just sleep. I will massage you for a while," Carlo's deep voice murmured in her ear. He tenderly massaged her temples, and gradually, the throbbing in her head subsided. In a state of drowsiness, she drifted back into slumber, unaware of how long Carlo continued his soothing ministrations. When she awoke the next day, the pain had dissipated and her fever had subsided. "First, drink some ginger soup. What else would you like to eat?" "I will prepare it for you," Carlo said, bringing over a bowl of ginger soup for Chu Xinran to drink. Looking at the bloodshot eyes of Carlo, Chu Xinran realized that he had likely spent the entire night taking care of her without a moment's rest. Carlo, did you not sleep at all last night? I am fine now. You needn't worry about me. Please, go and take a short nap, Chu Xinran urged anxiously. However, Carlo shook his head. I am not tired. The one who is unwell is you. Now be obedient and drink the ginger soup. I refuse, Chu Xinran stubbornly insisted, continuously urging Carlo to rest. Ultimately, Carlo had no choice but to wait until Chu Xinran had finished her breakfast before lying down to take a brief rest, at which point she finally relented. After Chu Xinran's fever subsided, Carlo insisted that she rest in bed for a few more days, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. In truth, she felt quite recovered. Her body no longer ached. The fever was likely a consequence of the recent fluctuations in temperature, compounded by her inability to adapt to the frigid weather. During her convalescence, many visitors came to see her. When Amy and Nina visited, Amy specifically mentioned Carlo's behavior to her. You have no idea on the day you were unconscious. Carlo refused to eat anything. I brought him meals several times, but he insisted I leave them there. Even when the food had gone cold, he still hadn't taken a single bite. Upon hearing Amy's words, Chu Xinran cast a reproachful glance at Carlo. She was unaware of this incident and would certainly have been upset with him had she known. How could he neglect his own health in such a manner? Realizing the attention had shifted to him, Carlo could only remark, You all continue your conversation. I shall check on the fire in the stove before turning to leave. To everyone's surprise, the usually serious Carlo seemed quite apprehensive. Amy teased, observing Carlo's reaction. Chu Xinran also broke into a smile. It was not that he feared me, but rather that he dreaded my incessant nagging. As Chu Xinran and Amy were engaged in conversation with Nina, an unexpected visitor suddenly arrived to see Chu Xinran. Abel and Carlo entered from the outer room, and Carlo's complexion appeared rather grim. Upon seeing Abel, Amy joyfully approached him and inquired, What brings you here? I came looking for you before, but you wouldn't come out. Abel ignored Amy's greeting and walked over to the bedside of Chu Xinran, placing the items he held onto the table beside her bed. How are you feeling? Are you any better? He asked. Abel had brought several red fruits, which seemed a rarity, as fresh red fruits were nearly impossible to find, especially with the snow covering everything. Thank you. I am feeling much better. Chu Xinran replied with a nod of gratitude. If you cannot withstand the cold outside, it would be wise not to overexert yourself. Stay indoors and refrain from venturing out. Abel advised her further. Chu Xinran nodded, uncertain of what to say next. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Amy's expression had grown somewhat rigid, while Carlo appeared equally displeased, causing the atmosphere in the room to become palpably tense. Abel, where did you procure those red fruits? How can you be so biased? Only delivering them to Xinran and neglecting the rest of us. As Abel ignored her, Amy initially felt a twinge of disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure and resumed her conversation with Abel. Why should you receive them when you are not even unwell? Abel retorted, reverting to his usual brusqueness with Amy. We are all part of the same tribe. What harm is there in sharing a few red fruits? Do not forget that I have brought you so much food already. Amy exclaimed, her frustration evident. She had long noticed that Abel's demeanor was consistently impatient when speaking with others, including her, yet his tone would soften when addressing Chu Xinran. I never wanted that food. It was you who insisted on bringing it, Abel countered defiantly. You. Amy fumed, pointing an accusing finger at Abel. What is wrong with you? Why are you so insufferable? I have always been this way. Is today the first time you are realizing it? Abel scoffed. Abel, you ungrateful wretch. Just as their bickering reached a fever pitch, Carlo, his face darkened, intervened. If you wish to quarrel, take it outside. Xinran needs her rest. Visiting hours are over. So leave at once. Nina quietly advised Chu Xinran to rest well before leading the still fuming Amy away. Abel and Carlo exchanged a glance before departing without another word. Chu Xinran stood aside, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated into a quarrel. Once everyone had departed, Carlo approached, clutching the red fruit gifted by Abel, preparing to leave. Hey, don't throw that away. It's a token of Abel's goodwill, Chu Xinran exclaimed urgently. Carlo halted his steps and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, I want to discard it. You've just recovered from a severe illness and ought not to consume such things. I shall take it to Father and Grandpa sure. With that, he exited with the red fruit in hand. What was meant to be a simple visit had devolved into this. Chu Xinran sighed helplessly. Now, Amy was upset. Abel was displeased, and even Carlo seemed affected. Nina led Amy away from Chu Xinran's residence, Yet Amy remained infuriated. That wretched Abel. Why is he so insufferable? Everything I say, he must counter, and I shall never be kind to him again. I will not bestow him any gifts. Amy, calm down. Abel's just like that. His words may be sharp, but he harbors no malice, Nina comforted, patting Amy's chest gently. Then why does he not speak to Xiaoran in such a manner? His tone with her is always gentle. Upon uttering this, both women fell silent. After a while, Amy sighed and remarked, I know he fancies Xiaoran, but she is already with Carlo. He has no hope. Amy, have you truly developed feelings for Abel? Nina asked earnestly. Amy remained silent, tacitly affirming the question. Amy, Xiaoran is not involved in this matter at all, so please do not let your feelings for Abel create any rift between you and her. Nina expressed her concerns. Viewing both Amy and Chu Xinran as dear friends and wishing to prevent any misunderstandings. Hearing Nina's words, Amy lightly tapped Nina's head in exasperation. What do you take me for? I would never blame Xiaoran for this. Although she has never stated it, she clearly likes Carlo. She has done nothing wrong. Love is inherently unpredictable. Nina finally felt reassured, realizing her worries had been unfounded. Amy was not the type to harbor resentment. I apologize for my overthinking, Nina smiled, offering her apology to Amy. Amy shrugged dismissively. Her ire was directed solely at Abel, unrelated to anyone else. That ungrateful fellow. I shall ignore him from now on. Let him wallow in his solitude. Later, when Chu Xinran recovered from her illness, she discovered that Amy and Abel were still at odds. She wanted to mediate but was uncertain how to approach the situation. However, Chu Xinran inadvertently reaped some benefits from her affliction upon her recovery. Her ability to withstand the cold had significantly improved, no longer feeling as if the chill pierced her to the bone. Perhaps her illness had altered her constitution in some way. Initially, Carlo was reluctant to allow Chu Xinran to venture outside. But upon her insistence and witnessing her newfound resilience against the cold, he ultimately consented to her outing. As Chu Xinran ventured outside, she finally found herself in a state of mind to appreciate the splendor of the Orc continent at this moment. The towering mountains behind the lion-tiger tribe were entirely cloaked in a pristine blanket of snow, resembling a magnificent snow-capped peak. In stark contrast, the dense forest in front of the tribe was also enveloped in white. The vibrant greens of yesteryear now obscured beneath a thick layer of glistening snow. During her time on Earth, Chu Xinran had witnessed snowfall, yet in the urban landscape, the snow was swiftly eradicated by human intervention, and the heat emanating from the city prevented it from lingering for long. Thus, she had never before beheld such a grand spectacle, an expanse of pure white, where the only sight was an endless sea of snow. Upon witnessing the abundant snowfall, Chu Xinran was suddenly inspired to take the children outside to construct a snowman. She donned her gloves and hat, and called out to Karen and Kenny. Karen, Kenny, how about we build a snowman? Chu Xinran said, joyfully touching the cold snow beneath her hands. Sister Xiaoran, what is a snowman? One of the children inquired. It is a little figure resembling us, made entirely of snow. Come, let Sister Xiaoran teach you how to create one. Chu Xinran, accompanied by the children, first formed a large, round body from the snow, followed by crafting a head to place atop it. The eyes were fashioned from the skins of black fruits, the nose from a radish, and the mouth from the skins of red fruits, resulting in a vividly animated snowman standing proudly upon the ground. The children, upon witnessing their creation, began to joyfully leap and bound in the snow. Beyond the snowman, they could also shape the snow into various creatures. Hearing this, Karen and Kenny were inspired with a flurry of imaginative ideas, some sculpting sheep-like figures from snow, while others crafted horned beasts. The children were utterly immersed in their snowy escapades. Eventually, it was Carlo who emerged to gather the little ones and escort them back, ensuring that Chu Xinran also returned to the warmth of the house. Your hands are nearly frozen, Carlo remarked, as he soaked Chu Xinran's hands in warm water. Despite wearing gloves, her hands remained a vivid shade of red from the cold. As Chu Xinran played outside with the children, many orcs and females from the tribe gathered at the entrance, watching them and occasionally bursting into laughter. Lilith's father observed this scene and turned to the dazed Lilith, saying, Lilith, just look at the tremendous change that Xiaoran has brought to our lion-tiger tribe. You shouldn't always think of opposing her. Look at how you can now stay in such a warm house and enjoy hot meals, all thanks to Xiaoran. So, refrain from seeking trouble with her. Lilith listened to her father's counsel but remained silent. In recent days, Lilith felt a profound sense of insignificance within the tribe. She had ceased intentionally causing trouble and instead focused quietly on her own affairs, no longer shirking her responsibilities. Those around her noticed her transformation and believed she had genuinely repented. Yet, deep down, Lilith harbored a burning hatred for Chu Xinran. Because of her, Lilith had become the tribe's laughingstock. Because of her, Carlo no longer even glanced in her direction. Because of her, she had become the most inconspicuous female in the tribe. Even Nina, once meek and submissive, was now regarded as an admirable female alongside Chu Xinran. Lilith scoffed softly, vowing not to surrender so easily. The next chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe would undoubtedly be Carlo, and as long as she could find a way to pair up with him, her status in the tribe would be restored. Moreover, if she could steal Carlo away, it would surely cause Chu Xinran great sorrow. For a time, Lilith had bided her time, and based on her observations, she believed Abel could be the catalyst for her plan. Thus, she approached Abel and inquired, "Abel, do you have feelings for Chu Xinran?" "Coincidentally, I have feelings for Carlo. If you are willing to collaborate with me, I assure you that in the end, Chu Xinran will choose you." "You're insane." Abel, listening to Lilith's rambling, rejected her without a second thought. He had no desire to partner with someone as foolish as Lilith, who would only hinder his progress. "Lilith, I approached you with good intentions for a collaboration, and this is your attitude? Do you think you can defeat Carlo all by yourself? Let me tell you, you are far from it." Lilith, incensed by Abel's demeanor, seethed with anger. "None of your business." Abel remained unfazed, not regarding Lilith at all. "Who do you think you are, Abel? If it weren't for Carlo, I wouldn't even bother speaking to you. Do you see any orcs or females in the tribe who would engage with you? It is your honor that I approached you. Yet you stand there with an attitude." Lilith was thoroughly infuriated. She had been feeling stifled for some time, and now even Abel, a nameless orphan, dared to look down on her. Before Abel could respond, Amy, who had overheard their exchange, rushed out to defend him. "Lilith, what do you think you are? Have you forgotten how you were punished by the chief? You, a female who slacked off while working, dare to criticize Abel, who diligently contributes to the tribe. Do you even deserve to speak?" Amy grasped Abel's arm and pointed at Lilith, continuing with indignation. "And who said no one talks to him? I willingly converse with him. And Ran and Carlo also engage with Abel. The one no one wishes to talk to is you." Lilith was momentarily taken aback by Amy's tirade. And before she could retort, Amy pulled Abel away, saying, "Abel, let's go. There's no point in talking to someone like her." After walking for a while, Amy suddenly remembered she was still upset with Abel and quickly withdrew her hand from his arm. "Weren't you the one who said you'd never speak to me again?" Abel remarked with a hint of amusement. "I just couldn't stand how Lilith was bullying him. If it were any other orc or female, I would have stepped in to help as well. This has nothing to do with you, so don't get ahead of yourself," Amy stubbornly asserted, attempting to leave, only to be stopped by Abel. "Thank you," he said quietly. Hearing this, Amy felt her cheeks flush and stammered, Fine, I suppose you have a bit of conscience." With that, she turned and ran away. Lilith, seething from Amy's unexpected reprimand, stamped her foot in frustration, vowing they would pay for this in time. Finding that her approach with Abel had failed, Lilith resolved to rely solely on herself. She retrieved a pair of gloves she had crafted earlier and intercepted Carlo as he was leaving. "Carlo, these are the gloves I made for you. Please accept them," she said, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she offered the gloves. Upon seeing Lilith, Carlo furrowed his brow and shook his head expressionlessly. "No thanks, I have my own." Lilith glanced at the gloves Carlo wore, clearly made by the clumsy Chu Xinran, and exclaimed, "Carlo, those are so ugly. Look at how beautifully crafted mine are. I spent a long time making them. Out of respect for my hard work, just accept them." Indeed, Lilith's craftsmanship was superior to Chu Xinran's. "I don't need them. Mine are perfectly fine." Carlo firmly refused again. Seeing Carlo's obstinacy, Lilith felt a surge of indignation. With a hint of grievance, she implored, "Carlo, what is wrong with you? You weren't like this before. Why have you changed since Chu Xinran arrived? Everyone in the tribe used to say we were a perfect match. Why have you turned into this?" Carlo had intended to walk away, but upon hearing Lilith's words, he warned her in a calm voice, "Lilith, previously, I overlooked your spreading rumors about us because you are a female, but now, I can clearly tell you that my only mate in the future will be Ran. I want no one else. So if you continue to speak nonsense in the tribe, I will not let you off easily." With Carlo laying bare the truth, Lilith felt exposed, her tears brimming as she glared at him, shouting in frustration, "Carlo, you are being too unreasonable." Carlo spoke the truth. All the rumors about him and Lilith had originated from her own lips. She had told others that Carlo pursued her and had feelings for her. Yet the reality was that Carlo had hardly exchanged a few words with her. It was merely Lilith's one-sided obsession. Carlo, do you truly intend to be this heartless? What is so special about Chu Xinran? Why are you so devoted to her? If she hadn't appeared, it would surely have been me by your side in the end. Just a few days ago, when Chu Xinran was ill, why didn't the beast god take her away? I vow in the name of the beast god to curse Chu Xinran to a miserable end. Before Lilith could finish her tirade, Carlo struck her with a resounding slap, rendering her momentarily dazed. She had never seen such a terrifying look in Carlo's eyes, which were filled with icy fury as he glared at her. Lilith, if you dare to continue speaking, I will ensure you can never utter another word again. Do you believe me? Upon hearing Lilith audaciously invoke the name of the beast god to curse Chu Xinran, Carlo was consumed by fury. He clenched his fists tightly, struggling to maintain control over himself. If Lilith continued her tirade, he feared he might unleash untold chaos. The veins on Carlo's forehead throbbed with anger, and Lilith, terrified by his fearsome countenance, had never encountered such a terrifying version of him, as if he were poised to obliterate her in an instant. Carlo was resolute in not letting Lilith escape easily. He seized her and marched towards the dwelling of the chief and the shaman. Along the way, numerous tribespeople witnessed the scene, observing Lilith's disheveled state as she was dragged by Carlo, her face awash with panic as she cried out, "Save me! Save me! Carlo is going to kill me! Carlo, what is the matter? Let us converse calmly. Do not treat a female so harshly." Dia, the matriarch, rushed forward to intercede. Indeed, Carlo, let us speak rationally. Do not act impulsively, echoed the other beastmen in agreement. Yet, Carlo remained silent, his face set in grim determination as he continued to drag Lilith forward, disregarding the pleas of those around him. Observing Carlo's demeanor, a female hastily sought out Chu Xinran. Carlo flung Lilith before the chief and the shaman, startling them with his sudden aggression. Carlo, what is the meaning of this? What do you intend to do? They inquired, alarmed. At that moment, Lilith's parents, along with Chu Xinran, rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing their daughter's distress, Lilith's mother cried out, "Lilith, what has happened? Are you all right?" "Oh, Carlo, why do you treat Lilith this way? How can you behave so cruelly?" Seeing her parents, Lilith burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mother, save me. Carlo is going to kill me. He wants to kill me. What on earth is happening here?" The chief demanded. His finger pointed at Carlo as he questioned the chaotic scene unfolding before him, his voice laced with anger. Chu Xinran approached quietly and gently grasped Carlo's hand, whispering, "What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so angry?" Carlo comfortingly squeezed her hand and then turned to the chieftain, slowly recounting the earlier events. "Lilith has cast a most malevolent curse in the name of the beast god." The moment Carlo's words left his lips, the expressions of everyone present, save for Chu Xinran, shifted dramatically. "Lilith, how could you harbor such malice? What has Ran done to deserve such a curse?" Amy erupted in rage, pointing an accusing finger at Lilith. "Indeed. Lilith, how can you treat Ran this way? She has done so much for us. Is this your way of repaying her?" Even Dia, who had been trying to mediate moments before, stepped forward to voice her condemnation. Lilith's parents also wore expressions of disbelief, having never anticipated their daughter would stoop so low. They had previously received her assurances that she had changed and would not err again. Among those gathered, only Chu Xinran seemed perplexed by the gravity of the situation. To her, it was merely a single curse. Was it truly that severe? Back on Earth, many would often embellish their speech with grand oaths. Yet nothing ever came of it. Unbeknownst to her, the beast god was revered above all by the beast folk and females. In times of hardship, they prayed to the beast god for guidance, and in the face of death, they would say their loved ones had merely gone to meet the beast god. Thus, the deity held an exalted status in their hearts, and oaths made in the beast god's name were sacred, with every promise demanding fulfillment. Lilith's invocation of the beast god to curse Chu Xinran was viewed as utterly horrifying. "Lilith, how dare you commit such an act?" The chieftain glared at Lilith, his anger palpable. Even the normally composed shaman was incensed. To curse in the name of the beast god was no trifling matter. Lilith's audacity was unfathomable, her wickedness unparalleled. "Father, grandfather shaman, Lilith cannot remain in the tribe. She must be expelled," Carlo asserted with unwavering conviction. This was the very purpose of his bringing Lilith before the chieftain and the shaman. She posed a threat to Chu Xinran's safety. "Yes, expel her. Others among the agitated beast folk and females echoed Carlo's sentiments, indignant at Lilith's treachery against Xinran, who had been nothing but kind to them. Upon hearing the decree of expulsion, Lilith collapsed to the ground in despair. How can this be? It is so cold outside. If I leave the tribe, I will surely freeze to death. Even if I escape the cold, I will starve. Lilith's mother could not bear the thought of such an outcome. In tears, she pleaded with the chieftain and the shaman. Chieftain, shaman, please. If Lilith is cast out, she will not survive. How can a female endure this winter alone? I beg you, have compassion for a mother's heart. Spare her this once. I promise she will never err again. Witnessing Lilith's mother in such anguish stirred pity in many hearts within the tribe, yet the gravity of Lilith's transgressions was undeniable. It is not that I am heartless, but how many times has Lilith erred? If this were her first offense, I could consider leniency, but she has repeatedly crossed the line. Each time she professes to understand her mistake, yet she willfully commits the same faults again. How can I possibly forgive her? You all know how vital Xinran is to our tribe. If anything were to happen to her, could you bear the burden of such responsibility? Upon hearing the chieftain's words, despair enveloped Lilith. Was she truly to be cast out? In tears, she crawled before the chieftain, pleading, I truly understand my mistake this time. I promise I will never dare to do it again. I implore you to forgive me this once. I swear this is the last time. There will be no next time. In that moment, Lilith had been provoked by Carlo's demeanor, causing her to speak thoughtlessly. Had she known the severity of the repercussions, she would have never acted so impulsively. Though Lilith's father felt his daughter's actions had brought shame upon him, she remained his only child. The thought of her demise was unbearable. He stepped forward, addressing the chieftain and the shaman. Chieftain, shaman, I humbly beseech you on behalf of my daughter. Whatever punishment you deem fit for Lilith, I will accept. However, I implore you not to cast her out. If expelled, she will surely not survive this winter. Lilith's father had contributed significantly to the tribe, earning respect and recognition. His plea momentarily softened the chieftain's resolve, who turned to Chu Xinran. What do you think? Lilith's mother hastily knelt before Chu Xinran, crying out, Xinran, I know you have a kind heart. Lilith has wronged you, but please, grant her another chance. If she is cast out now, she will not survive. I beg you, please give her one more chance. Chu Xinran hurriedly helped Lilith's mother to her feet, her voice tinged with urgency. Mother, please do not act this way. Stand up first. Once Lilith's mother was upright, she pulled Lilith before Chu Xinran and insisted, Lilith, quickly apologize to Xinran. Hurry. At that moment, Lilith felt a pang of regret. Tearfully, she confessed, Xinran, I recognize my mistake. I truly understand now and will never intentionally target you again. Observing the attention of those around her, Chu Xinran sighed and addressed the chieftain. Let it be. I have not suffered greatly, so it would be best not to expel her from the tribe. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, relief washed over Lilith and her parents, who promptly expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to forgive. We will never forget your immense kindness. However, Carlo stood aside, visibly displeased, disapproving of Chu Xinran's decision. Noticing Carlo's dark expression, Chu Xinran gently took his hand and whispered, It's all right. I am fine. Let us spare her this time. Chu Xinran did not perceive this as a grave matter, perhaps due to her disbelief in the existence of beast deities. However, witnessing Carlo's evident anxiety brought her a sense of joy. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, the chieftain turned to Lilith and said, Since Xinran has spoken, I shall grant you a reprieve this time and spare you from exile. Yet, Lilith, heed my warning. This is your final chance. Should you err again, no pleas for mercy will save you. Henceforth, you are to chop wood for the tribe for a month. This shall be your punishment. And you are forbidden from seeking assistance. Relieved at not being cast out, Lilith eagerly nodded, assuring the chieftain, Rest assured. I shall never err again and will diligently serve the tribe henceforth. After the matter was resolved, the gathered orcs and females dispersed, and Lilith's parents escorted her back to their dwelling. Observing Lilith's disheveled state, her father sighed in disappointment. Lilith, look at yourself. Everything you endure now is a consequence of your own actions. Xinran has graciously offered you another chance. Should you squander it, your fate is no longer my concern. Xinran, please do not let Lilith's words distress you. She is indeed unworthy, and the beast deity shall not grant her any of her wishes. Amy comforted as she, Chu Xinran, and Nina convened together, fearing that Chu Xinran still cared about the incident. Chu Xinran nodded and assured, Rest assured, I understand. If the beast god truly exists, he will undoubtedly assist the virtuous and never aid the wicked. Upon hearing this, Amy hurriedly covered Chu Xinran's mouth in terror, while Nina looked on with astonishment. Xiaoran, you must not question the existence of the beast god. The beast god has always protected our beastman continent. Everything you say will be heard. Observing the grave expressions of Amy and Nina, Chu Xinran ceased her jest and sincerely replied, I misspoke, and I apologize. Although Chu Xinran does not believe in the divine beast, she holds deep respect for the faith of Imanina and her companions. Given that she has inexplicably arrived in this land of orcs, it suggests the presence of an unexplainable force within this world. By the way, Nina, how have you been with Kevin lately? Chu Xinran inquired, glancing at Nina. Nina shook her head, responding, it's the same as always. What change could there be? However, I find joy in seeing him every day. Nina, are you truly content with this? Amy questioned, observing Nina with a hint of frustration. You have secretly sent Kevin numerous gifts, yet you do not reveal your identity. How will you cultivate your feelings for one another this way? Nina hesitated at Amy's words, her mind wandering to the last time she delivered a gift and chanced upon Yuli presenting something to Kevin. This memory filled her with trepidation. Nina, do you still hold on to the incident from before? Ultimately, it was proven to be a misunderstanding. Is Kevin still single? If you genuinely like him, you should strive for it. With your kindness and diligence, he will surely come to appreciate you. Nina, if you do not make an effort now, and later find Kevin with another female, you will undoubtedly harbor regrets. If you try and still do not end up with him, at least you can face the fate of your unfulfilled connection with Grace. Reflecting on Amy's words, Nina fell into contemplation. Amy and Nina's personalities starkly contrasted. Nina often pondered the worst possible outcomes and deliberated for prolonged periods, while Amy acted with impulsive determination, unconcerned about the consequences, believing that as long as one has made an effort, that is what truly matters, even in the face of failure. After an extensive conversation with Nina, Chu Xinran and Amy finally encouraged her to muster the courage to deliver her heartfelt gifts to Kevin, even if she did not openly confess her feelings. With great care, Nina prepared a meal and presented it to Kevin, who was pleasantly surprised upon receiving it. Lacking parental figures, Kevin typically consumed the communal meals prepared by the women of the tribe, occasionally indulging in the gracious hospitality of Chu Xinran and Carlo. Observing how Chu Xinran consistently prepared delightful dishes for Carlo had instilled a sense of envy in Kevin. A connoisseur of diverse culinary delights, he found the monotonous offerings from the tribe's women rather disappointing. Thus, when he beheld the array of dishes Nina had made, his eyes sparkled with delight. Nina, thank you so much for this delicious spread. Is there anything you need me to do for you? Please, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly oblige, Kevin exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the food, barely suppressing his appetite. Please, enjoy it. I have no requests for you, Nina shyly replied, shaking her head as she pressed the food into his hands and turned to leave. Although Nina had insisted that she did not require any favors, Kevin, after savoring her culinary creations, felt compelled to chop firewood and place it at her doorstep. Upon discovering the wood stacked outside her home, Nina experienced a bittersweet sensation. Her heart ached knowing Kevin remained unaware of her true feelings, interpreting his gesture merely as a display of communal support, unwilling to take advantage of her kindness. Yet, she also felt a sense of relief, as her relationship with Kevin had progressed beyond her solitary lamentations. From that moment onward, Nina frequently gifted Kevin with various items, while he reciprocated by assisting her in numerous tasks, creating a bond of mutual appreciation and support. As Chu Xinran and Amy beheld Nina and Kevin in their current state, a sense of relief washed over them. At the very least, Nina was now able to converse with Kevin, a significant leap from the past when she lacked the courage even to speak with him. Kevin remained as oblivious as ever, completely unaware of Nina's feelings. He joyfully approached Carlo, boasting that he could finally indulge in delicious food every day. Observing Kevin's foolish demeanor, Carlo, having received Chu Xinran's advice, merely shot him a bemused glance, gaining a new understanding of the extent of Kevin's obliviousness. If Nina were not enamored with him, what female would toil daily in the kitchen to prepare meals for him? Meanwhile, Amy relentlessly pursued Abel, exasperating him as always. After hearing various recent rumors circulating within the tribe, the shaman and the chieftain erupted into hearty laughter. It had been quite some time since an orc and a female had paired up, and it seemed likely that the tribe would soon celebrate multiple joyous occasions. Though the winter season remained frigid, the vibrant energy of the orcs and females surrounding Chu Xinran made her feel a bit warmer. However, upon seeing Karen return from her frolicking with a face and hands reddened by the cold, Chu Xinran quickly prepared hot water for her to soak in, lest she suffer frostbite. Despite her frozen state, it was evident that Karen's face was still alight with joy, brimming with smiles. "How can you be so happy even when your hands are nearly frostbitten?" Chu Xinran inquired, amused by Karen's demeanor. Hearing this, Karen chuckled before slowly replying, "Yes, I am very happy. Sister Xiaoran, you have no idea. My previous impression of the winter season was one of shivering in a cave, often with an empty stomach. There were times I felt I might starve. But now, I can live in a warm house, enjoy delicious food, and play in the snow. This is actually my first time playing in the snow. I never even dared to dream of it before." Chu Xinran paused momentarily in her actions, then continued to massage Karen's hands, which were soaking in warm water. With a smile, she reassured, "Rest assured, your life from now on will be just like this, free from the chill and hunger. I won't stop you from playing in the snow, but you must promise me, dear sister, that when you do, you will always wear gloves, all right?" Karen obediently nodded in agreement. Later that night, as she drifted into slumber, Chu Xinran recounted her conversation with Karen to Carlo. Carlo remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly embracing Chu Xinran tightly. Startled by Carlo's sudden movement, Chu Xinran instinctively intended to push him away. However, feeling the warmth of his breath upon her head softened her heart, and she gradually wrapped her arms around Carlo's waist. "What is the matter?" she inquired softly. "Do you know? I used to dread the snow season, but now you have brought me a completely different experience of winter." Carlo's voice was low and muffled as he spoke. Chu Xinran was at a loss for words. Life in the lion and tiger tribe had always been arduous during the snow season, and Carlo must have harbored a most dismal impression of that time. "Did you not find it curious how my father's demeanor towards me was so capricious?" Carlo suddenly broached this topic. "In truth, I harbor no resentment towards my father. Had I been in his position, I too would struggle to forgive myself." Chu Xinran sensed that Carlo was about to reveal something profoundly significant. She gently patted Carlo's trembling back, wishing to offer him some solace. "My mother passed away because of me. She sacrificed her life to save me. This is all my fault." Upon hearing Carlo's words, Chu Xinran's eyes widened in shock. It was no wonder that the chieftain's attitude towards Carlo was so peculiar. The chieftain must be tormented by the memory of his female who died for her offspring. Many years ago, when the lion-tiger tribe faced that devastating beast tide during the snow season, all the beastmen were already too weak from starvation, only to be attacked by the oncoming horde, rendering the entire tribe utterly defenseless. As Carlo's mother fled with Carlo and Karen, a beast, having evaded the defenses of the beastmen, lunged at Carlo. Without hesitation, Carlo's mother positioned herself in front of him. By the time the chieftain turned back to help, it was too late. The beast's sharp claws had inflicted a deep wound upon Carlo's mother. The chieftain, in a frenzy, tore the beast in half and cradled Carlo's mother, who lay on the ground, in his arms. "Raise Carlo and Karen well. I can no longer stay by your side. Forgive me." Carlo's mother gasped her final breath, and with those words, she ceased to breathe, her eyes closing forever. Listening to his father's anguished cries, the young Carlo was rendered rigid by the sudden turn of events. He stared blankly at his mother, motionless on the ground, his mind in a daze, until he met his father's gaze, filled with indescribable sorrow. Many years had passed since that fateful day, yet Carlo could never forget the scene. A heavy snowfall blanketed the earth, the white snow stained with vivid red blood. Stark against the white backdrop, as his mother lay silently in the snow, never to move again. "Do you know? Not only can my father not forgive me, but I cannot forgive myself either. My mother died because of me." Carlo's voice trembled with emotion. "Carlo, please do not speak like that. Your mother would never blame you." Chu Xinran replied, her heart heavy with sorrow. "She must have acted out of love for you, choosing without hesitation to save you. She would not want to see you burdened with such guilt. She wished for your safe and healthy growth." At that time, Karen was still too young to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He had been raised solely by Carlo and held no ill feelings towards him. However, since that incident, the relationship between Carlo and the chieftain had become strained. The chieftain understood that the event was not Carlo's fault. He continually reassured himself of this. Yet, each time he laid eyes on Carlo, he was reminded of the female who had perished because of him. That thorn remained embedded in his heart, impossible to extract. As Carlo matured and gained understanding, he often resented himself for standing there, foolishly watching as his mother lost her life. If only he had reacted more swiftly, perhaps she would still be alive. Carlo, this is not your fault. Truly, it is not. You must not be so self-recriminating. Maternal love is the most profound force in this world. Your mother willingly sacrificed her life to save you. She must have loved you deeply. Your life was granted back to you by her sacrifice, and thus you should live well, allowing her spirit to find peace. Chu Xinran softly spoke to Carlo, hoping to alleviate his sorrow and bring him a measure of joy, urging him not to remain ensnared in this emotional turmoil for a lifetime. In truth, no one is at fault in this situation. Carlo is not to blame, nor is his mother, nor his father. It's merely a twist of fate. However, I am certain that if my mother had the chance to meet you, she would undoubtedly take a liking to you. Although I have never encountered your mother, I believe she must possess a gentle yet resilient spirit, which is reflected in the admirable upbringing of both you and Karen. That night, Chu Xinran engaged in extensive conversation with Carlo, uncertain whether Carlo could release his emotional burdens. She nevertheless hoped that he would not be ensnared by this predicament and would confront it with greater courage, for it truly was not his fault. The snowy season had commenced some time ago, and Chu Xinran spent the majority of her days within the warmth of her abode, venturing outside only occasionally. On this particular night, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted in her ears, startling her into a swift descent from her bed. While Carlo had already dashed out the moment the sound reverberated, Chu Xinran hastily donned her garments and, grasping a torch, rushed outside. As she emerged, she beheld a multitude of orcs and females from the tribe congregated at a distance near the foot of the mountain, vociferously engaged in animated discussion. Upon rushing over, Chu Xinran discovered that countless snow blocks were cascading down from the towering mountain that loomed behind the lion and tiger tribe, creating a scene overwhelmingly dominated by white, instilling a profound sense of dread. An avalanche had occurred. After assessing the situation, Carlo approached Chu Xinran and spoke in a grave tone. Fortunately, when constructing their dwellings, they opted for a location a considerable distance from the mountain's base due to the uneven terrain. Had they chosen to build at the foot of the mountain, the avalanche would undoubtedly have inflicted irrevocable devastation upon the lion and tiger tribe. As the intensity of the avalanche escalated, Carlo, in consultation with the chieftain and the shaman, decided to relocate the entire tribe to a safer distance, safeguarding the orcs and females from the impending disaster. For the first time, Chu Xinran found herself enduring the frigid embrace of the icy wilderness for such an extended period. Despite Carlo enveloping her tightly, she trembled uncontrollably, chilled to the bone. She finally understood the sensation described by Amy and Nina when they recounted their experiences of being rendered immobile by the cold during the snow season. Observing her plight, Carlo could do little but hold her even closer, his heart aching for her discomfort. The threat of an avalanche loomed larger, and if the situation persisted, it was only a matter of time before the snow would bury their dwelling. Thus, in a desperate bid for safety, they resorted to this drastic measure. Fortunately, as dawn broke, the avalanche ceased, and the fallen snow had not yet engulfed the homes of the lion and tiger tribe. At this moment, Chu Xinran was completely numb from the cold. Carlo hurriedly carried the tightly wrapped Chu Xinran to the bed in the house, and then rushed to the stove to kindle a fire, hoping to warm the Kong. Once the Kong began to radiate warmth, Chu Xinran felt significantly better, finally regaining some heat in her body. At that moment, Carlo also brought over a bowl of freshly brewed ginger soup. After sipping the steaming ginger soup, Chu Xinran finally exhaled in relief. Have you had some? You should drink a bowl too, and make sure the others in the tribe have a serving of ginger soup as well, so they won't succumb to the chill. Chu Xinran handed the bowl to Carlo, allowing him to take a sip as well. Rest assured, I have spoken to them, and they should have all partaken by now. Carlo, what shall we do next? She recalled the sudden avalanche from the previous night, a frown creasing her brow. Now, the lion and tiger tribe is blanketed in vast expanses of snow, concealing many things. You should rest here for the time being. The females, along with the elderly and children, will remain indoors. I will take the orcs to clear away the snow outside. It will become increasingly difficult to manage once it freezes. Chu Xinran initially contemplated joining in to assist, but the biting cold from the previous night made her hesitate. I'll rest a little longer, just a brief moment, and then I shall help you. Observing her reluctance, Carlo gently ruffled her hair and replied, There is no need for that. You should rest well here. We orcs are resilient to the cold. It's quite all right. Carlo, along with Kevin and several other orcs, commenced the task of clearing the snow that had accumulated in the tribe. Most of the snow remained soft and easy to shovel away, although some had already frozen solid. Nevertheless, the orcs, endowed with immense strength, regarded the icy patches with indifference. The entrance to the tribe's cellar was completely concealed beneath a thick layer of snow, and several animal enclosures had collapsed under the weight. When Carlo finally cleared the snow from the toppled structures, it became apparent that the animals within had either succumbed to the weight or had become frozen stiff. Fortunately, only a portion of the enclosures had been affected. The others, situated on the opposite side of the tribe, had sustained no significant damage. Upon realizing the situation, Chu Xinran, along with the other females of the tribe, decided to transform the beasts into sustenance for the entire clan. Since the onset of the snow season, the lion and tiger tribe had subsisted primarily on smoked meats and jerky, having not savored fresh meat for quite some time. Seizing this opportunity, they resolved to nourish their bodies thoroughly. By nightfall, the snow within the tribe had been largely cleared by the orcs, leaving only the thick and deep snow at the cave entrance untouched, which posed the greatest challenge to remove. Although the cave housed some inconsequential items, the presence of salt rocks within prompted Carlo to resolve to clear the snow at dawn the following day. Little Ran, we are fortunate you suggested we build houses back then. Otherwise, we might have been buried under the snow now, the shaman remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice during dinner. Indeed, we have resided in this cave for quite some time without ever encountering an avalanche, and we never anticipated such a situation. If something had indeed happened, it would have been too late, the chieftain added with a note of reflection. The other members of the tribe, having listened to the shaman and the chieftain, expressed their relief, grateful that they had heeded Little Ran's advice. Otherwise, they would not be so comfortably gathered to enjoy dinner at this moment. Chu Xinran had never anticipated that she would narrowly escape an avalanche by sheer happenstance. Avalanches are indeed terrifying phenomena. Last night, while the members of the lion and tiger tribe were lost in slumber, the avalanche struck in an instant. Had they still been residing in the cave, the snow could have sealed the entrance, rendering their escape virtually impossible. At dawn the following day, Carlo led the orcs in clearing the accumulated snow from the cave entrance. The snow was temporarily piled around the periphery of the tribe, with plans to transport it farther away when time permitted. Carlo, still uneasy, ascended the mountain with Kevin to survey the situation. The recent avalanche had dislodged many snow blocks from the summit, ensuring that no further avalanches would occur in the immediate future, which allowed Carlo to breathe a sigh of relief. While the avalanche issue was temporarily resolved, a troubling matter had recently arisen within the tribe that caused the chieftain considerable concern. He convened a meeting with the shaman, Carlo, Chu Xinran, and able to deliberate on this pressing issue. The rate at which food supplies were being consumed exceeded their initial projections. If this pace continued, it was likely that the tribe's provisions would be depleted before the end of the snow season. The chieftain conveyed his worries to the assembled group. Is food truly insufficient? I distinctly recall that I counted our stored provisions, which should suffice to endure this snow season, perhaps even leaving us with a surplus, Carlo remarked softly. Due to the low temperatures during the snow season, our bodies require more sustenance to maintain warmth, thus necessitating a greater intake of food, Chu Xinran deduced. Perhaps we should revert to our previous routine of 2 meals a day? We might as well forego lunch entirely, suggested the chieftain. In the past, the lion and tiger tribe had adhered to a schedule of only breakfast and dinner, but it was only after Chu Xinran's recommendation that they transitioned to 3 meals a day. Chu Xinran shook her head, asserting that 3 meals a day was indeed preferable. Eating only twice, as they had in the past, left too long a gap between meals, which was detrimental to health. What should we do then? Abel, what is your perspective? The chieftain inquired, turning to the taciturn Abel. After some contemplation, Abel suggested, the females engage in less labor and expend less energy. Perhaps we could reduce their rations by half. Upon hearing this, Carlo furrowed his brow, clearly disapproving. Witnessing the chieftain seriously considering Abel's words, Chu Xinran's emotions surged as she exclaimed, No, chieftain, both females and beastmen devote themselves entirely to the welfare of our tribe. Why should the females be unjustly deprived? We have always operated this way in our tribe. If the beastmen do not eat sufficiently, what will happen when they face danger? For the safety of the tribe, this is the most prudent course. Abel and Chu Xinran argued vehemently, neither willing to concede. Abel, the issue at hand is the food shortage in our tribe. Our primary focus should be on resolving this predicament, rather than immediately contemplating a reduction in the female's provisions. How do you think those dedicated to the tribe would feel about such a decision? Chu Xinran countered passionately. They would willingly make sacrifices for the tribe if they understood the situation. Abel maintained his stance. Even if they are willing, we cannot proceed with this. I will not consent, Chu Xinran retorted, her irritation palpable. Just as their heated debate reached a stalemate, Carlo intervened, calmly addressing the chieftain. Father, I have verified the quantity of stored food, and it is inconceivable that we find ourselves in this situation. Have you discreetly investigated how the food has been so excessively consumed in recent days? The chieftain shook his head. Ultimately, prompted by Carlo's suggestion, the chieftain dispatched someone to investigate the recent food consumption, uncovering numerous issues. With the lion and tiger tribe enjoying better times, every beastman and female had developed preferences for certain foods amidst the abundance. Some may have thought that with such plentiful provisions, choosing only their favorite items would pose no problem. Consequently, when some beastmen and females were disinterested in their allocated food, they would request more from the distributors, leading to a gradual waste of what had been previously gathered, resulting in dwindling supplies. Upon hearing the chieftain's revelation, the assembled individuals were at a loss for words. The high priest sighed, lamenting, now that life has improved slightly, these beastmen and females have begun to waste food. Have they forgotten the hardships of hunger and cold? At this rate, no amount of food can withstand their consumption. I never anticipated they would dare behave in such a manner. It infuriates me, the chieftain exclaimed, resolute that a meeting must be convened to address this matter with the entire tribe. He ordered for all tribe members to be summoned and, with a stern expression, recounted the situation. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, many beastmen and females erupted in anger. Who did this? Chieftain, please tell us who is responsible. We must teach them a lesson for such wastefulness. While the chieftain was indeed furious, he retained a measure of composure. I will not disclose their names. I merely hope that those responsible reflect on our past struggles, consider the immense effort that went into procuring these provisions, and recognize whether their actions are worthy of those like Xinran, who selflessly cares for our tribe. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Chu Xinran stepped forward, asserting, while it is understandable to desire one's preferred foods, this is only acceptable after we have established a life of abundance in the lion and tiger tribe. Do you truly believe our current circumstances are optimal? We are merely scraping by. We are far from a point where we can afford to be picky. When our living standards have genuinely risen, I assure you, everyone will be free to indulge in whatever they wish, no longer worrying about scarcity or distaste. And there will be many other enjoyable pursuits beyond mere sustenance. Listening to Chu Xinran's words, all members of the lion and tiger tribe felt a renewed sense of hope, for they knew she spoke with sincerity and followed through on her promises. Although the chieftain had not named the culprits, after hearing both his and Chu Xinran's remarks, those responsible felt a wave of shame wash over them and stepped forward to express their sincere apologies to the tribe. They admitted their folly, acknowledging that their momentary indulgence had led to their mistakes, pledging never to repeat such behavior. With the root of the problem identified, Carlo and Chu Xinran adjusted the food distribution accordingly, alleviating the food crisis in the lion and tiger tribe for the time being. Later, Abel sought out Chu Xinran to apologize, explaining that his earlier words stemmed from concern for the tribe's situation. After some reflection, Chu Xinran chose to forgive him. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the lion and tiger tribe, they had caught the attention of a scheming rival tribe. Are you certain you are speaking the truth? Jonathan glared ominously at Butte and Andrew, who stood before him. Though intimidated by Jonathan's piercing gaze, Butte and Andrew bravely nodded. Chieftain Jonathan, how could we dare deceive you? We witnessed with our own eyes that the lion and tiger tribe is now thriving, having acquired a wealth of unfamiliar foods, like the sweet potatoes you hold. During our last visit, every member of their tribe appeared robust, showing no signs of hunger, Andrew flattered. Indeed, when we sought their assistance, their chieftain generously provided us with ample food, clearly indicating their prosperity. Chieftain Jonathan, if your bird tribe were to visit the lion and tiger tribe, you would undoubtedly return with a bounty of exquisite provisions, Butte added, embellishing his account. Listening to Butte and Andrew, Jonathan fell into deep contemplation. The lion and tiger tribe? He recalled the name from his childhood, but by the time he assumed leadership of the bird tribe, the lion and tiger tribe had long since fallen into decline. The last time he encountered them at the trading conference, he was struck by the fearless gaze of a young beast man who had boldly met his own. However, After ordering his subordinates to ambush the lion and tiger tribe, he had dismissed the matter. Little did he know, his subordinates had failed to execute the ambush. And Jonathan inexplicably felt it was due to that young beast man. Now, hearing the name of the lion and tiger tribe once more piqued his interest. The last time I saw the lion and tiger tribe, their leader was a silver-haired beast man. Who is he? Jonathan inquired with growing curiosity. The silver-haired beast man? You must be referring to Carlo. He is the son of the chieftain of the lion and tiger tribe, and he is likely to become the next chieftain. Butte busily smiled and spoke. Carlo. Jonathan gave a sinister smile. If that is the case, I shall accompany them to the lion-tiger tribe. Butte. Should I discover you have deceived me, the fate of your herbivore tribe will be one you can easily deduce. Certainly, we herbivores would never dare to deceive you. Chief Jonathan, our tribe has always been loyally devoted to you. The lion-tiger tribe was not so trivial that Jonathan needed to intervene personally. He entrusted the task to his subordinates and had Butte and Andrew guide them to the lion-tiger tribe, preparing to await favorable news. He had little doubt that the lion-tiger tribe would not escape this time. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the lion-tiger tribe was one of warmth and camaraderie. Chu Xinran was busy preparing delicious food for Karen and Kenny, the young beastmen. Sister Xiaoran, when can we eat? Karen gazed eagerly at the simmering pot, yearning for a taste. It will be ready soon. Just be patient a little longer. Chu Xinran gently reassured them. Just as they were conversing, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Hearing the noise, Chu Xinran stepped out of the house and immediately spotted Carlo and Kevin approaching, each bearing something on their backs, followed by several beastmen. What happened? She inquired. Upon entering, she discovered that Carlo was carrying a beastman, while Kevin bore an elderly woman on his back. Both individuals appeared to be in dire condition, their bodies and heads covered in white frost, as if they had been frozen for an extended period. Carlo and Kevin brought the two inside and laid them on the warm, heated bed, wrapping them in quilts. Isn't this Luke? After fetching hot water, Chu Xinran realized it was indeed Luke from the herbivore tribe, someone she remembered quite well. Yes, it's Luke. Kevin and I found them unconscious at our tribe's gate while patrolling outside, Carlo replied, frowning. After warming up for a while, Luke slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Mama, Luke exclaimed, anxiously scanning the surroundings until he spotted his mother lying beside him, which relieved him. Rest assured, your mother has merely lost consciousness temporarily. She should awaken shortly, Chu Xinran quickly explained. Thank you, Luke said sincerely as he accepted the hot water from her. Luke, how did you and your mother end up fainting at our tribe's gate? Carlo asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Luke glanced at his mother, sighed, and said, I know you do not trust me, being a beast man from the herbivore tribe and having deceived you previously. However, what I am about to tell you is the truth. Please believe me. Carlo and Chu Xinran exchanged glances and focused on Luke, awaiting his explanation. During the rainy season, when food should have been hunted and stored, the beastmen in our tribe were reluctant to endure such hardships, waiting for the chief to seek aid from other tribes. Unable to bear it any longer, I ventured out alone to hunt beasts. However, my capabilities as a single beastman are limited, and once winter set in, the little food I had stored quickly ran out. At this point, the chief and Andrew proposed seeking help from the bird tribe. As you know, the bird tribe is notoriously domineering. They would never willingly assist our herbivore tribe without a reason. Yet, the chief and Andrew suggested exchanging information about the lion-tiger tribe for food, intending to let the bird tribe know that our tribe possesses ample supplies, thereby inviting them to raid the lion-tiger tribe for their gain. Everyone present, including the arriving chief and shaman, was taken aback by Luke's revelation. Upon learning of this, I tried to persuade the chief and Andrew for a long time, but they refused to listen. Eventually, I had no choice but to escape with my mother from the herbivore tribe, intending to inform you of this matter. By now, the chief and Andrew should have reached the bird tribe. Luke coughed and continued. Luke, you and your mother must have endured great suffering to arrive here. Please rest easy. Thank you for bringing this information to us. The lion-tiger tribe will not forget your kindness. Chu Xinran consoled Luke, urging him and his mother to rest well. Afterward, the group hurriedly convened to discuss countermeasures. Butte is truly malicious. I was blind to his treachery, the chief exclaimed in anger, lamenting his earlier oversight. Enough of this. It is futile to dwell on the past. We must devise a strategy to confront the bird tribe, the shaman interjected, eager to redirect the conversation. Is the bird tribe truly formidable? Are they capable of raiding other tribes? Chu Xinran, unfamiliar with the bird tribe, recalled that their chief appeared rather formidable during her last encounter. The bird tribe has a dreadful reputation in our beastman continent's northern region. Their flying beast forms grant them significant advantages in battle. They frequently seize food from other tribes during winter, soaring in the air to find the perfect moment to strike, making them difficult to combat, Kevin expressed indignantly. Indeed, many tribes have been decimated after losing their food supplies to them during winter, Abel added. Are they so brazen that other tribes do not unite against them? Such behavior leading to the extinction of entire tribes is utterly atrocious. Chu Xinran asked incredulously. Having spent considerable time on the beastman continent, Chu Xinran had mainly faced the challenge of food security and survival against nature, never realizing that conflicts between beastman tribes could be so severe. Carlo shook his head at her question. Perhaps in the past, but since Jonathan became the chief of the bird tribe, it has become exceedingly difficult. Regardless of the challenges, if the bird tribe seeks to seize our food, we shall confront them head-on. I refuse to believe we cannot prevail, Abel declared, clenching his fists in anger. However, after hearing about the bird tribe's capabilities, Chu Xinran felt that a direct confrontation would be unwise. The bird tribe's strength must be formidable, otherwise, they would not have dominated this continent for so long. A head-on clash would likely result in mutual destruction, with the lion-tiger tribe suffering the most. I disagree. I believe we should temporarily evade them, Chu Xinran stated, shaking her head. How can we evade them? We don't even know when the bird tribe will arrive. Should we hide indefinitely? That seems too cowardly, Abel retorted vehemently. It is not a matter of cowardice. If we face them directly, regardless of victory or defeat, our lion-tiger tribe would suffer immensely. Why must we pursue such a course? Chu Xinran explained. Chief, what do you think? As Jian and Chu Xinran engaged in an impasse, Abel turned to the clan leader and the shaman for guidance. The clan leader, feeling somewhat torn, harbored anger towards Buter and Andrew's actions, and, in a fit of rage, contemplated a direct confrontation. Yet, he acknowledged the validity of Chu Xinran's arguments. Carlo, what is your perspective? He finally inquired. I concur with Xinran's viewpoint, Carlo replied after a moment of silence. Upon hearing Carlo's agreement, Abel's expression shifted to one of displeasure. It is currently the snow season. If we were to clash with the avian tribe, regardless of the outcome, our clan would undoubtedly suffer. The harshness of winter is already taxing, and additional strife would severely impact the lives of the females and elders within our tribe. Carlo articulated slowly. Indeed, Carlo raises a valid point. We cannot afford to take such risks during this snow season, Chu Xinran affirmed. Are we to continuously evade them? Must we hide each time the avian tribe approaches? If this continues, our lion-tiger tribe will become the subject of ridicule among others, Abel retorted, still unwilling to concede. He felt undaunted. Should the avian tribe dare to confront them, he was prepared to fight. However, Carlo emphasized that the current snow season left them ill-prepared for battle, and engaging with the avian tribe would yield little advantage. Their retreat was merely a temporary measure, and there may come a day when the circumstances would favor a decisive confrontation. While Chu Xinran understood Abel's sentiments, she believed that a direct conflict was too rash, considering their tribe was still in its nascent stages of development. Ultimately, both the clan leader and the shaman concurred with Carlo and Chu Xinran's proposal. Observing Abel's lingering discontent, the clan leader advised, Abel, I recognize your noble heart and your dedication to our tribe. But this is merely a tactical retreat for the sake of the females and the elders. You must refrain from acting impulsively. Reluctantly, Abel nodded in agreement. Once the decision to temporarily evade was established, Carlo approached Luke to confirm the departure time of Buter and Andrew. Given the calculations, it was likely that the avian tribe had already caught wind of this information and might strike within the next couple of days. Luke, upon learning that the lion-tiger tribe had opted for a temporary retreat, wholeheartedly supported the decision. He believed that the avian tribe's strength was formidable, and a direct confrontation was ill-advised. It would be wiser to wait until their own strength had grown before retaliating. After Luke's mother awakened, the clan leader and the shaman extended an invitation for Luke and his mother to join the lion-tiger tribe, to which they agreed with enthusiasm. Luke had initially harbored this intention upon arriving at the lion-tiger tribe, or else he would not have gone to such lengths to bring his mother along. Luke had always been discontented with the ways of many beastmen and females in the herbivorous tribe, who preferred to rely on others for sustenance rather than striving for it through their own efforts. In truth, the lion-tiger tribe had already assisted the herbivorous tribe considerably. Yet the latter remained perpetually unsatisfied, even betraying the lion-tiger tribe despite their kindness. After much persuasion, Luke's mother finally consented to leave the herbivorous tribe. Although she felt a deep sense of reluctance at departing the place where she had lived for nearly her entire life, upon arriving at the lion-tiger tribe, she quickly realized how starkly different it was. The beastmen and females here were warm-hearted and diligent, welcoming both her and Luke with open arms. After devising a temporary strategy, Carlo led the tribe's beastmen and females into action. Their first task was to secure their food supplies. Carlo guided them in hiding most of their provisions within the cellar, subsequently camouflaging the entrance, hoping that the beastmen of the avian tribe would not discover these storages. Chu Xinran, accompanied by several females, meticulously organized the provisions they would need for their temporary retreat, including essential blankets and warm clothing. Given the harsh, frigid conditions outside, it was imperative to ensure adequate warmth to avoid the peril of freezing to death. The house and furniture could not be moved. And as Chu Xinran gazed at these belongings, a sigh of resignation escaped her lips. She hoped that once this turmoil had passed, these possessions would remain intact. Uncertainty loomed regarding when the avian tribe might launch an attack. Thus, once the entire clan had gathered their necessities, they were compelled to set off without delay. Before departing, Carlo glanced back at the desolate village, feeling an unsettling notion. Since the avian tribe had come, they would surely not leave empty-handed if they left no food behind. The avian tribe would undoubtedly seek retribution. Should they decide to linger, the situation could become dire. Acknowledging Carlo's insight, the group convened and, after some deliberation, Kevin and Dar threw some meat into the dwelling. Once this task was completed, everyone collectively departed from the lion and tiger tribe. Their temporary refuge was on the opposite side of the towering mountain behind them, where several caves awaited. However, the caves previously occupied by the lion and tiger tribe faced a dense forest teeming with wild beasts, which was why the chieftain and the shaman had chosen to reside there. The caves they now settled in had long been abandoned, shrouded in dust. Upon their arrival, the first order of business for the lion and tiger tribe was to clean the space and accommodate the previously cared-for sheep beasts and cuckoo beasts they had brought along. Chu Xinran and several children had been raising these wild beasts for quite some time, and she found it hard to leave them behind in the tribe to be mistreated by the orcs of the bird tribe. Thus, she decided to bring the beasts along. As she listened to the cacophony of their calls and observed the bewildered expressions of her fellow tribesmen, a sense of panic began to well up within her. When the chief had conveyed this news to the tribe, the orcs and females were thrown into disarray, unable to comprehend why they would have to revert to a life akin to fleeing. This confusion was not limited to the orcs and females. Chu Xinran felt equally lost. Life on the orc continent was far more arduous than she had anticipated. Beyond merely addressing the basic needs for survival, they also had to remain vigilant against the raids and plunders from rival tribes. However, this situation made her realize that improving the living standards of the lion-tiger tribe was not enough. They also needed to enhance the tribe's combat capabilities. After all, as their living conditions improved, so would the envy and threats from others. This evasion was merely a temporary measure that could not hide indefinitely. Strengthening the tribe's own power was paramount. However, you and Dia and the others should start organizing here. Kevin, Darl, and Abel, accompany me to scout the surrounding area and eliminate any potential dangers, came the calm voice of Carlo, cutting through her reverie. Carlo methodically delegated tasks to everyone, ensuring that each person had a role to play. Following his instructions, the others sprang into action. Carlo approached Chu Xinran, clasped her hand briefly, nodded in acknowledgement, and set off with Kevin and Abel to survey the surroundings. Though Carlo and the others had moved on, Chu Xinran still felt the lingering warmth from their handshake. Unconsciously, she moved her fingers, recalling the expression on Carlo's face as he spoke, and suddenly, a smile broke across her lips. For reasons unknown, the confusion and panic that had engulfed her moments earlier dissipated in the wake of Carlo's words, replaced by a profound sense of security. Shaking off her errant thoughts, Chu Xinran focused on tidying the caves. Although the number of caves was limited, each was quite spacious, allowing for at least 20 individuals to be assigned to each. Once the caves were organized, she hurried to prepare a fire for cooking, knowing that the cold weather demanded a continuous blaze. Yet, even with the fire crackling within the cave, she could still feel the bone-chilling cold. The frigid wind that seeped in from outside was a stark reminder of the harshness of winter. When Carlo and the others returned from their patrol, they had gathered several large stones to block the cave entrance. Although it remained cold inside, the situation was significantly improved. The tribe had managed to bring a good amount of food. As they were uncertain when the bird tribe might arrive, they needed to stay put until then. Chu Xinran, along with several females, prepared noodles and roasted meat, and the tribe's orcs and females gathered to share the meal. As night fell, Carlo organized the night watch and instructed the others to rest while the designated guards took turns keeping watch for their safety. Since entering the snow season, the members of the lion-tiger tribe had been enjoying a warm and cozy life, sleeping on heated platforms and in warm homes. Now, they found themselves reverting to their former existence. However, they were better equipped than before, with blankets and cotton clothing, and most had acclimatized to the cold. Although Chu Xinran had somewhat adapted to the frigid temperatures of the Orc continent's snow season, she had not experienced the harsh living conditions that others had endured. Even when Amy and Nina came to cuddle with her for warmth, it barely made a difference. Her lips trembled from the cold. Ultimately, it was Carlo who transformed into his beast form, sheltering her beneath his thick lion fur, providing her with some much-needed warmth. However, the following day, Carlo had to return to the tribe to keep watch for the bird tribe's arrival. He was the most agile among them, making him the best suited for this task. Yet, as he departed, he could not shake his concern for Chu Xinran. "But, will you be all right tonight? Your constitution may not withstand such low temperatures," he hesitated. Worry etched on his face. He felt torn between his duty and his concern for her. "Carlo, I'll be fine. You need to focus on your responsibilities. Last night was just my first experience. I should manage better tonight. The safety of so many in the tribe relies on you," she reassured him, not wanting to burden him further. The temperatures at night on the Orc continent were always lower than during the day, and Chu Xinran felt much improved compared to the previous night. She would feel guilty if Carlo delayed his duties due to worry for her. Upon hearing her words, Carlo hesitated a moment longer before resolutely turning to leave, having instructed Karen to keep her company for the night. Carlo positioned himself not far from the tribe, concealed and vigilant, torn between concern for Chu Xinran and the need to monitor any movements from the bird tribe. After Carlo's departure, Chu Xinran managed to keep warm during the day by helping with cooking and keeping the fire going. As long as she remained active, she could tolerate the cold. But once night fell, the biting cold returned. Without Carlo, Karen transformed into an adorably clumsy little lion and came to keep her company. With the warm little lion snuggled beside her, Chu Xinran felt the coldness dissipate somewhat. Carlo remained on watch for 3 days, and on one particular day, he finally heard some commotion. Concealing himself within the thicket, he glanced skyward. He spotted a group of various beasts soaring through the sky, each adorned with wings, the orcs of the bird tribe. The orcs of the bird tribe circled above the lion-tiger tribe for a time, sensing something was amiss. The leading orc transformed into human form, standing boldly in the center of the lion-tiger tribe's plaza, followed by the others who also shifted into human form. "Sir, it's strange. There isn't a single orc or female from the lion-tiger tribe in sight," one orc inquired of the leader. The leading orc furrowed his brow at the scene before him, perplexed. What trickery was the lion-tiger tribe up to? How could there be no one in sight? Had they received word and fled? What if they truly have escaped? Another orc fretted. "Last time, we failed to ambush the lion-tiger tribe. If we miss again, Chief Jonathan will not let us off easily." Though they had escaped the chief's ire the last time, the orcs knew well that Jonathan would not tolerate a second failure. This is their territory. Even if they have fled, they will return one day. "I refuse to believe we cannot find them," the leader commanded. "Let us enter and search for any signs of them." "Yes, sir." A horde of orcs surged into the house, their curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar structure they had encountered for the first time. Upon reaching the entrance, unsure of how to proceed, they resorted to force, kicking the door open and rushing inside. Once inside, the furnishings astounded them, and to their delight, they discovered some meat, though scant. It was sufficient to appease Jonathan upon their return. "Master, although we have not captured anyone, the food and these novel items should suffice to prevent Chief Jonathan from reprimanding us." The leader of the orcs thought to himself, gesturing for his companions to begin transporting the food and furniture outside, subsequently conducting a thorough inspection of the residence. As he ventured into the outer room, he noticed the stove and the heated bed, yet, due to the absence of a fire, the house was frigid, causing the orcs to overlook the true value of these items. From a distance, Carlo watched the orcs with trepidation, relieved to see them preparing to depart with the gathered provisions and furniture, thankful that the remaining items had successfully distracted them. However, his relief was short-lived when the orcs suddenly halted in their tracks. Carlo's heart raced. Had they discovered something? Master, what is it? The orcs inquired as they noticed their leader's abrupt pause. The leader glanced back at the lion-tiger tribe, a malicious grin spreading across his face. These items shall be left for those worthless individuals of the lion-tiger tribe. It irks me to no end. Let us destroy everything here before we depart. Carlo clenched his fists in frustration as he observed the orcs from the bird tribe begin to wreak havoc on the possessions of the lion-tiger tribe. He knew that he could not rush out now. Doing so would render all his careful planning futile. Nevertheless, he vowed to remember this grudge against the bird tribe. The orcs systematically smashed the furniture they could not carry away, vandalizing the nests and structures outside the house before departing with their spoils. Feeling quite satisfied with their haul despite failing to capture any members of the lion-tiger tribe. Once the bird tribe orcs had vacated the area, Carlo remained vigilant for a considerable time, ensuring they would not return before he made his way back to where Chu Xinran and the others were waiting. Carlo, how did it go? Did you wait for the bird tribe orcs? The others rushed to greet him upon his return, the chief expressing his eagerness. Carlo nodded, glancing at Chu Xinran, who appeared unharmed, before responding. The orcs from the bird tribe have left, taking the food and some furniture with them. Upon hearing Carlo's report, the members of the lion-tiger tribe felt a wave of relief wash over them. They could finally return to their own tribe. The days spent in the cave had been far from pleasant, and they longed to return to their warm home. Yet, upon their arrival at the tribe, the dismal sight before them caused many hearts to sink. How could the bird tribe be so cruel? They could have simply taken the food without destroying our home. Dio exclaimed sorrowfully as she surveyed the wreckage. Well, what is done is done. As long as we are safe, we must not dwell on our misfortune. Though these items are damaged, we can always make new ones. The shaman sighed, attempting to console everyone. Carlo and Kevin inspected the cellar, relieved to find it undamaged. The orcs from the bird tribe had not discovered its existence, and the food remained well preserved. Indeed, as long as the food is intact, we shall not be disheartened. Come, let us tidy up our tribe, the chief commanded, prompting everyone to begin restoring order. The orcs discarded the ruined furniture from the house and set to work crafting new items, while the females organized the food in the cellar. After several days of diligent effort, the lion-tiger tribe gradually returned to its former state, with the entire settlement undergoing repairs. Carlo, what do you think our chances would be if the lion-tiger tribe were to engage the bird tribe in battle? That night, as Chu Xinran lay in bed, she curiously asked. The bird tribe orcs have the advantage in aerial assaults due to their ability to fly, while our lion-tiger tribe excels in ground combat. Should a confrontation arise, we would be at a disadvantage, Carlo replied thoughtfully. Previously, the lion-tiger tribe had suffered from food shortages, weakening the orc strength. However, with their situation now stabilized, the orcs had regained their vigor. Given that most of the lion-tiger orcs could transform into large beasts, they would not falter in terrestrial combat against other tribes. Yet, the bird tribe's formidable size and aerial prowess posed a significant challenge, making it imperative to devise a strategy before recklessly engaging them. Upon hearing Carlo's analysis, Chu Xinran fell deep into contemplation. He was correct. Addressing the bird tribe's flying advantage was crucial, and they needed to devise a means to defend against their assaults. However, I believe that using bows and arrows could prove effective, provided we have adequate protection, Carlo added. Bows and arrows are indeed suitable for targeting the bird tribe. If aimed accurately, we could bring them down from the skies. However, we must ensure our defenses are robust against their occasional attacks. Chu Xinran busied herself recalling all the weapons available for protection, and suddenly an idea struck her. Carlo, we can craft spears and shields. She exclaimed excitedly. Spear? Shield? Yes. The shield can provide immediate protection, worn on the arm or gripped by the handle, a broad form of armor. We can use wood or stone to create it. If the bird tribe attacks from above, we can form a circle of shields around ourselves to block their strikes. The spear serves as an offensive weapon, and when paired with the shield, it will be immensely effective in battle. Ignoring the encroaching darkness, Carlo ventured outside to gather suitable stones, wood, and bones, eagerly crafting spears and shields based on Chu Xinran's description. Carlo possessed a natural talent for weapon making. He grasped her intentions quickly and even improved upon some of her suggestions. In no time, a pair of spears and shields were completed. Carlo tested the spear and shield in his hands, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, you were correct. This will provide excellent protection. Despite the absence of metal, the shield crafted from stone was somewhat heavy, yet the orc's inherent strength made it easy to wield. The spear's tip was fashioned from sharp beast fangs, However, Carlo, while we now possess weapons, I believe our tribe's warriors could benefit from further training. I learned a set of punches back in our tribe, though it has been quite some time since I practiced. Allow me to demonstrate this technique to you. During her university military training, Chu Xinran had practiced military boxing, yet at that time, her lack of interest hindered her mastery, leaving her with only a vague recollection of the movements. However, after observing Carlo and other orcs engage in combat, she noted that the orcs relied primarily on brute strength, devoid of any finesse. In contrast, military boxing encompassed a plethora of technical maneuvers, leading Chu Xinran to believe that she might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Chu Xinran express her desire to spar, Carlo raised an eyebrow. Amused by her confidence, he regarded her petite figure with a sense of bemusement, pondering the source of her self-assurance. Nevertheless, Carlo affectionately nodded in agreement. Chu Xinran assumed a formidable stance, charging towards Carlo with great determination. Unfortunately, while her punch was technically sound, it lacked the necessary force, allowing Carlo to effortlessly grasp her feeble fist. "Would you care to try again?" Carlo inquired with a smile, gazing at Chu Xinran. Seeing Carlo in such a demeanor, Chu Xinran felt a sense of being underestimated. With a defiant spirit, she withdrew her fist and prepared to execute her next move. Yet, regardless of the techniques Chu Xinran employed, they were ultimately neutralized by Carlo's strength. Observing Carlo's calm and composed demeanor, Chu Xinran bit her lip in frustration and waved her hand, exclaiming, "I give up. I give up. After all, I cannot surpass you." Carlo, amused by Chu Xinran's pouty expression, gently patted her on the head and reassured her, "I believe your set of punches is quite impressive. Your techniques are formidable. It is merely because your strength is limited that you have not been able to unleash their full potential. Nevertheless, I think you are already quite remarkable." Upon hearing Carlo's words, Chu Xinran felt her anger dissipate, and with a hint of pride, she declared, "My techniques are indeed powerful. Come, let me teach you how to execute them." Chu Xinran demonstrated the movements to Carlo once more, who quickly grasped the techniques and memorized them in no time. "Show me your rendition," Chu Xinran requested upon noticing Carlo's proficiency. Carlo nodded and assumed the stance, executing the set of punches with remarkable precision. Each strike was delivered with a commanding presence, leaving Chu Xinran in awe. Carlo's movements were a stark contrast to her earlier, lackluster performance. Every action was imbued with vigor. However, after a few sequences, Carlo paused. "What is the matter?" Chu Xinran inquired. Reflecting on the previous movements, Carlo shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. The set you taught me is excellent, featuring many techniques I had never considered before. However, in a real combat scenario, some of these movements might require adjustment." Upon hearing Carlo's words, Chu Xinran immediately grasped his intention. The martial arts she had learned during military training, imparted by the instructors, were markedly different from those employed in actual combat. After all, they were designed for students, lacking the ferocity required for true confrontation. However, should the orcs of the tribe genuinely wish to learn, certain techniques would necessitate modification, as they would soon face wild beasts and formidable foes, where leniency would not suffice. Tomorrow, I shall collaborate with Kevin and the others to refine a few movements. This martial art will undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial, Carlo added. Chu Xinran nodded and remarked, "By the way, aside from this set of martial arts, we could also encourage the orcs and the females of the tribe to engage in running during their leisure time. In my previous tribe, many individuals favored running as a means to enhance their endurance." The following morning, Carlo sought out the chieftain and the shaman to report on this matter. Both the chieftain and the shaman expressed their agreement with Carlo's proposal, ultimately entrusting him with the responsibility of training the orcs in combat skills. Carlo first gathered Kevin, Abel, and Darl to create spears and shields, ensuring that each orc in the tribe would have their own. Afterward, Carlo called Abel to participate in a sparring match. Recognized as the foremost warrior of the Lion-Tiger tribe, Carlo possessed exceptional combat skills. However, Abel was no slouch either, being the closest match to Carlo's prowess. Carlo aimed to assess the effectiveness of the martial arts techniques imparted by Chu Xinran. As the two engaged in close combat, Abel quickly discerned that Carlo's techniques had evolved significantly, displaying greater ferocity and finesse than before. Before long, Abel found himself defeated. "Carlo, what was that peculiar technique you employed just now?" Kevin and Darl, who had been observing, also sensed something extraordinary in Carlo's performance and curiously inquired. Abel, intrigued as well, awaited Carlo's response, aware that while Carlo's strength surpassed his own, he typically did not succumb so swiftly. This is a set of techniques that Xinran taught me, and they are indeed quite powerful, though some movements require refinement, Carlo replied. Upon learning that the techniques originated from Chu Xinran, Kevin expressed great interest and urged Carlo to teach him as well. Carlo demonstrated the movements several times, instructing them on proper execution, and then they began discussing the optimal modifications to the techniques. The four of them engaged in multiple sparring matches, ultimately devising a set of techniques most suitable for the orcs of their tribe. Once the techniques were finalized, Carlo gathered all the orcs and divided them into 4 groups, with himself, Abel, Kevin, and Darl each leading a group to teach them the movements and enhance their stamina. As they practiced, a crowd of tribespeople gathered to watch, including some older orcs who, despite their age, showed interest in learning the techniques. Although they could no longer fight for the tribe, acquiring new skills was always beneficial. Colin and several young orcs discreetly followed along, eager to learn. Following the incident with the bird tribe, everyone in the tribe recognized the importance of martial strength. In addition to addressing their food needs, they were determined to bolster the tribe's overall strength to avoid being bullied by others. Heeding Chu Xinran's advice, Carlo frequently led the orcs in running laps around the tribe, while Xinran encouraged the females to partake in the exercise as well. Consequently, a fervor for running spread throughout the lion-tiger tribe. However, after a few laps with the tribe's females, Chu Xinran soon realized that she was, in fact, the least fit among them. The other females could run several laps without breaking a sweat, and even the elderly Dia and Manda easily completed their laps, while Chu Xinran found herself panting after just 1 lap. Xiaoran, it seems you truly need to work on your fitness. Ha ha ha. Amy laughed at Chu Xinran from the side, with Nina joining in the laughter as well. Chu Xinran, feeling indignant, wrinkled her nose and declared, "Just wait. One day I will run as many laps as you all do." Chu Xinran had initially believed that after spending considerable time on the Orc continent, her physical strength would have improved significantly due to her daily labors. However, she soon realized that while her stamina had indeed enhanced compared to her former self, it still paled in comparison to the females of the Orc continent. After all, these females had been engaged in strenuous physical activities since childhood, developing their physical prowess long ago, not to mention the orcs themselves. Nevertheless, the methods devised by Chu Xinran and Carlo proved effective. The orc tribe's warriors and females had undergone substantial training, resulting in notable improvements in their endurance. The orcs had been diligently practicing with their spears and shields, rehearsing strategies for potential confrontations with the avian tribe, focusing on both defense and offense to ensure their victory. Now, the set of boxing techniques taught by Chu Xinran had been refined by Carlo and the others, and nearly every member of the tribe had mastered it, with the females also participating in the training. This ensured that in the face of danger, the females would possess the means to defend themselves, rather than being utterly defenseless. However, the rigorous training came with a downside. The consumption of food exceeded Carlo's initial estimates. Traditionally, during the snow season, the orcs and females would remain relatively inactive, requiring minimal sustenance. In stark contrast, the daily intense training led to a significant increase in their energy expenditure, and consequently, their food intake surged, depleting their supplies rapidly. Due to the accelerated rate of food consumption in recent days, compounded by the provisions previously allocated for the avian tribe, the stockpile of food in the lion-tiger tribe was dwindling. If this trend continued, it was likely that their food supplies would be exhausted before the snow season came to an end. Following discussions among the chieftain, the shaman, and Carlos, they had begun to consciously regulate the rate of food consumption. They refrained from informing the tribe about this matter, fearing that revealing such information might incite panic among their people. At first, Chu Xinran was unaware of the situation, but as she observed Carlo consuming less and less food lately, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart, accompanied by a foreboding feeling. "Carlo, why have you eaten so little today? You still need to train with the others later. Your stamina will surely suffer. Please, eat a bit more." Chu Xinran expressed her concern as she noticed Carlo had only eaten a few buns before stopping. For several days, Carlo had maintained this pattern of minimal eating. Initially, Chu Xinran attributed it to Carlo's poor appetite, but as the days passed and Carlo continued to eat less, it struck Chu Xinran as increasingly peculiar. Carlo shook her head and replied, "I am not hungry. I am already full. You should eat more." With that, Carlo pushed the stir-fried vegetables and buns towards Chu Xinran. encouraging her to continue eating. Chu Xinran gazed at Carlo with a hint of perplexity as she pressed several more buns into his hands. Carlo, what is the matter with you? Your appetite was never like this before. She continued, her tone earnest. Please, be honest with me. Is the food in the tribe insufficient? Upon hearing Chu Xinran's inquiry, Carlo remained silent, stubbornly placing the food closer to her, refusing to take another bite. Carlo, observing his demeanor, Chu Xinran felt a mixture of concern and frustration. If you continue to avoid eating like this, I will truly be upset. Speak to me candidly. Has something gone awry with the food? If there is indeed a problem, you must tell me so that we can devise a solution together. Chu Xinran's demeanor was resolute. Carlo initially hesitated to burden her with the troubling news, yet ultimately succumbed to her insistence and disclosed the tribe's dire food shortage. Are you saying the food in the tribe is insufficient? Chu Xinran inquired. Carlo nodded, explaining that with 2 months remaining until the end of the snow season, the tribe's provisions could last no more than a month. Outside, the landscape was a frozen wasteland, making it impossible to hunt any game. Without a strategy to conserve resources, they risked starvation in the near future. However, I have grown accustomed to enduring hunger, she replied. A little deprivation poses no issue for me. Your appetite is so modest that it hardly matters how much you consume. So do not fret on my account. If we can endure the next 2 months, we'll have ample food once the snow season concludes. Carlo's words filled Chu Xinran with both sorrow and concern. She grasped Carlo's hand and said, Carlo, please do not speak like that. Prolonged hunger is detrimental to one's health. We must devise a solution without resorting to starvation. Wishing to alleviate Chu Xinran's worry, Carlo nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall heed your words. Yet, despite her assurances, Carlo continued to eat sparingly when Chu Xinran was not observing. The chieftain and the shaman, aware of the situation, also began to reduce their own food intake. Even Chu Xinran, while preparing meals, refrained from cooking as much as she once did. Over time, their unusual behavior drew the attention of others in the tribe. Although they did not voice their concerns openly, the orcs and females of the tribe sensed that food supplies appeared to be dwindling, prompting them to quietly diminish their own rations. Since learning about the situation, Chu Xinran has been contemplating various ways to resolve the issue. However, despite making numerous excursions outside the tribe with Carlo, she was met only with endless expanses of snow and ice, devoid of any sign of wildlife or even a single plant. The meat reserves previously stored in the tribe had been completely consumed, and what remained in the cellar were merely flour and sweet potatoes. As the dwindling supplies became increasingly apparent, Chu Xinran's heart grew heavier, realizing that if this continued, the entire tribe would face starvation. Carlo, did you also struggle to find food during the snow season in the past? If the food supply is insufficient, do we simply have to wait for the snow season to pass? She asked, a hint of discouragement in her voice after yet another fruitless day in the wilderness. Today, they had ventured further than before, yet still found nothing. Every tree stood lifeless, entirely shrouded in snow, with no trace of green to be seen. This is the nature of the snow season. Food is nowhere to be found, and one must prepare in advance during the rainy season. It is truly my fault. I should have captured more beasts during the rainy season, Carlo said, guilt creeping into his tone as he observed Chu Xinran's constant worry over the matter. Do not speak like that, Carlo. Chu Xinran quickly grasped his hand, offering comfort. You have done remarkably well. None of us could have anticipated such unforeseen circumstances. Those supplies were initially sufficient. After searching for a while longer, they finally made some progress. Beneath several withered logs, Chu Xinran discovered a few mushrooms and wood-ear mushrooms. Unsure of the mushrooms' edibility, she decided to bring them back to let the gugu beasts and long-eared beasts taste them first. Currently, the only remaining sources of meat in the tribe were the domesticated gugu beasts, long-eared beasts, and sheep. If they failed to find additional food, these animals might soon become their next meal. After confirming the mushrooms were safe to eat, Chu Xinran prepared a dinner of stir-fried radishes with mushrooms, accompanied by a large pot of noodle soup. The noodle soup was a favored choice among the tribe's members, as it required little flour while being filling, perfect for their current needs. While Carlo ate, Chu Xinran kept a close eye on his portion, not insisting he eat to satiety, but ensuring he did not consume too little. If Carlo attempted to secretly save food for her, she would become upset upon discovering his intentions. Consequently, to avoid inciting her anger, Carlo made a point to eat a reasonable amount during their meals. As Chu Xinran descended into the cellar to retrieve provisions, she gazed at the dwindling supplies and sighed. What would happen if they consumed all their food? Xinran, do not fret too much, Amy comforted her, observing her anxious demeanor. In truth, our situation has improved significantly compared to before, although our food reserves are low. If we conserve our rations, we shall surely endure this winter. Once the snow season has passed, everything will be better. Chu Xinran nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further as she returned to her abode with the provisions, preparing to cook. She comprehended Amy's words. However, despite the sentiment conveyed, Chu Xinran remained hopeful that the lives of the lion and tiger tribe would not revert to their former struggles. The orcs and females of the tribe had endured immense hardships in the past, and now that their lives had improved, she sincerely wished for the continuation of their newfound prosperity. After preparing the meal, Chu Xinran welcomed the snow-covered Carlo back home. She hurriedly approached him to brush off the snow clinging to his form. Carlo's silver hair blended seamlessly with the white snow, rendering him strikingly beautiful and ethereal. However, Chu Xinran's attention was solely focused on Carlo's hands, which were red and swollen from the cold. How did your hands end up like this? Didn't I remind you to wear gloves before you left? She said, a mix of concern and irritation in her voice. I did wear them, but when I went to the sweet potato field to see if I could still dig some up, it was inconvenient with gloves, Carlo replied. There won't be any sweet potatoes in this season. Why are you so foolish? Chu Xinran sighed, unsure of what to say. Carlo was well aware that sweet potatoes would not be growing during the snowy season, but he felt compelled to try, holding on to the faintest glimmer of hope for a miracle. By the way, when I returned, I noticed the river has frozen over, and the ice is quite thick. Didn't Kalen mention wanting to play on the ice once it froze? Carlo suggested, attempting to shift the topic to lighten Chu Xinran's mood. I will tell Kalen about it shortly, she nodded, but upon hearing Carlo mention the river, a thought struck her. Carlo, are there fish in the river in front of our tribe? Fish? What are fish? Carlo asked, puzzled, having never heard of such creatures. They're the little things that swim around in the water, she explained, growing impatient. Are you referring to the spiny beasts? Carlo inquired, recalling the naming conventions of the beastman continent. Spiny beasts? Yes, that must be fish. Chu Xinran exclaimed with excitement. She was aware of a method for catching fish in winter, and if there were indeed fish in their river, their tribe would be saved. Our river doesn't have spiny beasts, but I have tasted them before. They are quite bitter and full of spines. When we were desperate for food, we would catch them. But now with the river frozen over, we can't catch any, Carlos said, his brow furrowing as he recalled the bitter taste of the spiny beasts, which they normally avoided unless absolutely necessary. Are you sure there are none in our river? Chu Xinran sighed in disappointment. It's not that they are unpalatable. It's just that your method of preparation is flawed. There are no spiny beasts in our river, but there is a large river behind the mountain that is plenty. However, it is quite distant from our tribe, and we rarely go there. Plus, with the river frozen, how can we catch the spiny beasts? Carlo questioned, perplexed. Precisely because the river is frozen, it will be easier to catch them. Where's that river? Take me there, Chu Xinran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she jumped up and grasped Carlo's hand. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, Carlo's spirits lifted as well. He led Chu Xinran and called upon Kevin, Abel, and a few other beastmen to prepare for the journey to the riverbank. Remember to bring extra vine nets. I believe we can catch a lot of spiny beasts this time, Chu Xinran excitedly instructed. Back on Earth, she had seen methods for winter fishing on television, which seemed simple and fruitful. Rest assured, I have already gathered plenty of vine nets. And even if we run short, I, Kevin, will find a way to bring back as many spiny beasts as you can catch, Kevin shouted joyfully. The other tribe members had heard the news and were watching eagerly as Carlo and Chu Xinran departed, hoping for their triumphant return. The outside world was a treacherous expanse of ice and snow, making it difficult to walk, while Carlo, Kevin, and Abel, being strong and accustomed to such conditions, managed better. Chu Xinran struggled to keep her balance. Ultimately, Carlo insisted that she ride on his back, allowing their group to travel faster. Once they reached their destination, Carlo gently set Chu Xinran down. Chu Xinran gazed in awe at the river before her, exclaiming how magnificent it truly was. Unlike the stream that flowed in front of the tribe, which could barely be classified as a brook, the river before her was several times larger than that modest waterway. Chu Xinran stepped firmly onto the frozen river surface, finding it quite solid. The layer of ice was thick enough that it should not melt underfoot. Xinran, what shall we do next? Are we really going to smash the ice and wade into the water to catch the thorny beasts? Kevin exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. What are you thinking? In this weather, entering the water would surely lead to frostbite. Chu Xinran replied, casting an exasperated glance at Kevin, her tone laced with jest. Chu Xinran, accompanied by several individuals, ventured to the center of the river, assessing the thickness of the ice. She then addressed Carlo, saying, "Carlo, shortly, we shall stand at a distance while you alone carve a hole in the ice at the river's heart. Remember, the hole must not be excessively large. Proceed with caution to avoid fracturing the ice surface. Should it crack, make haste to escape. Falling into the river is perilous, as the water's temperature is frigid, and you would undoubtedly fall ill." Carlo nodded in acknowledgement, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall remember." Chu Xinran stood by the riverbank with Kevin, Abel, and a few others. Although the ice covering the river was thick, she was still apprehensive that it might not support the weight of so many people, so she remained at a safe distance. Heeding Chu Xinran's caution, Carlo carefully chiseled a small hole in the ice, and as he did, he noticed a mass of dark shapes writhing just beneath the surface. With a newfound understanding of the required force, Carlo gradually quickened his pace. When he had created a hole of considerable size, the sight that greeted him astonished both him and the onlookers by the riverbank. One after another, plump spiny creatures leapt eagerly from the hole, their white bellies glistening as they flopped energetically on the ice. Soon, the surface was teeming with these spiny beasts. Initially startled by the scene, Carlo quickly regained his composure, stepping aside to observe the increasing number of creatures that emerged. The others by the river stood with their mouths agape, momentarily in shock. "Am I seeing things? Dar, pinch me," Kevin exclaimed incredulously. Upon hearing this, Dar pinched Kevin's arm firmly, causing him to nearly jump in surprise. "Ouch! You idiot! I asked you to pinch me. Not to do it so hard," Kevin protested. "But you told me to pinch you," Dar replied with a simple grin, scratching his head. Faced with Dar's foolish demeanor, Kevin found himself at a loss for words. He turned to Chu Xinran, exclaiming, "Xinran, you are truly remarkable. What on earth is happening? How did these spiny creatures jump out on their own? We don't even need to catch them." "Indeed, Xinran, how did you conceive of this idea?" Abel echoed, equally astonished. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon in all his years. Not only were Kevin and Abel astonished, but Chu Xinran herself was also taken aback, though for a different reason. The sheer size of the spiny creatures was astounding. She had initially thought that a small hole would suffice for them to emerge. Yet Carlo had created a rather large opening before they began to appear, and these creatures were several times larger than fish found on Earth. Truth be told, she had never encountered such a scene before. She had merely heard others speak of it. The principle, as she surmised, was that when ice formed over the river, the air beneath it became thin, prompting the spiny creatures to leap out for a breath of fresh air once a hole was made. This was merely her conjecture, and she was uncertain of its accuracy. Carlo and Chu Xinran had intended to wait until the creatures finished emerging before transporting them back to the tribe. But after a lengthy wait, they still had no idea how many spiny beasts resided in the river. The ice was now crowded with them, while the hole in the center continued to yield more and more of the creatures. Ultimately, Carlo had no choice but to block the hole with some material to temporarily halt the spiny creature's escape. "Let us take these spiny beasts back to the tribe first. We can return with more people shortly," Carlo called out to the group by the riverbank. Everyone nodded in agreement, grasping their wicker nets as they approached the river. "Be cautious. When catching the spiny creatures, take care not to crack the ice, and absolutely do not fall into the water," Chu Xinran cautioned, as Kevin and Abel did not allow her to join them. Thus, she remained at the riverbank, shouting encouragement. Although the spiny beasts had leapt from the river, they continued to bound about on the ice, and with Carlo and the others vigilant against cracking the surface, capturing them was not as simple as it might seem. However, it was still far easier than when they had previously ventured into the water to catch them. After some effort, the group managed to capture a substantial number of the spiny beasts, filling all the wicker nets they had brought, at least 100 pounds of them. As they journeyed back, each person's face radiated with joy, buoyed by the belief that Chu Xinran's assertion of the spiny beasts being delicious was true. If they truly tasted good, coupled with their bountiful catch, their tribe would surely weather the winter season safely. All the tribe members gathered eagerly, awaiting Carlo and the others' return. Upon seeing the nets brimming with spiny beasts, a cheer erupted among them. "Chief, priest, Xinran, they really caught so many spiny beasts," Amy exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to run towards them. "Xinran, Abel, you are incredible." After exchanging a few words with Chu Xinran, Amy trailed behind Abel, chattering animatedly. Meanwhile, Dar, observing Amy's exuberance, lowered his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Kevin, on the other hand, was animatedly sharing the extraordinary spectacle with the tribe members. You won't believe it. The spiny beasts just jumped out on their own. We didn't even have to catch them. This is the first time I've seen something so magical. The tribe members, hearing Kevin's account, were equally incredulous. Yet, gazing at the multitude of spiny beasts before them, they recognized the truth in his words. For there was no way they could have captured so many in such a short span of time. Chu Xinran instructed Carlo and the others to place the spiny fish in the village square. Carlo then asked Chu Xinran to remain in the village while he, along with Kevin, Abel, and several other orcs, set off towards the riverbank. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran began teaching the female villagers and some orcs how to process the spiny fish. Behold the scales of the spiny fish. It is imperative to remove them entirely. Otherwise, the taste will undoubtedly be bitter, she explained. Chu Xinran demonstrated the proper technique for handling the fish, and soon after, others began to mimic her actions. Not far from the orphanage where Chu Xinran once resided, there flowed a river. The headmistress's husband frequently went there to fish. Any catch would be a rare treat for the children at the orphanage. At that time, Chu Xinran was already older than her younger siblings, allowing her to assist the headmistress with various tasks, including the art of fish preparation. When Carlo and his group returned, Chu Xinran and the others had yet to finish processing all the spiny fish. The number of orcs accompanying Carlo had increased, resulting in a larger haul. Surely there are still spiny fish left in the river? We must not deplete them entirely, Chu Xinran exclaimed, gazing at the vast quantity before her. Rest assured, we have not caught them all. I recall you once told me that in both hunting and foraging, one should never eradicate every last one, for we must preserve some for the future, Carlo reassured her. Chu Xinran was deeply apprehensive that the people in the tribe lacked the awareness of leaving room for generosity, as they had endured a life of hardship and would instinctively seek to hoard any food they encountered. However, upon hearing Carlo's reassurances, she felt a sense of relief. The lion-tiger tribe had captured several hundred pounds of spiny beasts, and the sight of these creatures piled high before them filled everyone in the tribe with extraordinary excitement. They had not anticipated acquiring such a bounty of food during the snowy season. Given the sheer volume of spiny beasts, it was impossible to process them all at once. After preparing enough for the evening meal, Chu Xinran instructed the females to pause their efforts temporarily. The abundance of spiny beasts could not simply be stored in the cellar. So Carlo ultimately decided to stack them on the snow-covered square, where the cold would preserve them, ensuring they wouldn't spoil. They could merely be retrieved from the snow when it was time to eat. Chu Xinran, accompanied by several females, began preparations for dinner. In addition to a large pot of porridge, the main dish for the evening was the spiny beast. She started with the simplest dish, roasted fish. Skewering the spiny beast onto suitable sticks, applying seasonings, and placing them over the fire to roast. The enticing aroma of the roasted fish soon wafted through the air above the lion-tiger tribe, causing many tribe members to unconsciously swallow and gaze longingly at the roasting fish. Once the first fish was ready, Chu Xinran shared it among everyone, cautioning them to be mindful of the spines. Fortunately, the spiny beasts here were enormous, making their spines large enough to avoid getting stuck. Although the tribe members only had a small taste of the roasted spiny beast, they were utterly captivated by its flavor. This is incredibly delicious. We had no idea spiny beasts could taste this good. We were always reluctant to eat such things, exclaimed Amy, wiping her mouth in excitement. Meanwhile, Kevin, having sampled the roasted spiny beast, rushed over to try his hand at roasting as well. The simplicity of the roasting process allowed many in the tribe to quickly learn, and Chu Xinran then proceeded to prepare a spiny beast soup. However, crafting the soup was not as straightforward, as the available seasonings were limited, making it prone to an unpleasant odor. Chu Xinran worked meticulously to eliminate any fishy scent. In the end, the soup turned out quite flavorful, with minimal fishiness, earning praises from all who tasted it. However, those females who often cooked alongside Chu Xinran attempted to make their own soup, but it ended up being quite pungent. It's normal for there to be a fishy smell. Our ingredients are still lacking, and this is your first attempt. Don't worry, with more practice, you'll gradually master it, Chu Xinran reassured them. Afterward, she delivered some soup to the homes of the chief, the shaman, and Karen, and brought a bowl back to her and Carlo's dwelling. Carlo, please drink some of this warm soup. You've been outside all day. It will warm your stomach, Chu Xinran said, holding the steaming bowl. Carlo accepted the hot soup and urged her to sit down, saying, "You should have some too. You've been busy all day. You go first. I've already tasted it. I still have some things to take care of outside." Chu Xinran replied, still preoccupied with her tasks. "Sit comfortably. I'll help you with your work soon," Carlo insisted firmly, pressing down on her as she attempted to rise. Seeing Carlo's determination, Chu Xinran relented. The two shared the warm soup in a cozy atmosphere, unaware that outside, Abel was sulking alone not far from the tribe, lost in his thoughts. Amy noticed Abel's sudden absence and, curious, ventured out to find him, eventually locating him by the riverbank. "Abel, why are you here all alone? Xinran just made a delicious spiny beast soup. You should hurry back and try it before Kevin finishes it all." Upon hearing Amy's cheerful voice, Abel turned to glance at her, shaking his head. "Go ahead and enjoy. I'm not hungry, don't worry about me." Amy then noticed that Abel's mood seemed amiss. Cautiously, she sat beside him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Abel remained silent. "We caught so many spiny beasts today, so the tribe will have plenty to eat. There's no need to worry about food anymore." "Why are you still unhappy?" Amy inquired again. Abel continued to be silent. Seeing his demeanor, Amy chose not to speak further, simply keeping him company in quietude. After a long while, Abel finally spoke, his voice heavy. "You're right. The tribe need not worry about food anymore, but I feel utterly useless. Everyone must think that Carlo and Xinran saved the tribe, while I have contributed nothing. Even a female like Xinran can accomplish what I cannot." Amy was taken aback by Abel's sentiments. "Abel, how can you think like that? You've done so much for the tribe. You went out to catch spiny beasts today. Didn't you? Everyone sees what you've done. How could they think you're useless? And why are you so fixated on who deserves more credit? I'm sure Xinran and Carlo don't think about how much they contribute. They only see it as their duty to the tribe. We are all members of the same tribe. We should focus on what's best for everyone rather than keeping score. As long as you genuinely contribute to the tribe, I believe no one would think you're of no use." Abel understood Amy's perspective, but she could never grasp the depth of his obsession with the chief's position. If things continued this way, Carlo would inevitably become chief, leaving Abel completely unassociated with it, a notion he could not accept. Noticing that Amy still shivered slightly, Abel decided not to prolong the conversation. He sighed and said, "I understand. Thank you for talking to me. You should head back. I, as a beast man, am not afraid of the cold, but you might not withstand it much longer." Hearing Abel's rare concern for her, Amy smiled and stood, tugging at his sleeve as they returned together. With the spiny beasts in abundance, life in the lion-tiger tribe returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, this calm was short-lived, as unexpected visitors soon disrupted the peace. "Chief, I've spotted the beastmen from the bird tribe. They're approaching our tribe," shouted a patrolling beastman as he rushed in. His words drained the color from everyone's faces. The bird tribe was not yet deterred and was attacking once again. There was no time to evade. "Elders and females, get inside the houses. The rest of the beastmen, grab your weapons and form ranks as we trained," Carlo commanded. And immediately everyone sprang into action. Chu Xinran grasped Karen's hand and, in a flurry of panic, took refuge in the house alongside Amy and Nina. "Do not emerge until I return," Carlo stated resolutely, casting a determined glance at Chu Xinran before turning away, leading the orcs forward to stand at the forefront of the tribe. The orcs of the lion-tiger tribe were divided into 4 factions, positioned at the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest under the leadership of Carlo, Kevin, Abel, and Dal. Each orc raised their shields overhead, forming an impenetrable defensive formation. Before long, a menacing swarm of beasts appeared in the sky above the lion-tiger tribe, circling ominously as if seeking an opportunity to strike. "Remain calm, uphold your positions, and do not afford them an opening to attack," Carlo commanded from the front of the ranks, his voice steady and powerful. Meanwhile, the orcs of the bird tribe, soaring overhead, grew increasingly agitated. They had never encountered such a situation. The lion-tiger tribe had remarkably prepared defenses. Gazing at the formidable barrier below, the battle-hardened warriors of the bird tribe found themselves at a loss for tactics. Historically, they had relied on ambushes, and even if they could not assault the orcs directly, they could at least target females and the elderly. Yet now, the absence of females and elders rendered their strategy futile. "What shall we do, my lord? How do we attack?" The other orcs turned their anxious gazes to their leader, who had previously guided them to the lion-tiger tribe. The leader, now fraught with unease, recalled how they had failed in their last attempt. Despite this, Chief Jonathan had overlooked their shortcomings, as they had managed to bring back some provisions. This time, however, Jonathan had assigned him greater numbers. Failure again would surely incur his wrath. Enough deliberation, charge forward. Seize whatever you can, the leader commanded, and the orcs of the bird tribe plunged downward. The orcs of the lion-tiger tribe shielded themselves behind their barriers, waiting for the bird tribe orcs to descend. As they neared, the lion-tiger orcs lunged forward with their spears, striking fiercely. While some of the bird tribe orcs evaded the assault, others, caught off guard, were struck. Crimson droplets of blood cascading down. Chu Xinran beheld, for the first time, the visceral confrontation between two factions, her palms slick with cold sweat and her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, she instinctively shielded Karen's eyes with her hand, trembling as she uttered, "Karen, do not look. It is nothing. We shall all be safe." Amy and Nina huddled closely with Chu Xinran, vigilantly observing the turmoil outside. Although the initial assault by the avian tribe faltered, it only served to incite their fervor. Led by a formidable orc, they charged repeatedly downwards, the two sides locked in a fierce standoff. However, due to the spears and shields wielded by the lion-tiger tribe, the avian tribe's orcs found themselves at a disadvantage. Under the command of their leader, the avian orcs transformed back into their human forms and surged towards the lion-tiger tribe's orcs. Witnessing the avian tribe's relinquishment of aerial assault, the lion-tiger orcs dispersed, brandishing their spears and shields as they engaged in close combat. The avian orcs, adept at aerial warfare, were at a slight disadvantage in their human forms, while the lion-tiger orcs, having undergone extensive training, had significantly enhanced their prowess. Thus, the balance of power began to sway in favor of the lion-tiger tribe. Nevertheless, Chu Xinran remained on edge as she watched Carlo battle against a throng of orcs. His combat skills had initially set him apart, drawing the attention of several avian orcs who now charged at him en masse. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Carlo struggled to maintain his composure. Yet his military knife wielded immense power, instilling fear in his adversaries. The leader of the avian orcs, increasingly alarmed, questioned how the lion-tiger orcs had become so formidable. From his understanding, even in their human forms, the lion-tiger tribe should not have been able to match them. But now, their combat strength had surged to unprecedented levels. And if this continued, they would surely perish here today. A plan to escape must be devised. The leader of the orcs glanced at Carlo's position and transformed back into his beastly form, his sharp claws poised to strike. "Carlo, be careful," Chu Xinran cried out. As the skirmish unfolded right before her home, Carlo had already sensed the impending danger behind him, calmly fending off the surrounding orcs while anticipating the ambush. However, it was Nina who noticed an unsettling detail. Why was the orc's gaze fixated on Kevin beside Carlo? No, his target was not Carlo. None present anticipated that the leading orc would abruptly shift his focus and launch an attack towards Kevin's back, who was preoccupied with fending off several orcs in front of him, oblivious to the imminent danger. At this moment, Carlo recognized the peril. But as he turned to save Kevin, it was already too late. The orc's claws were mere inches from Kevin's back. In an unexpected turn of events, Nina dashed forward with astonishing speed, positioning herself to shield Kevin. Kevin, hearing the commotion, turned to face her, only to be splattered with warm blood. Nina smiled at him before slowly collapsing. Nina. Chu Xinran stood frozen in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. She had just witnessed Nina burst through the door moments ago, and now she lay silently on the ground. How had this transpired? Let us go. Despite the unforeseen tragedy, their objective had been achieved. Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, the leader of the avian orcs signaled for his tribe to revert to their beastly forms and flee into the skies. Kevin, regaining his senses, hurriedly knelt and cradled Nina, watching in horror as her abdomen bled profusely. Nina, are you all right? Nina. Kevin's mind was a tumultuous blur. He could not comprehend what had transpired, frantically pressing against her wound, helpless. Should we pursue them? Abel approached Carlo, inquiring about their next move. Carlo shook his head, sheathing his knife as he strode towards Kevin. Around Nina, a throng of females and orcs had gathered, and Chu Xinran rushed over to assess Nina's wound. Xiaoran, you must save Nina. She was injured for my sake, to protect me. You must help her. Kevin's tears threatened to spill. He could not fathom why Nina had risked her life for him, yet he knew that without her intervention, it would have been he lying there. Nina, why were you so foolish? You will truly drive me and your father to despair. Nina's mother and father stood nearby, weeping uncontrollably. Chu Xinran paid no heed to the nearly distraught Kevin. She endeavored to steady herself, gently touching Nina's enormous abdominal wound. Time was of the essence. She needed to staunch the bleeding swiftly, lest Nina succumb to excessive blood loss. She instructed Kevin to carry Nina into the house. Upon hearing her command, Kevin hurriedly cradled Nina and moved her indoors. Once Nina was placed upon the bed, the elder priest had already rushed into the house, producing mugwort to apply to Nina's wound. The mugwort quickly halted Nina's bleeding. However, the severity of the wound necessitated suturing, for healing was impossible without it. Elder priest, what shall we do? The wound is too large, it must be stitched. Even if the bleeding stops, there remains a grave risk to her life. What are we to do? Chu Xinran was now at a loss, on the verge of tears. In the past, she could assist with minor injuries, but Nina's condition was dire. Upon hearing of the life-threatening situation, Kevin collapsed to the ground, feeling as though his heart was being wrenched. Nina's parents wept, pleading with Chu Xinran and the priest to save their daughter's life. Do not panic. There must be a solution, Carlo reassured Chu Xinran, attempting to calm her. At that moment, Amy was in tears, lamenting, Xinran, you must have a way, right? You've saved so many before. Surely you can find a solution this time too. You must save Nina. I have a way, Chu Xinran stammered, striving to compose herself, tapping her head for ideas, continuously murmuring that there had to be a solution. The elder priest, feeling equally helpless, turned to Chu Xinran and said, Xinran, you mentioned suturing the wound. How would you do that? Why not give it a try? Taken aback by the priest's words, Chu Xinran realized that suturing was indeed essential. Yet she had never performed such a task before. But, no buts. The only method that can save Nina is this. You should give it a try. If you do not attempt it, we will have no choice but to watch Nina perish, the priest asserted firmly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had an unwavering faith in Chu Xinran, convinced that she could indeed save Nina. The priest was right. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xinran gazed into the trusting eyes of Carlo and the priest, nodding resolutely. Very well, I shall try. Chu Xinran possesses several fishing lines in her bag, which she purchased with the intention of gifting them to the husband of the dean's mother, as he harbors a great fondness for fishing. Thus, Chu Xinran acquired these fishing lines as a thoughtful present for him. Upon arriving in the Orc continent, she cherishes these fishing lines dearly and has been using them sparingly. Chu Xinran first cleansed Nina's wound with warm water, then threaded the fishing line through the bone needle. Holding the needle in her hand, she gazed at the injury on Nina's abdomen and took a deep breath. After exchanging a glance with Carlo and receiving his encouraging look, she trembled as she slowly pierced the needle into Nina's wound, stitching it together meticulously, stitch by stitch. Nina had already lost consciousness, but the agony of the suturing caused her to struggle in her stupor, crying out in pain. Kevin hurriedly approached to hold down Nina's hands and feet, softly reassuring her, Nina, just bear with it. It will be all right soon. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Chu Xinran's forehead. Despite her trembling hands, she worked swiftly, and before long, the wound was expertly sutured. All done. Chu Xinran exhaled a sigh of relief, recognizing the importance of preventing fever and infection in the aftermath of the procedure. Once the stitches were completed, Nina fell into a serene silence, her pale face resting against the pillow. Beside her, Kevin appeared equally as pale, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Nina. When will she awaken? Kevin inquired. I do not know. We have done all that we can. Now, it is left to Nina's own willpower, Chu Xinran replied as she stood, her legs trembling beneath her. Fortunately, Carlo was there to steady her. Hearing Kevin's question, he added, Xinran, thank you so very much. Thank you for saving Nina. We are truly grateful. Nina's parents hurried to express their heartfelt gratitude to Chu Xinran as well. Chu Xinran shook her head, expressing that she had not done much to assist. Nina was still in peril, and her survival now rested solely on her own strength. Kevin and Nina's parents remained vigilantly by her side, while Carlo insisted on helping Chu Xinran back into the house, for she had nearly fainted moments ago. Rest for a while on the bed. You have exhausted yourself. He urged gently. Do not worry, I shall handle everything. Just sleep well, all right? Carlo, if there is any change with Nina, you must wake me. Chu Xinran's spirit was already waning, having endured the surprise attack from the avian tribe earlier that day, compounded by the mental strain she had just experienced. Despite her fatigue, she mustered the strength to implore Carlo. He nodded, covering her with a blanket, and she soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Carlo tenderly brushed her weary face before quietly leaving the house. When Chu Xinran awoke, it was already the following day. Her first instinct was to check on Nina. Fortunately, Nina had regained consciousness during the night and exhibited no fever. Inspecting Nina's wounds, Chu Xinran noted they were slowly healing without any signs of infection, allowing her to exhale in relief. However, a lingering concern had occupied her mind since she had treated Nina's injuries yesterday, prompting her to discreetly seek out the shaman. "Grandfather Shaman, I wish to discuss Nina's injuries with you." Chu Xinran began hesitantly, her face betraying her unease. "What troubles you? Hasn't Nina's condition improved? Is there another threat?" The shaman inquired, his voice tinged with urgency upon hearing her words. "Grandfather Shaman, I recall Amy mentioning that you possess the ability to determine a female's fertility and whether she is pregnant, correct?" Chu Xinran said. Recalling how she had learned from Amy during Linda's pregnancy that in the realm of the beastmen, procreation was of paramount importance to the survival of their tribes. Thus, shamans possessed a remarkable ability to assess the reproductive capabilities of females, including confirming pregnancies, a mysterious talent whose origin remained unknown. Nevertheless, Amy had assured Chu Xinran that the shaman's insights were always accurate, never having erred. Indeed, what is it? Has a female in the tribe become pregnant? The shaman's immediate thought was of the possibility of new life within the tribe. Chu Xinran shook her head and, with a hint of hesitation, said, "Grandfather Priest, as you witnessed yesterday, Nina was injured in her abdomen. When I stitched her wound, I discovered that it was quite deep, and it may have affected her reproductive organs. However, I am not entirely certain, so I would like you to examine her once more." Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, the priest's expression changed. He understood all too well the significance of fertility for a female. If Nina were indeed unable to bear offspring in the future, the consequences would be grave. "Come, I shall accompany you to take a look." When Chu Xinran and Jaisai arrived at Nina's place, Kevin along with Nina's father and mother were still waiting there. "Jaisai, Xiaoran, you have come." Nina's father greeted them warmly. "Would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Xiaoran and I wish to examine Nina's condition further," Jaisai said with a tone of seriousness. Although Nina's parents found Jaisai and Chu Xinran somewhat peculiar, they nodded in agreement and left, while Kevin hesitated for quite some time before slowly departing. Once they had exited, Jaisai gently placed a hand on Nina's abdomen and then checked her pulse, his expression gradually turning grim. "Grandpa Jaisai, what is the situation?" Nina's injury prompted concern. Jaisai withdrew his hand and sighed. "I can no longer sense Nina's reproductive vitality." "Xiaoran, you were right. It seems Nina may be unable to bear children in the future." Chu Xinran's expression abruptly changed, and she took a few steps back, her heart laden with sorrow. Having spent considerable time with Nina, she was acutely aware of Nina's fondness for children. Previously, when Linda was expecting, Nina had expressed her envy, proclaiming her desire to bear several offspring in the future. How devastated would Nina be upon learning this news? "Grandfather Shaman, perhaps we should refrain from sharing this matter with others for the time being. Let us wait until Nina awakens to discuss it, shall we?" suggested Chu Xinran to the shaman. The shaman nodded in agreement, but added, "However, I must inform Nina's parents, for she is their child, and they possess the right to be informed." Upon hearing this, Chu Xinran felt a twinge of hesitation, yet she recognized the shaman's point. Indeed, they were Nina's parents and could not be kept in the dark regarding such significant news. Had Chu Xinran foreseen that this matter would eventually become widely known, she would have vehemently opposed the shaman's decision to disclose it. Chu Xinran remained unaware of how the shaman communicated with Nina's parents. It was only when Amy rushed over to inform her of a crisis that she learned the shaman had indeed spoken to them, leading to Nina's father confronting Kevin in front of many members of the tribe. As Chu Xinran hurriedly followed Amy to the scene, she witnessed Nina's father brutally pinning Kevin to the ground, striking him while furiously berating, "I will kill you, you scoundrel. Nina has suffered this fate solely to save you. Do you understand that she may never bear offspring again? How is she to survive as a female? I will end your life." Meanwhile, Nina's mother wept inconsolably at the side, while Kevin lay motionless on the ground, accepting the blows and insults with a defeated expression, as though he had been dealt a devastating blow. Was it true that Nina could no longer bear children? How pitiful. Indeed, what would become of her as a female? The surrounding females and beastmen from the tribe whispered amongst themselves, lamenting for Nina. "Enough. Must you make such a scene? Is there not a more private way to resolve this issue?" Chu Xinran, suppressing her fury, shouted at Nina's parents. given that they were elders. She had never previously voiced any opinions on their conduct, but their past treatment of Nina could be overlooked. Now they had made her private affairs public knowledge. Even if the tribe bore no malice, how could Nina face the world in the future? Carlo, take Kevin back. Let us discuss this inside. Chu Xinran directed Carlo, who had just arrived, casting an irritated glance at Nina's parents before turning away. Carlo helped the prostrate Kevin to his feet and addressed Nina's parents, uncle, aunt. Let us go inside to resolve this matter, away from prying eyes. Nina's parents exchanged glances, their lips moving silently before they nodded in agreement. As the tribe recognized that the family intended to resolve the issue privately, they began to disperse, refraining from further comment. Chu Xinran, Carlo, the priest, the clan leader, Kevin, and Nina's parents gathered together, the atmosphere heavy with tension and silence. Nina's parents glared at Kevin. You were truly impulsive. Couldn't this matter have been resolved privately? Now everyone is aware of it. The priest finally broke the silence, somewhat reproachfully addressing Nina's parents. He had intended to prepare them mentally for the situation. Yet he never anticipated that they would act so recklessly, escalating the matter to such proportions. It is not my impulsiveness. I simply cannot swallow this grievance, Nina's father exclaimed, his agitation rising as he continued. Nina has been harmed because of you. What do you propose we do? Nina will no longer be able to bear offspring. How is she supposed to find a beastman now? Not a single beastman on the continent would wish to pair with a female who cannot conceive. You have ruined Nina's entire life. Kevin's face was bruised, his expression grave. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward and, in a hoarse voice, declared, Uncle and Aunt, rest assured, Nina's current state is a result of her efforts to save me. I will take responsibility for her. Once Nina recovers, I will bond with her. Upon hearing this, both the clan leader and the priest regarded Kevin with astonishment. The clan leader cautioned, Kevin, you must think this through. This is a lifelong commitment. I have considered it, uncle. This situation originated from my actions, and thus I must bear the responsibility. You can trust that I, Kevin, will not retract my words. I will care for Nina. Nina will no longer be able to bear offspring. You must ponder this carefully, Nina's father warned, though he was somewhat appeased by Kevin's words. Uncle, do not worry, I understand. I will not disdain Nina. Whether she can bear children or not is of no consequence to me, Kevin replied nonchalantly. Nina's parents nodded in satisfaction, pleased that their ruckus had compelled Kevin to take responsibility. Otherwise, Nina would have faced a bleak future devoid of potential partners. Although females were highly valued on the beastman continent, a female unable to bear offspring was deemed worthless, and most beastmen would refrain from seeking a mate who could not conceive. Observing that Nina's parents made this decision without even consulting her, Chu Xinran felt discontented and uneasy. These matters should be left until Nina awakens. She ought to decide for herself. Uncle and aunt, you cannot hastily conclude this matter. While I may lack authority in this situation as Nina's friend, I feel compelled to voice my concerns. Chu Xinran stood before Nina's parents, gazing earnestly into their eyes. Uncle, aunt, she began, Nina has yet to awaken, and she remains unaware of the consequences she has faced. Our foremost priority should be to minimize the harm she experiences upon regaining consciousness and to mitigate the impact of this ordeal. However, by making this matter public, how will Nina navigate her reality upon waking? How will she confront the gazes of others? Yet, you assert that this is all for her benefit. Moreover, has she not always held affection for Kevin? Does this not present a perfect resolution? Nina's father, hearing Chu Xinran's words, offered a somewhat disgruntled explanation. They had always been aware of Nina's subtle feelings for Kevin. Their actions were intended to assist her. Meanwhile, Kevin stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. As the realization dawned upon him, he finally understood why Nina had risked herself to save him and why she had repeatedly given him gifts. This was knowledge he had previously been oblivious to. Do you truly believe that broadcasting such matters constitutes care for her? Chu Xinran cast a glance at the stunned Kevin, her frustration directed at Nina's father for his indiscretion. Now, this matter had been revealed in front of Kevin, who was now aware. The sentiments that Nina had so delicately concealed were exposed before the very person involved, and her physical suffering had become common knowledge throughout the tribe. Do you genuinely consider this to be in her best interest? Have you ever paused to contemplate Nina's perspective? Uncle, aunt, Nina is indeed your daughter, but she is not your plaything for you to mold as you wish. She possesses her own thoughts and desires, and you cannot make decisions on her behalf. As for you, Kevin, Chu Xinran continued, directing her gaze towards him, your desire to take responsibility for Nina is your own, but whether she will accept it remains uncertain. Furthermore, I implore you to forget what you have heard today. I beg you to preserve a fragment of her dignity and refrain from mentioning this matter in her presence." Kevin looked at Chu Xinran and nodded. "Rest assured, I understand." Chu Xinran sighed and addressed Nina's parents, saying, "My words today are not intended to cast blame upon you. The situation has unfolded as it is, and the members of the tribe are already aware of this matter. There is no turning back. I merely hope that in your future actions, you can consider things from Nina's perspective. If the protagonist of today's events were Nina's brother, would you still so boldly lay everything bare before the tribe? It is not only Nina's brother who is your child. Nina is, too." The words of Chu Xinran incited a mixture of embarrassment and anger in Nina's parents, who found themselves unable to refute her. Chu Xinran had struck at the very core of their unspoken thoughts. Nina had a younger brother, and should she fail to find a beastman partner in the future, it would fall upon him to care for her. In such a scenario, no female would wish to pair with a boy encumbered by a dependent sister. Thus, they were eager for Kevin to take responsibility for Nina. They professed that their intentions were for Nina's benefit, a win-win situation. Yet this did little to disguise their true motives. Chu Xinran's words had effectively shattered the facade they sought to maintain. Since Nina's injury, Chu Xinran had been plagued by restless nights, and today, confronted by so many issues, a dull ache throbbed at her temples. "Are you experiencing a headache? Allow me to escort you back to rest," Carlos said, noticing her discomfort as he approached her with a sympathetic expression. He cast a stoic glance at Kevin and added, "I shall speak with you shortly," before guiding Chu Xinran away. At that moment, Nina's parents felt the weight of their shame and hastily warned Kevin to remember his promise before departing in haste. The clan leader and the shaman watched Kevin, left behind in a pitiful state, bearing both physical wounds and deep psychological scars. They sighed helplessly, pondering how circumstances had devolved to this point. Later, the clan leader convened a meeting with all members of the tribe to discuss the matter, resulting in a significant reduction of those who spoke of Nina's plight, as everyone tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning it further. Days passed, and finally, Nina regained consciousness, though she had intermittently awakened in a daze. This time she was truly alert. "Nina, you are awake. How do you feel? Is there anything discomforting you?" Kevin's incessant questions greeted her as she opened her eyes. After a moment of gathering herself, she fully opened her eyes to find Kevin, Chu Xinran, and Amy watching over her bedside. "Nina, you are finally awake. May the beast gods bless us," Amy exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. She had wept countless times in recent days, fervently praying for Nina's recovery. Upon learning of her parents' unscrupulous actions, she had lamented Chu Xinran's absence that day, convinced that had she been present, she would have unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them. "I am fine. By the way, the avian tribe has been driven away, right? Everyone else is all right." Nina managed a weak smile, her complexion still pale, yet her spirit appeared resilient. Chu Xinran gently touched Nina's forehead, seeking to discern whether she bore any fever. With a tender smile, she reassured, "Do not worry. We are all well, and no one has been harmed. Right now, your foremost concern should be to recuperate and restore your health." In truth, a few orcs in the tribe had sustained minor injuries during skirmishes with the avian tribe, but those were trivial wounds that ceased to bleed without consequence, unlike Nina, who had been in a state of unconsciousness for several days, only now beginning to show signs of improvement. Upon seeing Nina awaken, Chu Xinran hurriedly brought over the nourishing soup that had been simmering over the fire. Kevin took the soup, wishing to personally feed Nina. Both Chu Xinran and Amy were aware of Kevin's intentions, yet Nina remained oblivious. Upon witnessing Kevin's eagerness to personally feed her, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily declined, saying, "I can manage on my own. There's no need to trouble yourself." However, Kevin was insistent, stating, "It's no trouble at all. Your health is still fragile. Allow me to feed you. Be obedient." In desperation, Nina cast a pleading glance towards Chu Xinran and Amy, yet both stood silently, exchanging knowing looks before finding an excuse to depart, leaving the two in an awkward silence. After Chu Xinran stepped out of the house, she let out a sigh, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. "Xiaoran, do you think Nina will accept Kevin once she learns the truth?" The mere thought of how they had kept that matter from Nina made Amy feel somewhat melancholy. "I find it hard to believe." Chu Xinran was at a loss for words. On one hand, she felt that Nina would not accept Kevin, yet on the other hand, she felt a deep sympathy for Nina and wished to see her happy, hoping that Kevin would spend more time with her. After Chu Xinran and Amy departed, Nina, despite her reservations, ultimately acquiesced to Kevin's insistence and allowed him to feed her the restorative soup. Observing the flush of Nina's cheeks, Kevin reflected on his previous obliviousness. It was evident that Nina harbored feelings for him, yet he had failed to perceive it until now. "Nina, thank you for saving me," he remarked after a moment of silence. Nina shook her head, dismissing his gratitude. "It's nothing. We are from the same tribe. Assisting you is the least I could do. Please, do not burden yourself with any guilt. See, I am well now." However, upon hearing Nina's words and recalling the incident, a shadow of sorrow crossed Kevin's eyes. He stifled his grief and replied, "I understand, but I must still thank you." In the subsequent days, Kevin remained vigilantly by Nina's side, tending to her every need. Nina found his attentiveness overwhelming and urged him repeatedly to rest and return home, assuring him that she was fine, but Kevin was resolute. No amount of persuasion could dissuade him from staying by her side. Under the care of Kevin and Chu Xinran, Nina's injuries healed swiftly, and soon the day to remove her stitches arrived. "Nina, it might hurt a bit. You must endure," Chu Xinran reassured her. Although apprehensive, Nina bravely nodded in agreement. The process of removing the stitches was excruciating. Despite Chu Xinran's efforts to expedite the procedure, Nina instinctively curled up in pain, gritting her teeth as cold sweat dripped from her brow. Witnessing her distress, Kevin felt a surge of anxiety but could only hold her hand tightly, offering her strength. Once the stitches were removed, Nina's complexion regained some color, and she turned to Kevin, who had steadfastly held her hand throughout, offering him a faint smile. During her recovery, she had struggled to acclimate to Kevin's unwavering care, continually attempting to persuade him to leave, yet his determination proved unyielding, leaving her with no choice but to accept his presence. Deep down, however, she felt a sense of delight. She understood that Kevin's attentiveness stemmed from her injury incurred while saving him. She found solace in the fact that, for a fleeting moment, she had his undivided attention. Once her recovery was complete, they would part ways, returning to their separate lives, and she would cherish this selfish interlude with Kevin. Now, with the stitches removed, the reality of her impending recovery loomed, signaling the conclusion of their brief connection. Although a sense of reluctance lingered within her, she felt a profound satisfaction. This period had been filled with joy. She had never exchanged so many words with Kevin before, and these memories would be treasures she would cherish for a lifetime. Chu Xinran noticed Nina's smile directed at Kevin, yet inexplicably, despite Nina's laughter, she perceived an overwhelming sadness in her demeanor. As Nina's injuries healed completely, Chu Xinran found herself troubled by the task of broaching a certain topic with Nina. Since Nina had awakened, no one had dared to mention the matter in her presence. Chu Xinran had even discreetly spoken to Nina's parents, urging them not to bring it up while she was recuperating. Now that Nina had recovered, the challenge of revealing this information weighed heavily on Chu Xinran's mind. It was impossible to remain silent, for the entire tribe was aware, and the truth would eventually surface. It would be far better for Chu Xinran to convey the news directly to Nina, thereby mitigating the psychological impact. After Nina's recovery, Kevin continued to visit her daily. However, Nina sternly requested that he cease his visits, asserting that he had cared for her sufficiently over the past days and had repaid her debt of gratitude for saving her life. When, indeed, will you disclose this matter to Nina? Kevin lamented. At this rate, she is reluctant to see me. She insists that I owe her nothing and urges me not to burden myself or seek her out. Perhaps it would be wiser to keep the truth from her indefinitely. He pondered helplessly as he approached Chu Xinran. Initially, Kevin had intended to inform Nina of his desire to pair with her as soon as she regained consciousness. Yet Chu Xinran had vehemently opposed this notion, believing it prudent for Nina to learn the truth before making any decisions. No, Chu Xinran shook her head firmly. Too many people are aware of this situation. If you deceive her, and she discovers the truth someday, she will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards you. Nina's parents have acted under the guise of concern for her well-being, yet they have engaged in outrageous behavior. Are we to do the same under the pretense of caring for her? Rest assured, I shall convey this matter to her today. And Kevin, Chu Xinran fixed him with a serious gaze. I hope your desire to pair with Nina stems from genuine affection, not a sense of obligation. Do you understand? Kevin found himself momentarily speechless, for he was uncertain of his own feelings, only aware of his responsibility towards Nina. Observing his turmoil, Chu Xinran sighed, shook her head, and turned away. When Chu Xinran found Nina, she was diligently sewing something. You've just recovered. There's no need to rush back to work. You should rest a few more days, Chu Xinran advised. Nina, upon seeing Chu Xinran, smiled brightly. It's fine. Idleness doesn't suit me. My injury has healed. This is a gift for Kevin. I wish to express my gratitude for his care over the past few days. Nina, have you been happy during this time? Chu Xinran inquired cautiously. Yes, indeed. However, I am aware that this joy has come at the cost of my injury, so I won't be greedy. Once I am fully healed, this happiness will also come to an end, Nina replied, lowering her head with a smile, surprised by Nina's profound understanding. Chu Xinran felt uncertain about how to continue the conversation. Nina glanced up at Chu Xinran, puzzled. Xiaoran, what's wrong with you today? Why are you hesitating? Speak plainly. There's nothing we need to hide from each other. Nina, your injury has left a lingering consequence, Chu Xinran began. Upon hearing the words lingering consequence, Nina's expression shifted abruptly. Judging by Chu Xinran's serious demeanor, it seemed this consequence was not trivial. Nina steadied herself, her voice trembling as she asked, what consequence? Please be honest with me. I can handle it. Chu Xinran clenched her teeth and spoke in one breath. Nina, you may not be able to bear children in the future. What did you say? Nina sat down abruptly on the bed. Disbelief etched on her face as she stared at Chu Xinran. She felt she must have misheard. It could not be as she feared. Are you saying I won't be able to conceive in the future? Xiaoran, you're joking, aren't you? This can't be true, right? Nina gazed at Chu Xinran with hopeful eyes, persistently seeking reassurance. Upon witnessing Nina's state, Chu Xinran felt a profound sorrow in her heart, yet she merely shook her head in silence. Nina, observing Chu Xinran's demeanor, comprehended the gravity of the situation. She sat quietly on the bed, staring vacantly into the distance, pondering the reasons behind it all. Why would the beast god play such a cruel jest upon her? Chu Xinran, unable to bear the sight of Nina's pain, yearned to offer words of comfort, but was interrupted by Nina. Xiaoran, I am fine. I understand everything you have said. There is no need for further words. I simply wish to be alone for a while. Is that all right? With a worried glance at Nina, Chu Xinran slowly turned away and left. As soon as Kevin and Amy spotted her outside, they rushed over. Kevin anxiously inquired, how did it go? Did you speak with Nina? What was her reaction? Is she all right? I told her, Chu Xinran replied. At first, Nina was quite emotional upon hearing the news, but she quickly calmed down. She mentioned that she wanted some alone time, so I stepped out. I'll go check on her now. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, Kevin intended to enter and find Nina, but she stopped him. Let her have some time to herself first. We can go in later. At that moment, Nina sat alone in the room, tears silently streaming down her face. She had no regrets about saving Kevin. She would endure any sacrifice for him, even if it meant losing a limb. But why had she been stripped of her right to be a mother? She had never felt deserving of Kevin, and now, this situation made any hope of being with him seem utterly unattainable. Nina sat in solitude for a long time, her mind racing with various thoughts, including memories of Kevin caring for her these past few days, often hesitating to speak. It dawned on her that he had known all along. No wonder he had stayed by her side, feeling guilty for her plight. Kevin stood outside for what felt like an eternity, ultimately unable to quell his concern, and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he saw Nina, quietly weeping. Hearing his voice, she hurriedly wiped her tears and looked up at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Kevin approached and sat beside her, taking her hand. Nina, please don't be sad. Let us form a bond. I don't care whether you can bear children. That means nothing to me. Let us be together, shall we? Are you feeling sorry for me? Nina asked after a long silence. No, of course not, Kevin exclaimed, waving his hands in a fluster. Nina, I don't pity you, but everything that has happened is because of me. So, you don't need to say anything, Nina interrupted. My current state has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty or try to make amends. This was my choice, and I must bear the consequences. Please leave. Don't come looking for me again. Kevin was taken aback by Nina's refusal to allow him to take responsibility, feeling increasingly helpless. Just go? I don't want to see you again. Leave now. When Kevin hesitated, Nina raised her voice for the first time, tears spilling down her cheeks once more. Don't cry, please. I'll go. Faced with Nina's heightened emotions, Kevin felt lost, stood up, cast a long look at her, and departed. Nina's parents were furious upon learning that she had rejected Kevin's proposal. Nina, what is wrong with you? Don't you like Kevin? Now he is willing to bond with you. Why won't you accept? Her mother lamented, heartbroken at the sight of her daughter sitting alone. Mother, There's no need to say more. I want to agree, and you and Father shouldn't seek Kevin out again. Nina remained resolute. Nina, do you even understand your situation? If you refuse to bond with Kevin, what other beastman would want you? Do you intend to live alone forever? Or shall your father and I provide for you indefinitely? Her mother, exasperated, spoke without thinking. Mother, how can you say that to my sister? Nina's younger brother, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Although he was still young, he understood that their mother's words were harsh. You're still a child. Don't involve yourself in adult matters. Go play outside. Seeing it was her son, Nina's mother softened her tone, wishing to shield him from the situation. Mother, if you think I'll be a burden to you, I can move out on my own. Nina's indifference to her mother's words was palpable as she responded coolly. That's not what I meant, her mother stammered, realizing her words were thoughtless. Sister, don't mind mother's words. I promise I'll take care of you when I grow up, her brother assured, standing firmly before Nina. For the first time in days, a smile appeared on Nina's face. She gently ruffled her brother's hair, saying, I believe in you. I'll be fine. Though Nina's parents had always shown favoritism, she cherished her brother deeply, having raised him herself. Hearing his innocent promise filled her with warmth. Nina's mother, at a loss for words, had exhausted every method to persuade Nina, whether through gentle encouragement, scolding, or emotional appeals. Nothing worked, and she felt utterly defeated. Fine. I won't interfere anymore. Do as you wish. I can no longer control you. Nina's mother stormed off, leaving those words behind. Since rejecting Kevin, Nina had not ventured outside to see anyone, and neither Kevin, Chu Xinran, nor Amy could reach her. However, one day, when Chu Xinran visited again, Nina finally allowed her in. Nina, how have you been these past few days? Chu Xinran asked eagerly upon seeing her. Nina smiled faintly, gesturing for her to sit before replying. I'm sorry for worrying you all. Rest assured, I'm fine now. Despite Nina's reassurances, Chu Xinran remained concerned. Nina had seemed calm since the day she received the news, which felt even more unsettling to her. Chu Xinran would have preferred if Nina had let her emotions out through tears rather than maintaining such a composed facade. Nina, what about Kevin? Upon mentioning his name, Nina's hands stilled momentarily before she resumed her previous activity, nonchalantly responding, What about Kevin? We're fine as we are. Saving him was my choice, and I'll accept the consequences. He is innocent and shouldn't be dragged into this. Don't you like Kevin anymore? You could consider accepting him. Relationships can develop over time, and perhaps you too could have a positive outcome, Chu Xinran gently suggested, taking hold of Nina's trembling hands. Previously, Chu Xinran had been skeptical about Kevin's intentions, but witnessing Nina's anxious demeanor made her reconsider. Nina appeared so fragile, and she couldn't bear to see her like this. Nina thought she had managed her emotions over the past few days and wouldn't feel sorrow again. Yet, the warmth of Chu Xinran's hand and her worried tone ultimately broke her composure, and tears flowed freely. How can I accept him? I cannot. Kevin doesn't genuinely care for me. He only feels guilty, and I can't selfishly bind him to me. Xiaoran, do you know? When I first learned that I would no longer be able to bear children, the immediate thought that crossed my mind was that I was never truly worthy of him. And now, he feels even more unattainable. I ponder why I hold such deep affection for him. In this unfortunate situation I find myself in, I harbor no resentment towards him, as I have, after all, saved his life, have I not? Chu Xinran embraced Nina, who wept bitterly in her arms. Witnessing Nina's profound sorrow, Chu Xinran's eyes began to glisten with tears. Nina, why must you be so foolish? What harm would there be in being a little selfish? Allow Kevin to be by your side. You have harbored feelings for him for such an extended period. Can you truly resign yourself to relinquishing that? I cannot, Nina sobbed, shaking her head. It is precisely because I care for him that I cannot act with selfishness. He will surely find a wonderful female to partner with and bear his offspring. I am unworthy of him, and I cannot be a burden to him. Nina, do not speak of yourself in such a manner. The sole purpose of a female's existence is not merely to procreate. If an orc truly cares for you, he will cherish every aspect of you, independent of your ability to bear young. But Kevin does not love me. He merely feels pity for me now, burdened by guilt. I do not desire such sentiments. I hope for a day when he proposes a partnership out of genuine affection for me, not out of obligation or remorse, Nina said, her voice trembling. Chu Xinran found herself at a loss for words. It was evident to all that Kevin's current kindness towards Nina stemmed largely from guilt and a sense of obligation. However, Nina did not desire such pity from Kevin. Cry. Let it all out. Chu Xinran gently consoled, stroking Nina's head as she continued to weep. It was good for Nina to express her sorrow. A cathartic release was necessary. Time, after all, is the most effective healer, and the scars that weighed heavily on Nina's heart would eventually mend under its gentle touch. From that moment onward, the dynamics between Nina and Kevin completely shifted. Previously, Nina had pursued Kevin relentlessly, but now it was Kevin who tirelessly sought Nina's attention. Yet, despite Kevin's earnest efforts, Nina remained resolute in her decision to disregard him and refuse to consider any partnership with him. Meanwhile, the orc leader of the bird clan had devised a cunning plan to ambush the lion-tiger tribe. Though they successfully escaped from the lion-tiger territory, they were uncertain how to face Chief Jonathan upon their return. What shall we do, my lord? If we return empty-handed, how can we explain ourselves to Chief Jonathan? Several orcs wore expressions of despair, their anxiety palpable. The leader of the orcs, his countenance grave, understood the gravity of their predicament. This was their second failure. Given Chief Jonathan's notoriously volatile nature, they were certain their fate would be dire. After wandering aimlessly for some time, they ultimately had no choice but to return to the bird clan. You mean to say you have failed again? Jonathan inquired, his icy gaze fixed upon the kneeling orcs. I see you have not succeeded in your endeavor. We are deeply sorry, Chief. We have failed to meet your expectations. The last time, our failure was due to a traitor from the herbivorous tribe warning them, which allowed the lion-tiger tribe to hide. We had hoped to succeed this time, but it seems they were prepared, armed, and ready to resist us. We truly apologize and accept any punishment you deem fit, the leader explained, bowing his head in shame. What weapons? Jonathan asked, his interest piqued. You, seasoned warriors, were bested by them? We had never encountered such weapons before. They defended themselves with one weapon, and when we charged, they wielded another to counterattack. Most of our warriors returned injured, the orc replied. Oh, are you now attempting to commend yourselves for your efforts? Jonathan's voice turned cold. We would not dare, Chief. This failure rests solely on our shoulders. We accept full responsibility for our shortcomings and the disappointment we have caused you. The leader insisted, remaining prostrate. For a long moment, Jonathan remained silent. The tension thick in the air as the kneeling orcs held their breath, awaiting his judgment. Enough. Rise. He finally commanded after what felt like an eternity. The orcs stood, a flicker of hope igniting within them. Had Jonathan truly chosen to spare them? Do not rejoice too soon. I am granting you leniency this time, due to your past contributions. However, remember this, failure thrice will result in your permanent dismissal. If there is a next time, do not expect to return to see me, he warned sternly. Yes, thank you, Chief. We will not betray your trust again. The orcs expressed their gratitude, relief washing over them. Now, you may leave. Bring me Butte and Andrew. Those two inept fools, Jonathan ordered. Upon hearing that they were summoned, Butte and Andrew approached Jonathan's quarters with trepidation. Chief Jonathan, how did it go? Were you able to secure victory over the lion-tiger tribe? Butte asked, forcing a smile and speaking cautiously. Butte, do you think I am a fool? The last time I sent my men, it was your tribe's traitor who tipped them off, leaving my warriors empty-handed. You assured me there would be no further failures. Yet again, the lion-tiger tribe proved formidable, having anticipated our attack, Jonathan replied, his gaze piercing as he confronted Butte and Andrew. Seeing the fury in Jonathan's eyes, Butte and Andrew exchanged terrified glances, hastily defending themselves. We would never deceive you. Chief Jonathan, we had no idea that Luke, that traitor, would betray us. The lion-tiger tribe was indeed weak before. We cannot explain their sudden strength. Please, Chief, see reason. Jonathan scoffed. Since your arrival in our clan, I have treated you well, yet you have proven utterly useless. You are to leave the bird clan at once. Should I ever lay eyes on you again, you will not leave unscathed. Please, Chief Jonathan, you promised to provide food for our tribe. If you abandon us, we will perish. Butte pleaded, rushing forward to clutch Jonathan's leg. With a swift kick, Jonathan sent Butte sprawling. I have shown you mercy by not annihilating your tribe. Do not dare to bargain with me. Leave now, or I will not hesitate to act. Though Butte and Andrew wished to plead further, fear of Jonathan's wrath silenced them. With Andrew supporting Butte, they fled the bird clan in a panic. Chief, are we truly allowing them to escape so easily? This seems too lenient. One of Jonathan's subordinates protested. Rest assured, even without my intervention, the herbivorous tribe will not endure for long, Jonathan replied dismissively. He was far more intrigued by the lion-tiger tribe, remarking, I find myself curious about how the lion-tiger tribe has grown so powerful. They managed to recover from our last raid without significant loss. I must pay them a visit soon. Upon their return to the herbivorous tribe, Butte and Andrew were met with eager faces, but as the villagers noticed their empty hands, concern quickly spread. Chief, where's our food? You promised us provisions. Butte was at a loss for words. I did not bring any food back, but fear not, I will find another way. His statement ignited an uproar among the tribe. Chief, we are on the brink of starvation. You have angered both the lion-tiger and bird tribes. Where can we possibly find sustenance now? Our lives depend on your leadership. How could you let this happen? The emotions of everyone have grown increasingly volatile, no matter what Butte says. No one is willing to believe him any longer. Andrew initially intended to reprimand these individuals for their insubordination, yet the famished crowd no longer heeds his words. The entire herbivorous tribe has descended into chaos, struggling to survive through the interminable snow season. At long last, the lengthy snow season appears to be waning. Chu Xinran can distinctly sense the rising temperatures over the past few days, with the ice and snow outside gradually melting away. Carlo, is there no transitional period between the snow season and the hot season? Does it leap directly into the heat? Chu Xinran inquired as she prepared a meal, awaiting Carlo's return. Carlo nodded in response, noting that the ice and snow outside have indeed begun to thaw, and in a few days, they would be able to venture out to hunt wild beasts. Before the true arrival of the hot season, there would still be ample opportunity to secure a good catch. What of Kevin? How has he been faring these past few days? Chu Xinran asked, having scarcely seen Kevin during this time, while Carlo and Kevin seemed to meet daily. It's the same as always. He goes to seek Nina every day. Carlo refrained from commenting on Kevin and Nina's situation, often stating that it was a matter for the two of them to resolve. Sighing, Chu Xinran felt at a loss for words regarding the current impasse between Kevin and Nina. You need not worry. I am confident they will manage it on their own. Carlo reassured the disheartened Chu Xinran, shifting the topic. With the weather warming, it will be more convenient to train the tribe's warriors. I suspect the avian tribe will not simply relent, so we must remain vigilant and enhance our defenses. You are right. I will ponder further methods to augment our combat capabilities. Ever since the avian tribe's raid, Chu Xinran has shared her thoughts on improving their martial strength with Carlo, who subsequently adapts them to suit the tribe's circumstances for training purposes. By the way, once the snow has melted, we must hasten to attempt planting wheat. If we miss that window, we may not be able to sow at all. Chu Xinran suddenly recalled this matter, her urgency palpable. According to Carlo, the season following the snow would be the hot season. Yet this period of melting snow and gradual warming resembled spring on Earth, brief and fleeting. If they wish to sow wheat, they must act swiftly. We need to till the land now. Otherwise, it will be too late. Chu Xinran stood up in a flurry of anxious energy, eager to head outside. Carlo restrained her gently, speaking in a calm tone. Do not rush. First, articulate your plans to me. Let us discuss before we embark on any action. Yes, let us confer first. Chu Xinran conceded, acknowledging her occasional impatience. Fortunately, Carlo has always remained steady, offering her support in such moments. Chu Xinran briefly explained to Carlo how to sow wheat. In truth, her knowledge stemmed solely from what she had gleaned from books, as she had never engaged in the practice herself. Consequently, she felt a twinge of uncertainty within. It's all right. If we fail, we can always try again next year. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. If the wheat does not thrive, I shall strive to hunt more beasts. Carlo gently reassured her, noticing the tension etched upon Chu Xinran's face, and he tenderly massaged the stiffness in her neck. Chu Xinran nodded in agreement, and followed Carlo as they set out to prepare for the wheat sowing. Chu Xinran and Carlo ventured outside the tribe with the orcs. Discovering a vast expanse of suitable land, they delineated a rough area before commencing the plowing. As for the tools for tilling the soil, under Chu Xinran's guidance, Carlo fashioned an implement resembling a shovel using stones and wooden sticks. There were a total of over a dozen orcs engaged in the plowing, prompting Carlo to craft 20 shovels in total. Chu Xinran first demonstrated to the other orcs how to till the soil. However, as this land had never been cultivated before, it was exceedingly firm, and Chu Xinran was unable to turn it over. Ultimately, it was Carlo who took the shovel from her hands and attempted to turn the soil himself. Yes, this is how we till the land. Every inch of this area must be turned over, and it should be done multiple times to loosen the soil for sowing seeds later. Chu Xinran exclaimed as she witnessed Carlo's success. Upon comprehending her intent, the dozen or so orcs began to cultivate the land. Although these orcs possessed immense strength, the arduousness of the hard soil, combined with the fragility of the stone shovels, often led to breakages, resulting in a rather slow pace of work. Chu Xinran felt a growing anxiety regarding the current pace of land cultivation, exacerbated by the gradually rising temperatures. Thus, she approached the chieftain and the shaman, saying, "Uncle Chieftain, Grandfather Shaman, could we possibly summon more orcs to assist with the farming here? The current rate of cultivation is rather slow, and if this continues, we will not meet the sowing deadline." Upon hearing her concerns, the chieftain hesitated. As Chu Xinran herself acknowledged, the success of wheat cultivation was uncertain, leading to the majority of the tribe's labor force being taken by Carlo for hunting. This period was crucial for the tribe to hunt and store provisions, and with the onset of the warm season, prey would become scarce. If all manpower were redirected to wheat cultivation and the crop ultimately failed, the tribe would find itself in dire straits. Thus, the chieftain remained indecisive for a moment. "Father, let us proceed as Chu Xinran suggested. I will lead the remaining hunters diligently." Ensuring the tribe's stores are not compromised, Carlo interjected on her behalf. With Carlo's persuasive words, the chieftain, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. He had faith in Carlo's capabilities and generally fulfilled his requests. The chieftain then allocated over a dozen orcs to assist with the farming. And with Chu Xinran's sudden idea to moisten the hard soil before tilling, the cultivation speed significantly increased, and within a few days, it was completed. Once the land was prepared, it was time to sow the seeds. Chu Xinran noted that the temperature was just right, not too cold nor too hot, ideal for sowing. In truth, there was a window before the snow season when sowing could occur. But the frigid temperatures of the Orc continent during winter made her apprehensive that the seeds would freeze and fail to sprout, hence she postponed it to this moment. Sowing was simpler than tilling. One merely needed to dig trenches in the soil with a spade, evenly distribute the wheat seeds within the grooves, and cover them with soil from both sides. Due to the lack of rain over the past few days after sowing, Chu Xinran took several orcs to the riverbank to fetch water in wooden buckets to irrigate the fields. After the sowing, Chu Xinran visited the field daily, eager to check for sprouting. Even Amy and Nina were dragged along by Chu Xinran, accompanying her on these visits. Carlo observed that Chu Xinran was becoming increasingly obsessed with the land, incessantly murmuring about when it would sprout, to the detriment of her meals and sleep. Ultimately, under Carlo's strict directive to refrain from her daily inspections, Chu Xinran's condition improved somewhat. Though Carlo forbade Chu Xinran from visiting the field each day, she clandestinely sought out Nina to assist in checking for sprouting. When Nina arrived at the field to inspect, she found no signs of growth and was preparing to return to inform Chu Xinran, pausing briefly to fill a bucket with water at the riverbank. Unexpectedly, on her way back, she encountered Kevin. "Allow me to help you with that," Kevin offered, reaching for the wooden bucket in Nina's hands, but she deftly evaded him. "No, I can manage it myself," she replied, maintaining her distance. Observing Nina's continued avoidance, Kevin felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. "Nina, I understand you wish to avoid any interaction with me, but we belong to the same tribe. It is perfectly normal for a male to assist a female with heavy burdens. Please do not reject my help," Kevin said, his voice tinged with sadness. Seeing Kevin's expression, Nina suddenly felt that her behavior might have been a bit excessive. She remained silent, but did not refuse when Kevin offered to help her carry the bucket again. Wordlessly, Kevin followed Nina, assisting her in bringing the water back to her dwelling, both of them enveloped in silence. After safely delivering Nina home, Kevin departed. Nina stared at Kevin's retreating figure for a moment, lost in thought, before suddenly recalling that Chu Xinran was awaiting her news. Thus, she gathered her belongings and set out to find Chu Xinran. Upon realizing that the wheat in the field had yet to sprout, Chu Xinran let out a disappointed sigh. "Xiaoran, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. It is merely the beginning of the sowing season, and growth will not occur so swiftly. Patience is essential," Nina reassured her. However, she understood the weight of responsibility that rested on Carlo's shoulders should the wheat fail. He had made a solemn promise before the clan leader, and failure would compel him to toil arduously for more game. Unbeknownst to Nina, Chu Xinran's anxiety regarding the wheat was intricately tied to Carlo's fate. She chuckled softly, shaking her head, pondering when Carlo and Chu Xinran would finally attain their desired union. Chu Xinran had been nervously anxious for several days, until one day, Amy excitedly rushed over to her. "Xiaoran, it's sprouted. The wheat has sprouted. I just saw a little green thing growing in the field." Upon hearing this, Chu Xinran swiftly lifted her legs and dashed towards the field. Upon her arrival, she beheld the patches of wheat where tiny green shoots had bravely emerged, standing out strikingly against the dark brown earth. Chu Xinran was utterly elated, unsure of how to contain her joy. The news quickly spread through the tribe, and the villagers hurried over, a lively crowd dancing around the tiny green sprout. Witnessing Chu Xinran's exuberance, Carlo also allowed a rare smile to grace his lips, as a significant weight had finally lifted from his heart. However, the good news did not end there. On the very day the wheat sprouted, Linda also felt a stir in her belly. Chu Xinran and Amy anxiously awaited outside the house. Before long, they were greeted by the sound of Blake's joyful laughter emanating from within, accompanied by Jia's mother, who emerged from the dwelling in high spirits. Perhaps due to Linda's robust health, the little cub caused her little trouble and was safely brought into the world, a small beastman. Chu Xinran and Amy eagerly followed Jia and Yang into the room to see Linda and the little cubs. Upon entering, Chu Xinran was startled by the small cub in Blake's hands. Chu Xinran was taken aback to discover that orcs were born in their beastly forms. In Blake's hands was a lively, brown cub, full of spirit and mischief, playfully climbing over him. Linda lay on the bed with a smile in her eyes, watching Blake and the little creature he held, her face radiant with the joy of having just become a mother. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Chu Xinran inquired as she approached Linda's bedside. Although she was inwardly astounded, she quickly regained her composure. The calm demeanor of those around her reminded her that she could not afford to be too conspicuous. It was also her fault for not asking more questions earlier, as she had assumed this place would resemble Earth, forgetting that orcs existed here, making anything possible. "I'm perfectly fine, Xinran. I must thank you. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't have been able to give birth to this cub so safely. Why don't you name our little one?" "Me?" Chu Xinran exclaimed, surprised and somewhat at a loss. "Yes, Xinran, you are this cub's savior. It would be most fitting for you to choose a name." Blake chimed in, carrying the little cub over. Chu Xinran initially intended to decline. Yet Linda and Blake's unwavering insistence left her with no choice but to acquiesce to this daunting task of naming. Having never bestowed a name upon anyone before, she found herself momentarily beset by a sense of distress. Chu Xinran approached the young cub, gently caressing its head. The little creature obediently licked her hand, gazing up at her with its big, expressive eyes. "Shall we name you Hope?" she pondered. In our former tribe, hope held great significance. As long as there is hope, no matter how arduous the challenges we face, there will ultimately be a turning point. Chu Xinran gazed into the clear eyes of the young cub, recalling the tender green shoots that had sprouted from the earth that very day. She felt an intrinsic connection, believing these shoots symbolized the future hope of the lion-tiger tribe. Much like the newly arrived little lives, the cubs, who also embodied the tribe's aspirations. "Hope, hope, splendid." Blake excitedly repeated the names several times, then joyfully lifted the cub high into the air, playing with it. The little cub, raised aloft, exhibited no fear. Instead, it gazed around curiously, chattering enthusiastically. Witnessing the cub's delight, everyone present burst into genuine laughter, sensing that the days of the lion-tiger tribe were truly about to improve, and that their hope had indeed arrived. Over the past few days, the spirits of all the tribe members had been remarkably high. The wheat had sprouted, new cubs had been born, and the hunting party had enjoyed bountiful catches, leading to an atmosphere of collective joy. As Chu Xinran was inspecting the seedlings in the field, Amy suddenly rushed over in a flustered state. "Xinran, someone from the tribe has arrived. You must return quickly." Who has come?" Chu Xinran inquired anxiously, being pulled back by Amy. "Jonathan, the chieftain of the avian tribe, has come." Amy responded, her tone filled with urgency. Upon hearing Amy mention Jonathan, Chu Xinran immediately recalled the chilling gaze she had encountered last year at the exchange conference. When Chu Xinran and Amy arrived at the square, Jonathan was surveying the various structures of the lion-tiger tribe, as well as the assortment of items displayed there. "What brings you to our lion-tiger tribe?" Chief Reese coughed, interrupting Jonathan's examination. He cast a glance at the dozen or so robust orcs following Jonathan and asked sternly. Jonathan withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, smiled, and replied, "You must be Chief Reese. You may not recognize me, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jonathan, the chieftain of the bird tribe. Although you are unfamiliar with me, I have certainly heard of your esteemed name from my father." Reese eyed Jonathan warily and reiterated his question. "What is your purpose for being here today?" He had not forgotten the bird tribe's previous 2 ambushes, and he was certain that their visit today bore ill intentions. "Oh, Chief Reese, there's no need for such tension. I have come merely to clarify some misunderstandings," Jonathan remarked, glancing at the members of the lion-tiger tribe observing him. "Perhaps we could find a more suitable location to converse?" Reese surveyed the throng surrounding them. Indeed, this was not an appropriate venue for discussions. However, he wished to prevent Jonathan from entering the buildings and seeing their contents. Thus, he said, "There is no need to change locations. Everyone, please disperse and attend to your own affairs. I have matters to discuss with Chief Jonathan." Upon hearing that Jonathan was the chieftain of the bird tribe, the members of the lion-tiger tribe cast him disdainful looks, but they heeded their leader's words and gradually left, leaving only a few stragglers behind. Jonathan paid little heed to the scornful attitudes directed at him, nor did he mind Reese's reluctance to allow him inside the buildings. His curiosity about the lion-tiger tribe had initially driven him here, and he sought to assert his dominance. However, upon arriving and witnessing the scene before him, Jonathan found himself reconsidering his approach. "Chief Reese, I recognize that we have experienced some misunderstandings. Our previous visits to your territory may have resulted in unfortunate incidents. But I assure you, it was never my intention. I was misled by the deceitful words of others, specifically the herbivore tribes Buter and Andrew. I presume you are familiar with them?" Jonathan chuckled lightly and continued, "They spun numerous lies about your lion-tiger tribe, but having come here today, I have discovered the falsity of their claims. Thus, I genuinely regret the recklessness of our earlier encounters. Chief Reese, I share this with you in hopes of mending our misunderstandings, and I trust that our past grievances will not hinder the future relations between the bird tribe and the lion-tiger tribe." "All nonsense," Chu Xinran thought to herself disdainfully, secretly scoffing at Jonathan's words. How could he utter such absurdities with such audacity? Though Reese harbored skepticism towards Jonathan's statements, he did not wish to confront him outright. If it was indeed a misunderstanding, let us leave it in the past. I hope, Chief Jonathan, that such miscommunications will not arise again in the future. Certainly, Chief Reese. You need not worry. The bird tribe has always been amicable, Jonathan replied with a smile. He intended to continue the conversation, but as he turned, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a female figure below. Chu Xinran noticed that Jonathan had suddenly begun to fixate on her, and she frowned in distaste. She initially intended to turn and leave, but to her surprise, Carlo had appeared before her, blocking Jonathan's unwavering gaze. Jonathan, observing the silver-haired orc obstructing his view of the beautiful female, smiled with a hint of intrigue, his icy eyes fixed on him. "So, this must be the illustrious Carlo? I have long heard of your reputation from my subordinates, who speak highly of your formidable skills. I hope to witness them firsthand one day," Jonathan remarked, sizing up Carlo with a somewhat malevolent glint in his eye. "At your service any time," Carlo replied coldly, his gaze unyielding. Although Jonathan felt a surge of anger at Carlo's response, he merely chuckled a few times. Deciding it was unwise to sever ties with the lion-tiger tribe at this moment, after exchanging a few more words with Reese, Jonathan prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Chu Xinran, shaking his head with a smile as he walked away. As Jonathan cast a lingering glance at Chu Xinran before departing, she felt a shiver run through her, as though ensnared by a slick serpent. Carlo took hold of Chu Xinran's hand and softly reassured her, "Do not worry, for I am here." Chu Xinran nodded, yet an inescapable sense of trepidation lingered within her. She harbored an unsettling suspicion that Jonathan was not as benign as he appeared. However, unbeknownst to everyone present, one individual had been fixated on Jonathan, Lilith. Over the past few months, Lilith had maintained a low profile, refraining from causing any disturbances. Yet only she was aware of the profound anguish she had endured during this time. The entire tribe was aware of her nefarious deeds, leaving no one willing to associate with her. Despite her attempts to feign repentance, not a soul was inclined to believe her, not even her own parents. Enduring the peculiar gazes of the tribe, Lilith found her existence increasingly unbearable, feeling as though she could no longer endure this life. Yet today, a glimmer of hope emerged for her escape. She gazed longingly at the robust orc standing above her, realizing he was the chieftain of the formidable falcon tribe. If he would consent to take her away, salvation might truly be within her grasp. "Carlo, I can't shake the feeling that Jonathan is not a good person. He must be harboring ulterior motives against our lion-tiger tribe," exclaimed Chu Xinran upon returning to their dwelling with Carlo after Jonathan's departure. Carlo recalled the look Jonathan had cast upon Chu Xinran as he left, his brow furrowing in concern. Nevertheless, he clasped Chu Xinran's hand reassuringly, proclaiming, "Do not worry. Regardless of his intentions, I will ensure your safety." Chu Xinran naturally believed Carlo's words, yet she still expressed her distress, saying, "I initially thought that as long as we lived our lives well, that would suffice. Life on the Orc continent is so arduous. Why does everyone focus on plotting against other tribes instead of improving their own circumstances? We have not provoked them." This was the norm on the Orc continent. Once one becomes powerful, countless tribes will take notice. For instance, our lion-tiger tribe has begun to prosper, and now other tribes are eyeing us. To thwart their ill intentions, we must grow stronger. In light of the potential threats from the avian tribe, Carlo intensified the training of the tribe's warriors after Jonathan's departure. However, no Orc complained, for they understood that enduring the rigors of training now would enhance their chances of survival in future conflicts against other tribes. Meanwhile, on his way back to the tribe, Jonathan's subordinate voiced his confusion, asking, "Chieftain, why were you so courteous to the members of the lion-tiger tribe? Did you not say that this visit was to instill fear in them?" Jonathan, recalling everything he had witnessed at the lion-tiger tribe, narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "I initially intended to do so, but did you not notice the significant changes within the lion-tiger tribe? The weapons they have at their entrance, the items displayed in the square, and their living quarters are all things I have never seen before. The lion-tiger tribe must have acquired something suddenly. Otherwise, such rapid transformation would be impossible. If this continues, they will eventually become powerful enough that our avian tribe will be unable to contend with them. Therefore, before they grow too strong, we must ascertain what they have obtained and seize it for ourselves. Shall we simply capture them and force them to surrender their possessions?" The subordinate asked, somewhat bewildered. Jonathan looked disdainfully at the one who posed the question and said, "You are truly a group of muscle-bound simpletons. Do you think they will speak the truth if we capture them? What if they lie or conceal information? I want them to willingly relinquish everything." The chastised subordinate smiled sheepishly and praised, "The chieftain's foresight is indeed remarkable. We are far from your caliber. Enough with the flattery. We shall save that for after our success. For now, I have a task for you. Investigate the background of that female from the lion-tiger tribe and her connection to Carlo." As he recalled the fair-skinned female, Jonathan's gaze deepened. At that moment, Chu Xinran remained unaware that Jonathan had set his sights on her. She was currently watering the sprouting wheat alongside Amy and Nina. "Xiaoran, these wheat plants are growing so quickly," Amy exclaimed in wonder as she watered them. "Just a few days ago, the sprouts were so small, and now they have grown so tall." The rows of wheat had reached the height of Chu Xinran's calves, creating a vast expanse of lush green sprouts, neatly aligned and appearing quite magnificent, bringing joy to all who beheld them. Chu Xinran straightened her back, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled as she spoke. "Indeed, at this rate, I believe we shall soon witness the emergence of the wheat grains." Lacking knowledge on fertilization and pest control, she did not harbor expectations for a bountiful harvest this time. After all, it was her inaugural attempt. As long as the crops managed to sprout, she would be content with any modest yield of grain. After finishing their tasks, Chu Xinran, Amy, and Nina prepared to leave. Before departing, Chu Xinran cast a reluctant glance back at the wheat field. With the temperature gradually rising, Carlo had begun to prevent Chu Xinran from running out to the fields. Fearing that she might get sunburned, Carlo suggested that she teach him how to manage the work in the fields, promising to bring other beastmen to assist. Upon returning to the house, Chu Xinran observed the sky outside, anticipating that Carlo, who had gone hunting, would soon return. She then went to the cellar to gather food in preparation for cooking upon his arrival. In the cellar, Chu Xinran encountered numerous females who had come to procure food. With the rising temperatures, the preservation of provisions had become quite challenging, leading to a rapid spoilage. Consequently, the daily meals within the tribe had become exceptionally abundant, necessitating the swift consumption of the stored food in the cellar to prevent waste from spoilage. Chu Xinran first prepared 2 bowls of steamed egg custard using the egg of the gugu beast, a dish that Karen cherished above all others. Additionally, it was well suited for their grandfather, who, due to his advanced age and diminishing teeth, found this delicacy easy to consume. In the tribe, all the gugu beasts, long-eared beasts, and horned beasts raised during the snowy season had already been slaughtered for sustenance. The current gugu beasts were those that Carlo had captured anew from the forest after the snow had melted. Once the egg custard was ready, Chu Xinran proceeded to make noodles from flour, as Carlo had a particular fondness for them. Noodles provided a greater sense of satiety compared to meat, often Even after consuming a substantial amount of meat, one might still feel unsatisfied, whereas a few bowls of noodles would easily fill one up. The hunting team, led by Carlo, had enjoyed a successful day, and after tallying their catches and storing them in the cellar, Carlo returned to the house, a tail trailing behind him. The tail belonged to Kevin, who glanced around the interior of the house, but upon failing to spot the person he hoped to see, he let out a disappointed pout. Chu Xinran was well aware of Kevin's intentions. She invited both of them to take a seat and enjoy their meal, serving them noodles as she spoke. Nina and Amy have gone home for dinner today. They won't be dining here. Given her close relationship with Nina and Amy, they often shared meals together. Nina and Amy would lend a hand when Chu Xinran was cooking, and upon learning this, Kevin, who had always enjoyed mooching off meals, began visiting almost daily. Consequently, Chu Xinran made a point to prepare extra food during her cooking sessions. "Where are you going? Why not sit down and eat with us?" Carlo inquired as he noticed Chu Xinran standing up, preparing to step outside. "I'm just taking 2 bowls of steamed egg custard to grandfather and Karen. I'll return to eat afterward." "You two go ahead," Chu Xinran replied, picking up the custard she had prepared earlier to deliver to Karen and grandfather. "Not at all. You stay here and eat," Carlo insisted, placing her meal on the table before taking the custard from her hands and swiftly exiting. Due to Carlo's remarkable speed, Chu Xinran had scarcely registered his departure before he was gone, leaving her no choice but to sit at the table and prepare for her meal. Chu Xinran initially hesitated to speak, but the desolate expression on Kevin's face was impossible to ignore. He sat there, forlorn, shoveling food into his mouth. "Is my cooking truly so unpalatable? Did you not used to relish it?" With a sigh, Chu Xinran set down her chopsticks and inquired. "Huh." Kevin seemed to snap back to reality, hastily shaking his head as he responded, "No, it's delicious. If it's so delightful, why do you wear such a grimace?" I thought perhaps I had overseasoned. Kevin, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, hesitated before timidly asking, "Shaoran, do you think Nina is deliberately avoiding me? She used to dine here frequently, yet now that I'm around, she always seems to have other commitments." Observing the foolish boy before her, Chu Xinran felt a pang of exasperation. Was it not glaringly obvious that Nina was evading him? Did Kevin genuinely believe that Nina would treat him as she once did? "Kevin, speak candidly with me. What are your true feelings for Nina? Is your desire to pair with her merely a means of repaying her?" Chu Xinran inquired with a measure of seriousness. I'm not certain," Kevin replied, struggling to find the right words. "It was because Nina saved me that I feel it's only natural to form a pair with her. Yet, it seems she dislikes that notion and continues to evade me. I am at a loss as to what the issue is. Kevin, let me ask you one thing. If Nina had not been injured while saving you, would you still wish to pair with her?" The words of Chu Xinran rendered Kevin speechless. He was at a loss for words. It was precisely due to Nina's injury that the subsequent events unfolded, yet had Nina not been injured, these events would not have transpired either, rendering this hypothesis untenable. He found himself uncertain about how he would have reacted. Sighing, Chu Xinran mused that perhaps when Kevin eventually comprehended this dilemma, Nina would no longer avoid him. With a resigned exhale, she lamented Kevin's continued lack of insight, leaving her unsure of how to resolve the issues between them. Just then, Carlo returned and noticed that Chu Xinran's bowl remained untouched. Frowning, he urged her to eat, lest her meal grow cold. All right, she replied hurriedly, sticking out her tongue before lifting her bowl to partake in her meal. After dining, Kevin intended to leave, but Carlo called him back, requesting him to summon Darl and Abner for a discussion. When Darl and Abner arrived, Amy accompanied them, having been with Abner when she overheard that they were heading here and insisted on joining. Amy initially wished to whisper a few words to Chu Xinran, but, upon observing Carlo's serious demeanor, she opted to sit quietly by, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Carlo, what's wrong? Is there an issue?" Chu Xinran finally noticed Carlo's somber expression, which had persisted since his return from the hunt. Once everyone had gathered, Carlo divulged a concerning discovery from that day. "During the last beast tide, I sensed something amiss. Some of the creatures had red eyes. I attributed it to heightened emotions, dismissing it at the time. But today I encountered more of these red-eyed beasts. They exhibited far more aggression than usual. Notably, I encountered a red-eyed lamb beast that charged at me the moment it laid eyes on me. Even after I plunged my knife into its body, it continued to struggle and attempt to attack." Upon hearing Carlo's account, a wave of anxiety swept over the group. The lamb beast was typically gentle, only attacking if provoked, raising questions about the anomaly of the red-eyed creatures. "Has this occurred here before?" queried Chu Xinran. The others shook their heads. Carlo was witnessing this for the first time, and the rest had never heard of such occurrences. Previously, these beasts had normal eyes, and it was unclear why red-eyed beasts were now emerging. Currently, the red-eyed beasts we face are manageable, but should we encounter a red-eyed Tyrannosaurus, the consequences would be dire, Carlo expressed, emphasizing the urgency of the matter to heighten their vigilance. What is a Tyrannosaurus? I have never heard of it, Chu Xinran inquired, her curiosity piqued. The Tyrannosaurus is the most formidable beast in our region, towering 3 times Kevin's height, with razor-sharp fangs and claws. It would take a dozen beastmen to stand a chance against it. However, they are rarely seen, and encountering one alone means certain death. A single Tyrannosaurus could annihilate an entire tribe, Amy elucidated. 3 times Kevin's height. If Kevin is nearly 2 meters tall, then the Tyrannosaurus must stand 6 meters tall. Chu Xinran gasped, realizing the creature's capacity to devastate entire tribes made it sound exceedingly terrifying. From this moment onward, we must remain vigilant. If you spot a red-eyed beast, flee immediately. Do not attempt to capture it, for fear of inciting its rage. When hunting, stay in groups. Never stray alone, Carlo advised earnestly. Since the hunting parties in the tribe were generally led by Carlo, Kevin, Darl, and Abner, he convened them to discuss this pressing issue. Nodding in agreement, Kevin, Abner, and the others acknowledged Carlo's warnings. Subsequently, Carlo instructed Chu Xinran and Amy to remain in the house to rest while he, along with Kevin, Abner, and Darl, sought out the chief and the shaman to deliberate on the matter further. Upon hearing about the red-eyed beasts, the members of the lion-tiger tribe grew increasingly cautious as they ventured outside. The beastmen stationed at the tribe's entrance remained vigilant, ever watchful for any beasts that might infiltrate their territory. One day, a group of beastmen from the bird tribe unexpectedly approached the gates of the lion-tiger tribe. We are from the bird tribe, sent by our chief Jonathan to find Chief Reese. We have matters to discuss with him. The beastmen exchanged glances, and one of them rushed inside to report to the chief. Since they had not yet severed ties with the bird tribe, Chief Reese hesitated but eventually allowed them entry. Calling for the shaman, Carlo, Abner, and Chu Xinran to join. What does your chief wish to discuss with me? Reese inquired sternly. The beastmen from the bird tribe, noticeably more courteous than their previous visit, respectfully replied. Chief Reese, our chief has noted that as we enter the warm season, the beasts in this region have been dwindling, which could lead to a food shortage for our tribes. Therefore, our chief wishes to convene all tribes for a conference to address this issue. Reese instinctively glanced at Carlo, Abner, and Chu Xinran upon hearing this. Carlo shook his head, furrowing his brow, while Abner stepped forward to question the visitors. Didn't you come here before under similar pretenses? Why has your chief suddenly decided to hold a conference this year? That is not how it should be phrased. Our chief's intentions are for everyone's benefit. Our bird tribe has ample food, yet our chief sees the struggles of the surrounding tribes and wishes to lend a helping hand. The beastmen retorted defensively. Humph, Abner scoffed. Jonathan's heart is hardly so benevolent. He never hesitated to plunder weaker tribes in the past. As Abner's hostile attitude provoked the birdmen, they were about to retaliate when Carlo interjected, We, the lion-tiger tribe, will manage our own affairs. Please convey our gratitude to your chief for his intentions, but we do not require assistance. The expression on the birdmen's faces darkened upon hearing Carlo's words as they turned to Reese, inquiring, Does Chief Reese share this sentiment? Reese nodded, affirming, Carlo is right. Your chief should direct his efforts elsewhere, as the lion-tiger tribe currently has no need for assistance. Seeing the obstinacy of the lion-tiger tribe, the birdmen refrained from further discussion. Leaving the tribe in a huff. Jonathan cannot be so altruistic. He must be harboring ulterior motives, remarked Chu Xinran, who had remained silent until now, once the birdmen departed. Indeed, many tribes have perished due to Jonathan's greed. He has never shown mercy before. I refuse to believe his pretense of goodwill, Abner declared disdainfully, convinced that Jonathan had some nefarious agenda. After a prolonged discussion, the group resolved to disregard whatever schemes Jonathan might devise and opted not to attend the forthcoming conference. Thus, Carlo took Chu Xinran's hand and departed, leaving Abel standing in place, gazing at their entwined hands with an inscrutable expression, lost in thought. The clan leader, noticing Abel's demeanor, sighed silently, concluding that matters concerning the youth should be left to their own discretion. However, no one anticipated that as the orcs of the avian tribe departed, an individual stealthily slipped out of the tribe, trailing behind them. Who dares? One of the orcs from the avian tribe bellowed, having detected the noise made by the pursuer. Upon being discovered, Lilith emerged boldly, no longer concealing herself. Seeing a strikingly beautiful female, the orcs exchanged glances, lowering their guard and approaching Lilith with lewd grins. "Well, where did such a lovely female come from? What do you want with us? Are you hoping to join us back at the avian tribe?" As one of the orcs reached out to caress Lilith's face, a resounding slap echoed through the tranquil forest. Enraged, Lilith had delivered a stinging blow to the orc. Furious at being struck by a seemingly frail female, the orc's anger ignited. Although females were rare and precious in the orc continent, a mere female from the avian tribe held little significance. There were plenty who would seek their favor. How dare this one strike him? Just as the orc prepared to retaliate, Lilith preemptively erupted. "How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am Lilith, the female of your clan leader, Jonathan. Dare to lay another finger on me and see what happens." Upon hearing her declaration, the orcs hesitated, uncertain of her claim since they had not accompanied Jonathan to the lion-tiger tribe previously. Did their leader truly take a liking to this female? With this thought, the orcs refrained from making any rash moves. Seeing them back down, Lilith raised her chin defiantly and proclaimed, "Listen well. Return to your clan leader and tell him that I am Lilith, the most beautiful among the lion-tiger tribe. I am willing to propose a deal. I shall regularly relay intelligence from the lion-tiger tribe to your leader. Whatever he wishes to know, I can provide, as long as he agrees to pair with me once he obtains what he desires." The orcs exchanged glances, contemplating before nodding in agreement to report the matter to Jonathan. After executing her plan, Lilith quietly returned to the lion-tiger tribe, unnoticed by anyone. Filled with excitement at the prospect of pairing with Jonathan and enjoying a flourishing life, Lilith felt a surge of anticipation. If she could endure just a little longer, gaining Jonathan's trust and forming a bond with him, then she would settle the score with the members of the lion-tiger tribe. After the discussion conference of the avian tribe concluded, an unexpected visitor arrived from the lion-tiger tribe a few days later, revealing the main topics of that meeting. "How have you been? It's been a while since we last met. We are here specifically to express our gratitude for the assistance provided by the lion-tiger tribe during our last encounter." The visitor was Austin, the leader of the insect tribe, the same tribe for which Carlo had exchanged several boar beasts for a garment. Upon hearing Carlo's explanation, Reese warmly welcomed the insect tribe's arrival. "Greetings. You are most welcome in the lion-tiger tribe. I am Reese, the leader of this tribe," Reese stated, inviting the insect tribe's members to take a seat. "I am Austin, the leader of the insect tribe. You may call me Austin." Though not particularly tall, Austin appeared amiable, his face adorned with a warm smile. He was accompanied by several diminutive members of his tribe, whom Chu Xinran had encountered previously. While it was Amy's first time seeing them, prompting her to observe them closely. "Reese, we are genuinely grateful for the help provided by Carlo and Xinran. It was thanks to those boar beasts that we, the insect tribe, managed to survive this harsh winter. Otherwise, many of us would have perished from starvation." Austin expressed his heartfelt appreciation. The members of the insect tribe had modest appetites, and due to their size, they often struggled to capture substantial prey. Thus, the boar beasts had been instrumental in ensuring their survival through the winter. Such words are unnecessary. We all inhabit the beastmen continent and should aid one another. Moreover, those boar beasts were earned through your own labor and exchanged for that garment, rightfully belonging to you, Chu Xinran interjected. She held a favorable impression of the insect tribe, finding Austin to be far more agreeable than Buter and Andrew from the herbivore tribe, who often left others feeling uncomfortable during conversations. In contrast, Austin's sincerity was palpable in his speech. Austin produced several items from behind his companions and handed them to Chu Xinran. "To express our gratitude, we have crafted these garments for you." Noticing the exquisite silk garments, Chu Xinran quickly declined, insisting, "No, we cannot accept these. They are far too precious and time-consuming to create." The labor and effort required to make a single silk garment were considerable, and she was unwilling to accept such a precious gift. Reese shook his head in agreement, also refusing to take them. However, Austin was resolute. "Please accept them. We specifically made these to present to you. We intended to give them to you at the conference, but were disappointed to find you absent, hence our visit." Despite her initial refusal, Carlo eventually intervened and accepted the garments on their behalf, whispering to Chu Xinran, "Later, we can reciprocate with some food. These garments are valuable, and we should ensure they do not suffer a loss in this exchange." Upon hearing Carlo's words, Chu Xinran acquiesced and accepted the garments. Yet, She seized upon a key point from Austin's earlier remarks. Did you attend the discussion conference organized by the avian tribe? Indeed, Austin sighed. Jonathan from the avian tribe personally sent envoys to invite our smaller tribes to the conference. We dared not refuse. Who knows if we might become their next target if we did. What was Jonathan's purpose in convening this conference? What did he say? Carlo pondered aloud. Jonathan stated that the prey on the beastmen continent was increasingly scarce and proposed that our tribes unite under his command, assuring us that if we followed his lead, we would not face starvation and would have food to eat. Is Jonathan not seeking to unify all the tribes? Such ambition seems excessive. Chu Xinran exclaimed, taken aback. She had assumed that the primary concern among the inhabitants of the beastman continent would be survival, only to discover Jonathan's aspirations for supreme power over the entire continent. Did you agree to this proposal? Reese, equally astonished, inquired urgently. Austin shook his head. To agree would signify our subjugation under the avian tribe's rule. We could never consent to that. However, we were too intimidated to outright refuse, so we merely suggested that we needed to discuss such a significant matter further. Did Joseph from the sea beast tribe also decline? Is he not the one who enjoys currying favor with Jonathan? Chu Xinran asked curiously, recalling Joseph's obsequious demeanor towards Jonathan at the previous exchange conference. Joseph would certainly not agree, Carlo explained to Chu Xinran. The sea beast tribe possesses valuable salt, leading many to covet our tribe. Joseph's closeness to Jonathan is merely a means of seeking protection. He has already felt uneasy about the avian tribe's incessant demands for salt. Now, the prospect of direct subjugation under Jonathan's rule would be even less palatable. You are correct, Austin nodded. Joseph is the most vehement opponent among the sea beast tribe. Initially, we smaller tribes were hesitant to voice our opinions. But seeing Joseph rise in opposition emboldened us to cautiously express our own reluctance. Will Jonathan simply let this matter go? Abel inquired. Knowing Jonathan was not one to easily concede, Jonathan's expression turned sour during our discussions with the sea beast tribe, leading to some unpleasantness. Ultimately, he suggested we reconsider and indicated he would personally approach each of us if necessary. Austin lamented. Is he not threatening us? Jonathan truly is a ruthless individual. Chu Xinran exclaimed in indignation. This was the first time Chu Xinran encountered such a nefarious individual on the Orc continent. A person who resorted to any means necessary in pursuit of their goals. The small tribes were at a loss regarding Jonathan's tactics, forced to navigate their circumstances one step at a time. Ultimately, when Austin departed, Carlo generously bestowed upon the insect tribe a bountiful supply of provisions, including both meat and grains, while also imparting knowledge on how to properly consume these resources. Austin expressed his heartfelt gratitude for an extended period, deeply moved and at a loss for words, assuring them that the insect tribe would forever cherish the kindness of the lion and tiger tribe. On this day, Chu Xinran prepared several cakes, intending to deliver them to the young orcs training outside alongside Amy and Nina. Initially, only adult orcs participated in tribal training. However, Carlo later decided to include the underage orcs, encouraging them to join in order to enhance their strength and not solely indulge in play. Since the commencement of training for the young orcs, including Karen and Kenny, Chu Xinran felt a pang of compassion for the children who toiled so diligently each day. Thus, she occasionally prepared delightful treats to uplift their spirits. Yesterday, Karen had persistently clamored for cake, prompting Chu Xinran to make a special effort to bring some today. The training site was located outside the tribe, where Carlo had thoughtfully chosen a spacious and safe area for their exercises. Upon noticing the arrival of Chu Xinran and her companions, Carlo waved his hand, signaling the practicing orcs to pause and take a brief respite before resuming their training. Hearing Carlo's words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they dispersed. Carlo maintained a stringent regimen during their training, allowing them rest only when Chu Xinran occasionally visited, making her presence a much-anticipated event. Karen and Kenny joyfully dashed toward Chu Xinran, but upon realizing they were drenched in sweat, they ultimately opted to gather around her instead of leaping directly into her embrace. Chu Xinran took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Karen and Kenny, gently inquiring, "How was your learning today? What have you learned?" "Today was incredibly fun. My brother caught a bleeding beast for us to practice catching. I've managed to catch it several times," Karen replied, her eyes sparkling with joy despite the exertion. "That's wonderful. Here, this cake is a special reward from your sister. Take it and enjoy it with your friends," Chu Xinran said, handing the cake to them. Karen and Kenny joyfully accepted the cake and rushed off to find their other companions. Are you tired? After soothing a few small beastmen, Chu Xinran turned to Carlo, who had been standing beside her, and asked softly. Carlo shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked down at her. Amy and Nina exchanged glances and discreetly stepped away, not wishing to remain as intruders in their moment. Here, this is the meat sandwich I made for you, Chu Xinran said, retrieving the food she prepared for Carlo from her basket. Knowing he wasn't fond of sweets, she had deliberately made something different for him. Amy, linking arms with Nina, glanced around in search of someone but felt a tinge of disappointment when she couldn't find the person she hoped to see. What's the matter? Looking for Abel? Nina teased upon noticing Amy's forlorn expression. Of course not. Don't say such things. Amy blushed at Nina's playful remark. At that moment, Darl spotted Amy and Nina and approached them with a cheerful grin. Amy, what brings you here? Amy glanced behind Darl and then replied. I came to see how you were training since I was bored. By the way, where's Abel? I haven't seen him. Upon hearing that Amy was searching for Abel, Darl's expression dimmed momentarily, but he quickly responded with a smile. Abel and Kevin took the team out hunting today. They won't be training. Ah, I see. Amy nodded in realization. After a moment's thought, she handed the basket she was holding to Darl. Here, take this food to enjoy. Though Darl suspected the food was meant for Abel, he accepted it with enthusiasm. Thank you. I promise to finish everything. You can count on me. Amused by Darl's enthusiasm, Amy chuckled. I made plenty, so if you can finish it all, go ahead. Just don't blame me if you overeat, haha. Darl scratched his head, laughing along with her. Carlo and Chu Xinran settled beneath a large tree, preparing to eat. This spot was somewhat secluded, distanced from the training area. Yet the scenery was beautiful and serene. Carlo began with the meat sandwich, while Chu Xinran reserved a small piece of cake for herself. Just as she was about to take a bite, she noticed movement in the nearby bushes. Carlo, the grass over there is shaking, Chu Xinran said, a hint of anxiety in her voice as she grasped Carlo's arm. Carlo had already sensed the disturbance, but, noticing the slight movement and not detecting any beastly scent, reassured her, it's likely just a small creature, perhaps a long-eared beast hiding in the grass. Don't worry, I'll protect you if any danger arises. Reassured by Carlo's words, Chu Xinran relaxed and began to eat her cake, though she remained distracted by the persistent rustling in the underbrush. Seeing her unease, Carlo stood up. I'll go check what it is and bring it back for you. Chu Xinran followed him, curious to discover what was causing the commotion. However, halfway there, a small white creature suddenly leaped out of the grass, darting swiftly towards Chu Xinran's hand. Before she could react, Carlo swiftly intervened, blocking the creature's advance and sending it tumbling to the ground. The little creature, having landed, emitted a series of plaintive sounds yet continued its determined crawl towards Chu Xinran. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xinran discerned the appearance of the diminutive creature before her. This little beast was enveloped in a coat of pure white fur, save for a small black mark nestled between its brows. Its plush exterior reminded her of a puppy she had encountered on Earth. Yet it bore a striking difference. Two sharp horns adorned its head, and its eyes glowed a vivid crimson. The small creature continued to inch its way toward Chu Xinran, emitting soft whimpers. As it drew nearer, Carlo attempted once more to swat it away, yet Chu Xinran intervened. It is so small, it surely poses no threat to me. Its persistent approach must signify something important, she reasoned. Carlo, upon witnessing the pleading look in her eyes, hesitated before retracting his hand. With a joyful chirp, the little beast leaped into action, seizing the cake from Chu Xinran's grasp and beginning to nibble on it. Ah, little one. So you are merely drawn to the cake in my hand. That explains your relentless advance. Chu Xinran remarked affectionately, gently stroking the creature's soft fur. As she felt the velvety texture beneath her fingers, she silently marveled at how undeniably adorable it was. Upon her first glimpse of the little creature, Chu Xinran was immediately captivated. In her childhood, she had harbored a profound desire to raise a pet. However, life in the orphanage was quite challenging, making it difficult to care for the many children, let alone a pet. Thus, in her understanding and maturity, Chu Xinran never brought up this yearning to the matron of the orphanage. The little beast soon devoured the cake in its tiny paws, and then, with its glistening, wet eyes, it fixed its gaze upon Chu Xinran, making soft, adorable sounds. Chu Xinran hurriedly retrieved some food from the basket and offered it to the small beast, which devoured the provisions with a voracious appetite, as if it had not eaten in days. After consuming the food provided by Chu Xinran, the creature seemed to have formed an attachment to her, following her closely wherever she ventured, undeterred by Carlo's unwavering gaze. "Carlo, can we keep it?" Chu Xinran implored, her large eyes glistening with hope. She had broached the subject with Carlo earlier, only to be met with an immediate refusal. "No, we cannot," Carlo reiterated, shaking his head. His crimson eyes bore a warning. Had she forgotten the ferocity of those beasts with red eyes? Furthermore, he had never encountered this particular creature before and remained uncertain of its origins. It was unwise to bring it back with them. Chu Xinran understood that Carlo's words held merit, yet as she gazed into the small creature's glistening eyes, she found herself unable to abandon it here. "Carlo, this tiny being is so young, with its teeth not even fully grown. Surely, it poses no threat. I assure you, if this creature ever shows any inclination to harm others, I shall be the first to send it away. Shall we take it back with us? If left alone here, it may starve or fall prey to other wild beasts. Let us bring it with us, shall we?" With her hands clasped in a pleading gesture, Chu Xinran gazed earnestly at Carlo, her large eyes fixed upon him. Initially resolute in his stance, Carlo found himself softened by her charmingly coy demeanor, rendering him unable to utter a word of refusal. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he acquiesced to her request. "Remember, if anything seems amiss, I will unhesitatingly part with it," he assured her. "Rest assured, I understand." Upon hearing Carlo's reluctant agreement, Chu Xinran jubilantly embraced the little creature. It seemed as though the small beast comprehended their conversation, joyfully burrowing into her arms with a cheerful chirp. "Your fur is entirely white, save for a hint of black between your brows. Shall I call you Dian Dian henceforth?" she said, delighting in the softness of its coat. The little creature responded with a series of chirps, as if nodding in consent. Observing the joyful exchange between girl and beast, Carlo could only shake his head in resignation. "Very well, considering how happy she is, I shall allow it." When Chu Xinran took Dandan to show to Karen and the others, several small orcs gathered around in curiosity, eager to touch Dandan. Amy and Nina were also captivated by this little creature, each holding food and attempting to entice it. Surrounded by so many people, Dandan clearly became spirited, leaping and rolling about in sheer delight. After Dandan was brought back to the tribe, Carlo first invited the shaman to take a look, but the shaman could not discern anything remarkable. "I had never encountered such a creature, nor had I heard previous shamans mention it, leaving us perplexed about its nature." The shaman shook his head, admitting he too was unfamiliar with it. Hearing this, Carlo furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he was indeed dealing with a creature of unknown origins. Noticing Carlo's demeanor, Chu Xinran hurriedly cradled Dandan in her arms, vigilantly stating, "You promised to adopt it. You cannot go back on your word. Rest assured, I will not send it away." Although Carlo felt some concern regarding Dandan's origins, he would certainly honor his word. Carlo reported this matter to the tribe leader, Abba. Though the leader hesitated initially, he ultimately nodded in agreement after Carlo's persuasion. Carlo also informed all the tribe's people to prevent any unintentional harm to the little creature. While the orcs in the tribe did not understand why Chu Xinran wished to keep this little beast, Dandan quickly won the affection of all the females and children. Karen and Kenny brought several children daily to play with Dandan. After caring for Dandan for some time, Chu Xinran discovered that it was indeed a voracious little creature. It was impossible for Dandan to resist the allure of the cake in Chu Xinran's hand, and even when Carlo inadvertently heard it, Dandan persisted in trying to reach the cake. Since Dandan appeared to be merely a cub, concerned about its digestion, Chu Xinran endeavored to feed it only soft foods. However, Dandan had a large appetite and was quite greedy. Even after being fed, it would anxiously call out whenever it saw Chu Xinran and Carlo eating, insisting on joining in. Chu Xinran had never encountered such a gluttonous little creature. It insisted on consuming everything: meat, vegetables, grains, essentially anything that a human would eat. And only then would it feel a sense of satisfaction. Chu Xinran found this habit of Dian Dian quite troublesome, yet no matter how hard she tried to correct it, her efforts proved futile. Observing Dian Dian indulge in such copious amounts of food each day without any signs of digestive distress, she ultimately resigned herself to its whims. Created a soft, cozy nest for Dian Dian beside the bed. Initially, Dian Dian intended to sleep on the bed, but Carlo was resolute. Should Dian Dian dare to jump up, he would be locked outside. Gradually, Dian Dian lost the courage to approach the bed. Dian Dian also had a habit of being clingy, following Chu Xinran wherever she went. often whimpering for her to hold or stroke its fur. The tribespeople treated Dien Dien as a mascot, playfully teasing it and offering it food, leading Dien Dien to nearly strut around the village. However, its greatest fear remained Carlo, who was the only one capable of keeping it in check. One day, when Kevin accompanied Carlo back for dinner, he suddenly broached a subject at the table. "Have you heard what happened to Tabis?" he asked, directing his gaze at Carlo and Chu Xinran. "Tabis? Lilith's brother? What happened?" "I haven't heard anything," Chu Xinran replied, recalling that Tabis was a rather gentle soul, quite unlike Lilith. "Yes, that's the one. You won't believe it. Tabis seems to have transformed. His temperament has soured drastically, and he frequently loses his temper with those around him," Kevin said while eating. Chu Xinran found Kevin's words hard to believe. How could someone as mild-mannered as Tabis ever become angry? In her mind, the most even-tempered individual in the lion-tiger tribe was Dar, followed closely by Tabis. She could hardly fathom what it would be like to witness Tabis in a fit of rage. Upon hearing Kevin's revelation, Carlos set down his chopsticks, his expression shifting to one of concern. "Is there anything else unusual about him?" he inquired. "Tabis has been getting into numerous arguments with other orcs throughout the day. I heard he even had a fierce fight with Abel recently, and it got so violent that blood was drawn. Several orcs had to intervene to separate them." Upon hearing that blood had been shed, Carlo's demeanor turned serious. While brawls occasionally occurred within the tribe, they were typically just friendly sparring sessions that never escalated to bloodshed. "Carlo, once we finish our meal, let's go check on Tabis," Kevin suggested, to which Carlo nodded in agreement. However, before they could see Tabis, an urgent commotion arose. "Carlo, Kevin, you must come quickly. Tabis has fought Abel again." Darrell rushed in, exclaiming. This time, Tabis went all out and nearly killed Abel. At Darrell's alarming words, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone present dropped their bowls and rushed outside. The square was already crowded with onlookers. Abel had Tabis pinned beneath him, but Tabis's expression was terrifying. His eyes had turned red, filled with rage as he glared at Abel and struggled to break free to attack him. Blood trickled from Abel's arm. Someone pulled them apart. The chief and priest shouted as they arrived. Other orcs rushed to help Abel up, attempting to separate the two. But as soon as Tabis broke free, he recklessly lunged at the nearby orcs with a weapon. In that critical moment, Carlo dashed forward, seized Tabis's weapon, and pinned him to the ground. Despite being restrained, Tabis thrashed violently, trying to strike Carlo, yet Carlo held him down firmly. "What on earth is happening? Tabis, have you lost your mind? How dare you harm a fellow tribesman?" The chief exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. The other tribespeople looked on in fear, unsure of what had come over him. His symptoms resemble those of the red-eyed beasts. He appears devoid of rational thought, and I doubt he comprehends anything you say, Carlo remarked after scrutinizing Tabis's eyes and state. Upon hearing this, the tribespeople recalled the mindless, red-eyed beasts, now resembling Tabis, who glared hatefully at everyone around him. "Abel, what happened? Why did you and Tabis suddenly come to blows?" the chief asked, turning to Abel. Seeing Abel injured, Chu Xinran hurried inside to fetch herbs, instructing Amy to bandage his wounds. After spitting out blood, Abel recounted, "I was passing through the square when I accidentally bumped into Tabis. He accused me of doing it on purpose, and then he started arguing with me, which escalated to violence. I thought it would be just a scuffle, but then he drew a weapon and stabbed at my abdomen. I barely dodged, and it only grazed my arm." The surrounding orcs corroborated Abel's account, affirming that Tabis had indeed initiated the attack and had been the first to resort to lethal force. Hearing Abel's words, both Carlo and Chu Xinran exchanged worried glances. Had the situation spiraled beyond control? Carlo instructed several orcs to bind Tabis and confine him until he regained his sanity. The chief calmed the tribespeople, assuring them that they would find a resolution, and offered comfort to Tabis's parents, allowing them to see him but warning them to maintain a safe distance. Once everyone had departed, the chief sighed heavily and turned to Carlo and Chu Xinran, asking, "What do you make of this situation? It likely correlates with the recent occurrences involving the red-eyed beasts. Tabis's temperament has gradually worsened over the past few days, culminating in his current state of confusion." Carlo analyzed with a grave demeanor. Chu Xinran nodded, contemplating the validity of Carlo's assertion. Could it be that Tabitha has consumed something? She pondered. Otherwise, how could he have transformed so suddenly, akin to those ferocious beasts with crimson eyes? Surely, something must have provoked such a violent change. Although they had surmised the cause of Tabitha's condition, the specifics of what he had ingested remained a mystery. one only solvable once Tabitha regained his senses. Fortunately, he did not remain in a state of delirium for long. By the following day, he regained lucidity, staring bewilderedly at the ropes binding him. What is going on? Why am I restrained? He queried, panic evident in his voice. Tabitha, I must ask you, have you consumed anything unusual in recent days? Do you recall yesterday's events? Carlo inquired, standing before him. Tabitha, momentarily at a loss, struggled to recollect, finally responding, I don't know. I only remember passing through the square when Abel bumped into me, and then everything went blank. Can you recall anything unique you have eaten in the last few days? Carlo pressed further. I haven't eaten anything special, Tabitha replied, trying to remember. Oh wait, a few days ago, I caught a dead bleeding beast in a trap while out in the wild. I roasted and ate it then. Do you remember the color of that beast's eyes? Carlo continued to probe. I can't recall. The beast was dead, and its eyes were closed, so I paid no attention, Tabitha responded, a hint of confusion in his tone. Tabitha, your eyes turned red yesterday, and you attempted to attack Abel. Surely you remember that? Think hard about the color of the bleeding beast's eyes. It is crucial. Carlo recounted Tabitha's actions from the previous day. Upon hearing Carlo's words, Tabitha found it hard to believe. How could he have acted so violently against his kin? Stimulated by Carlo's words, Tabitha shut his eyes and carefully revisited the chaotic scene of that day. He recalled feeling elated when he extracted the bleeding beast from the trap and taking it to the riverbank to eviscerate it. He vaguely remembered touching the beast's head a few times, and now, with clarity, he recognized the color of its eyes. It was red. Suddenly realizing that he had consumed the flesh of those beasts with crimson eyes, which had induced his own symptoms, Tabitha's expression shifted as he recollected the vivid red. Just as Carlo intended to untie him, Tabitha's demeanor changed abruptly, his eyes gradually transforming to red once more. He roared at Carlo, attempting to break free and attack. Seeing Tabitha's alarming transformation, Carlo sighed silently. It seemed this affliction would not dissipate easily. It was unwise to release Tabitha just yet. He turned away from the dwelling, cautioning the orcs guarding Tabitha to remain vigilant and prevent his escape. Carlo conveyed the situation to the chieftain, the shaman, Chu Xinran. And Kevin, are you saying that Tabitha's condition is a result of consuming the flesh of the red-eyed beasts? The chieftain inquired. Indeed, Carlo affirmed with a nod. This complicates matters. We remain unaware of why those red-eyed beasts have become such, and now Tabitha has also fallen victim. What are we to do? The shaman expressed his concerns. The others fell into silence, equally uncertain of the way forward. After deliberation, it was decided that Tabitha would remain confined to prevent any outbreaks of violence. I do not wish to keep Tabitha imprisoned, Chu Xinran remarked. Yet, at this moment, we have no alternative to address the issue. She had seen the deep wound on Abel's arm, a true testament to Tabitha's lethal intent. Had Abel not reacted swiftly, his fate could have been dire. The chieftain gathered everyone together to elaborate on Tabitha's current state. It is imperative that you all keep your distance from those red-eyed beasts. Under no circumstances should you consume them, not even a morsel. Do not dismiss the importance of this warning, for if you do, you may end up like Tabitha, losing your sanity, with consequences that are beyond imagination. Rest assured, chieftain, we shall exercise utmost caution and refrain from consuming any red-eyed beasts, the group promised. Now acutely aware of the gravity of Tabitha's condition, following the prohibition against eating the red-eyed beasts, the lion-tiger tribe did not witness any further cases of the affliction. However, on a particular day, Austin, the chieftain of the insect tribe, arrived at the lion-tiger tribe to relay the chaotic state of the beastman continent. The number of beastmen afflicted with the red-eye disease is increasing alarmingly. Our tribe has 3 cases, and they are currently imprisoned. However, along my journey, I observed that many tribes are encountering growing numbers of afflicted individuals, resulting in numerous injuries. Austin expressed his concern. Are these tribes' beastmen all victims of consuming the red-eyed beasts? Rice queried. I am aware that many tribes have heeded the warning against consuming them. Yet the troubling reality is that some beastmen are inexplicably contracting the red-eye disease even without consuming the beasts. Upon hearing Austin's revelation, Carlo and Chu Xinran were taken aback. Are you suggesting that one can contract the red-eye disease without consuming the beasts? Chu Xinran asked, incredulous. Indeed, the bird tribe was among the first to discover this and has long prohibited the consumption of red-eyed beasts. Yet they continue to have afflicted individuals, Austin replied. Chu Xinran was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by shock. They had always believed that the disease was transmitted through food, but if that were not the case, then what was the true vector of transmission? If this uncertainty persisted, the lion and tiger tribe would inevitably witness a growing number of orc infections, with dire consequences looming on the horizon. After all, this was a contagious disease. Should it spread through air or water, the implications would be terrifying. Was this red-eye illness exclusive to orcs? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled Austin's earlier words, which seemed to lack any mention of females contracting this disease. Austin nodded in affirmation, suggesting that it was indeed likely limited to orcs. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered any tribe reporting female cases. All afflicted by the red-eye illness were orcs. Chu Xinran did not anticipate the rapid spread of the conjunctivitis. If this continues, the situation will undoubtedly worsen. Currently, the mode of transmission of this conjunctivitis remains unclear. In our previous tribe, when confronted with an outbreak of infectious disease, we would implement several measures. I would like to share these with you all, and for the time being, let us proceed accordingly to see if we can mitigate the situation. Chu Xinran advised those present to frequently wash their hands, ensure that the water they drink is heated, and consume thoroughly cooked food, cautioning them against drinking raw water and eating raw meat. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's admonitions, Austin expressed his gratitude and departed from the lion and tiger tribe. After Austin's departure, the chief shared these important precautions with all the members of the tribe, urging them to remain vigilant and avoid the onset of conjunctivitis. Chu Xinran no longer ventured out in search of new sustenance. Instead, she opted for the familiar foods she had previously consumed, as they seemed the safer choice. No one could ascertain whether the new foods might be the harbingers of the dreaded red-eye disease, thus prudence prevailed. Shortly after Austin's departure, Jonathan dispatched another envoy to the lion-tiger tribe. Chief Reese, the envoy began. Our leader wishes to extend an invitation for your tribe to join us at the bird tribe to discuss the recent outbreak of the red-eye disease. You did not attend the last gathering. Surely you will not decline this time. The envoy, having faced Jonathan's ire for failing to invite the lion-tiger tribe previously, was determined to ensure their participation this time. To his surprise, Reese readily agreed without hesitation. After the envoy conveyed the time of the meeting, he returned joyfully to report. This had been a prearranged discussion between the chief, Carlo, and Chu Xinran, for the issue of the red-eye disease demanded urgent attention. If the bird tribe were to convene, they would likely possess more information to share, thus they did not refuse this time. Ultimately, those who decided to attend included the chief, Carlo, Kevin, and Chu Xinran, while the remaining priests, Darl, and Abel stayed behind to manage daily affairs, particularly as Abel needed rest after being injured by Tabitha. Carlo had initially wished to exclude Chu Xinran from the delegation, but she harbored significant concerns regarding the red-eye disease. With Tabitha still incarcerated and her mental state fluctuating, Chu Xinran felt her presence might be of assistance. Thus, she was resolute in her decision to join. Carlo, accustomed to yielding to Chu Xinran, reluctantly acquiesced. However, just as they prepared to depart, another voice chimed in, expressing a desire to accompany them. Lilith, what are you doing? Is this journey suited for you? You ought to remain in the tribe and care for your brother. The chief exclaimed, exasperated, as he observed Lilith, tearful and insistent on joining the expedition to the bird tribe. Yet, Lilith persisted, but chief, you said Tabitha is my brother. I cannot stand idly by while he suffers. My parents are distraught. I must go to the bird tribe to seek a remedy for him. Please, chief. You, a female, would only cause chaos there. Please, cease this commotion. The chief retorted sternly. But Chu Xinran is also female. If she can attend, why can't I? This meeting is precisely to address my brother's plight. Why should I be excluded? Lilith countered defiantly. Hearing Lilith's argument, Chu Xinran felt a pang of guilt and stepped back behind Carlo, realizing the validity of her reasoning. She lacked combat prowess and relied solely on Carlo for protection, which made her conviction to attend feel somewhat unjustified. Carlo, noticing Lilith's audacity and leveraging Chu Xinran's presence, shielded her behind him and shot a frosty glare at Lilith. Under his piercing gaze, Lilith felt her resolve falter, turning away in silence but continuing to plead with the chief. The chief, feeling somewhat awkward after Lilith's words, recognized his earlier statement about females causing chaos had been misguided. After several coughs to clear the tension, he ultimately conceded to Lilith's persistent demands. With her wishes granted, Lilith joyfully joined the group as they set off. Halfway through their journey, Chu Xinran discovered that Dandan had stealthily hidden himself in Kevin's backpack. What are you doing here? I told you to stay with Amy. Why are you so disobedient? She scolded, lifting Dandin and pointing at his tiny nose. Gooey gooey, Dandin chirped, blissfully unaware of the trouble he had caused, further aggravating Chu Xinran. Concerned that Dandin's presence might lead to unforeseen complications, she had entrusted him to Amy before their departure. Now, with him nestled in Kevin's backpack, she feared Amy would be frantic upon discovering his absence. Xiaoran, let it be. Since Dandin has come along, we might as well take him with us. It's too far to return him now, Kevin remarked, fond of Dandin and unable to resist coming to his defense. He was right. Returning him now would be impractical, and fortunately, her attire was sufficiently voluminous to conceal Dandin without drawing attention. Lilith observed the unfolding scene with disdain, internally scoffing at the peculiar little creature. Where did this impudent beast come from? Chu Xinran treats it like a treasure, but with those blood-red eyes. It could very well be the source of the recent outbreak. Though she dared not voice her suspicions aloud, she resolved that once she and Jonathan were united, she would settle the score with everyone, especially with Chu Xinran and Carlo. Before long, the group arrived at the bird tribe, a first for Chu Xinran. The expanse of the tribe astonished her. Unlike the lion-tiger tribe, which resided in caves, the bird tribe inhabited wooden houses, fortified by protective barriers that rendered it town-like. Numerous tribes had gathered for the council, and aside from encountering the insect tribe's orcs, Chu Xinran encountered various tribes she had never seen or heard of before. The tribes, having learned of their affiliation with the lion-tiger tribe, treated them with respect, save for Joseph from the sea beast tribe. Upon sighting Carlo and the others, Joseph scoffed derisively. Ah, the renowned lion-tiger tribe. I hear your circumstances have improved, but I haven't seen you trading salt with us lately. Have you discovered an alternative method for salt production? His words immediately captured the attention of the other tribes, for salt was of utmost importance to all. If the lion-tiger tribe had indeed found a new means of salt production, it would be monumental. You claimed you would no longer trade salt with the lion-tiger tribe. Why would we seek out such trivial matters? We trade food for salt with other tribes, Carlo replied calmly. Hearing this, the expressions of the other tribes soured with disappointment. Yet they accepted it as expected. After all, the sea beast tribe had been the sole salt producers for years. Frustrated at his failure to ensnare the lion-tiger tribe, Joseph stormed off in anger. Once all the tribes had gathered, Jonathan made his entrance, and they settled into a circle. Welcome, everyone, to the bird tribe. As the chief of the bird tribe, I extend my warmest greetings. Jonathan began, delivering a lengthy preamble. Chu Xinran, seated below, idly played with Dandin, while Lilith gazed at Jonathan with rapt attention. After a lengthy introduction, Jonathan finally broached the subject at hand. I understand that your presence here is primarily regarding the recent outbreak of the red-eye disease. To be candid, the bird tribe has also seen many of our orcs afflicted by this illness. If we do not devise a solution, I fear this red-eye disease could inflict grave consequences upon our orc continent. As Jonathan finally approached the crux of the matter, Chu Xinran lifted her head, poised to listen attentively. However, to her surprise, Jonathan's discourse took another turn. Before we delve into the topic of conjunctivitis, he remarked, let us first discuss the affairs of the lion-tiger tribe. Stepping toward the side where the lion-tiger tribe sat, Jonathan's gaze scrutinized the representatives from that tribe. Before he continued with a grin, you may not be aware, but I once visited the lion-tiger tribe. Do you know what I discovered? He paused, fixating his stare on the members of the lion-tiger tribe. Jonathan, speak plainly. Stop this cryptic nonsense. Kevin could no longer contain himself, rising to express his disdain for Jonathan's evasiveness. Very well, I shall be direct. Are you aware of what I found? The lion-tiger tribe is truly flourishing. I observed them residing in grand houses, feasting on foods previously unknown to me, and utilizing items I had never encountered before. Each member appears remarkably robust. This transformation is nothing short of extraordinary. Jonathan gestured towards several individuals from the lion-tiger tribe, addressing the others present. Look at the garments they wear and the weapons they wield, each an item we have never seen. What do you think accounts for such a sudden change in the lion-tiger tribe? The onlookers from other tribes gazed intently at the lion-tiger representatives, aware that their lives had improved recently, yet unaware of the extent of this prosperity. Jonathan's insinuation led them to wonder whether the lion-tiger tribe was concealing something valuable from them. As the atmosphere shifted, Chu Xinran could no longer remain seated. Although Carlo attempted to restrain her, she resolutely stood, locking eyes with Jonathan. What exactly do you mean by your words, Chief Jonathan? What difference does it make if the lion-tiger tribe is thriving or not? How does this relate to the topic at hand? That is an excellent question, Jonathan replied, his tone sharp. While it may not pertain directly to today's discussion, it certainly bears significance for the future survival of our tribes. You and the lion-tiger tribe are enjoying good fortune. Have you considered the plight of the other tribes? The herbivorous tribe once walked closely alongside you. Yet I have heard they are on the brink of extinction, and the lion-tiger tribe has offered no assistance. Jonathan's smile belied the sting in his words as he regarded Chu Xinran. The herbivorous tribe sought refuge with your bird tribe, did they not? How did Butte and Andrew betray us to align themselves with you? Chu Xinran retorted coldly. Must Chief Jonathan insist that I lay bare all these matters before such a crowd? The grievances with the herbivorous tribe had yet to be addressed with the bird tribe. Yet Jonathan seized upon the opportunity to provoke. Unperturbed by Chu Xinran's sharp tongue, Jonathan admired her spirit and continued, setting aside the herbivorous tribe's plight. Since your lion-tiger tribe has grown so powerful, should you not extend a hand to support the weaker tribes among us? It is selfish to revel in your own comfort, while countless others endure hunger and hardship. Would you not agree? Jonathan's words resonated with some in attendance. They too felt that the lion-tiger tribe, now flourishing, ought to assist those tribes still grappling with adversity. Chu Xinran was nearly driven to exasperation by Jonathan's brazen audacity. Why should they, the lion and tiger tribe, relinquish the fruits of their arduous labor so easily? What right did they have? Yet, she was acutely aware that voicing her indignation would incite the wrath of the other tribes, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words in her fury. At that moment, Carlo rose to his feet, offering a comforting pat on Chu Xinran's shoulder, urging her to take a seat while he confronted Jonathan. With an unhurried demeanor, Carlo approached Jonathan, fixing him with a piercing gaze and inquiring, Chief Jonathan, are you willing? Willing for what? What do you mean? Despite being a few years younger than Jonathan, Carlo exuded an impressive presence that momentarily unsettled the seasoned leader. Willing to share your possessions with other tribes, your homes, your weapons, your food. If Chief Jonathan is amenable, then we, the lion and tiger tribe, would also comply, Carlo continued with unwavering calmness. Had it not been for Chu Xinran's arrival, the circumstances of the lion and tiger tribe would not have flourished as they currently did. In contrast, the bird tribe had long since enjoyed a prosperous existence, possessing homes, weapons, and protective gear. Though lacking the abundance of food and resources that the lion and tiger tribe currently enjoyed, they still fared better than many others. It is worth noting that before Chu Xinran's arrival, the lion and tiger tribe resided in caves, while most of the other tribes still faced hunger, dwelling in similar caves. Jonathan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by Carlo's remarks. He certainly had no desire to share his tribe's resources with others. Carlo's intentions were undeniably insidious. Chief Jonathan, let us not dwell on this matter. We are here to discuss the issue of the red-eye disease, are we not? Let us return to the main topic. Austin interjected hastily, striving to defuse the tension for the lion and tiger tribe. Some kind-hearted beasts, encouraged by Austin's intervention, chimed in to offer their support. You should all rest here for the day. We can address the pressing matters tomorrow. Feeling a sense of humiliation, Jonathan uttered this remark and turned to depart. Chief Rice, Carlo, Xinran, are you all right? Do not take his words to heart. Austin consoled as he approached after others had left. Chu Xinran and her companions shook their heads. Chu Xinran expressed her gratitude, saying, Chief Austin, thank you for speaking on behalf of our lion-tiger tribe earlier. It was nothing, he replied. However, we must remember that we are on the territory of the bird tribe, and it would be unwise to sever ties with them completely. It is best to remain discreet moving forward. Thank you. We will be more vigilant. Carlo responded. After bidding farewell to Austin and returning to their residence, Chu Xinran voiced her concerns. I wonder if Jonathan's remarks today will lead others from different tribes to speculate. His intentions are truly malicious. Carlo gently patted her head, offering reassurance. As long as our tribe thrives, such occurrences are inevitable. We must grow stronger to instill fear in them, ensuring they hesitate to act against us. Carlo is right, Xinran. Do not dwell too much on this matter. The intentions of others may not be as malevolent as you think. We can only proceed one step at a time. Chief Reese also consoled her. Chu Xinran nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. The pressing matter at hand was to address the issue of the red-eye disease. At this moment, Dian leapt from Chu Xinran's embrace, affectionately licking her hand as if attempting to comfort her. Chu Xinran gently patted Dian's head, dismissing her earlier worries, Pondering too much was futile. She resolved to face whatever challenges arose. All right, I shall prepare a meal for everyone. We are all rather famished. With her spirits lifted, she stood up to begin cooking, while Carlo also prepared to assist her. In this moment, neither of them noticed that Lilith was absent, her whereabouts unknown. You wish to partner with me? Jonathan mused, observing the female before him with a cryptic expression. Indeed, Lilith replied, raising her chin with a hint of pride, her chest puffed out. Chief Jonathan, I am the most beautiful in the lion-tiger tribe. Should you choose to pair with me, I can divulge the secrets of our tribe. You will not regret it. Oh, Jonathan glanced at Lilith's striking features. While she was undeniably beautiful, her demeanor was rather common, lacking the delicate charm of the enchanting Chu Xinran. He appreciated a female who stood her ground, and the memory of Chu Xinran arguing with him boldly lingered in his mind. In comparison, Lilith's arrogant self-importance was somewhat irksome. Jonathan smiled and inquired, Can you reveal everything about the lion-tiger tribe to me? How are their weapons crafted? Where do they source their food? Can you provide me with these insights? At his probing questions, Lilith grew flustered. She only possessed partial knowledge and was utterly ignorant regarding weaponry. Rest assured, if you agree to my terms, I shall remain within the lion-tiger tribe and continue to gather information for you until you obtain all that you desire. Intrigued, Jonathan stepped closer to Lilith, his icy hand caressing her face as he smiled. Very well, I accept your terms, but do not disappoint me, my Lilith. Feeling the slickness of his touch, Lilith broke into a cold sweat, yet for the sake of her future, she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Now, I pose a question. What is Chu Xinran's background? I sense she holds a prominent position within your lion-tiger tribe. Jonathan withdrew his hand and returned to his seat, looking down at Lilith with an air of authority. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's name, Lilith instinctively frowned in distaste, but she dared not deceive Jonathan. She answered honestly, I am unaware of her origins. I only know she was brought back by Carlo, claimed to have been found in the abyssal forest. The recent changes in our tribe have all been imparted by her. Jonathan's eyes sparkled with admiration at her words. It seemed that Chu Xinran's surprises were far from over. A female who could survive in the abyssal forest and possessed such knowledge. How many more hidden depths did you possess, Chu Xinran? Watching Jonathan's reaction, Lilith felt a surge of jealousy. She knew that every orc she desired would be lured away by that wretched Chu Xinran. If her attempt to win Jonathan's favor failed again, she would rather perish than let Chu Xinran escape unscathed. Fortunately, Jonathan did not retract his agreement, and after discussing how to relay messages, he allowed Lilith to leave. Jonathan sat alone in contemplation, pondering Lilith's worth. Did she dare to compare herself to Chu Xinran? He had noticed the glint of jealousy in Lilith's eyes when she mentioned Chu Xinran. However, Lilith still held value, and he intended to exploit her to claim Chu Xinran for himself. As for Chu Xinran, she was his ultimate goal. When the official discussions regarding the red-eye disease commenced the following day, Jonathan refrained from imposing upon the lion-tiger tribe. Instead, he frequently cast smiles in Chu Xinran's direction. Unable to withstand Jonathan's lingering gaze, Chu Xinran lowered her head and turned away, refusing to meet his eyes. Carlo, in turn, shifted to occupy a position that shielded Chu Xinran from Jonathan's scrutiny. As various tribes spoke of the red-eye disease, confusion reigned, with no clear cause identified. The affliction had seemingly arisen without warning. One chief lamented, the onset of the red-eye disease was abrupt, devoid of any forewarning. The afflicted orcs in our tribe are increasingly deteriorating. Their lucid moments grow ever shorter, and they now exhibit violent, frenzied behavior, refusing cooked meat in favor of raw. Hearing this, Chu Xinran felt a chill of apprehension. Perhaps Tabitha had fallen ill later, which explained the absence of these symptoms thus far. However, if Tabitha continued on this trajectory, the consequences would surely become dire. Carlo, Chu Xinran whispered, leaning close to his ear. Carlo's deep, resonant voice was clear to Chu Xinran, causing her to blush uncontrollably. What is it? Carlo inquired, noticing her face flushed with color. Chu Xinran shook her head, striving to regain her clarity of mind. This was not the moment for such thoughts. Carlo, do you not perceive that the symptoms of the orcs afflicted with the red-eye disease ultimately lead them towards a state of mindless beasts? Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, Carlo concurred, acknowledging the truth in her observation. The orcs had undergone millennia of evolution to arrive at their current form. Yet those stricken by the red-eye disease seemed to be regressing, reverting to their most primal state, beasts devoid of reason. I wonder what little Ran is whispering to Carlo. If there is something to be said, let it be shared with all. Jonathan remarked coldly, finding the sight of Chu Xinran and Callow leaning together quite irksome. Chu Xinran chose to ignore Jonathan, lowering her head and falling silent. Observing her demeanor, Carlo stood up and voiced her earlier speculation. Jonathan, seeing Chu Xinran's attitude, clenched his fists in frustration, bewildered as to what had offended her so deeply, leading to her aversion. After Carlo's remarks, the gathering buzzed with discussion. If Carlo's assertions were indeed accurate, it would spell disaster for their beastman continent. Despite their fervent discussions, no viable solutions emerged, primarily due to the unclear origins of the red-eye disease. With various opinions swirling, Jonathan finally rose to address the assembly. Everyone, let's heed my words. Given our current predicament, it is imperative that our tribes unite. I propose that you all relocate to our avian tribe's territory. By gathering together, we can ensure mutual protection, and our avian tribe will willingly assume the responsibility of safeguarding you all. What say you? Jonathan's unwavering ambition to unify the region was evident in his words. And as he spoke, an unsettling silence enveloped the room, leaving no one willing to respond. Noticing the quiet, Jonathan, unperturbed, turned to Joseph and inquired with a smile, "Joseph, didn't your Marine tribe mention considering our proposal last time? What have you concluded? What is your stance?" Reluctantly, Joseph stood up, his heart heavy with reluctance. Though he wished to refuse, the memory of Jonathan's earlier threats loomed large in his mind, prompting hesitation. Finally, he mumbled, "Our Marine tribe agrees to Chief Jonathan's proposal. We are willing to relocate here." Jonathan had warned that if the Marine tribe declined this time, the avian tribe would no longer offer protection. Should the Marine tribe be attacked for salt in the future, the avian tribe would not intervene, leaving Joseph with little choice but to acquiesce. Witnessing the Marine tribe's compliance, the smaller tribes felt a wave of trepidation. With the formidable avian tribe and the salt-rich Marine tribe allied, what hope remained for them? Did they have no alternative but to concede? As the tribes reluctantly agreed, Jonathan's smile widened. He then turned to the Lion-Tiger tribe, asking, "Chief Reese, Carlo, what about your Lion-Tiger tribe?" "We, the Lion-Tiger tribe, will abstain. We can safeguard our own," Reese replied, shaking his head in refusal. Jonathan's expression darkened. "Chief Reese, are you certain of this decision?" Carlo stepped forward, confronting Jonathan. "Are you not concerned about the potential dangers of gathering all tribes together? What are your true intentions?" "What do you mean?" Jonathan retorted angrily. "Given the unknown transmission of the red-eye disease, it is far wiser to remain scattered. By congregating, are you not inviting disaster? If a red-eyed Tyrannosaurus were to attack, how can you guarantee everyone's safety?" Carlo's words resonated, causing the crowd to shift uneasily. Carlo's reasoning struck a chord. What if an outbreak occurred among them? Even a regular Tyrannosaurus could wreak havoc, let alone one infected with the disease. The tribes that had initially agreed now contemplated retracting their consent. Despite their fear of the avian tribe's power, they could not gamble with the lives of their kin. Sensing that the assembly was leaning toward reconsideration, Joseph interjected, "This matter should be postponed until the red-eye disease crisis has passed. We must depart. The Marine tribe has pressing issues to attend to." This marked the first time Joseph genuinely appreciated Carlo's intervention. He quickly led his fellow Marine tribe members away. As the Marine tribe exited, other tribes quickly fabricated excuses to leave the avian territory. Jonathan's expression soured further. Witnessing the exodus, Reese exchanged polite remarks with Jonathan before departing with Carlo and Chu Xinran. As Jonathan watched Carlo and the others retreat, he slammed his fist on the table. Seething with anger, it was all Carlo's fault for ruining his plans. He would not forget this slight and vowed to settle the score. The members of the Lion-Tiger tribe hurried back to their own territory. "Chief, what was the outcome?" Abel inquired anxiously upon their arrival. The chief shook his head. "We made no progress regarding the red-eye disease. Jonathan remains relentless in his pursuit of unifying all tribes, and the meeting ended in discord." Upon returning to their tribe, Carlo took Chu Xinran to assess Tabi's condition. Unfortunately, it was evident that Tabi's was beginning to exhibit the symptoms previously described by the tribal leader. His moments of clarity were diminishing, and he adamantly refused cooked food, demanding raw meat and live prey instead. Under no circumstances should he consume raw meat. If he refuses cooked food, provide him with grains instead, Carlo instructed the guardians of Tabi's. It was crucial to prevent Tabi's from indulging in raw meat, as it would only exacerbate his beastly instincts and worsen his condition. Moreover, Carlo cautioned the entire tribe to exercise caution during this period. advising them to avoid unfamiliar objects and refrain from consuming unknown foods. They were to adhere strictly to the preventive measures outlined by Chu Xinran: frequent hand-washing, drinking hot water, and eating cooked food. Currently, the members of the lion-tiger tribe were vigilant during meals, and aside from tabis, no one else had contracted the red-eye disease, leading to a significant easing of tensions. Chu Xinran continues to accompany the foraging team in their quest for sustenance. Despite the looming threat of red-eye disease, life in their tribe must persist. With the arrival of the hot season, temperatures have risen significantly, leading to a decrease in available game. Consequently, Chu Xinran finds it imperative to gather an abundance of vegetables, as the previously stored grains dwindle, leaving them reliant on the crops yet to be harvested from their wheat fields. Carlo, while hunting outdoors, exercises great caution, resolutely avoiding any creatures afflicted with red-eye. At the mere sight of such beasts, he swiftly retreats. The items brought back by the foraging team are first offered to their entrusted sheep-like beasts. Only after confirming their safety do the tribe members partake. Although the issue of food is manageable, albeit with fewer game options, the variety of edible plants has increased. Chu Xinran's greatest concern lies with the sweltering heat of the season. During a recent visit to the bird tribe, the weather was not nearly as oppressive, but now the temperatures have soared abruptly. When venturing outside, if she does not find something to shield herself, her skin quickly becomes sunburned. Furthermore, the living quarters have become stifling. When the sun beats down, even the furniture within is rendered uncomfortably warm. Chu Xinran devised a way to cover the windows and doors with animal hides. Although this prevented the sun's rays from penetrating, the house became stiflingly hot, causing her great discomfort. Didi, her companion, lay with his mouth agape, panting continuously, drinking water incessantly, and refusing to curl up in his nest, often sprawling on the ground. Motionless. The house, lacking the coolness of a cave, prompted many villagers to seek refuge in the nearby cavern to escape the sweltering heat. The cave, presumably excavated deep into the mountainside, remained refreshingly cool even during the hottest season. It seemed that while their dwelling was suitable for the snowy season, it posed significant challenges during the heat. Was it necessary to contemplate rebuilding? If so, what form should the new structure take? Chu Xinran found herself ensnared in a web of frustration. Curiously, despite the oppressive heat during the day, she had never been awoken by it at night, sleeping soundly until this particular evening. That night, she found herself lost in a series of dreams. First, she envisioned a fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex approaching to devour her. Then she imagined the scorching temperatures morphing into a monstrous creature that relentlessly pursued her. No matter how hard she tried, she could not shake it off. Drenched in sweat from the heat, suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, banishing the beast. Amidst this chaotic dream, Chu Xinran was jolted awake. As she opened her eyes, she realized the source of the cool breeze. Carlo sat beside her, tirelessly fanning her with a makeshift fan he had crafted from dried grass to alleviate her suffering from the sweltering weather. She was touched to discover that Carlo had stayed awake all night, providing her with comfort. "Carlo, I'm no longer hot. You should go to sleep. You need your strength for tomorrow's hunt," she said softly, grasping his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. "It's fine. You should rest," Carlo replied, gently withdrawing his hand but continuing to fan her. Carlo, realizing he would not heed her words, Chu Xinran climbed from her bed, snatched the fan from his grasp, and gently pressed him down, insisting, "You must sleep. I have no pressing matters tomorrow, but you need to rest well for your hunt. Please, hurry and sleep." Carlo smiled at her, slowly closing his eyes. He had indeed been lacking sleep these past few days and felt quite fatigued. Chu Xinran had not lain down again. She listened as Carlo's breathing gradually steadied. Taking up a fan, she gently fanned him. "Why are you so foolish?" she murmured, gazing at Carlo's handsome visage. She could hardly fathom that Carlo would remain awake, fanning her to ensure she could sleep better at night. She wondered how many days he had been doing this. How could he be so naive? Truly, it was absurd. Though she often lamented Carlo's foolishness, only Chu Xinran knew the delight swelling within her heart. The oppressive heat was rendered inconsequential. She felt as though she were basking in a refreshing forest, invigorated and alert, completely free from fatigue. This was indeed the first time she had seen Carlo in slumber. Previously, he had always retired later than she and rose earlier, so she had never witnessed him asleep. How fascinating it was to behold him in such a state. As she continued to fan him, her eyes remained fixed on Carlo's face. The very first time she had encountered Carlo, she had been captivated by his stunning features. She had never encountered a man so extraordinarily handsome. His silvery hair flowed more smoothly than her own, and although Carlo had recently cropped it to shoulder length for convenience, he would tie it back daily, allowing it to cascade freely only during sleep. Chu Xinran gently reached out and touched the silver strands of Carlo's hair scattered across the bed. It felt soft and incredibly smooth to her touch. She wondered how Carlo's hair could be so effortlessly flawless, as she had never seen him use any soapberry powder during his hair washing rituals. In contrast, she used soapberry powder every time she washed her hair. Yet Carlo's tresses were far silkier than her own. A twinge of envy prompted her to caress his hair a few more times. Despite the smoothness of his hair, Carlo's character was anything but yielding. He was resilient and possessed a profound sense of responsibility. Back on Earth, Chu Xinran had always believed that men with long hair lacked masculinity, but upon meeting Carlo, she realized how misguided that notion was. Carlo embodied the essence of masculinity and accountability more than anyone she had ever encountered. Whenever she felt anxious, the mere sound of Carlo's comforting voice would instantly soothe her. And she wholeheartedly believed in his words, for she recognized him as a man of his word, someone who would undoubtedly follow through on his promises. Once an utterly ordinary girl on Earth, Chu Xinran never anticipated becoming so entwined with a handsome orc. Her arrival on the orc continent felt like a surreal dream. Although she felt a twinge of guilt towards her mentor, she selfishly wished that this dream would never come to an end. Chu Xinran's mind was a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts. Yet she suddenly noticed that Carlo's brow had furrowed at some point unbeknownst to her. Chu Xinran gently reached out to smooth Carlo's furrowed brow and softly said, "Did you dream of troubling matters in the tribe again? Why is your brow so tightly knitted? Don't be unhappy even in your dreams. You've been working so hard for the tribe lately. I hope you have sweet dreams." After speaking, Chu Xinran hesitated for a moment before leaning in slowly and placing a gentle kiss on Carlo's forehead, wishing him pleasant dreams. Once she had done this, her face instantly flushed crimson, and she began to feel quite hot, so she alternated fanning Carlo and herself with the fan in her hand. She spent the entire night fanning, unaware of when she finally drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, she found Carlo had already left, leaving her and Dondian, her pet, gazing at each other with wide eyes. Oh dear, she almost forgot Dondian was in the room last night. She wondered if Dondian had seen her do that thing. Dondian, tell me, you didn't see anything last night, did you? Chu Xinran asked seriously, holding Dondian up to her face. Guji? Guji? Dondian blinked in confusion. From your expression, it seems you didn't see anything. Chu Xinran reassured herself, cradling Dondian as they headed outside. Come on, as a reward, I'll make you something delicious. After breakfast, while working alongside Amy and Nina, Chu Xinran brought up last night's events. Did I not mention that I've been sleeping well these past few nights without waking up from the heat? Last night, I finally discovered the reason. What reason? Amy asked with keen interest, eager to learn so she could do the same, as she had been struggling to sleep due to the heat. I realized that Carlo has been fanning me at night. No wonder he hasn't seemed very well these past few days, Chu Xinran said, a mix of happiness and concern in her voice. Hearing this, Amy couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. So, all this time, you were just here to flaunt it in front of Nina and me. Are you teasing us for not having a guardian beast? Guardian beast? What do you mean? Chu Xinran asked in confusion, having never heard the term before. You don't know that Carlo is your guardian beast? Amy and Nina looked at Chu Xinran in disbelief. If you don't understand what a guardian beast is, why are you living with Carlo? I don't know, Chu Xinran admitted, feeling flustered as she put down what she was holding. I only knew Carlo back then, and didn't he want to live with strangers? If Chu Xinran were on Earth, she would never agree to live with a man. However, she and Carlo had first met in the Abyss Forest, where they relied on each other for survival. When they arrived at the tribe, it felt natural for them to continue living together. Initially, they slept in separate beds, but later they moved into a house with one bed, still using separate blankets. Carlo had never behaved inappropriately, which led Chu Xinran to feel comfortable with their arrangement. My goodness, you really don't know what a guardian beast is? Amy exclaimed in disbelief. Pacing back and forth, seeing Amy so unsettled, Chu Xinran turned to Nina and asked, Nina, what does guardian beast mean? A guardian beast is a male who a female without parents chooses to live with. This male becomes her guardian beast. The guardian beast ranks first among her suitors, and if anyone else wishes to pursue her, they must defeat her guardian beast. However, even if another beast defeats the guardian, The female often still chooses her guardian beast. Nina explained. Finally calming down, Amy added, it is quite rare in the beast continent for a female not to bond with her guardian beast in the end. If you and Carlo continue living together like this, you two will likely pair up soon. And yet, you claim you don't even know what a guardian beast is? Chu Xinran was utterly astonished. The concept of a guardian beast was akin to that of a fiancé on Earth. She had unknowingly become engaged to Carlo. This was simply unbelievable. Everyone in the tribe thinks you and Carlo are a couple and that you will surely pair up in the future. But now you say you had no idea? You truly haven't been with Carlo? Amy pressed, still incredulous. No, we have never discussed such things, Chu Xinran replied, feeling lost. This was the first time she had learned about it. Chu Xinran, tell me, do you like Carlo? Do you want to be with him? Nina asked, remaining relatively calm. Chu Xinran was at a loss for words. She had never considered this before. She always thought of her bond with Carlo as one of mutual reliance. She had never liked anyone before and wasn't sure if her feelings for Carlo could be classified as love. Seeing Chu Xinran's confusion, Nina rephrased her question. All right. Let me ask you differently. Would you be willing to have Carlo move out and no longer live with you? How could that be? No, absolutely not. Chu Xinran shook her head without hesitation. She had lived with Carlo since arriving on the beast continent and could not imagine life without him. Then you must like Carlo. Amy exclaimed upon seeing Chu Xinran's instinctive reaction. Is that so? Chu Xinran wondered, feeling bewildered. She had learned so many things today that she struggled to process. Did her feelings for Carlo truly equate to love? She simply knew she was used to his presence and accustomed to cooking for him every day. If they were to part, she would feel immense sadness. Noticing Chu Xinran's lingering uncertainty, Nina gestured for Amy to stop talking, believing that matters of the heart must be understood by both individuals involved. If Chu Xinran had yet to grasp it, their interference would be of little help. Later that evening, when Carlo returned home for dinner, Chu Xinran could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked about the guardian beast matter. Are you my guardian beast? She suddenly inquired. Upon hearing her question, Carlo's expression stiffened and his gaze dimmed. You found out? Yes, I learned what a guardian beast means today. I had never heard of it before. Chu Xinran replied, continuing to eat without noticing the growing shadow in Carlo's eyes. After a brief conversation, Chu Xinran realized that Carlo had been silent for quite some time. She turned to Carlo and noticed something peculiar about his demeanor. Carlo, what is the matter? Carlo remained silent for a moment before softly replying, I am truly sorry. If you are unwilling, I can move out. I did not intend to conceal this from you. Carlo struggled to find the right words to explain himself. He recognized that his failure to disclose the meaning of the guardian beast man to Chu Xinran stemmed from his own selfishness, and now that she was aware, her disdain for him was understandably his own doing. What are you talking about? I am not unwilling. Who said anything about you moving out? Chu Xinran exclaimed, bewildered by Carlo's words. You are not unwilling? You are not upset that I did not inform you about the guardian beast man? Carlo inquired. I am not angry, Carlo. Even if you had told me about the guardian beast man at that time, if given the choice to live with one, I would still choose you. For you were the only one I knew and trusted. Hearing this, Carlo let out a sigh of relief, having feared that Chu Xinran would indeed be upset. Noticing that Carlo, usually so composed, had been startled by her words, Chu Xinran regretted bringing up the topic. So much time had passed, and she wished she had refrained from mentioning it. Seeing that Chu Xinran was genuinely not angry, Carlo began to feel less flustered. He asked, Were you fanning me all night last night? When I woke up this morning, I saw you lying by my blanket with a fan in hand. Please do not do that again. If you do not rest properly, your body will suffer. If you do not permit me to do that, then you must not do it either. Otherwise, I will continue to stay awake. Chu Xinran retorted, somewhat huffily. All right, Carlo replied with a smile, nodding at her. The following day, while Chu Xinran was working alone in the plaza, she happened to encounter Abel. Are you going to fetch a bucket of water? Let me help you. Abel offered as he took the wooden bucket from her hands and headed towards the riverbank. Followed closely behind and inquired, Are you feeling better? Last time, Tabitha injured Abel's arm, causing considerable bleeding. Much improved, and I must thank you for your herbs, Abel replied while drawing water. You should express your gratitude to Amy, who bandaged your wound. I truly did nothing. Chu Xinran waved her hand dismissively, reluctant to claim credit. She had heard that Amy had been preparing nourishing soups for Abel. Thus the one he ought to thank was indeed Amy. Upon hearing Chu Xinran mention Amy, Abel fell silent, continuing with his tasks without a word. What is going on between you and Amy? Chu Xinran sensed something amiss and asked. Abel shook his head and said, Let us not discuss her. I heard you were planning to make a new nest for Dian. Noting Abel's reluctance to elaborate, Chu Xinran chose not to press further. Upon hearing Abel mention Dian, Chu Xinran's excitement ignited. Yes, the weather is quite hot now, and Dian seems to dislike the nest I made for her. She complains about the heat. So, I am thinking of crafting a cooler nest, but I have yet to find any inspiration. I know there are leaves in the forest that feel cool to the touch. You could use them to make a nest for Dian. Is that true? Where can I find them? Where should I go to pick them? Chu Xinran exclaimed eagerly. If the leaves were indeed cool, placing them in the nest might provide a more comfortable sleeping environment at night. I know where to find them. Let me take you there, Abel said with an uncommon smile. Hesitating for a moment, Chu Xinran wished to invite Carlo along, but given his recent burdens, she decided against it. She would gather some leaves to surprise Carlo. This way, he wouldn't feel so hot at night. All right, take me to pick them. As Abel led Chu Xinran out of the village, they unexpectedly encountered Karen. Sister Xiaoran, where are you going? Karen rushed over and hugged Chu Xinran's leg, her voice sweet and innocent. I am going out with your brother Abel to gather some things. We will be back shortly. Now, let go of your sister, okay? For reasons unknown, Karen clung tightly to Chu Xinran's leg. No, Sister Xiaoran, let my brother accompany you. Why do you need this person to go with you? Karen had always harbored a dislike for Abel, having overheard the other adults in the village say that Abel intended to take his brother's female partner to claim his sister-in-law. Abel, you mustn't be so rude. You should call him Brother Abel. Be obedient. I will return soon, Chu Xinran coaxed, noticing the time had grown late. And disregarding Karen's persistent clinging, Chu Xinran ultimately followed Abel out of the village. Karen stood there, growing increasingly upset, stamping her feet in frustration. Not long after Chu Xinran and Abel departed, Carlo returned from his hunt. Upon seeing Karen standing at the entrance of the tribe with a sulky demeanor, he approached her and inquired, Karen, what are you doing here? Where is your sister Xiaoran? Immediately, Karen began to recount her grievances. Brother, Xiaoran went out with that wicked Abel and hasn't returned yet. I told her not to go and insisted she stay with you, but she was determined to leave. Upon hearing this, Carlo's expression darkened. Did they mention where they were headed or when they would return? No, Xiaoran didn't say anything at all. Karen shook her head. Carlo then approached the guards at the tribe's entrance to inquire further, his countenance growing increasingly grim, devoid of any expression. Perhaps there is a reason for their delay. Do not fret too much, Kevin interjected, attempting to assuage their concerns. However, as he spoke, he noticed Carlo glaring at him, which sent a chill down his spine. Yet he persisted in finishing his sentence. Ultimately, Carlo remained silent and walked away with a stern visage. As darkness enveloped the sky, the absence of Chu Xinran and Abel weighed heavily on Carlo, who frequently cast glances toward the entrance. Carlo, Amy, you need not worry. Abel is quite capable. They are certainly just delayed by some unforeseen circumstance, Kevin reassured them, observing their troubled expressions. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears, particularly with Carlo, who had never appeared so furious in Kevin's presence before. Finally, after nightfall, Chu Xinran and Abel returned together. Chu Xinran cradled a large bundle of green leaves, reminiscent of banana leaves, and wore a beaming smile. Upon noticing Carlo, she waved excitedly. Carlo, look what I brought back. To her astonishment, Carlo merely glanced at her before turning away, retreating into the house with a blank expression. What's wrong with Carlo? Why does he look so upset? Chu Xinran wondered aloud, perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor. Abel observed the gathering crowd in silence, fully aware of Carlo's feelings, and was satisfied with the outcome. Chu Xinran could not comprehend the situation and decided to cast it aside for the time being. She optimistically thought that when Carlo saw the leaves, he would surely be delighted. With that thought in mind, she hurriedly gathered a large bundle of leaves and made her way to the riverbank to wash them. Kevin, upon seeing that Chu Xinran and Abel had returned safely, chose not to involve himself further in their affairs. He glanced at Nina, who stood nearby, and cautiously remarked, It's already dark. Allow me to escort you home. Nina remained silent, merely casting a glance at Kevin before turning away, unable to decipher Nina's intentions. Kevin followed her at a respectful distance, ensuring her safe passage home. Abel had initially intended to accompany Chu Xinran to the river to wash the leaves, but was intercepted by Amy. You should at least inform us if you're going out. We had no idea where you went. Do you have any notion of how worried I was? Amy said, her voice tinged with sadness. It's none of your concern, nor do you need to worry. Abel replied coldly. This brusque tone was characteristic of Abel's interactions with her, and Amy had long since grown accustomed to it. However, recalling the tender expression Abel had worn while gazing at Chu Xinran moments earlier, Amy could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Abel, you wicked scoundrel! I despise you. I shall no longer concern myself with you. With that declaration, Amy ran off in tears. Abel stood silently for a considerable time, watching her retreating figure. At this moment, Chu Xinran remained blissfully unaware that her afternoon outing with Abel had sparked a considerable uproar. She was entirely absorbed in washing the leaves. Abel had not informed her that the location where these leaves grew was quite distant from the tribe. Consequently, they spent a significant amount of time on their journey. However, upon encountering the multitude of cool-to-the-touch leaves, Chu Xinran was instantly filled with exhilaration. She eagerly gathered a substantial collection of leaves to bring back. Thus, these leaves could not only adorn the bed she shared with Carlo, but could also be spread across the beds of Karen and the chief, and ultimately be fashioned into a nest for Dudian. Hearing footsteps behind her, Chu Xinran turned to see Abel approaching. Abel, thank you so much for today. You have truly been a tremendous help. Just a few days ago, Carlo kept me awake at night with his incessant fanning, but now with these leaves, you should be able to sleep more soundly. Also, since you have so many leaves in your hands, please do send some to Amy. I am certain she would be overjoyed to receive them. Listening to Chu Xinran's words, which were laden with mentions of Carlo, Abel suddenly felt that his afternoon had been rather uneventful. He offered a desolate smile, placed the leaves on the ground, and turned to depart. After conversing for quite some time, Chu Xinran realized that she had not received any response from Abel. Turning around, she discovered that Abel had left at some point, leaving only the leaves he had placed on the ground. With a puzzled shake of her head, Chu Xinran took the leaves and began to wash them. After she had finished cleaning the leaves and returned to her room, she discovered Carlo diligently polishing his military knife with animal hide. What prompted him to attend to his blade today? Chu Xinran placed the leaves on the table and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of Carlo. He remained silent, wholly engrossed in the task at hand. Chu Xinran cast a puzzled glance at Carlo, placing a few leaves before him. Look what I brought back today. Take a closer look. Carlo glanced up at the leaves in front of him, but remained silent. Chu Xinran realized that Carlo was undoubtedly upset. She sat before him, gazing intently, and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you angry? Is it because I went out without informing you? At that time, I thought I would return promptly since you were not around, but I never anticipated that I would be delayed for such an extended period. Please don't be angry. I promise I will notify you in advance next time, all right?" Yet, Carlo remained largely unresponsive, diligently polishing the military knife in his hand. "Carlo," Chu Xinran urged, her impatience growing, "you need to speak to me. If you continue to remain silent, I might just get angry." However, the tactic that had previously proven effective for her fell flat, as Carlo still refused to engage in conversation. Though uncertain of the exact cause of Carlo's displeasure, Chu Xinran felt it must surely pertain to her, leaving her feeling guilty. After a moment of anger, she approached him again. "Carlo, are you worried about my safety? Did my late return cause you concern? I assure you I will never come back this late again. Please, just say something to me." But alas, Carlo maintained his silence throughout the night and quietly departed the next morning. In the early morning, Chu Xinran awoke to find no trace of Carlo, and with a deep sigh, she helplessly toyed with Dondian. "Dondian, what on earth is Carlo upset about? I still cannot fathom the reason for his anger." "Gooey gooey." Dondian mistook her lament for playfulness and chirped joyfully. "Alas, even if I tell you, you wouldn't comprehend. Why do I bother?" With another sigh, Chu Xinran embraced Dondian and ventured outside, preparing to cook. As Carlo often departed early in the morning, Chu Xinran would sometimes rise too late to prepare his breakfast. Thus, she would prepare the meal the night before, keeping it warm on the stove for him to take with him. However, upon glancing at the pot, she discovered that Carlo had not even taken his breakfast. If he wishes to be angry, so be it. Why must he take it out on his own stomach? She lamented helplessly. After breakfast, upon encountering Amy, Chu Xinran noticed that her eyes were swollen and she appeared quite haggard. "Amy, what is wrong? Has something happened?" Chu Xinran inquired anxiously. Amy shook her head, insisting, "It's nothing serious." "If it's nothing serious, then why are you crying? Your eyes must have been swollen from tears." Chu Xinran was unconvinced by Amy's words. "Is it about Abel?" This was the only matter that could render Amy so distraught. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's suggestion, Amy fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. I was merely worried about him yesterday. I told him that if he goes out again, he should at least inform someone, as we would be anxious not knowing where he was. But he replied that it was none of my concern and that I needn't worry. The recollection of Abel's icy demeanor the night before twisted Amy's heart painfully. I'm sorry, Amy. Upon hearing Amy's words, Chu Xinran felt a sense of responsibility. Yesterday, Abel told me he could find some cool leaves, and in my excitement, I accompanied him to search for them. I thought we would return shortly, so I didn't inform anyone else. I didn't realize the location was so far from the tribe, which caused us to take a long time. It was my fault. As for what Abel said, do not take it to heart. You know how he speaks, don't you? Besides, while I was picking leaves, Abel collected some to give to you. Indeed. Chu Xinran had suggested to Abel that he gather some leaves to show his gratitude for Amy's care during his injury. He had nodded in agreement, but for some reason, those leaves never reached her. Really? How could he suddenly be so thoughtful? Amy questioned incredulously. It is true. However, I was the one who prompted him to do so. To appreciate your kindness during his injury. He did agree at that moment. Chu Xinran conveyed honestly, unwilling to deceive Amy for false hope. I knew it. Amy retorted angrily. He wouldn't be so generous with gifts. Come now, Amy, do not be disheartened. I have cleaned the leaves that Abel gathered for you. I plan to prepare them into bedding shortly. You may assist me. Once completed, we can present them to Abel. I would never gift him anything, that heartless scoundrel. Though she spoke defiantly, a smile finally broke through Amy's earlier gloom. Chu Xinran and Amy pondered how to make the leaves more comfortable. Ultimately, Chu Xinran devised a method to remove the stems from the leaves, meticulously adhering them together to create a smooth surface, thus crafting a delightful leaf mat. Chu Xinran crafted one for herself and Carlo, another for Karen, the clan leader, and the priest, and lastly, using the remaining leaves, she fashioned a nest for Dondian, thus completing her task splendidly. Meanwhile, after making one for herself, Amy, feeling a pang of compassion, also created one for Abel. Upon finishing, Chu Xinran generously offered all the leftover leaves to Nina, enabling her to create a few as well. The other females, witnessing Chu Xinran and Amy engaged in this endeavor, quickly gathered around, eager to behold the successful creation of the cool leaf mat. Chu Xinran placed the cool leaf mat on the bed and then tried lying down on it. It was exceedingly comfortable, refreshing beneath her, devoid of any warmth. Observing the effects of the cool leaf mat, other females approached Chu Xinran to inquire where she had procured such leaves. Noticing the overwhelming number of inquiries, Chu Xinran decided to enlist a few orc protectors to accompany her as she led the females to the spot where they had gathered the cool leaves the previous day. By the time Carlo returned, Chu Xinran had prepared a sumptuous feast, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Carlo, you're back. Are you tired? Look, I've made all your favorite dishes today. Chu Xinran greeted him joyfully. Although Carlo's demeanor remained somewhat aloof, he at least showed some response this time. Chu Xinran urged Carlo to take a seat quickly, handing him chopsticks and encouraging him to savor the dishes. You must try these delicacies. You have worked so hard these past few days. Eat well and nourish yourself. Carlo began to eat, while Chu Xinran attentively watched him, hardly touching her own meal, despite her intention to maintain an air of indifference. Seeing her eat so little compelled Carlo to speak up. You should eat too. Upon hearing Carlo finally initiate conversation, Chu Xinran's eyes sparkled with a smile as she replied, It's all right, I'm not hungry. Please, enjoy your meal. These dishes were prepared especially for you. Carlo sighed silently at her words and served her a few bites. All right. Chu Xinran responded with a bright smile, eagerly consuming the food he had placed in her bowl before putting her chopsticks down again. Observing this, Carlo continued to serve her, prompting her to reluctantly take a few more bites. Once Carlo finished his meal, Chu Xinran excitedly pulled him towards the bed, exclaiming, Lie down and see how it feels. Carlo had already noticed the peculiar bedding spread out, and upon lying down, he discovered it was pleasantly cool, unlike the previous warmth. Isn't it refreshing? Chu Xinran inquired eagerly. Carlo nodded in agreement. Seeing his affirmation, Chu Xinran joyfully jumped onto the bed, exclaiming, Are you happy? This is a surprise I prepared just for you. You won't have to get up to fan me tonight. You can rest a little longer. I spent yesterday running errands for this. Please, for my sake, don't be angry anymore. You went out just to arrange this? Carlo gently asked, pointing at the cooling mat. Yes. The place where I picked the leaves is quite far from the village, which is why I returned late. I promise I won't sneak out again or come back so late. If I do go out, I will come to find you first, all right? At last, Carlo smiled, looking at Chu Xinran with tenderness. Thank you for this surprise. I truly appreciate it. I hope you remember your promise. Chu Xinran still could not comprehend the true reason behind his anger. However, it mattered not, for as long as she refrained from such behavior in the future, all would be well. When Chu Xinran first began caring for Didi, the little creature would often run off without a trace, causing her great concern about its potential return. However, as time passed, she discovered that Didi would always find its way back after a while, alleviating her worries. Recently, though, Chu Xinran noticed that after Didi ventured outside, it would return with a noticeably round belly, suggesting it had indulged in some questionable snacks. Didi, you mustn't eat indiscriminately while you're out there, do you understand? Who knows if the food outside could be toxic? What if something happens to you because of that? Just look at your belly. It's so swollen. I won't be giving you any dinner today as a punishment. Chu Xinran admonished, poking Didi's nose. Didi appeared to comprehend her words, for upon hearing that it would be denied food, it began to whine anxiously, "Gulu, gulu." Despite its pitiful demeanor, Chu Xinran, after patting Didi's plump stomach, resolutely took away its meal, knowing that if Didi continued to eat, it could very well burst its belly. After teaching Dandan a lesson, Chu Xinran had hoped that it would behave more obediently. However, the next day, when Dandan returned, its belly was still round and plump. Sighing deeply, Chu Xinran gazed at the innocent Dandan, pondering what it could have consumed outside. She couldn't confine Dandan and prevent it from going out. Yet allowing it to indulge in such eating habits was certainly not a viable solution. Observing Chu Xinran's distress over Dandan's predicament, Carlo offered, "Leave this matter to me. Tomorrow, I shall follow Dandan and discover what it has been eating." The next day, as Dandan ventured out of the tribe once more, Carlo transformed into his beast form and trailed behind Dandan. Dandan dashed swiftly, weaving through the forest until it reached a vast, open area. There, it leaped into a patch of tall, verdant grass, skillfully biting off a long, slender object. With its paws, it peeled back the leaves and embraced the treat, nibbling contentedly. Carlo shifted back to his human form and approached the area, discovering an abundance of peculiar fruits attached to the strange grass, some bearing the marks of small creatures that had gnawed on them. He lifted the still munching Dandan with one hand and gathered several fruits, intending to bring them back to show Chu Xinran. "Is this what Dandan has been eating every day?" Chu Xinran asked in